G'day everyone and welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park for the New South Wales Motor Race Championships here. My name is Matt Dunlop. You are live on Blendline TV and we have a bumper day of racing, day and night of racing action coming up for you here on Blendline TV. You will not want to miss a moment of it because we've got a lot of awesome racing to come. You can see some Mazda RX-8 sitting in the dummy grid at the moment. They will be first out on track for the RX-8 Cup to get us underway here. Then we'll have sports sedans, HQ Holdens, production touring cars, Aussie tin tops, and we go again and again. 3 races for the vast majority of these categories, except for the RX-8 Cup, which has 4 races under their belt. It's going to be a cracking day of action. Matt Dunlop is my name once more, and I've got Lindsay Muddle alongside me in the commentary box. Lindsay, great to have your company here.
Yeah, it's absolutely great to be here, Matt, and it is going to be an awesome day of racing, and these RX-8s are about to have an absolutely cracking race to kick off the day. I'm absolutely sure of it. It's going to be an awesome one. It
certainly is. These spec RX-8s are really fantastic for just putting on some awesome racing. The drivers really know their stuff, and it's going to be a real cracker. We've seen these cars in action around the country, around New South Wales in the past, and the beauty of spec categories like these RX-8s is that you've got the evenly matched cars or thereabouts, pretty close to it. So it is a really good reflection of the skill of the drivers who are behind the wheel of them. And we've got 18 cars on track for the first race here. So really good field of these cars as well.
Yeah, it is a really good field, and we've got a lot of drivers out there, and the championship's really close up the top as well. Jack Child's the leader of the RX-8 championship at the moment. He's doing very well, but qualifying was really close between Jack Childs and Rob Scott as well, who's effectively second in the championship at the moment due to second place in the championship not being here for this round. So it's really close stuff up the top, and that's going to be something to definitely keep an eye on over this day here.
It certainly is, and it's going to be a real, I guess, the main battle here. We've got 20-minute races for pretty much all the categories. Actually, all the categories here. We'll be doing 20-minute races throughout the day. But with the 4 races that we have for the Mazda RX-8s, one of the most important things is much of those 20-minute races are indeed, they're pretty sprint-like in how they feel. But with so many races, and it's so important to make sure that, you're bringing the car home safe and you can keep the car going all the way through the day, because being able to bank those points over the course of the day is so crucial. You really can't afford to drop too many races here, and a DNF can prove disastrous for the round results for a weekend.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be so critical to be consistent throughout the whole day. You cannot drop off at all, otherwise your overall weekend result will not be very positive. So you need to keep it up, keep the consistency, keep the pace, and fight exactly where you started the weekend. Unless you've obviously started down the back, then you've got to try and move up. But that's what it's all about. It's going to be really exciting stuff here, I think, especially off this race start. Drivers are just still warming up after qualifying, and now they've got to try and get it wheel to wheel.
The 1-minute board has been shown. The doors, front and back, those unique rear-facing RX-8 doors have been shut. They've been given the last word from the mechanics there, have the drivers, and they are just about ready to get out on track, firing up these Renesas rotary engines and lighting up Sydney Motorsport Park for the first of many races to come today.
Yeah, so the drivers will be getting ready. Formation lap obviously critical as they head towards their race start. They've got to get the cars up into the window. A lot of close qualifying gaps, P1 to P4, I believe it was, separated by only 0.4 of a second up the top there. So really close, and that sets us up for a really exciting race up the top as well.
Yeah, especially the top 2 cars, and we'll touch on this a little bit more as we go through the full grid during the formation lap. But Jack Childs on pole position, great result from him. His first ever pole position in RX-8s as well. Only got it done by 0.02 of a second, though, over Robert Scott, the 2 New South Welshmen on the front row of the grid. So that is going to be a rip-snorting battle. But that number 99 car you can see rolling out is our pole sitter as we get underway for the formation lap of the RX-8 Cup here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yeah, so this is when, as a driver, the pressure starts to build. But let's take a look at our starting grid here. So Jack Childs will be starting off of pole position, Robert Scott off in second position, then Grant Bray, Jackson Noakes lining up alongside each other, really close in lap time. They'll be fighting. Michael Starr doing his best qualifying of the series so far in P5. Then you have Glenn Gamble in P6. Jake Laufer in 7th position, and Jeffrey Linders as well in 8th. And you have Mark Wilkes in 9th, and rounding out your top 10 is Luke Grice.
We go back through to the next page of the ARDC starting grid. Starting out of 11th position will be Hunter Kay with Stephen Dory next to him on the 6th row of the grid. Then behind them, Paul Spiteri and Maisie Place in 13th and 14th respectively. Then we go Gary Lauer, Jake Hextall, Manath Prasad and Ross Forbes in the number 86 car will be rounding out the 18-car grid here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's a great day here at Sydney as well. Myself having just come up from Melbourne where it's been quite frankly miserable the last few days. Really, really looking good today. Sun is shining. There's been a lot of fast times in qualifying because we've had cold air but a warm track with the sun baking on it. We're getting up to around 20, 21 degrees or so today. Beautiful day to come out, watch some racing and do some racing if you happen to be a driver as well.
Yeah, it is a great day out here, and I can imagine from Victoria this is definitely somewhat of an improvement, although it was very windy. It actually rained yesterday as well during these drivers' practices, so it's not all sunshine and rainbows here, and it's still not. There's still a bit of cloud in the sky, but it's nice conditions out here, especially to go racing. Track temperature will stay low, which means we should see some really fast lap times here today.
We certainly will. See some fast lap times, or hear some fast lap times. Are going to sound sensational. These rotaries crackling around, throwing fire, as we just saw there on that shot as well. Jeez, I love these machines so much. I've always had a soft spot for Mazda's rotaries in whatever shape or form they come. So we'll be lucky enough to get a full field like this here for the RX8 Cup. It's going to be an absolute treat, and you know that you're going to be in for a show as they filter through Turn 8, just getting as much temperature into these tyres as they possibly can, because even though there's a little bit of temperature in the track, it's not boiling, so they'll want to be, as you can see, all the weaving here, it's so important to just get those tyres really, really up to speed, because that run into Turn 1 for the first time is crucial. You want to make sure the tyres are going to be behaving exactly how you expect them to.
Yeah, and that is absolutely right. And something to consider as well here off of this race start in the RX8 Cup is that the top 4 drivers in this race also line up top 4 in the championship. So off of pole position, you have Jack Childs. He sits in P1. He's P1 in the championship. And then going further down, as you go through P2, 3, and 4, the top 4 in the championship are all in the same order as they are on the championship list.
So it's everything to play for here in the New South Wales RX8 Cup. And every position is going to count. They really will be racing for sheep stations here all day long. They'll be starting us off, interspersing the action throughout the day in between the other categories, and they'll also be one of the last cabs off the rank as we get into the wee hours tonight under the lights here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's going to be an absolute spectacle, and it's all going to get started very, very soon. The driver's getting ready to grid up for the first time in anger here at Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend for round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Race Championship. There is our pole sitter Jack Childs taking his position on P1 for the first time in RX8s, but Robert Scott alongside. There was nothing between them in qualifying, so it's really going to be a battle of who's going to get the rubber power down the best, who's going to get the best meshes through the gearbox all the way to Turn 1. Can Robert Scott try something brave around the outside? Will he have the run to do it, or will Jack Childs get the whole shot? Anything could happen here. Let's also not count out the rest of the drivers, especially on that second row, as you mentioned, as they come to the grid now. We get ready for a start soon. The revs are starting to build. The red lights will be on shortly. We're underway at Sydney Motorsport Park, and it's a really good start from Robert Scott from second on the grid. Gets a good launch there with Jack Childs on pole position, just bogging it down a little bit, and you can see Scott has already launched himself into the lead and gets the whole shot through Turn 1. It is Childs right on his bumper through there, right up to the outside of the exit of Turn 1 as they make the run into 2. Behind there, the number 18 just holding off on third position there. Few puffs of smoke as they go on the brakes into Turn 2 for the first time, really giving the brakes the first test under anger for the weekend, but they're all cleanly through 1 and 2.
Yep, so really clean start there as we're looking at a Star going around the outside of Laufer at the moment as they head up down the hill, in towards the S section. And now he's losing out as they head through the next section. Laufer down the inside there of Michael Starr. He's going to get that place, so swapping around up the top. And now Laufer's on the back of Gamble as well. So a lot of movement here off the start. And it looks like Michael Starr and that Vodafone car is going very quickly down the field.
Yeah, it's not the start that Michael Starr would have been looking for in that Vodafone business machine there. Just holding on at the moment behind the number 66 car of Lauer, as you mentioned, as they go through the middle section of the circuit here. cresting the hill, and now we see the leaders on the run into turn 8. Is really, really close at the front there. Childs is right on the back of the leader, but here we have the battle right back here for, I believe this is 5th position. This is Gamble here, just holding off Lauer. Really, really good racing all the way up and down this field.
Yeah, it has really been a fantastic opening lap here in the RX8 Cup, and they'll continue to scrap away at it here as we head around the final few corners here of this opening lap. A little bit of swapping around, but no contact, no dramas, so the drivers will push on, and this is going to be quite a good race, I reckon.
It certainly will be. The battle now is to see who can get the most momentum out of the final corner as they race down the main straight, down the hill to cross the stripe for the first time in anger here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It is Scott who leads ahead of Childs. Then it's Bray, Noakes, Gamble, Lauer, Starr, Grice, Wilkes and Linders. So Michael Starr, as we mentioned, that Vodafone machine did lose a bit of time at the start there, but looks to have been able to regroup and get that car back on the pace it needs to be, but he's got a long way to go to make those spots up. Meanwhile, back at the front, Childs is all over the back of Scott, trying to find a way through anywhere he possibly can, just trying to fill all of the mirrors on Scott's machine.
Yeah, after claiming his first pole position, he lost it very, very quickly off of the race start, and now he'll be looking to retake the race lead as quickly as he can. So he'll be on the jump to try and get that done, and he'll want that race lead back. He'll want to continue his charge at the top of the championship standings, and that'll be what he's looking to do. He's not going to wait around very long, I would imagine. He's going to want that lead, and he's going to want it back now.
Yeah, he's certainly not letting the number 17 car go anytime soon. Really piling the pressure on, putting in a fantastic effort there in second position, and I'm really, really keen to see what he can do throughout the rest of this race. Doesn't feel like a whole lot of time, does 20 minutes, but a lot of that has already elapsed because I believe that started counting down from when they rolled out for formation. So it's a much shorter race than you would realise at first. So you've got to get these passes done as soon as you can. But with the pace that Childs has behind him, I almost wonder if he just wanted to bide his time a little bit and wait for the right opportunity to strike, because, you know, the toe here is a pretty powerful tool with how long the main straight is and how fast and flowing a lot of parts of this track are. So if you can keep the momentum up and you can pass at the right time, you can get everything, you can get yourself where you need to be, but it's all about timing.
Yeah, it is all about timing, and a lot of that is being close heading through the final corner, because you want to get a good run into turn 1. You don't really want to go side by side into turn 1 and then just get it up the inside at turn 2 and get that move. But it's also easier said than done, because a lot of the times the car you've gone up the inside can then get the inside as you head and sweep through turn 3. So it's a bit of a game of chess when trying to make an overtake here at Sydney Motorsport Park, as that was really close there. Heading into turn 1 between Bray and Noakes, and now they're heading towards turn 2. So will anyone try and make any sort of move? It looks like Bray's holding on for now on Jackson Noakes, who's looking to make a move into third position, but there's nothing happening for him yet at the moment.
Great defensive driving from Grant Bray here in the number 18 machine. Jackson Noakes all over the back of him, just trying to find a way through, but cannot get it done because that number 18 car is one of the widest RX8s you'll see right now. Speaking of defensive drive, Scott at the front of the field here. Robert Scott is doing a rip-snorting job to keep the number 99 car still in his rearview mirror, but that one is going to be... you don't know what's going to happen from corner to corner there, because Childs is putting on the heat so much. As we see it, the second battle here for third position is just as close, but quite a bit of a gap has opened up now from that lead battle to the battle down in third. So it may be beneficial for Bray and Noakes here to just sort of stay line astern a little bit, just piggyback off each other, keep that pace, and try and catch up to this lead battle, because these two are trying to take chunks out of each other as much as possible, or at the very least, Childs is trying to take chunks out of Scott, but Scott is looking rock solid out there in the lead right now.
Yeah, 100%. He's looking very calm under the pressure of Jack Childs at the moment, but that gap is so close. It's going to take a lot of work between Grant Bray and Jackson Noakes to try and catch up to these two. They seem to be in a bit of a land of their own at the moment, but as they head out of the final corner, we could see a little bit of a scrap between Scott and Childs as they head out of the final corner and down the start-finish straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Childs is only about 0.3 of a second underneath the rear end of the fellow RX8 Cup car as they head down towards the high-speed turn 1. That gap is closing and closing and closing. The slipstream in full effect at the moment here for Jack Childs as they head up towards turn 2. It's going to be a game of who can break the latest here as they head into turn 2. Now Jack Childs is right there. He's forced to the outside line and they can't quite get alongside, but it's getting really close up the top of the field here.
Just to give you an idea of how fast these two cars are, even though they are right in the thick of this battle here, they don't have clean air, they're really focusing on attacking and defending. They're still the two fastest cars on track. Scott posted a 148.28, which was the fastest lap until half a second later when Childs crossed the line to post now the fast lap, a 1:48.282. So even though he's trying to swarm all over and try and find a way past Robert Scott in front of him, the number 99 car of Jack Childs is the quickest car out on track right now, and they've already gapped the battle for third by 3.6 seconds as they bounce off the leader. That is a sensational sound from these rotaries.
Yeah, it is an absolutely incredible sound. I mean, it caught me off guard there. But yeah, they just bounce off the limiter. They sound fantastic here, these rotaries. But these two really, really close at the top, but it looks like Rob Scott's just getting away a little bit this lap, maybe extending the lead. Jack Childs might have used just a little bit more of his tyre than he would have hoped trying to go so fast last lap around, so that could be a factor as well, backing off and recharging for another effort here, just cooling the tyres down. Meanwhile, it looks like Bray and Noakes still sit close together here in this battle for third, and if they start to battle, though, they have to consider the fact that Gamble and Lauer are going to be super hot on their heels as they scrap away as well. It's really close here as they head around this final section of the lap, and Lauer's looking to size up a move potentially here on Gamble, but there is a little bit of stuff kicking off the back of Lauer's car. I've just seen through the braking zone, but it looks like it's not impacting him as of yet.
There's a little bit of oil down around the circuit from qualifying earlier. A couple of cars were dropping a bit of fluid, so that's been tidied up in between the qualifying sessions and the racing get underway. So a bit of that's getting thrown up, and that's creating a bit of a variable thing for the drivers to keep an eye on as well. Just how the conditions feel underneath the tyre there as they're going through these corners. And yeah, as you mentioned, it's a really close battle there for fifth position as well. Like, everyone's starting to pair off at the front of this field. But as you mentioned, if these two on screen right now, Bray and Noakes, aren't able to sort of make a bit of a breakaway, then they're going to be conducting a 4, maybe even a 5-car battle for the last spot on the podium, because Gamble and Lauer are right all over the back of them, and Michael Starr in the number 9 car as well is not out of this yet.
Yeah, he absolutely is not here. We got 7.5 minutes to go in this race. That's a lot of laps of racing left, and with how close the gaps are, absolutely anything can happen here at the moment in this RX8 Cup race. It's been a fantastic opening race so far, and it's far from over yet in the grand scheme of things here at Sydney Motorsport Park. This has been really close. There's still a lot of battling left to be had, and I think that there is still a lot left to be seen in this one.
It certainly is. But that time's going to evaporate faster than these drivers will know it. They'll always want to have that extra lap to make the move that they've been trying to rehearse and then aren't able to get done. Couple of varied lines here through turn 7 for Gamble and Lauer. Gamble shuts the door on the inside of turn 8. Really, really good defensive driving there from the number 25. Just keeps himself in front, but you can see that gap opening up in front of him to 4th position now. Just how much it's costing having to put all this defensive driving in. And that also has a side effect of bringing Michael Starr right into this 3-car battle now for 5th position.
Yeah, so Starr lost on the opening lap of the race, and he's been searching for a way back in ever since, but now he's arrived on the back of this train, and Michael Starr will be looking to make back places rapidly here that he lost on the opening lap of the race. So this is going to be a bit of a comeback charge here for Michael Starr as he makes his way down the straight. He's well within that slipstream now as he sits in the back of this train. He's just got to wait for the right time to strike, and he'll be right back in the thick of it.
He certainly will. Really wants to get back to that 5th position, or even better if he can, that he got from qualifying early today. Anything more than 5th might be a bit of a stretch with the gaps opening up ahead of him, but he's in a really, really good spot to recover those lost positions. We go back here to the number 80 of Place holding off Spiteri. This is the battle for 12th position. And this is another beautiful thing about the RX8 Cup is you get really, really good scraps all the way up and down the field. Look at this dive up the inside there from Spiteri in the number 11 car. Gets the job done, nice and easy, textbook manoeuvre into turn 2.
Yeah, the Queenslander getting the move done as he makes his way up through turn 2. So good move there on Maisie Place as he heads up, and he's now going to be trying to not look in the mirrors, continue eyes forward and pull away from Maisie Place here in this battle, because he will want to continue to make his way forward. There's not much further he can go in this race, but it's all about making sure he doesn't get repressured later on in this lap or in the coming laps as well.
They've also got to keep an eye out for Jake Hextall behind them as well, in that number 53 machine, who's really trying to catch on to the back of them and claw as many points as he can. All the drivers who finish the race will get points because they do pay points down to 20th position, but if you can get some extra points, you really, really want to, just because it's so close at the front of this. And, you know, with the differences between positions from a points perspective in terms of how they structure the standings, they aren't massive gaps, so you don't get huge bonuses for finishing podium, winning the race. So it really puts a premium on good, consistent running and just getting yourself towards the pointy end of the field and just bringing home solid banker positions. So as we touched on earlier at the top of the broadcast, you really want to avoid DNS as much as possible in this category, because it can really affect your points for the championship, especially if it wipes you out for a whole race day or even a whole weekend.
Yeah, 100%, because as he said, the gaps in points are so close. It's only 2 points down from each position until you get outside the top 10. So it's really hard to claw back any points you've lost over the course of a race. And this is Grice, Wilkes and Linders at the moment. So here we go. It looks like the 88 car of Wilkes is going to go up the inside, and he doesn't even have to look up the inside. He just sweeps through before they even got to the braking zone. Here comes Linders down the inside at turn 2. Surely they get the move done here as well as they head through. They're ahead at the second apex. Now into turn 3 though. He has the outside line, so it's going to be tricky to sweep that RX-8 the long way around, and he can't get it done. So Grice holding on for now. Absolutely stellar defense, but he did lose out to the first car there of Wilkes, so not ideal, but also not too bad because he didn't lose 2 places in one corner.
Pushed it a little bit wide on the exit of turn 1. We saw there, compromised his time quite a bit, and that did allow Wilkes to go right on through, but he did really, really well to hold on there and keep Linders behind him as well. But we've seen, I can see a little couple of puffs of something there. We can just see there a little bit coming out of whether that's off of a tyre rub or whether it's out of the tailpipe. It's hard to say for sure. We'll keep an eye on that one. It still looks just as fast as the cars around it, as he's all over the back of Wilkes once more, trying to get back into 8th spot. Now, we go back into the battle for 5th position. This one's gotten pretty close as well, as we mentioned. It's still neck and neck between these 3. Michael Starr hasn't been able to get up to recover any more positions at this stage. Bit of a varied line in front of them for the battle for 3rd as well. So everyone up the front here is still trying to make something happen here in these last dying stages of race 1 of the New South Wales RX-8 Cup.
Yep, and it's going to be oh so close towards the end here because Michael Starr is right on the back of Lauer as they head out of the final corner now and onto the next lap of this race. This is going to be really, really tight here up the top as there was a big slide off the back of the final corner there as well in the fight we were looking at just moments ago, and it's side by side down the straight here, and that is Linders side by side at the moment with Wilkes, I believe, as they head through, with Grice as they head through turn 1. They back out of it though. They don't want anything to do with wheel to wheel through turn 1 as you would expect, and now as they head in towards turn 2, Wilkes could be back under pressure here from Grice as they head into the hairpin, but it looks like they're going to stay single file for now, but it's really starting to heat up the top.
Much better run for Grice through turn 1 that time by, and Wilkes knew it. Parked the car right on the inside on the exit of 1 there, just to shut the door as much as possible. Let's go back to the lead of the race because this has narrowed right up. We saw that Rob Scott open up a little bit of a gap, almost out to a second in front of Childs there for the lead of the race, and Childs is all over the back of him once more with just a few more laps to go here at Sydney Motorsport Park. This is going to be a rip-snorting finish to this race for the lead. Childs all over the back. He's had all race long to sort of rehearse some moves, figure out the best places to really lean on the car, where to sort of step back a little bit. And you can look at Scott really, really just parking the car once more, driving super defensively into turn 8. He knows that Childs is really, really quick in that black number 99 machine behind him, and he's doing everything he can to hold him off.
Yeah, Childs is right there, and that's what I was saying earlier on in this race. I think he might have been conserving a bit of tyre and just dropping back so he can make this a late race charge, because now Rob Scott doesn't have the same amount of tyre, and you can see visibly the grip difference that Jack Childs has at the moment up the top here as they head around the final corner. This is going to be really close as they head towards turns 1 and 2, and I believe this will be heading on to the last lap of this race, Matt.
Smooth exits from both drivers there as they go through the final corner of the track there, but we saw Rob Scott move to the inside of the track just to cover off Childs there, was able to hold on. It takes a bit of a wide sweeping line into turn 1 to just try and cover as much of the track as possible. Does really well that to defend, does Scott, but he's got his work cut out for him. Childs goes left, right, around the outside into turn 2, gets that move done briefly, but he runs it in just a little bit hot, and that is going to allow Scott to just snatch that one right back. He'll have to go again next time around or find somewhere else on the track to give that same pass a shot. He was always going to be a bit audacious around the outside of turn 2, but geez, you love to see him give it a crack.
Yeah, it absolutely was a great effort, but he just copped a bit of understeer in the mid-corner, couldn't get the move done, and now he's trying to re-pressure as they head through turn 4 and now into turn 5. He's taking alternate lines. He's trying to show his nose absolutely everywhere at the moment, so Rob Scott sees him in the mirrors and potentially makes a mistake. This is going to be really, really tight here as they head through turn 6, and it looks like Childs has just dropped back a little bit here.
Let's have a look. So this is the exit of turn 1, just previously on the ARDC replay, and you can see just how much pace, and I think he just got in way too hot and missed his marker there. Really, really well to keep it on the tarmac, as a matter of fact. Didn't get out onto the dirty concrete, so was able to keep a hold of it. Not what he was hoping for, but that could have been a lot worse and a lot more costly for Childs. But still finds himself in second position, right on the bumper of Rob Scott for the time being, with a little bit more of a gap having opened up there. But we've still got a few more corners to go here, and a lot more racing to come. So this one's not over yet, folks.
Yep, really close up the top at the moment as they head out of the final corner. So it's Scott from Childs as they head on to the start-finish straight. So Childs right there, 6/10 underneath the back end of Rob Scott as they head on to what will be now this is the checkered flag. The race is done. So Rob Scott crosses the line and wins just about by 4.5 tenths over Jack Childs. So really close up the top there, but Childs' mistake under braking ended up costing him there at the end.
Certainly did. He'll be kicking himself for that one, but great learning opportunity as they go through to race 2 later on today. Around about 3 o'clock, but that's going to vary a little bit depending on the rest of the schedule. But before then, we're still not done with race 1 of the RX8 Cup. We've got battles all the way up and down the field, as we touched on earlier. This is the battle for 12th position. This is the number 6 car of Lauer heading off Place, Hextall and Dory behind him. They're fanning out, trying to find as much space as possible. Drag race to the line. Number 6 car just holds on to 12th position there, does Lauer. So they filter across the stripe, and that will bring an end to race number 1 here. The last couple of runners will be trickling across the line now. It's the number 82 car of Prasad just coming across in 16th. And here's confirmation with your ARDC provisional results. So Rob Scott, your race winner, having overtaken the pole sitter Jack Childs and holding that basically for the entire race, but not without a fight. Jackson Noakes and Grant Bray had a rip-snorting battle of their own, which Noakes triumphed for the final position on the podium in 3rd. Behind them, Glenn Gamble, Jake Lauer, Michael Starr, Mark Wilkes, Luke Grice and Jeffrey Linders rounded out your top 10.
Yep, and now you have Hunter Kay, the debutant here, getting P11 in his first race in the RX8s, coming from Enduro Karting, so very good for him. And then Gary Lauer picks up 12th position. Maisie Place gets 13th. Jake Hextall gets 14th. Stephen Dury gets 15th. Prasad gets 16th. Ross Forbes gets 17th, and Spiteri rounds it out.
That's race 1 of the RX8 Cup here. We will be back on track for 3 more races of the RX8 Cup and a lot more races of all sorts of weird and wacky and beautiful and wonderful racing categories here. You won't want to miss a moment of it, because coming up next, Sports Sedans, National Sports Sedans, New South Wales Championship as well, Victorian Championship. We've got a bit of a state of origin battle happening as well. Lindsay Muddle, thank you so much for joining me. Looking forward to chatting to you in the box later on today, and I'll be back shortly with Cody McKay. Don't go anywhere, folks. You won't want to miss a moment.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Blendline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app, where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Blendline.
You're back live with Blendline TV for round 3 of the New South Wales Motor Race Championships here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We just capped off a great start to the day with the RX8 Cup, and now we're getting into one of the main events here at this weekend's events. We've got the Australian Sports Sedan Championship, also running the New South Wales Sports Sedan Championship, the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Bit of a state of origin battle going on with a huge contingent of New South Welsh and Victorian drivers here representing. My name is Matt Dunlop, and alongside me, having just popped into the commentary box, Cody McKay. Great to have your company.
Thank you very much for having me on board, mate. It's absolutely ripper day, I can say, and we're watching some of the funnest race cars we have seen in a long time.
I touched on just before the break there, some weird and wonderful machines that you'll see across the broadcast today, and probably the best examples that you'll see are right here in this Sports Sedan field.
Exactly right, and I've been lucky enough to get some information coming through from our beautiful category managers just for these guys to get onto track today. Matt Sims has been up machining control suspension parts all night just to get onto the grid. We've even got Jamie Marshall with the Subaru Chev. He had to borrow a gearbox between qualifying and this race just to be out there. These guys are dedicated. They want to go racing.
Jeez, I tell you what, with how bespoke these cars are, if you can borrow a gearbox, if you have the ability to borrow a gearbox, you're doing pretty well.
Oh, exactly. And fitting these in as well. The one thing that really gets me a little bit confused about what's going on, you look at the front of the car and you think, oh, that's where the engine goes. Well, it's not in the back of the car either. It's usually plonked straight in the middle of it, and they make that driver fit around it. So to fit a gearbox in a car so difficult like that, I tell you what, they're doing a bloody good job.
Yeah, you'll be hard pressed to find a car in this field that doesn't have the firewall that has the firewall in the same spot that it was originally from the factory. They go hammer and tongs on these machines to just get every last umpteenth out of them in terms of performance. And what we see is just a real sensational collection of vehicles here. We did see a couple of sports cars in the field as well, but that is not what we want to see for the number 22 car of Peter Hennessy in his BMW E36, pulling to the inside of the track with his race done on the first formation lap. So he's going to see if he can get that one refired, but that is not how he wants to be starting his race. But we do have 2 formation laps here, so a bit more time to get as much temperature as possible into these Hancooks.
Exactly right. These tyres are so big and they're so wide that when you're going around for the warm-up laps, one lap is not enough. You need to really get the temperatures into these tyres. And with the horsepower that they're putting out, by God, if you don't get all that grip to the track, you're coming off.
And if there's anywhere you don't want to come off, it's right there that we just saw at turn 1 with how much pace these cars are going to be carrying in. Thumbs up there from the car that we saw earlier going off track, the Peter Hennessy machine. So he's all good, but the car does not look to be in a good spot, unfortunately. But we do still have a bumper field of cars about to take to this place and really bring the thunder. Let's have a look at the advanced car carriers grid for race 1 of the Sports Sedans and Production Sports. Brad Shields is on pole position in the number 999 car, our national points leader, with Matt Sims right next to him, who we touched on earlier. Behind them, we've got Kevin Gilbert and Richard Gardner on the second row, and then we've got Stephen Lacey next to Darren Hossack in the 78 and 5 cars, respectively. Nick Mantikos and Warwick Morris will be behind them on the 4th row, and then we go to Emily Cachaviello and Ray Hislop rounding out the 5th row of the grid.
Yes, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. We've got Michael Rowell off 11, John Hollinger off 12, might be relation to the gearbox specialist there. 13th, Simon Copping. 14th, Dean Cam. 15th, Nathan Baines. 16th, Aidan Monger. 17th, Ben Arnold. 18th, Jeremy Davidson. 19th, Timothy Leafhead. Down to 20th with Chris Jackson.
What a great grid. Oh, wait, we're not done yet, folks. Look how many cars we've got. Let's have a look at page 3. Michael Robinson starts at a 21st, and then Peter Hennessy was slated to be 22nd, but I don't know if he's going to be able to make that grid spot. We'll keep an eye out. Tim Tritton behind them in the number 28 car, our sole representative from the Northern Territory, next to Corey Gillett. And then we've got John Spiteri, Jinwook Song, Paul Koenig, Nick Smith, Tegan Collins and David Shaw rounding out the 29th and 30th, and then Jamie Marshall will be the last car in the grid in that Subaru that you can see just in the back of your shot there. They're all forming up now for a double wide rolling start, and if you are trackside, you are going to want to have your ears peeled, and if your ears aren't peeled, they will be after these cars roll past.
I think they might be peeled off. The amount of horsepower just sitting on the front row is enough to rip up the tarmac, not even including the rest of the field. We're talking thousands here.
A lot of V8 horsepower, a lot of other sort of engines here. It's a bit of an anything-goes situation, the Sports Sedans, but what is guaranteed is non-stop action and some of the most amazing racing that you'll see. They're just in a holding pattern now, waiting for the go-ahead to get this one underway here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're underway as we take to the first lap in anger here of the Australian Sports Sedan Championship for their second round, as the number 999 of Brad Shields gets a ripping start at that Fiat 124, leading away that number 111 of Matt Sims, who has to slot back in, and he's on a defensive drive here, just trying to hold everyone else back behind him. That's going to be music to the ears of Brad Shields. You can see a bit of a gap opening up in his rearview mirror already. The whole field gets through relatively cleanly through the first two corners.
Now, there's one thing with these cars as you're watching them going around. Some are going to have their strengths and some are going to have their weaknesses. Some are really quick down the straight line, some are really quick in the corners. So a smart driver is going to go around here and pick his moments perfectly. Is it going to be the start of the race, or is it going to be further to the end?
20 minutes is the distance that we have to go here, or the time rather, but that starts rolling as they come out for the formation lap. So it's a little bit deceptive in terms of how much time they get on track, but they do need to spend at least a little bit just getting acquainted with how the car's feeling at the time in these conditions, making sure they know where they can push, because you can see there Matt Sims getting a little bit taily on the exit of 7, really parks the door there to keep that Lamborghini behind him in third position. That one's ripping around. That's one of our 2 production sports cars in the field today, the other one being that Porsche 911 you can see just in the back of shot there. But such a great variety of cars. You've got IRCs, you've got marked cars, you've got XV8 supercars here and there, and you just got all sorts of licorice, all sorts up and down the field as well, from people who've just gotten stuck in and built some red hot racing cars here.
Exactly right. If you're thinking about racing car, this is the absolute pinnacle. As you see that Skyline screaming off the last corner, really trying to get that traction down. Just because they had 2 laps in the roll-up doesn't mean they've got all the warmth in the tyre. And even when you get the full warmth into the tyre, I'll tell you what, you're running 500 to 1,000 horsepower, you're still going to light that rear end up. So it's something to think about as you're pacing around for the next 13 minutes.
You certainly do. You've got to really make sure you're keeping those tyres in mind, because you've got to make sure they're going to be predictable and they're going to do what you need them to do throughout the course of the race. A little bit of smoke there. I'm guessing someone's had a lock up in front. Can't see anyone having an excursion off the track, so looks to be no harm, no foul. Whoever that was probably lost a bit of time, but we've got the number 1 car on screen here. This is Chris Jackson in that Holden Calibra. Awesome looking machine, as pretty much all the cars in the field are. Heading off Aidan Munger in the number 75 S15 Sylvia, which we've seen thundering around a lot of these sports and meets for quite some time. Really, really quick machine is that number 75 car.
Now, we did have someone who wasn't able to continue on with the racing. They had an off, talking about going off at turn 1 in qualifying. Nick Sims, I tell you what, he had a problem and went off at turn 1. Geez, it ripped the whole front end off the car. It's really worrying with these cars because they're so bespoke. It's not like you can go up to your local dealership and pick up a bumper or pick up a front end. Sometimes it might end the weekend by just running wide on the track, especially as you can see how low these cars are running, because they want the absolute best amount of grip and they want the best amount of speed.
A track here like Sydney Motorsport Park, it's such a great place to let these cars stretch their legs. Smooth, fast, flowing, a real good challenge for the drivers, and it'd feel incredible to be able to hustle one of these things around here and just get every last tenth out of it.
I tell you what, it is the most thrilling thing watching these cars go through turn 1. Now, depending on what type of car you got, sometimes you've got a brake going into turn 1, really settle down the car. Some of these cars could really go full pin through turn 1. And I tell you, when you're nearing 300 kilometres an hour, God, it must be scary. And don't forget, you've got to do that for multiple times per session.
Especially if you've got cars in front of you who you haven't really, you may be just not super familiar with the opponents around you and what their car's characteristics are like. How much space do you give them on the way into the corner? How much sort of allowance do you give? Are they going to be as good on the brakes? Are they going to be as fast or slow around the corners? Just, really getting your head around what your competitors are doing. And a lot of these cars have raced against each other for quite some time. Yeah. And they're a lot of seasoned competitors up and down this sports sedan field. But with all the variety, it's a lot to keep track of, isn't it?
Exactly right. You could have a V8 supercar right next to an Aston Martin, or what's left of an Aston Martin, I might say, what they have it. And the same thing as well, you don't know what engine they've got fitted to it. Has he got a 350 Chev? Has he got a rotary? Has he got a NASCAR engine? They all pick whatever they want to do. They become these Frankenstein monsters of cars that, geez, the mad scientists back in garages all over Australia are designing to get the ultimate speed from them. And I can tell you what, the lap times really reflect on that. Having a lap record of 127 around here, God, that's quicker than a V8 supercar.
It certainly is. These Mustangs, we talk about all the variants between the cars, and a lot of these Mustangs are quite similar looking machines. They're fairly different underneath. We've got a couple of IRC cars in there, I believe, or may all be different variants of Mark cars, as a matter of fact. But these are very, very similarly spec'd Ford Mustangs here, and they're giving us an awesome battle. As we see Mantikos and Catraviello going side by side on the run into turn 1, and Mantikos just holds on around the outside in that number 85 machine. He'll be under threat straight away, though. But if we go a little bit further back, now you can see a little bit more of that variety that I was talking about. We've got an R33 Skyline heading off a Focus. And then behind them, we've got another a Nissan, I believe. I think it was an S13 I just saw there, but I could have that completely wrong. Looks to be an S13 or a 180SX or something along those lines. And that sort of speaks to, how many different philosophies you can bring to this Sports Sedan series.
I know. Looking up the front of the grid, you might go, oh, wow, this is Europeans' finest cars. Then you kind of go down the grid a little bit, like we just watched there. I thought I was watching a Fast and Furious film. I was like, geez, is this what happens when they take the flashy colours off them and the neon lights? They really get down to hard racing.
And there's not many other places in the world you get to see a Porsche 911 GT3 going up against the Holden Commodore, do you? And at pretty similar parity in terms of pace around the circuit as well.
Exactly right. And one thing it really shows, the differences really meet in the middle. One that car that's got a lot of speed down the straight is really going to hold on with the aero going around the corners. You might also see going around here as well is there's a lot of respect. The thing is they're not really bumping fenders. They're really letting the engines and the engineering doing the talking. As we see an overtaking move coming down the straight here, showing down the speed differences. Oh, it looks like he might go for a second. Oh, slots in there just in front. God, he must have been holding on to that for sheer luck going through that corner.
Great move there, but Ray Hislop in the number 23 Falcon is going to try and take that right back into turn 2. So close to contact, and I think that's actually startled the number 25 car of Gilbert there into running a little bit wide, and Ray Hislop will say, thank you very much, I will take that spot right back. So those two have been trading blows in terms of position. This is the battle for 6th position, mind you. It's hectic all the way up and down this field.
It is. No matter where you go, because of the differences with the car, you're going to find those battle packs. And here's a great example of one car that's faster down the straight, but, geez, you better be looking in your mirrors when it comes into the corner because someone is going to dive bomb you and dive bomb you quickly.
We go back to those Silvias that we were looking at earlier. This is the number 42 car of Nathan Baines here, holding off the Aidan Munger machine, the number 75 car. So slightly different. We've got an S13, actually an SCR Billy, it's an S13 holding off an S15 here. So a couple of different generations of this Silvia, different philosophies in how these cars are built and designed. And they're really just going toe-to-toe here. Sensational looking coupes, both of these machines. Little bit taily there was Baines in number 42, just on the exit of 6 there. And like that's another big part of it as well. There's a bit of oil down around the track from some previous fluid that was dropped in qualifying. So as you're getting familiar, bit of a moment there we just caught the end of. We go further up to the front of the second place battle here. This is Stephen Lacey, who's made his way up into second position. Got the move done over Matt Sims, who now slots back into third in the number 111 BMW. That 78 Lederer car is looking fantastic. And now he's going to see how much he can round up Shields at the lead of this race. They're already coming up on lap traffic. That's Shaw ahead of them there, back down there, because the gap from Shields to Lacey is still just over 7 seconds. So huge laps that Brad Shields has been putting in all day. 132.17 is his fastest of those laps. To go a little bit further back here to the number 28 car, which is battling against Robinson. So this is Tritton and Robinson. And we've got slow Commodore, that's the number 11 we were looking at earlier, of Copping. So we saw he was in the thick of that battle with the number 4 Porsche 911 of Morris. He's just lost a bit of space there. So whether he's had a moment or something with the car, not entirely sure.
That's it. As the brakes start to warm up and as the tyres start to come off as well, turn 2 is a massive, massive braking point, but it's also unsettles the car a lot. So you've got to be very careful if someone drops oil, if someone has a problem. Maybe there's a little bit of dirt that gets kicked up from turn 1 and dragged all the way to turn 2. You don't catch that in a high grip car like this, it'll snap the grip away from you and just throw you off the track.
This Lamborghini Gallardo you see on screen is one of 2 of the production sports cars we have in the field, along with the Porsche 911. This is Richard Gartner behind the wheel of this one, trying to push for third on the road. He's got a really, really fierce competitor ahead of him in the form of Matt Sims, though, in that number 111 BMW. Really doing a great job holding it off. But these cars are quick and geez, you never ever get tired of the sound of a Lamborghini roaring past you, do you?
Now, I'm not kidding when we said the race start happened here and I could feel the whole commentary box vibrate, and it just was the best feeling. If anything, what we might do for the next race, we're going to go do the commentary outside so we can get that real feeling of them rumbling past. Now, it's okay, we'll be in here making sure we commentate for you.
Oh, I wish the cables on the headsets were that long to be able to get that and really get in amongst it for you folks. We go back here. This is the battle for the Mustangs that I was talking about earlier, scrapping it out for 8th position while they're also trying to filter past some lap traffic as well. So that's making things pretty spicy as the blue flags are waving there for the Falcon. But we've got, three Mustangs, an Aston Martin, and then behind them the Corvette of Dean Cam as well, trying to weigh in on this. Dean Cam currently leading the points in the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Oh no!
Oh no!
He's gone off. That looks like, was it a wheel? Is it a tyre that's come off? Either way, Dean Cam, his race is done. He's gone right off there at turn 5. We'll have to keep an eye out for Dean Cam to see what's going on there.
Jeez.
There he is.
A right-hand rear wheel. It looks like it's either come off or the tyres just come off to the wheel. Now, these cars are under so much pressure and so much stress that they're really screaming these tyres as much as possible. There's a high chance that we'll probably go to a safety car, yellow flag situation here. We'll wait for race control to make that call.
We certainly will, but that car is not going anywhere in a hurry right on the exit of turn 5 there, so I reckon they'll be pretty keen to potentially neutralise this race and get Dean Cam's number 66 Corvette out of there. Really, really shame there for Dean Cam. Let's have a look. So back of his shot, watch him shoot past. And it does look like it's really tricky to tell from the angle, but it does almost look like the whole wheel has parted company. At the very least, the rubber is definitely departed.
That's it. I'll get some confirmation later with that, but whether it's snapped the wheel studs off, whether it's let a wheel bearing go or something like that, there's a lot of pressure that sits on that right-hand rear tyre as this is a clockwise track. So you're going to get those wear onto those things, especially with the horsepower they're putting through the corner.
Now, here's an interesting facet that's developed because of that. We're still green for the time being as per the timing, but we've only got just over 2.5 minutes left to go in the race. So all these drivers will have their engineers in their ears going, hey, we're probably going to have a safety car soon. If you're going to pass and you can get a pass done, get it done now. Because if this race is neutralised, there may be a chance we don't have any more green running. But they're going through, they've got local yellows covering turn 5 there, as we can see, and they look to just be pressing on at this stage. So they must be pretty satisfied that either that they've been able to get the car out of the way, or it's in an easy enough spot where they can keep racing. So the good news is we do stay green.
That's it. And I know the hardest thing for officials in these situations, when you see a car come off like that, you've got to really have that thought of, do we keep the race going or do we make sure that everyone's safe? And it can be the thinnest line. If something else happens there and a car comes off, it might be diabolical. So you've really got to think, is the race worth it? Is it not worth it? What's going on? We're in the real hot moments. There's only so long to go. Maybe if it was at the start of the race, they might look at neutralising the race, bring that safety car out and get rid of that car. But because there's only now 2 minutes or 1.5 minutes to go, we look like we can at least get some green flag running and really continue these battles on.
Just under 1:30 left to go on the clock. That won't give us a whole lot of time at all, with the fastest lap here being a 1:32.17. Posted by Brad Shields, who now has a gap of 8.5 seconds just about at the front of this race. So he is dominating the lead. We go back to the number 32 car. Looks to be a lot slower than a Holden Monaro should be in this part of the circuit. That is Michael Robinson in the Greenworks machine. Really not looking good there. Pulls right to the inside on the exit of the final corner. He'll be ducking into the pit lane. That is not how you want to see a race end here.
That's it. Now, these cars are so highly worked. Really, when it comes down to mechanicals, especially with over 30 cars on the field, we've only seen a couple so far. One with the wheel and one coming into pit lane. It's a real testament to the engineering that goes into these cars as well. They're not just slapping cheap parts on there. They want the best quality parts that they can find to put the quickest cars on the track to show the best entertainment racing you can get.
That's absolutely right. And not only that, but it's also just making sure that you can get the cars around the track for what you'll often have multiple races either in a day or in a weekend. Brad Shields will take the first of the races of the weekend in the sports sedans by a huge margin over Stephen Lacey, who we now see crossing the stripe in second position. We see a car, that's Darren Hossack, who has come a cropper there in the Mazda RX-7. But we go back here, the battle for 7th position right now. So we've got a few Mustangs and that number 1, 2, 3 Aston Martin right in the mix as well. These cars have been chopping and changing all race long. Do we have a last-minute lunge, a last-minute slipstream for a bit of a position change? They're going to stay line astern to finish that battle off. So it's going to be the number 3 car of Michael Rowell who leads off that battle. So awesome racing all the way up and down the field from all these competitors. But Brad Shields, what a sensational performance at the front. We go back now to the battle with the Sylvias that we chatted about earlier. So this is the number 42 car of Nathan Baines holding off Aidan Munger behind him in the 75.
The battles are still going, even though that the checker flag's been taken. I've got to commend Shields on that race. He was really head down, let's get this done. He wanted nothing but those results. He wanted to get out there and embarrass the field in such a good-looking car as well. I've got to commend it to him. But one thing I am excited for is what these cars are going to look like this afternoon, or even into the night. This is a day Saturday night race. You would have seen the flames spitting from the side of it. I tell you what, it's going to make some beautiful imagery on Blendline TV.
Under lights later this afternoon. You will not want to miss it. Let's have a look at a replay. So this is Darren Hossack in the number 5 car from the ARDC replay. And
we've got another spinner there as well.
we do. One of the white Commodores, I believe it's the number 11. Yes, it is. So that's Simon Copping, who's been through the wars in this race.
He has. It might be coming down to brake bias. He might be having problems with the grip levels. At these times when the race goes on, we can really find lack of grip and lack of braking.
Bit of a learning experience there for a lot of drivers that they'll take into race 2 later today. In the meantime, let's have a look at those provisional results thanks to Advanced Car Carriers. So Brad Shields coming first by a long way over Stephen Lacey and then Richard Gardner in third. We had Matt Sims, who fell back to 4th position in the BMW ahead of Kevin Gilbert. Ray Hislop in the Falcon in 6th position, and then was Michael Rowell holding off that battle of Mustangs and the Aston Martin. So it was Rowell, Mantikos, John Hollinger in the Aston, and Emily Cachaviello in 10th position. We go back further to Warwick Morris in the Porsche 911 with Ben Arnold, Timothy Leithhead, Chris Jackson behind him. Then we go Jeremy Davidson, Simon Copping, that number 11 Commodore we saw spinning out just there earlier. Tim Tritton in 17th ahead of Nathan Baines, Aidan Munger, and Corey Gillett in 20th position. And then rounding out the finishers, we have Darren Hossack, who we saw in that number 5 RX-7 Comer Cropper, Michael Robinson, Jamie Marshall, Jin Wook Song, Paul Koenig, John Spiteri, Tegan Collins, and David Shaw, the last of the runners, with Dean Cam a non-finisher and Nick Smith a non-starter. Well, catch your breath, folks. What a sensational race that was. We'll be back with more sports and action later on today, but in the meantime, we've got Holden HQs coming up, and they are going to be putting on an absolute barnstormer. You will not want to miss a moment of it, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Blendline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Blendline. Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
And welcome back to another fantastic day of racing as we lead into the Osborne Transport New South Wales HQ Holdens. I'm joined with special guest here, David Amor. How are you, mate?
Good, thanks, Cody. And we're up to race one for the HQ Holdens, the Osborne Transport, for this weekend at Sydney Motorsport Park, mate. Fantastic qualifying. And look, we've got to find out exactly where we are. Blendline TV.
That's it. I tell you what, this track is absolutely amazing for cars like this. Now, I know we went from some high horsepower cars beforehand down to the HQ Holdens, but I can guarantee the racing usually does get exciting in this category. It's been going for so many years. They've proven a lot of points, and we can't wait to see it again now.
Yeah, that is for sure. 38 years of HQ Holdens. It's the biggest one-make class in the world. We're down on numbers a little bit, but, mate, we've got our 18 again this weekend. We had 23 at Tail and Bend only 2 weeks ago. And we've got the HQ Nationals in Western Australia this year later on, so in late September. So look out. We've got plenty of HQ racing, and it's all about affordable excitement.
Exactly. And I'll tell you what, if you're coming to us saying that the numbers are down and you've still got 18 people coming up to a grid, I didn't know there was that many HQ Holdens still running around. What are you guys doing for parts? Are they rare to come by, or you still get plenty out there in back paddocks?
Mate, there's still plenty out there, but you certainly got to hunt a hell of a lot harder than what you used to. Back in the Thunderdome days in the late 80s, early 90s, we had over 630 racing. On pole, we've got Luke Harrison done an absolute blinder. I gutter Glenn Deering right beside him. Jared Harbour, he's disappointed, he's not happy, but he's a young bloke. You know, he's still in third position. James Flett, MIA, that builds most of these engines now in fourth position. Dave Allen doing extremely well. Pedro Maserio, the oldest bloke out there, second oldest in HQ 30. Well, Chris Buckley right beside him. And he's a One Nation guy, so he's certainly punching above his weight. Jason Johnson, Ian McLean, Brendan Healy. So we've got 18 HQs. We've got like Division 1, Division 2.
Yep.
Why we've got Division 1, Division 2?
Great question.
Because the guys that are real fast are in Division 1.
Yep.
The other guys that are midfield or down near the back, we'll put them in Division 2. So it gives the opportunity of trophies and that throughout the weekend on the two classes. So we've got A and B division, if you want to call it like that. Joe Ellis, 555. Have a look at his car. He's painted it up almost in the Holden dealer team colours. I can't use that name because you don't use that smoking anymore. Wayne Healy, Peter Stevenson. Adam Leach, I don't think he's starting out there in the 42 car. Amanda Saunders is in front of her dad, Gordon McClay, and we've got Brett Simpson. Now, he is the oldest HQ guy out there in 28, enjoying it. Motor racing at a very late age, but totally enjoying it. Here we go. We've got a line up here. A very quick lap is a 1:58 around here, okay? A lot of guys do it 2 minutes,
Yep.
2:02.
That's a pretty quick lap, especially in a HQ Holden. And one thing we see about these, they're not running the V8s that we might know about. They're running the six-cylinder 202 engines, if that's correct.
Yep, that's exactly right, mate. You're spot on, Cody. It's good to see you've done your homework. You are young, but, mate, enthusiastic. Disc brakes on the front, drums, pedal suspension, Kenda tyres. All right, so you really got to look at that. 3-speed, take the back seat out, and we're ready to go motor racing.
I tell you what, there's not much to it. It's get it from the off the road onto the track, and let's see how it goes. The last cars are lining up here. We should be going through a green very shortly, all lined up and ready to go. Waiting for that green flag to be flashing in the back. I can see that green. Waiting for the lights. Engines come up to speed, all of them, and off they go. Great start by the 17, really launched it off that line. We're seeing great grip levels on that inside line there as they come down into turn one. Jesus Christ, so many HQs. I'm a little bit nervous if they do start bumping each other like they used to. The parts aren't there, but hopefully these guys can help each other out to make sure they're on track.
Mate, we're talking about motor racing. We call them bumper to bumper, door handle to door handle. So first, second and third. So MIA, James Flett's gone up a little bit. Dave Allen, not too bad. Harbour's gone back 2 positions. That's Pedro trying to go around the outside in HQ 30 as they all come through turns 1, 2, 3, 4 up over the top, as you can see.
Oh, touch and contact there as they're coming out of Out of 3 into 4. I guess I was saying that they don't really bump like they used to. Geez, they're just proving it wrong just on turn 3.
Door handle there, Jared Harbour in the Equity Views car. Keep an eye on him. The 202 car. Glenn Deering, the eye gutter car, mate. He wasn't happy with the performance of the car yesterday because we had practice yesterday, but in qualifying this morning in P2.
Yeah,
absolutely
wow.
Fantastic.
So between qualifying and racing, everyone would have been out there tuning their cars up. What type of adjustments can you get from these HQs?
All right, mate. A HQ is exactly the same as a V8 supercar.
Yep.
Right? It's got a steering wheel. It's got 4 tyres, tyre pressures.
Yep.
You might put a wedge in one of the springs,
Yep.
try and give it a bit more drive
Yep.
or a bit less drive. It's understeering, it's oversteering, so we take some fuel out of the car.
Yep.
We'll lift the back of the car up to give it a bit more pointy action and all the rest. Mate, it's exactly the same as a supercar, but it's value for money. You're spending your money, your time, with mates to go motor racing.
I tell you what, there might be some people out there that go, hey, I like V8 supercars, but I really love the look of the HQ as they're really rolling onto that right-hand rear tyre to accelerate down to the main straight. Now, you guys don't use the conventional 4 or 5-speed boxes. On here, you're still using the 3 speeds. Has there been a change from that?
No, mate, there never has. What really happened, and people might not know this, it was a pub at a round table. They decided HQ Racing. We needed something affordable, cheap, and plenty of parts.
Yep.
So we've still got the single carbine,
Yep.
right? Drum brakes, padded suspension,
Wow.
springs and shocks, okay? Like I said, we take the back seat out of it, and we put a roll cage in them, and then we use our Kenda tyres, and we've got a package that the motor's as good as the brakes, the brake are as good as the handling.
Yep.
So it's a win-win situation. It becomes to the spacer.
Yep.
I call a spacer, right?
The
Our
nut behind the
spacer
wheel?
is the nut behind the wheel. That's exactly right. That's the bit that's totally different. Doesn't matter how much money you got or how little you've got, you're dealing with the same stuff. The engines get sealed, they get checked, they get measured, right? So, affordable excitement.
Yep.
Have a look at this. We've got MIA, the engine builder, doing extremely well. James Flett there in the 57 car. We've got Harbour there in the 202 Equity Views car. So they're a contractor that do pubs, houses, and everything else like that. iGutter does, your roofing and everything else like that. So when you have a look at it, all these guys come from motor racing somewhere throughout because you've got to do most of the work yourself.
Exactly right. And watching this battle pack that's going on here, geez, at 57, are they holding him up? Are others are starting to come join us behind as well? It's one thing when you're racing around these tracks, as you get into battle packs, your lap time gets slower, which means the guy behind you that might not have been able to catch you is already starting to come up. And as we can see, they're starting to get a bit of a long lineup of people behind them. This could go any way. You can nearly throw a blanket over.
Yeah, certainly do. Deering is hanging on to Harrison by 0.3 of a second there. So first and second are very, very close. You can see it there on camera, right? We've got the Saintly car. Luke Harrison became a dad 3.5 months ago. So absolutely fantastic. Then we've got the next group. Then we've got 1 or 2. Then we've got a group, and a group. We go back all the way back to Jake Beckers and the 222 car there of Healy, side by side. So we're racing within a race, racing beside each other. And when they get out, have a look at it. MIA, Harbour, bang, up the inside there. That's turn 2. Harbour's got in front. Now Dave Allen will now jump onto the back of him. So James Flett has been holding up Harbour a little bit. Well, we'll ask him that question later on, but no, he didn't. He made a mistake. Harbour, 4 seconds behind Harrison. So we've got the top 5. Harrison, Deering, Harbour, Flett, Allen. 6. We've got Pedro, Johnson, Healy, McLean, Ellis, Buckley. Buckley's gone back. He's gone from 7th to 11th. We've got Healy. We've got Jake Deering there up into 13th position as we go through. Saunders has now let Dad go in front of her. That's the 47-33 car. So that's Dad and daughter. Absolutely fantastic. Affordable, mate. assignment.
That's it. And that's what I'm seeing through this. You know, we know it's extremely cost effective. You shouldn't be scared off from the HQ race car. But it seems like the whole family wants to jump in. You know, maybe dad buys a car, and all of a sudden son wants to buy a car, and the whole rest of the family jumps in after it as well.
Certainly is. There's the 555 car, the Alice car there. Have a look at the paintwork on that. 3 weeks ago, that was still a totally dark grey car. Now he's brought it out into that smoking 555 car there, right, with the HDT original paintwork.
Wow.
Absolutely beautiful.
It looks absolutely fantastic. We're seeing the grids are starting to settle down now with the 202 car now starting to make a gap. And look out, we've got him coming up the inside as well. This is where the slipstreaming really comes into effect as well, as they're going to be battling neck and neck, pushing each other out of the way. Another move coming up from the back. Are they going to go for it in turn one? Really hanging it onto the wall.
That's
Slips
Buckley.
up the inside.
Yeah, sorry, mate. That's Buckley. The 88 car has gone down the inside there. He's picked up 2 positions. He's gone past Spry and also McLean. So absolutely fantastic. Now he's breaking into turn one. Oh, locks the left front, just that fraction. But the C&R International car, the 13 car. Then we've got the 555 car. But outside of pools, you need a swimming pool, right? We've got a guy there. You need a gutter guy. We've got a guy there. You need something done to your house. We've got a guy there. Have a look at HQ Holdens, and we really need to thank our sponsors. Osborne Transport, for 13 years, they've been the major sponsor for New South Wales HQ. So absolutely fantastic.
Funny story when it comes down to Osborne Transport. They were actually my first ever sponsor when I was racing go-karts. How about that? I think I've still got the check framed up in the wall as well, as Brett and Colin came on board and sponsored me. But they've also been competing in the Aussie racing cars as well with their outlets. So they're jumping in HQs, they're jumping in Aussies. They are a die-hard family that loves their motorsports.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's absolutely fantastic there to see that. We've got Raymond Osborne that'll be tramping up and down on top of the grandstand from left to right, from forward to reverse. Look at this side by side. You can't get any better racing than this. Have a look at that. Door handle, bumper to bumper. There's probably a coat of paint between them.
There's probably many coats of paint as they've been repainted over the years. I'd be worried some of them might be held together with Bogwell. We don't encourage that as well. Oh, there he goes up the inside. McLean really gets caught up there. Is that going to ruin his run down to the main straight? I think he's been hung out there. He really can't attach on to the drafting behind. Now tell me, Dave, when it comes to drafting with these low horsepower classes, how important is it? If you get held away from the drafting pack, can you really lose a lot there?
Mate, it's exactly the same. It doesn't matter if you're doing 300 mile an hour, 200 mile an hour, 100 mile an hour. As soon as you break that gap, you are really, really struggling. So you've got to be like the first date when you ever took your girlfriend out. You've got to be smooth, precise, and direct. You've got to make all those little bits and pieces correct, or otherwise, just a little turn on the steering wheel, you lose power.
Exactly right. We could even see McLean then flashing his lights as he had that upset coming out of the last corner, coming down the street. He was just eaten alive.
We've got Bucko and Johnson here. That's 10th and 88. So that's for 7th and 8th position. Here we go. Have a look at this Bucko. Welcome back, Bucko. He certainly hasn't been around for a while. That car hasn't raced for almost 8-9 years, ladies and gentlemen. But it's back out there now, the 88 car, the outsider car, doing extremely well. Here we go. Oh, he's up the inside. No, he's not. Johnson's going around the outside. Keep an eye on it. Not quite door handle. We've got right-hand front
there.
guard.
Frozen in the inside, but he's going to be on the wrong side coming into the hairpin as well. They might be rubbing panels here, squeezing each other. Who's going to break the latest? That's what's going to call it here. Maybe running around the outside. Are we going to see a switchback or starting to use that extra area on the outside as well? God, this battle is still going. We've been clocking this for nearly a lap, and they're still side by side the whole way round.
Well, that's what's all about HQ Holdens, mate. Like I said, in the mid to late 90s, over 600 HQs, right?
Wow.
Throughout Australia and also Tasmania.
Yep.
All right? Absolutely brilliant. We've still got enough cars racing in every state throughout. There's some HQ Holdings racing up at V8 Supercar this weekend in Darwin. right? There's 6 or 7 of the cars up there.
And
We've
look
got
at this,
racing
they're
here.
still side by side again. Bucko said, oh, geez, I can't hold on to it. And there he goes around the outside. They're side by side again. Coming through turn 1, I think these guys have got a magnet that's attached to each other. They just want to attract each other by the door. We see other competitors coming up behind as well. This is the scary bit you've got to think about. Is this battle worth it? Because if you're not working together, that's when you're going to start inviting a lot of mates that you don't want to come to your party.
Well, that's for sure. We can see Healy now, the 111 car, is door handle to Johnson. Ellis has come up a little bit closer from the 555 car. And then who's behind Ellis? There's another car just behind him, McLean. So McLean's gone back 4 positions, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got to round it out. Harrison, Harbour, Deering's gone back into 3rd. Fleet, Allen, Pedro, Buckley, Johnson, Healy and Ellis rounding out the top 10.
Now, it's amazing from last lap. We've seen this as a 2-car battle pack. Over the last lap, we've invited 3 other cars from this. You could throw a blanket over all of this, and they're fighting for 7th position, all the way back to 10th and 11th. Here we go, up the inside around. He's going to be on the wrong side when it comes down to the hairpin as well. This is when you've got to start thinking about the moves as they wallow through that corner. Who's going to come up and break the latest? Are they going to stick around the outside? 1, 2, 3, 4 side by side. Coming out of the corner. This is going to go on for the whole way.
It certainly is. So Bucko was at the rear of this field. He slowly got him 1, 2, 3, 4, and now Bucko is in the 7th position. That's where he qualified. He got an average start. And because they're door handle, bumper to bumper, we've got very close racing. All the cars are very, very similar, other than that nut or spacer, I call them, between the back of the seat and the steering wheel. Here they come. What an absolute great shot this is.
3 wide.
An I got a car. We've got an I got a car that's going very, very slow. That is Glenn Deering. Glenn Deering's done a head gasket, I would say.
Is it very common to do head gaskets in this category?
It is common. We've brought back the compression ratio, the CC ratio. We use a 98 fuel, so it does create detonation and pinging, which then does a head gasket. We've got a couple of bonnets a little bit loose there on the bonnet pins. I'll make sure the scrutineers have a bit of a look at that and tighten that up. So we want them neat and tidy, side by side, door handle to door handle, and everything to be legal on and off the track. Harrison, he's got a 5-second gap to Harbour in the 202 car.
There's one thing I did notice going around the last lap is we got Johnston, number 10. I did see a bad sportsmanship flag coming out for that. Just a warning, not a black flag yet. Might have been because of how action-packed this racing has been. It'll be interesting to see if they do anything with that after the race.
It could be over on turn 5.
Yes.
Turn 6 there. If you go a little bit too wide, you start hitting that strike button, right? Just like V8 supercars. And then you do it once, it's okay. You do it secondly, we have a look at you.
Yep.
Now they're looking at him with the binoculars. If that guy in that transponder go out, he will get a drive through or he'll get a 10 or 15 second penalty.
And with how close this is, Ellis is sideways through the corner. Is he going to hold it on? He's getting swamped by his fellow competitors around. We're going to go nearly too wide. We've got one hanging out to the outside as well. Really on the wrong side coming to this corner, but we've seen it in laps before happening here. God, he could be first going into the corner and last by the time he comes out of it.
That is for sure. Now, thank you, Osborne Transport. Like I said, absolutely fantastic sponsor. Equity Views. If you have a look on the HQ Holdens on the guards and the number plates, they're sponsors for the series, ladies and gentlemen. Go and have a look at these cars. Get your daughter, get your son, get a photo taken. Put him behind that steering wheel. Get a big smile on your, on your kid's face. More than welcome. Talk to the driver. Come out. Buy a HQ. Let's go motor racing.
That's it.
There's an opportunity.
And that's it. You've gone through before about how you're saying there was a car sitting there that's been nearly 10 years and it hasn't been on the track. They've grabbed it, given it a freshen up, put it back out there. 88 of Buckley, he's still competitive running in 7th position. You can get an old HQ car that's already been built. whack it on the track and you can comfortably run in that top 10 position.
Yeah, and that's the idea with the HQ Holdens. If it's not broke, we're not going to change it. We have tried to keep our rules very, very close. We've had shocker sponsors over the years. We've had tyre suppliers over the years. But we've kept that down to a small number of changes. Probably the engine CC rule was one of the biggest, things that we've done with these cars. But have a look at them. It's still like Mum and Dad bought them in 74, 73, 70, whatever. We've all been sitting in the back seat of the HQ, or we've driven one. Like, let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, Holden got it absolutely spot on back in the day.
That's it. We got Harrison here in the number 17 Sanity car.
Sanity car, yes. That's his partner's or his wife's partner's business here in Sydney.
Perfect. Looks like we're going to be doing one more lap coming through with this absolutely exciting race.
Well, that's interesting. We've got an extra lap in.
Yeah, that's it. Any
Thank
extra
you very,
laps are
very
good.
much.
It's always tricky when these time races come around because you never know exactly when the last lap is. Usually your mechanic or your engineer is up on the microphone screaming, last lap, last lap. Oh, no, it's not the lap. It really all depends on what the officials want to give us. But I know with Motorsport Australia officials, they're trying to give you the maximum amount of laps, especially with the clean-up with the sports sedans happening
But,
earlier.
mate, there's something there. HQ Holdens, we have finger signs. That's it. There's no microphone. There's no communication from driver to pit wall to driver. It's the thumbs up or it's the thumbs down, right? And that's it, right?
I would usually think between competitors there might be one finger sign that might be showed in a bit of bad sportsmanship.
Well, we always like pointing to each other. So that's what it is. Now, we've got Buckley and Johnson. That's for 6th and 7th. We've only got round about half a lap to go, ladies and gentlemen, for Osborne's Transport. For race 1, we've still got race 2 and 3 to come.
Yes.
Under lights, all these race cars, they look a treat. And last night, Friday night, mate, that was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah.
The shine off these cars, the sparks, the flames coming out of them at night. It's an awesome sight.
Oh, mate, I didn't know a HQ like this could be spitting flames out of it, but I'm pretty keen to see it, especially through the gear changes. One thing coming in this position here, Buckley versus Johnston, we don't know which way this is going to go. They're probably told, or they're not told yet, it's going to be the last lap, so they're going to be battling through it all. But we cannot forget Harrison here, an absolutely amazing lead, has pulled up 4 seconds. Harbour behind in the 202 car has actually done a fantastic job as well, moving up the positions to claim second place.
He certainly is. So Luke Harrison is taking that car, I understand, to Western Australia for the HQ Nationals. Now here we go, checkered flag.
It looks like the checkered flag came out a little bit late there, so I hope that Harrison has seen that. Looks like they have slowed that. Great communication there, just seen it at the last minute. But I tell you what, geez, it's still going. They're still battling for position side by side, off down the straight. Who's going to get this? It's really down to the wire. There's nearly a bull bar in this.
Oh, Johnson might.
Oh, he got it.
Johnson's got Buckley. He went almost 1.5 lanes hard left to try and get it, and he's got it. Johnson has got Buckley. So we've got Harrison, Harbour, Flett, Allen. Pedro done extremely well. Johnson, Buckley, Ellis in the 555 car. McLean and Healy rounding out the top 10. Now we've got Deering, that was second. He's done a head gasket. He'll get that car up and going. For Osborne's Transport, Cody, it's been a pleasure to talk to you and try to explain to you as a young bloke what a HQ Holden now looks like, how it drives, and we will talk a lot more later this afternoon for race 2 and 3. There's our results, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Bring your kids across. We're on what they call the skid pan at Sydney Motorsport Park. Thank you, and we'll see you later.
See you next time.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline. Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
Welcome back, one and all, to Sydney Motorsport Park for round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Race Championships. We've all just filled our bellies with a bit of tucker, and we're ready to go racing once more because we've got a lot of action to come here all the way into the night. My name is Matt Dunlop. I've got Madison down alongside me for what is shaping up to be a ripping first outing of the day for the production touring cars.
G'day everyone, pleasure to be in the commentary box. First time for me, but looking forward to seeing the New South Wales production touring cars kick off the first race of the weekend.
Really, really strong field that we've got here in the production touring cars. Lots and lots of variety. We'll touch on it a bit as we go through the ARDC starting grid in a moment, and that moment is right now. So let's have a look at the grid for race 1, brought to you by ARDC. So Simon Hodges and Lee Burgess are on the front row of the grid, 2 Class X cars there. Behind them we have Matt Holt and Michael Kane in 3rd and 4th. Michael Auld and Jason Williamson will round out the 3rd row, and then we go to Brett Osborne, Brent Howard, Anthony Barbara and Gus Barbara in the 9th and 10th positions. From there, we go a bit further back into 11th, where we'll be looking at David Saraglio and Robert Bryden alongside there. We've got Maximus Bolton, Richard Buttrose, Matt Shilen, Andrew McMaster in 16th, and then we go to David Worrell, Aston Davis, Jason Kavanagh and Christopher Tonner in 20th position, rounding out our 20-car field here in production touring cars. And as you see them circulating around, you'll see there is such a wide selection of vehicles here competing in a lot of different, philosophies behind how they handle, how they go about their business. Lots of different contexts of the battles with the class structure. Quite a few classes that we have here on the go. Lots to play for.
Yeah, power to weight ratio, obviously different aspiration, different drive as well. So, the things like the Class X BMWs out front have a bunch of horsepower, but they are still quite a heavy car. So sometimes you'll see a car like the BMW 1 Series from Jason Williamson in Class A1 will be a little bit quicker in the corners because it is a little bit lighter, for instance. So watch for differing speeds in differing parts of the circuit.
We're just watching the field filter around through turns 7 and 8 as they get as much heat into these tyres as they possibly can before this 20-minute outing. 20 minutes, it does say, but it's worth noting that 20 minutes starts as they roll out for the formation lap. So it's a bit of a deceptive time there, a lot less than you would think. And that time, when you're in the thick of the battle and when there's this much action that's going to be happening on track, you do lose that time very, very quickly. It tends to fly, and it makes it all the more important to, get your moves done as soon as you possibly can around here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is actually the only sprint round of the year for the New South Wales production touring cars with the 3-race 20-minute format. Usually the drivers in this category are doing 1-hour enduros with short sprint races before them. But the sprint race format is a bit of a change for this day-night event.
So I imagine we probably expect to see a bit of difference in setups there in regards to how you get these cars. A big one, I imagine, will be fuel load and just the weight. And we'd probably be seeing a few drivers, I imagine, just getting used to how the car feels, a little bit of that difference in the weight distribution with the not as much fuel in the tank.
The cars are so much more lively to drive with less fuel in them. You'll see them in these sprint races quite a few seconds quicker than what you'll see in the enduros. So it is really cool because you don't really have to manage the tyre over the course of these races anywhere near as much, and you can just have a big crack and see what you can do.
Cars are just starting to form up now on pole position in the number 31 there. Simon Hodges in the BMW M4. Next to him in the 33 car is Lee Burgess in the BMW M2. Really, really looking forward to seeing how this one shakes out. What's going to be interesting here that we'll see as the day goes on is just the difference in grip between the two sides of the track, with second place being a lot closer to the racing line. So a bit of a difference in how much traction these two will be able to get off the line. But that all depends on how well you can nail your start, as we just see the last couple of cars filter into position at the back. We're underway here. It's a pretty quick start there. Really, really good start. Bogged down there from a couple of rows back. And we've got a stall at the back there. Mitsubishi Lancer is not going anywhere in a hurry. What a shame that is. But out of the front, the number 31 car of Simon Hodges is leading the way. Got a really, really good start, capitalising that pole position perfectly, but he has got the 33 of Lee Burgess right on his tail as they go through turn 2 for the first time.
Absolutely, the driver's starting to get comfortable here, bringing these tyres up to pressure, up to temperature, starting to get a feel of what they've got underneath them. Eyes forward, looking to make progress on this first lap.
Everyone's jostling for position here, just making sure they get a quick read of the track, the conditions, how the car's feeling, making sure they're keeping the noses clean as well, because even though it's not a full an hour enduro, as you said, you know, there's still a bit of a race to go with that 20 minutes, and also making sure you can keep the car nice and straight and narrow when you bring it back for races 2 and 3 later into the afternoon and the evening. There we can see the number 121 Mustang of Michael Caine, which had a shocking start off the line. Missed a gear by the look of it, been able to gather it back up, but Michael Caine has lost a lot of positions there in that Mustang.
Yeah, absolutely. He's had a huge amount of speed this season as he uses all of the track leaving Corporate Hill. He'll be looking to get a run here on Howard in the number 6. It is going to be a challenge, though, because that BMW is very quick in a straight line, being a Class X class car.
Geez, that number 121 car just really, really looks good, hanging it all the way around the outside, so using all the track and a little bit more on the exit of 7 there. Really good to see that you can put a lot of faith in that car, and I'll be really keen to see how Caine can push through the rest of this race. How many of those spots can he recover to get the number 121 back to roughly where he started, or possibly even better? Long way to go, though. We've got just under 14 minutes left on the clock as they cross the stripe for the first time in anger. So Hodges still leads the way from Burgess. Matt Holt, really, really quick in that Commodore, currently sitting in P3 as well. He goes further back. This is the number 5th position. We've got the number 6 car of Brent Howard just holding off Williamson there. That's Jason Williamson in another BMW battle. And this is actually the number 121 of Michael Caine's getting mixed up here as well.
Yeah, you can really see the speed differences between the cars. Looking at this, the Mustang with a lot of horsepower in a straight line, making a lot of ground there on Williamson in the BMW. Williamson will be very, very fast through the back section of the circuit, though, with that lighter weight BMW 135i. It's
a great circuit for this style of production car racing because it's got those two quite distinct sections, and overall, it's a quite well-rounded circuit because you've got the somewhat technical section with some fast-flowing corners, but some, pretty hefty braking zones and overtaking opportunities like you see here. And then you contrast that with the massive main straight where those with the extra horsepower underneath can really stretch their legs, and it results in a lot of interesting back and forth as we go further up to the battle now for second position. So this is Matt Holt all over the back of Lee Burgess here, trying to get himself into second place because as nice as third is and being on the podium, you want to get that extra spot where you can. But he's got Michael Auld in his rearview mirror as well, trying to make a run and get himself onto the podium.
Yeah, Matt Holt always punching above his weight in the Class A2 HSV. Just nipping at the heels of these Class X BMWs. He's been there or thereabouts all season, and you can really see that straight line speed difference there with the BMW M2 just walking away a little bit in a straight line. Matt Holt actually starting to look in the mirrors as well at Auld in 4th place.
We go back a little bit to see some Toyota 86s in a great battle here. This for down in 17th position. And another beautiful thing about production cars in a lot of the categories we see here this weekend is that you get great action all the way up and down the field just because you've got all that variance in the machinery. And we look a bit further up. This is car number 1. This is McMaster going through turn 1 here in that BMW there. So a lot of BMW representation in the production touring car field, which I think, like a lot of people who followed production touring cars in any form, whether it's sprints like this, enduros up to the Bathurst 6 Hour, BMWs have always been ever present, and they're always some very, very tantalising cars. But as you can see with cars like the Renault behind there as well, all sorts of other machinery, Mustangs and everything like that, it's really a bit of a anything kind of goes to in some sense of the word, because as we touched on, there's so many different ways you can make it work. As that number 1 car of McMaster almost gets the front right off the ground there through turn 4, really giving it absolutely everything, because the number 84 of Maximus Bolton is not wanting to let him go right now and is all over the rear bumper.
Yeah, Mick Master in that BMW as well in Class D has actually been the outright champion for the last few years in New South Wales production touring cars. Always does a great job in that car, running P2 in class at the moment. And BMW overall in this category has got good representation in most classes in the field, which is more than what can be said of most of the other manufacturers. So they obviously produce a pretty solid production performance car.
They certainly do. And as with a lot of categories we see, like particularly in improved production as well, sports sedans, you see a lot of Holden representation too. Commodores are always going to be at a racetrack somewhere around the New South Wales Motor Race Championships, anywhere in Australia really. They really, really like to get in amongst it and be that car that maybe is a little bit heavier underfoot but can put a lot more of that power down, so you get a really nice dichotomy of those two styles of car. As we see the field going down the main straight here once more at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's a really, really good day for racing. The sun's been shining all day. The track's probably got quite a bit of heat in it at the moment, so we've got some lap times at the front here. Hodges leading the way with a fastest lap of a 141.97. Not only is he the only car to drop into the 141s, he's also the only one to drop into the 142s so far. So he is rapid in the number 31 machine out front.
Absolutely, and you can see that the lap time difference in these races, they've dropped about 1.5 to 2 seconds in most of the field in terms of their qualifying versus their race pace. So the track is, of course, a little bit warmer now than what it was this morning, but overall the drivers still just trying to keep it consistent and make sure the tyres can last the journey.
This is the number 188 car of Jason Kavanagh doing his best to hold off the 28 of Aston Davis here in that BRZ as they round turn 5 there. That BRZ is right, trying to fill every single mirror of that Golf, but not able to make his way through there. Really, really good defensive effort here so far from Kavanagh to hold off there.
Yeah, absolutely. The 86 is such a well-rounded, balanced car, so we'll have to be working hard to make sure that they've got margin into every single braking zone. You can see Matt Shilen there as well, leading that little battle pack. And he's in his own little race at the moment, just making sure that he's got the eyes forward, not focusing on what's behind him, focusing on what's down the road in front of him to try and keep building that margin. Yeah,
he's in a pretty fortunate position in the sense of having that clear air in front and behind where he can just focus on hitting his markers, hitting his racing lines, and just putting in clean banker laps, just get a really, really good race pace. Meanwhile, these two are going to be quite occupied with just trying to take chunks out of each other and battle to try and find positions, and that's going to cost them a bit of time, as we will see in this battle for second position. If Simon Hodges could see far enough back to see this battle in his rearview mirror, he'd be pretty happy because they'll be taking a bit of time out of each other, but it's all to play for here as these two are going for second place on the road, albeit in different classes of the number 33 and the 65.
Absolutely. Matt Holt with the headlights on, having a look down the inside into turn 6. He's not quite going to get down the inside of Burgess there, but he's absolutely applying the blowtorch on the rear bumper of the Burgess number 33. He'll be really trying to make sure he can get this done somewhere around the back of the circuit here, because we know that Class X BMW M2 is very rapid in a straight line. So for Matt, he needs to keep the pressure on and make sure that he can get the job done around the back somewhere.
Tell you what, Burgess is looking pretty comfortable there through turn 8. Didn't shut the door completely and parked on the inside. Left a little bit of space, which Holt could have gone for if he was feeling very brave. But Burgess is in the number 33, feeling really comfortable with that car's pace through these sort of lower speed corners here. But this will be the real test as they go onto the main straight here. What can Holt do? Is he going to be able to get any sort of a draft down the main straight? Have a look into turn 1. This is going to be a really interesting one. What will Burgess do to defend, or will he be able to just sit tight where he is and keep the momentum going?
Yeah, I think he'll be looking for a good exit off one as we look back through the field at Howard, Williamson and Osborne. Osborne in the tow here in the Class B2 BMW, having a look down the inside of Jason Williamson into turn 1. Shows the nose, not quite going to get down there. Williamson holds on for now, but he has got his mirrors absolutely full with the Osborne Transport BMW.
Great racing there as well. Jason Williamson gave him room, gave him the opportunity to say, have a go if you want. I'm going to make sure that we keep it clean, but couldn't get the job done. Filters back in there. So really, really good stuff with all these competitors here. And this is a really good scrap between these three BMWs, isn't it?
This is a great battle. And this is at 3 different classes as well. So you've got Class X, A1 and B2 with these cars. And again, we were talking about BMW's representation across multiple classes, and you can really see it here, the difference in speed in different sections of track. Howard looks a little bit vulnerable around the back of the track. Williamson really having a look, and I'm just looking at Osborne there with a great exit out of turn 5. Williamson actually having to block slightly into 6.
Yeah, really, really good exit there from Osborne. And from Howard as well, who was able to get a pretty good run out of 5 there. So this section of the track, it looks like Williamson is just trying to do his best to hold on to where he is at the moment as they go through this really tricky section of going through that fast sweeping left-hander of 7, getting the car stabilised and under brakes into 8 so that you can make sure you get a nice tidy line. That's not what Osborne would have been looking for at the back there. Lost just a car length or so. I reckon he'll be able to catch that up pretty quickly, and already has.
Yeah, absolutely. The BMW of Osborne actually has pretty good straight line handling by the looks of it. So he's probably closer to having a look at Williamson on the main straight here. Howard, I'm expecting to walk away on the straight and have a little bit of margin into 1. Williamson very sideways on the exit of the final corner, bringing up the dust, and it looks like Osborne's going to get a run down here.
Yeah, using all of the runoff there, plus a little bit more. That's going to cost him a bit of momentum. Still leads as they take to the stripe. Is he going to lead into turn 1? Just holds on there. Really, really good defensive stuff. He is loving his the width of that number 56 car through turn 1. Really doing a great job to keep the door shut. Parks the car not too far over to the middle, actually. So really, he's run quite deep there, as you've said there. Keeps it off the concrete, but that's going to lose him a spot and lose him a bit of momentum as well as they go into 3 and 4.
This will be interesting to see if Williamson can get back past Osborne. Obviously, a little bit of a mistake there at 2. Probably just in the ABS in the braking zone and ran that a little bit wide. Secondly to that, Osborne will be setting chase after Howard in front, trying to make sure that he can get to the bumper there coming onto the main straight. If not earlier, he's actually almost already there. So awesome pace for Osborne at the moment.
Yeah, giving it 10-10 through turn 5 there. A little bit of a hop off the curb in 5. Got the power down really, really quickly there. Kept the car in the straight and narrow. That thing's looking really tidy. And this battle for second place is still raging like it was last time. Matt Holt just has not been able to find his way past Burgess. Really, really strong stuff here. Burgess putting in an awesome defensive drive right now.
Yeah, Burgess just pulling away out of the hairpin there, using that horsepower to get that margin. He's definitely under pressure, but hasn't made any mistakes so far. Holt, huge amount of experience in this category, knows his Commodore well and truly back to front, is applying the pressure extremely hard to the back of that M2.
Interesting difference in the lines there through the last couple of corners, and that's going to change the momentum and how they can flow these cars down the straight. Seems to have worked quite well for Burgess there as he's eked out a little bit more of a gap there, only half a second across the line. And when you look at how fast these cars are going to turn 1 and across the line, the gap is relatively academic, but and that one's going to keep raging on throughout the race, as is this battle here. Speaking of that battle, we go to turn 2. Matt Holt's going to have a look. Little bit of bumper rubbing there, I think. It's hard to say, but Matt Holt gets that move done. But I don't think Burgess is going to want to let this one go in a hurry.
Matt Holt needs to get the eyes forward here and press on. He needs to build a gap before they get back to the final sector of the lap. So he needs to drive every apex perfectly here to make sure he can build that margin. It was a little bit wide there at 4. He's going to need to make sure that he can build at least a second before he gets back to the main straight. Otherwise, that BMW will be looking to go straight back past him. But a good job so far. He's built a little bit of a margin as we come around the back up towards Corporate Hill.
Yeah, I hate to say at this stage it's looking like the challenge for the race win is not going to be achievable here for Holt unless something happens to Hodges out the front, which we really hope doesn't, because he's having a barnstormer. But yeah, as you said, the main priority here for him now is just to build a gap just for the sake of defence. Keep himself nice and secure in second position. We go back to 4th. This is the number 121 car having a great run. Now, let's have a look at the battle here. So, on the exit, really, really good run on the inside there for Matt Holt. Gets the car parked on the inside, really just shuts the door. So close there. Really, really close racing between those two. Really well calculated move.
Great respect between both the drivers as well, giving each other plenty of space. It was close racing, but no contact made, which is great to see. Always a category with a lot of respect between drivers and clean racing, and that's just fantastic racing in New South Wales Production Touring cars. As we head back to the battle between Howard, Osborne and Williamson, nothing's changed so far, but there is still a huge amount of pressure on the rear bumper of Howard.
Howard's still looking really solid right now in 6th position. Hasn't conceded a spot that we've seen so far, especially not over the stripe. So this battle is so close, and that's to the benefit of Williamson as well. He's been able to stick onto the back of these two cars. They weave around to try and find some real estate. Williamson's going to try and get up the inside at turn 2. Gets the job done much tidier this time around. Really good move in the number 56.
Yeah, another nice move. Plenty of clean racing down there at turn 2 in the last few laps, which is awesome to see. He didn't outbrake himself and run wide. Got the move done. I don't know if he's going to be able to keep this, though. It looks like Osborne's still got great pace in the car. It's a fantastic battle as we head back into Class D and have a look at Kavanagh and Davis fighting for 4th and 5th in class.
4th and 5th in class. 18th and 19th on the totem, but don't let that fool you, because they are looking for as many points as they can in this class, and they are really going hammer and tongs throughout this race. So many great battles, and Davis looks like he's just struggled to get past that Golf in front of him. But we go back to the lead of the race. This is the number 31 car of Simon Hodges, who has been lighting it up. He's already eked out almost a gap of 13 seconds. I'd hazard a guess and say it's going to be 13 seconds as he takes the last lap board here. We'll wait and see once Matt Holt is able to come to the line. But what a race it's been. That is not what you want to see for Aston Davis, though. Has a little bit of off-track excursion, so that's that battle done with the number 88 car, 188 car in front of him. So, yeah, it's all happening, isn't it?
Absolutely. We head back and have a look at a Commodore and a Monaro. Actually really cool to see Gus Barbara back in the field. It's been a while since we've seen this car in New South Wales production touring cars. To see that Monaro back out there is great to see. And David Seraglio having a great race in his VF Commodore as well. That position has actually changed. So Seraglio has made the move on Barbara in the last few laps.
Certainly has. Let's have a look at a replay. So this is what we were just talking about there with that Class D battle. In turn 2, really big puff of lock-up. Both of them, as a matter of fact.
Wow, that was closer than what I was expecting. That was very deep for both of them under brakes. Actually really interesting that the 86 actually locked a tyre there on the way in. A lot of these cars have got ABS, so it points to maybe being a bit of a braking issue there.
Yeah, it's not really the sort of, you don't see a whole lot of, almost a rear lock-up, it sort of seemed to behave like there. Really odd one there, but both cars are still out on track to claim some points, and that's the main thing here. But out in front, we see the Class X machine of Simon Hodges. That BMW M4 has been dominant here for Secure Wealth Advisors as he rounds the last couple of corners to get ready to bring this one home in what has been a stellar first outing in production touring here at Sydney Motorsport Park today.
Yeah, Simon Hodges, again, getting the job done. He has been massively successful this year, and of course a Bathurst 6-hour winner as well. Simon Hodges takes the race 1 win.
Great job there from Simon Hodges, and just look at the gap all the way back to Matt Holt there in second position. Really good effort from Michael Caine to get himself to third as well. Awesome recovery drive from the Mustang. He'll bring it across the line in third, and they will have the number 33 car of Burgess right behind them as well. But we go back to this battle. So now we're looking at Williamson, who's taken the lead of this BMW scrap for 6th position on the road. So Michael Auld has crossed the stripe there ahead of them in the X-Class car, but Williamson triumphs in the battle against Osborne and Howard. Really great scrap there. Never a dull moment with the BMWs there.
That was an awesome fight to watch there, and interesting to see those positions change at the end. And we've got Anthony Barbara crossing the line there in 9th outright, with David Seraglio rounding out the top 10.
The two Commodores we were talking about earlier, that awesome looking GTS coupe as well, part of those, come to the line as we see one of the 86s following them as well, which I believe is Buttrose there, coming to the line.
Yeah, to win Class D as well in the 86 there, so Richard Buttrose taking the Class D victory.
Yeah, great running there from Buttrose with a really big gap to Matt Shilan here in the number 27 car, fellow 86 pilot, come around the final corner now to take the checkered flag with the rest of the field streaming through.
An awesome first race. Plenty of battles in the New South Wales production touring cars there as we watch the remainder of the field coming through. McMaster crossing the line with Kavanagh shortly after, and Davis towards the back there after the little spin he had at turn 2.
Yeah, good to see both of those cars back on track and getting the race done, being able to bring it home and bring home the points. So that's race 1 of the New South Wales Production Touring Championship. Done and dusted here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And there's confirmation of your results thanks to ARDC. So Simon Hodges takes the win on the road with Matthew Holt and Michael Caine coming in behind. Then we go Lee Burgess, Michael Auld, Jason Williamson, Brett Osborne, Brent Howard, Anthony Barbara, and David Seraglio rounding out the top 10. Then we go Gus Barbara, Richard Buttrose leading Class D, as you mentioned, with David Worrell, Robert Bryden, and Maximus Bolton behind. And then with a few more Class D runners, we have Matt Shilan, Jason Kavanagh, Andrew McMaster, and Aston Davis, with Christopher Tonner in 20th position, rounding out the field there. So really, really good race to start off the production touring action. We will be seeing production touring back on track later today, around about 4:25, and then later on at 10 to 8 o'clock. Times do vary because the schedule's a little bit... it's not particularly rigid on the time, so if you don't want to miss a moment, the best thing you can do, folks, is just stay tuned to Blendline TV all day, because you won't miss a moment of it. And coming up next, we will have Aussie Tin Tops, and they're going to be a rip-snorting contest as well. So don't go anywhere, folks.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Blendline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app, where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Blendline.
Welcome back live with Blendline TV at Sydney Motorsport Park. Let's have a look at the ARDC track map here of this amazing facility that we have here in Sydney. World-class action. And let's have a look through this really I guess it's a very technical circuit, but it's also a quick circuit. It's a really well-rounded one, and it brings the best out of cars if you can wrangle your car around this place and get the setup right. We've been racing here since 1990. In all manner of forms. There's been a couple of tweaks to the circuit here and there, but the action has always persisted. Turn 2, we've been seeing so much action here. A lot of braking moves done, a lot of lockups as well. Just a lot of cars getting towed on that run out of Turn 1. Same as well for Turn 6 here, over the crest, going through this section. Car gets a little bit light over the top there, so you're just trying to keep it stable. As you get on the gas on the exit, use a little bit of that tarmac, but not too much, because you don't want to be running afoul of any track limits there. We've got a Turn 8, one of the slowest corners on the track, which also serves as a really, really good overtaking opportunity. Great way to set yourself up for an awesome run through the last section down the main straight for a really quick lap here. Matt Dunlop is my name. Madison Dowd will join alongside me for the upcoming Aussie Tin Tops race. This is going to be their first race of the weekend. Great to have your company. And let's have a look, thanks to ARDC. Brent Edwards will be on pole position in the number 1 Falcon there. Ben Arnold, Corey Gillett, and Peter Ryder will be behind him. Then we go to Rob Neal, Troy Gleason, Michael Ricketts, Simon Antonis, Stuart Gamble, and David Rogers rounding out the 5th row. And then we go to Helena Maris, Sam Silvestro, Simon Cox, Mark Goyler, Simon Horworth, and Nathan Findanis rounding out the 16-car grid. There's a bit of everything going on here in the combined Tin Tops. A couple of cross entries I've seen from other categories as well. So lots happening here. You thought production touring had a bit of variety. There's so much going on here as well. And we're really, really looking forward to bringing this one to you.
Yeah, absolutely. A big variety of cars in Aussie Tin Tops today. And you can see, again, we mentioned how many BMWs and Commodores there were in production touring. I can see a little bit of a common denominator there with a lot of BMWs and Holdens out there once again. But as the field streams down to take their grid spots.
So we're gridding up for another 20-minute affair. A little bit shorter than 20 minutes because the clock is already ticking. So this is going to be a fast and frenetic race here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
They look and sound great.
They certainly do. We've got a Falcon on pole position with an R33 Skyline right next door in 2nd place. Sylvia behind them in 3rd. the variety goes on and on. I can see a Pulsar a couple of rows back as well. This is going to be a cracking battle, and this track is really going to bring out the best of, like, showing us the differences in the cars that can put the power down versus the ones that can dance through the technical section. The red light will be on very, very shortly. The revs will be building. The tension is palpable here on the grid as we get underway for race 1, and it's a fantastic start from the number 1 car of Edwards there, getting across the line. Everyone gets away pretty cleanly. A couple of cars bogged it down, didn't get the starts they were hoping for. Really, really good start for Corey Gillette there in the 27 Sylvia too, trying to make his way past the fellow Nissan competitor into second position, but it will be Edwards, Arnold and Gillette to round out the top 3 as they're going to turn 2 for the first time. Bit of a lock up there from car number 245. That's Vindanis in the EB Falcon, and he's got a Toyota, he's got a BMW. I saw 86 and I got confused there. He's got a BMW trying to go around the outside of him. So really, really good example of just the different philosophies in these cars, you know, strengths and weaknesses in putting the power down versus just having the grip and the lightweight to be able to get around the outside and put some really, really good action together for us.
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see how they all settle in to this race as there's a fight for the lead here as the Nissan heads down the inside, gets it done into 6, hopefully. Yep, we're all clear on the exit, so Arnold getting the lead there off Edwards, very sideways on the exit as well as we head up into Corporate Hill.
Soaring at the steering wheel there, trying to keep that thing on the straight and narrow, but gets it into the lead there ahead of Edwards. And now Edwards has Corey Gillette Sylvia to contend with right behind him as well as they go through turn 8 for the first time. Arnold really, really looking racy, lighting up the tyres, taking all the exit and a little bit more in that R33 Skyline, which is just powering ahead here.
Arnold certainly pushing hard, bringing up dust, leaving every corner. Needs to make sure they look after the rear tyres a little bit as the Falcon as well, a little bit sideways on the way into the final corner. Do need to be a little bit cautious. They've got Gillette coming here in 3rd place as well. They have well and truly broken away from Gleeson in 4th though.
Yeah, these 3 cars at the front have just streaked away. They've got daylight behind them, so the podium battle is a very, very lonely endeavour for them, but it is going to be a rip-snorting fight all the way through the rest of this Aussie Tintoff race. Arnold leads with Edwards and Gillette behind, and that is Geiler in the number 810 BMW, which has come a cropper there. Not how you want to be seeing a race then. The car looks relatively straight. Not sure what's going on there. Likely mechanical of some sort, but what a shame that is.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't bring out a safety car, but with where it's parked there at the final corner, I'm worried that it may, because it is not far off the racetrack. As we have a look at the field here coming over the tunnel as we head to the ARDC replay.
So let's take a look. So he'd almost come. It looks like there was an issue with the car. He was indicating, letting cars know that the car had a problem and just had to pull off to the side of the road. So doesn't look to have been any foul play from what we can see, but regardless, what a shame that is for Geiler. His race is done very, very early.
Absolutely. Ryder heading down the inside of Gleeson here into turn 6. Not quite far enough up. Gleeson leaves the door open and makes sure there's no contact, but lives to fight another day.
Really lighting up that Mazda RX-7 is Troy Gleeson there, getting the job done and just keeping it right where it needs to be. As they go into turn number 8, taking a really, really wide line, leaving the door quite open, but not anywhere near a close enough gap for that car to get back through again. So Gleeson's looking really solid, but Ryder's got a great run on the exit of 8. He's going to try and have a look through 9. Gets that move done just through sheer power alone. Really, really good flexing the muscle of that number 98 machine.
Yeah, important to get it done there too, because there is a local yellow at the final corner there for the stricken vehicle of Geiler, so had to get it done on that straight. It looks like so far they're going to cover that one under local yellows with no safety car, which is what we want to see. We want to see plenty of green flag racing.
We certainly do. They will come to the stripe to continue on. Fastest lap of the race so far belongs to our leader, Arnold, in the R33 with a 138.16 ripping lap as we go a bit further back to see something that you won't often see every day. An EB Falcon on slick tyres, battling with the Nissan Pulsar right behind it, going through turn 1 here at Sydney Motorsport Park, right on the anchors into turn 2 here. Awesome mix of machinery that we've got on our hands.
Absolutely, and we were speaking about the difference in speed in different sectors of the track. I'd expect to see Ricketts closing up this margin a little bit around the back of the track as well. Who back in the day would have thought Nissan Pulsars could be as fast as what they are here? Ricketts' thing is on a mission.
Yeah, and it has been for quite some time. He's a previous champion outright of the Aussie Tintoff Series, both in class and outright as well. That car has some pedigree, does the number 41 Pulsar. So it is always going to be able to put up a fight no matter who it's up against.
Absolutely. Rounding turn 6 there around the back of the track as we head back to the leader there with Edwards. P3 with Edwards. Has fallen off a little bit on the train here. I'm not quite sure what's happened there to fall away from those two Nissans in first and second.
He certainly has. Our pole sitter's not having the race one that he would have been hoping for is Edwards. Dropped a lot of time, as you can see on the totem on the left of screen there. 5 seconds, the difference there. Just over 5 seconds, as a matter of fact, the last time over. That gap is almost surely going to increase here as we see Gillette out on his own in second position right now, having opened up an extra only a couple of tenths there. It's a fairly similar gap he's been able to maintain. Big lockup. That's a tyre failure, as a matter of fact, on the front right. That thing has given up the ghost and sent the 245 car of Finn Darnas straight off at the final corner. Gets it through the gravel, gets it back onto the circuit. He's going to drag a little bit of dust and gunk back on there, but he's going to have to come straight back into the lane once he can get his way in there. Really not what you want to see for the Falcon.
Very, very close as well to hitting Geiler there on the outside of the final corner. Very, very lucky to get away for both of those cars, get away with that one. So, unfortunate there. Interesting to see a front right failure. It's something we do see at Sydney Motorsport Park every so often. The tyre degradation at this track can be quite high. And depending on where you start your pressures as well in these bigger, heavier cars, you can experience tyre issues if you're not careful. So I think maybe we've seen something like that occur there. As we head back around the back of the track at turn number 5 and watch the field stream through.
So this battle that we saw seeing is a bit of a less battle because the number 21 car of Gleason has been able to eke out a bit of a gap over the BMWs behind him. That's Neil and Anthonis. And Gleason is looking really, really red hot in that RX-7. And I guess it's sort of the other side of the coin there. It's a much, much lighter car, and it's not going to be putting anywhere near as much grief through those tyres, so can lean on them a lot more, push the car really through its paces and get rewarded quite well. So that number 135 car of Rob Neal in the BMW there, still doing his best to hold on, got a little bit of power behind him that he's using to his advantage where he can, but that RX-7 is rapid around the technical sections.
Absolutely, and the consistency you'll see in that car as well over the course of the race should be pretty solid with that lighter weight cars. These cars have been successful race cars for many, many years now, these older model RX-7s, and you can see here Gleason still showing that in this one.
This will give us a really good litmus comparison as they go down the main straight. How much more of that gap can be cut out by Neil? Not a huge amount. He's been able to bring it back to just a couple of car lengths there down the main straight, but Gleason will be feeling pretty comfortable in the number 21 RX-7. Able to hold on for now. Does he get on the defensive into turn 2? No, he keeps it to the outside, keeps his line nice and steady. He is feeling great behind the wheel of that RX-7.
Yeah, it was just Neil's fastest lap of the race last time by as well. Did a 146.4 last time by. So closing that gap, applying the pressure to the rear bumper of Gleason.
Awesome stuff here in the Aussie Tin Tops at Sydney Motorsport Park. As part of round 3 of the New South Wales Motor Race Championships, there's going to be action all day long. So stay tuned to Blainline TV, folks, and you won't miss a moment of it. As Gleason, he's got a huge gap in front of him, so his main priority now is just holding on to that 5th position on the road because it's a pretty big gap of around about 5 seconds ahead of him. So whether he'll be able to claw that back is unlikely in this stage of the race, but that car is putting himself into a really good spot to carry that momentum through for the rest of the day as well. So we'll be keeping a keen eye on that RX-7 as the day wears on because it looks really, really sharp, and personally I'm always a sucker for the rotaries as well.
Yeah, they always sound exciting and quite often shoot flame as well, which is awesome to see. As we head back and have a look at Holdens Racing in the older model Commodore here, running down in P12 at the moment in 467.
PN Commodore there, really reminiscent of the Gibson Motorsport liveries from the 90s that we all remember so fondly on that pretty similar model of Commodore as well. So really nicely presented car there, going quite well in 12th position on the road right now. So it looks really tidy and great. It's a great testament to just how much of the variety that we see here. And the more I look at this car, the more I realise how much detail has gone into getting it pretty close to the 90s spec with the same stickers and everything. We go back now, though, to the battle for second. Edwards has found a huge amount of pace out of nowhere. Either that or Gillette has made a mistake somewhere, but that has allowed car number 1 to get back into second position. So, bit of a change here. Really, really interested to see how this one's going to pan out over the rest of the race.
Absolutely. We're not sure what happened with Edwards before. I've been watching the timing the last few laps, and he's actually been clawing that gap back to the leaders in the last few laps. So whatever problem he had on board that Falcon, he has clearly been able to solve, because his lap times have been pretty extraordinary in the last few laps.
That partly explains it. Here's a replay of Gillette losing the back end of that Sylvia just a little bit. The battle was already red hot raging at that point, but that gave second position to Edwards on a silver platter. So he will be streaking away a little bit of a gap now. He's already opened up a few car lengths as they make their way around the lap traffic of Horworth's car. Can't really use him as much of a pick for a draft down the main straight as he gets the blue flags, but you can hear the V8, you can see it thunder down and just open up even more of a gap over Gillette's number 27 Sylvia there.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I've actually been really interested in this class is that the lap times are holding on, if not actually improving over the course of the race. There's a lot of personal bests being brought up on our timing screens at the moment. So drivers well and truly with their eye in, but also the cars improving lap after lap. So really interesting to see, and we're seeing these battles coming together as the race goes on.
We certainly are. We'll keep an eye on that gap from Edwards to Arnold to see if he's able to carve any more chunks out of that, because as far-fetched as it seems that Edwards might be able to make a challenge for the win, you never know. Anything can happen in motorsport, as Murray Walker would say, and it usually does. So I don't think Edwards is going to be very keen to rest on his laurels just yet. He'll still be pushing a little bit just in case something happens, then he can make a bit of time back up. But there's only 5 minutes to go in the race, plus GST, so not a whole lot of time left to do a whole lot. So it may just be a matter of, if you're in that position where you've got a big gap, just hold on to it. But if you're in a battle like this with these two BMWs, get your move done, get them fast. That number 23 machine of Antonis gets the move done around the outside of Neil through turn 3. Really, really good pass there. Has that car locked up and set up really, really nicely.
Yeah, great move around the outside of 3. Pretty committed to hold it around the outside there of turn 3, and he's already building a gap over Neil as well there around the back of the track. So looking like the older model BMW with the pace advantage at the moment.
Yeah, that E36 is flying, really nicely presented as well in that Jägermeister delivery. Good throwback to so many of those European campaigners that we've seen throughout motorsport history. Looks awesome. Really quick as well is Arnold in the lead. As a matter of fact, Edwards has posted the fastest lap of the race, the first driver to dip into the 37s with a 1:37.945. He is flying, so he's really keen to see if he can chew out a bit of a gap there. He's actually taken a lot of time out of Arnold's lead on this lap alone, so keep your eyes peeled on that gap at the front. There goes another 3/10, just as I talk about it. He is rapid in that Falcon, and he's got the score to settle. Can he catch up to the back of Arnold before this race is done?
Possibly. With that pace, you never know what can happen, and a driver in front of you being worried about that gap behind as well can make all the difference. If you can start to fill that mirror that little bit more, put the pressure on the driver ahead of you down the road, they see your headlights closing in, they start to focus a little bit more on you than actually driving the car fast. So that's what he'll be looking to do. Neil has just scooted away there from Ricketts down the straight in the Nissan Pulsar, but we're talking about how fast this Pulsar was around the back of the circuit before. You can see he's already closed that margin dramatically into turn number 2. Be looking to try and make a move around the back. But, again, we're talking about the difference in speed in different areas. Ricketts needs to make sure he can get the move done and then build a gap before he gets back to the main straight.
Yeah, these two cars are chalk and cheese, but he has been so quick in this part of the track, so let's keep a very keen eye on how he does. He's getting the back wheel off the ground through a lot of these tighter corners as well. He is giving it 11/10 in the Pulsar. You'll be able to see a little bit of air underneath that rear left tyre, and he's all over the back of Rob Neal there as they go through 5 into turn 6 as well. So this is exactly what you're talking about. These tight apexes here is where the number 41 thrives, so I reckon he's going to have turns 7 and 8 down on, that's what he's got in mind here. Can he get the move done, or is Neil going to be able to defend successfully? Goes right out to the outside, gets the car pretty close to the inside of the corner, shuts that door decisively. Has to send Ricketts around the outside. Great defensive driving there from Rob Neal.
Absolutely, he's close, but we're going to see that power of Neil's car come out here onto the main straights of the circuit, and he's going to have to make that gap back up, is Ricketts. And I think he needs to make sure he's close enough at turn 1 and really gets a good run. It's very, very close at the final corner here. So maybe he'll be able to use a little bit of slipstream advantage on the straight to lessen the damage a little bit heading down into turn 1 in terms of the overall time between them. but he'll really need to push on through turn 1, get the best exit he possibly can to have a look at turn 2.
In saying that, Neil also has a little bit of an advantage with the wake coming off the back of the car in front of him, but here's the battle for the lead. Look at how much that gap has been swallowed right up. The number 1 car of Brent Edwards is all over the back of Ben Arnold in that R33 Skyline. 2 seconds is the gap at the last split, but at this stage we've only got probably 1 or maybe 2 laps to go here, depending on when they decide to throw the boards and the flags. But this is on for young and old now. This has been an incredible recovery from Edwards in that number 1 Falcon, and the gap is down to 1.6.
Fastest lap for Edwards.
1:37.938. He is smashing out those fast lap times in the Falcon, menacing in the rearview mirror of Arnold's Skyline. They go in the run into turn 2 here, under brakes, trying to get the thing stopped, pointing in the right direction. You can see just how much he's got to fight the car through the slower corners. Not as much of a battle for Arnold in that Skyline, which does look a bit more planted, but yeah, we've seen the difference in the straights as well. Really, really good match-up here between these 2 cars for the lead.
Absolutely. It's another personal best to Sector 1 for Edwards on this lap. So closing that margin even more. 1.6 seconds faster last time by. And this is what we spoke about. Edwards is now well and truly closer in the mirrors for Arnold. And Arnold will be looking there to see a much bigger Ford Falcon in his mirror. Although he needs to keep his eyes forward, keep focusing on hitting his marks to make sure that he can get this win done. But Edwards' pace at the moment, the back end of this race, is extraordinary.
It's fantastic. The gap's about to dip under a second, but at this stage, you can see it on screen. That gap is academic. At this point, it's a matter of when can Edwards get onto the back, and is he going to be able to get the move done to get past? Because catching someone is one thing, but getting past them is a whole other kettle of fish, as Arnold in the number 44 Skyline rounds the last couple of corners here as they go into the back straight. The time has ticked into the negative, so we do not have very much time left to go at all. Popping and crackling, the last lap board was greeting them, but they're going to throw the checkered flag here as a matter of fact, and that is going to be a win in race 1 for Ben Arnold. Awesome drive there. So close for Brent Edwards. Just shy of getting that one done, but an awesome recovery drive there in the number 1 Falcon. Still a lot of a gap there behind to Gillett, who just crosses the stripe in 3rd. We go back now to Ricketts, going right around the outside, a bit of lap traffic there. He's made it past Rob Neal in the 135 BMW, and he is streaking away, trying to carve out as much of a gap as possible. Almost wants to see if he can catch onto the back of Antonis up ahead in the 23 BMW, but Ricketts in the number 41 Pulsar is flying.
Still needs to be mindful. He needs a little bit of a gap coming off the final corner. You don't want that BMW behind him to have the legs heading to the finish line here. Good fight, though. I think Neil's actually got his hands full at the moment with an MX-5 in the mirror, so that's all good news for Ricketts.
He certainly does. That's the number 16 of Helena Maris in that NC MX-5 all over the back of it there. So, yeah, he's a bit occupied with defence, but he's been able to pull away so far out of turn 8 there. Now the battle's back on. All over the back of Ricketts' Pulsar once again as they go into the last straight. Huge wobble there. Almost saved it. Just keeps it on the straight and narrow. Keeps it away from the stranded car there as well. Jeez, not how you want to be finishing a race for Helena Maris there. Gets it back on track. Further up the road, we see that Ricketts has been able to hold off Neal with a gap of 0.088. It was a drag race to the line, but Ricketts just brought it home there in the number 41 car. Awesome battling all the way to the end in this race.
Absolutely. That was an exciting race for Aussie Tin Tops for the first race of the day. Look forward to seeing them back on track a little bit later on.
We certainly will. We'll be looking forward to more Aussie Tin Tops after the dinner break, but here's those results by ARDC. So Ben Arnold just getting the job done over Brent Edwards there with Corey Gillett a fair way back, about 16.5 seconds back in 3rd. Peter Ryder and Troy Gleeson in 4th and 5th, and then we have Simon Antonis of the BMW battles we saw there. Michael Ricketts in the Pulsar brought it home in 7th on the road, and then we go Rob Neal, Stuart Gamble, and Helena Maris. Then we go further back to Simon Cox, Simon Horworth in the last of the finishers, and a few non-finishers and non-starters as well, unfortunately. So that is race 1 done and dusted. Hopefully we can get a lot more of these cars back out on track later today. But before then, we will be taking a little bit of a siesta here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got improved production coming up a little bit later on in about half an hour's time. So you will not want to miss a moment of that action. Don't go anywhere.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
while we're having this special down here in Blendline TV, we really wanted to showcase you just how crazy some of these vehicles are for the sports sedans. But also, we want to showcase you how crazy some of the drivers are as well. We're here with Tegan Collins. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. How are you?
Now, what are you racing today? Tell us all about your beast you've got.
It's a 1UZ FDRX7, so I'm in the 2 to 4 litre category.
And how are you going this weekend?
Yeah, good. So it's my first time racing here, so just improving all the time.
Now, I hear there's a bit of a State of Origin championship going on this weekend as well. What side of the fence do you sit on? Are you Victorian or are you New South Wales?
Victorian.
Oh, no, we might have a bit of rivalry here. I'm kidding. We're all supportive around here. Now, is this the vehicle here?
Yeah, that's the one.
That's it. So it's an RX-7.
Yep.
But it's got a V8 into it.
Yeah.
Can we have a look around it? Can you show us everything that's going on?
Yeah, I can give you a go. There's the fun part.
So this looks not like a rotary. I think it's just that little bit bigger. So did you guys decide that you wanted to go this way with it, or what was the engineering behind it?
So I actually used to own an FD a long time ago. I owned it for quite some time. And then I was going to build a car, and then Warren, who also races in Victoria, was selling this one. So I was like, well, it's not a rotary. I've had experiences with them before, but it's still the same shape that I'm familiar with. I'm like, it's perfect for me. Perfect for me to learn in and grow with, and it's been exactly that.
So what I see from it, you've taken the unreliable bit of a Mazda out, which is usually the rotary engine, and put it a more reliable and the bigger version of a Toyota in there as well. Now, do you do much work to the engine as well? Is this standard as it comes out of the car, or you've done some fairly big modifications out of it?
No, so for me, this is how I bought it, and, you know, once I can master my driving ability and get to the limits of, say, the tyres and whatnot, then I'll start working on the engine itself.
And you do a lot of the work yourself?
Yeah, I try and do what I can, servicing and things like that. I do whatever I can, yeah.
Fantastic. I tell you what, we love girls in motorsport. We love girls that can actually work on the cars themselves, and we love the girls out there giving the guys a run for their money. I think that's a pretty good work. So, great work. Enjoy your next race out there.
Yeah, will do. Thank you very much.
Now, the first car seemed a bit crazy. We're looking at an RX-7 with a V8 Toyota engine, but we've got something a little bit different here as well with Brett Shields. Shields, tell us about your Fiat, of all things.
Yeah, Fiat 124 with a 13B turbo rotary in it. So, yeah, pretty cool little thing. Paddle shift Hollinger, and yeah, it's pretty cool.
And how old is this car? I have seen this car around before, but I don't know if it's a brand newie or it's been around for 20 years. Tell me the history of it.
There's been a few generations, different chassis and stuff, back probably 40, 50 years now. Joe's been doing it, so but this one itself's about 20 years old. So yeah, we've just evolved it over the years, and it's a lot different to what it started out to be, but yeah, so it's going good now.
So the question that everyone's been asking us is online is, why a Fiat? Of all cars, you know, we kind of think of the Fiat as fix it again, Tony, but I can guarantee this one is, well, there's not a lot left of Fiat. So why did you decide to start with this body, or what's been the history with that body?
That's just been the history, yeah. Joe, his very first race car was just a road car that was a Fiat, and as it all happens, it just turns into, gets more and more serious from a road car, and then it's turned into this. So he's just stuck sort of with, that's just been him. Everyone's known him as having the Fiat. So this car was supposed to be an RX-7, but then in the build stage, he's decided against it and stuck with the Fiat. So it's pretty cool. It's a bit something different. I think that's why it catches people's attention a bit more.
Definitely has caught our attention for sure. One thing we're having a bit of a competition with is all the drivers in this category is what's original left of this cars. And I know this is one of those cars that's such a monster from what it used to be. Yep. There must be something of a nut or a bolt that's a factory Fiat part. Is there anything left?
I think it's the door handle and the door latch there. That's it.
There we go. We want a close-up shot of that as well. So, and the 13B engine as well, is it turbocharged?
Yeah. Yep, turbo.
And how much power are you putting out of that?
It's around the 650 horsepower, I think. So.
And generally quite reliable as well?
It has been, touch wood lately. We had a few issues a few years ago, but we're fairly well on top of it now. So.
That's what we like to see. We love to see these cars that have been really turned up on the wick, and we want to see them reliable as well. So what's your hopes for the rest of the championship? How are you sitting at the moment?
Currently leading the championship, so that's the goal for the rest of the year, is just to stay in front and just do what we have to do. So just keep finishing races, and that's the plan, just stay at the front.
No worries. You had an absolute smashing last race. You had an absolute get down and boogie type of lead as well. Let's hope you can do it in the next race. Thanks for the chat.
Awesome. Thank you. Thanks.
Cool. Great work. Thanks. Now, we've had a bit of a trend of Japanese cars with not so Japanese engines in them as well, but we've got something on top of here. Ada Munga, how are you, mate? How are you going?
Good, how are you?
Fantastic. Tell us about your beast that you got here.
So it's an S15. It's a shell I've had for about 15 years. It was a P-plate car. I used to take it to do track days and drive it to and from Winton back to Melbourne. I've brought it up here a few times for World Time Attack, and then over COVID we sort of stripped the thing back and said, let's go door-to-door racing, and sports sedan seemed like a good idea. And then with the extended period of wide open throttle, I thought the V8 seemed like a better idea as well, to finish.
Everyone's got their different choices of engines, but we definitely got a Japanese car with a Chevy iron V8 into it as well. Have you got a love for both types? Did you decide this was the engineering masterpiece to go? What was your thinking of trying to get a different engine that's not really Japanese in these cars?
Well, LSs are cheap, and they're cheap to build. And I think power goals wise, I knew the car was really good when you've got that sort of more than 250 rear-wheel kilowatt. If you get 300 or more, even better. This is a bit shy. It's about 270, 280, but it's that's the power goal I wanted. And the engine that came in that car, when we continuously ran it at 280 to 300 kilowatt, it couldn't hold together. Whereas this engine is a stock crank, stock rod, stock piston LS1, and it's on its third season, and it's still going. Yeah.
I tell you what, one thing I really do think about when you get into these sports sedans is reliability. And we know we had a couple of instances out there where cars really didn't finish. But the one thing I'm surprised is that a lot of people have figured out the cheat. They can get a lot of speed out there with reliability. But another thing on top of that as well is we have noticed that there is a lot of original parts in this car. Obviously, it is a monster of what it was. We've been having a bit of a competition with the drivers around of telling us what's still original on the car. The last one we looked at, he said the door handles. That was about it. What are we looking at here?
I might have more than that, but there's not a lot. The scuttle tray, the plastic scuttle tray and the wiper, the headlights, the roof, the chassis rails, and still a factory steering rack and a factory front and rear subframe. So all the suspension pickup points are factory. None of the suspension is factory, if that makes sense, yeah. So.
And do you find this type of car is still competitive in this series?
I think for a floor pan class car, 100%. Yeah, obviously with your outright like space frame V8 supercars, it's probably not the thing to keep up with them, although Matt with the BMW is definitely proving that you can. That thing's a machine. But yeah, it's I think for like a state level race meeting, 100%, like very competitive, yeah.
So we've seen this car go through many different reiterations, obviously from your P-plate car to the beast it is now. Is there any future plans? What's the next modification list you're kind of thinking?
It's gotten to the point where it just needs a bit of horsepower, I think, and a built 6-litre LS would be the top of my list. Yeah.
Well, let's hope you come back to the next race meeting with that beautiful engine. Thank you very much, Aidan, for the chat. Good work. Our quick last chat, we have Darren Hossack here talking to us about what happened with this gearbox. Now, I expected the gearbox to be out of the car, not the internals to be out of the car as well.
Been out, it's been apart, I've put some new gears back in, but like honestly, we're just asking too much of the little gearbox. That's the result. So hopefully there's a fix in the future, but at the moment we just keep firing new stuff at it and go again.
Well, it seems to be the way. Just keep firing parts at it until it keeps going. You reckon you'll be good for the rest of the weekend?
I hope so. You never know how much shrapnel's still left in the gearbox, but fingers crossed and we'll go out and see what happens.
Let's hope we see you there for the rest of the weekend. Good work, mate.
Appreciate it.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
Welcome back to Blendline TV's coverage of round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Race Championship in Sydney Motorsport Park, out in the western suburbs of Sydney. An awesome facility that we've been racing at for decades now. Produced so much quality action in all forms of motorsport, be it supercars, Grand Prix motorcycle racing, superbikes, improved production. Every single thing that we've seen so far this weekend as well has been giving us non-stop battles, and we're going to see more as the day, afternoon, and the night wears on here. We're in Eastern Creek here. This place has been open since 1990, and there's action aplenty all around this place. Turn 2 has been a hot spot all day long for many a category here, and you can expect to see the same in improved production coming up very, very soon. Same with turns 5 and 6 through that tighter section. This is where we're going to see really nice battling between the under 2 litre cars, trying to get one over the over 2 litre machines, which have a bit more of that power advantage over them. Especially here as they're going to turn 8, the slowest corner on the track. You can get the car parked on the inside, get a really nice move done there. It sets you up really nicely for the run through the last few corners onto the big main straight here at Eastern Creek Motor Raceway, now called Sydney Motorsport Park, with the track map brought to us by the ARDC. So, improved production is coming up for their first race of 3 here this afternoon as part of round 3, and it is a huge contingent of vehicles here. Not just the regular New South Wales competitors, but we've got a lot of cars from Victoria, South Australia, Queensland, all over the country, with a 40-car in excess field. My name is Matt Dunlop, and Madison Down joins me once more to call this one. A little bit different from the production touring cars that you regularly campaign, Madison. Some differences, some similarities, but a little bit more freedom they have in these cars to sort of do a little bit more and get, I guess, improve production, I guess, not necessarily like, I guess in the sense of you get a bit more freedom to just have a bit more fun with the engine, the gearbox, and it results in some really interesting matchups in the category.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, production-based cars, similar to production touring, with a massive variety of different cars in the field. But, of course, a little bit more open in terms of the restrictions in the rule set. So, expect to see a little bit more horsepower out of some of these cars. Definitely gearbox differences as well. You've got the opportunity to go with sequential gearboxes if you wish. You also can run non-standard wings, but they do need to fit into a certain box criteria as well. So they also are running the new Bridgestone control tyre this year. So that is another key difference versus production touring cars.
They certainly are. They're all coming to grips with the Bridgestone, pun not intended, as they are getting used to it around all the tracks that they race in New South Wales, Victoria, around Australia as well. So for quite a few drivers, it'll be their first outing here at Sydney Motorsport Park with the new Bridgestone rubber underneath them. And yeah, a bit of a learning exercise with some, obviously, practice and qualifying have already been, but race conditions are a different kettle of fish. We've got a 20-minute race coming up, 3 20-minute races as a matter of fact, here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And this will really, really put these cars to the test and see how they're going with this new rubber underfoot. And we do have a little bit of a delay before we get started, as we've got a couple of cars being recovered from the previous Formula Ford race, but we're looking forward to getting out on track very, very soon. And just looking at the grid sheet and knowing how many cars we're going to be running through, it's going to be a bit of a marathon for us just to get through all these cars while they're out on the formation lap. Massive, massive field, as mentioned. We can see a couple of the ones up the front there. The number 18 of that is the BMW of Joseph Lenthal that you can see right on the left of shot, and then next to him in the Sylvia there is Danny Castro Jr., who's been really doing quite well in the under 2 litres. So Danny Castro Jr., the current New South Wales points leader for the unders, with Ben Alge, his counterpart, leading the championship in the overs. And like with the production touring cars we've just seen, like with the tin tops, this track I think is really going to show just some great battles where we can see the over 2 litres roaring down that main straight and just putting the power down out of places like turn 3 and turn 8 and just thundering away, and then the under 2 litres really strutting their stuff through the technical twisty sections at the back of the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. This track is obviously a real driver's track. A lot of different styles of corners and obviously a lot of fun to drive, but creates its own challenges as well, not only for the drivers but different cars. And you've got that sector 1 where you've got turn 1, which is extremely high speed leading into the low speed turn 2, but once you come out of turn 2 into turn 3, it really becomes a track where the lightweight cars and good handling cars, I guess, really have a big advantage. And that basically sticks all the way through to turn 8 at the hairpin around the back of the track, where you start to get back onto those long straights again, and big V8s and turbocharged cars can really start to stretch their legs.
We're about to get underway here. The siren has sounded, indicating for the crews, get out of here, let's get these cars rolling. We should have the formation lap underway in just under 60 seconds' time, and we will see an armada of vehicles taken to this track to put on an incredible show for us. Whether you're trackside here at Sydney Motorsport Park, or whether you're watching the Blendline TV stream around Australia or indeed around the world, really, really good to have your company, and we hope you are enjoying the coverage so far today, and we hope you stick around for the rest of the day and the evening. We're going to be running all the way through till about 9:30, 10 p.m. potentially, under lights here, and it's going to be looking sensational with all these categories that we've been racing with. The RX-8 Cup, Sports Sedans, HQ Holdens, production touring cars, Aussie TTs as well, and these improved production machines who will be rounding out the day's action in their third race, but we've got 2 more races to go. We've not even started with the first, and they have started rolling out of the dummy grid now. So let's start taking a look through the grid as we get ready for race 1 of the New South Wales Improved Production Championship here for the third round of their season at Sydney Motorsport Park. So looking at the qualifying results, there's a bit of a split grid results here that I'm seeing from the initial results, but you can see just how much the comparison is. The red cars are the over 2 litres, the blues are the unders, and this is what I mean. They're just really nicely evenly matched. We've got Joseph Lenthal in that number 18 car on pole position with Danny Castro Jr. alongside in the number 26 car, so that's going to be a great battle. Nicholas Aglin and Lachlan McBride will be behind them on the second row, and then we have Justin Keys and Luke Gretsch-Cumbo out of P5 and 6. Ben Alge, the current over 2 litres points leader, is in 7th position with Andrew Butcher next to him in 8th. And then we go to Brad Vareca and Justin McClintock in 9th and 10th position. Down to the second page of 4 pages that we'll have total here. Dan Ridley and Brett Porter will line up next to each other. Then it's Charlie Viola and Kane Vareca behind them. George Mitchell and Michael Ricketts will be back out on track in that Nissan Pulsar that we saw in the Australian Tin Tops. That thing is rapid, don't miss it. Robert Jowett and David Vincent will be starting behind them, with Bruce Cook and Stephen Engel bringing us to the midway part of the grid here. Then we go on to David Haynes and Greg Young in 21st and 22nd. Jeff Hansen, Matthew Wildridge, Craig Wildridge, Benjamin Hanrahan, Alan Reed, Joshua Perkins, Paul Javots and Robert Besson put together a really clustered field of under 2 litre cars there from 23rd down to 30th. And then we look towards the rear end of the grid here with a lot more cars still to come as well. Shad Hassan and Jonathan Seeley will be starting ahead of Lachlan Barber, Luke Petru, Peter McCallum, Matthew Lamore, Mark Lamore, Greg Wright and Jack Winter, rounding out 39 starters. So a couple cars down from the initial entry list in qualifying, but who can complain when we still have 39 vehicles out on track here to do battle at the Sydney Motorsport Park. We may actually be short of another driver there. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo, I'm hearing, unfortunately, has had a motor issue, and he's not going to be taking part in this race, which is really, really unfortunate to see for that driver who's been doing quite well over the last few years down in Victoria. And speaking of Victoria, we've got such a massive contingent of Victorian competitors here. So good to have their company here in the New South Wales Championship today.
Yeah, awesome to see a field size this big. I know improved production is well and truly healthy in New South Wales, but to see so many drivers and competitors travel from interstate up to the New South Wales Motor Racing Championships for round number 3 is phenomenal, and look forward to seeing them all on track together. I'm sure this is going to be a bloody exciting race.
The start is going to be a really interesting one here with so many different cars, different power levels, different ways that they can get that power down as well. Going to see a lot of dicing, a lot of jostling off the grid here because especially of how shuffled we're seeing some of the overs and the unders, especially up at the point end of the grid. So let's keep an eye out and see how these cars can get off the line and how they can really get that, make that Bridgestone rubber work for them throughout the course of this race and the other 2 races today.
Yeah, and it's not always the high-power cars that get the best starts either, importantly. So sometimes it's easy to assume if you've got all the power, you're going to be the one that's racing down the road on the straights. But trying to get that power to the track is absolutely critical and can be very, very challenging. So it's not actually something that the drivers get to practice a hell of a lot. So it will be interesting to see who gets the jump in the field, and sometimes it can be the under 2 litre cars, that do rocket off the start a little bit quicker.
This is a great shot. You can just see that you think there's all the cars have come around, but they just keep coming and coming and coming. It's great that we're able to actually all get them on the straight part of the circuit, and none of them have to go around the back. But 39 cars taking to the grid here to get us started for Improved Production Race 1 very, very shortly.
Be looking for the green flag down the back shortly.
There's a missing grid spot that we mentioned earlier. So the car starting in third position will not be taking to the grid, unfortunately, today. So that leaves a pretty big opening for the 101 of Justin Keys in fifth. 5-second board is out. The revs are riding. Red lights are on. We're underway. Really, really good start for the number 18 car there of Joseph Lenthal, who gets a really good launch as the rest of the field filters down past the start line to get this one underway at Sydney Motorsport Park. Look at him streaking away through turn 1 there. Big gap there opening up behind. So awesome start from the number 18 car of Joseph Lenthal there, just leaving the 28 somewhat in the dust there behind him. So bit of a gap opening up already, but this is a long race with about 15 or so minutes still to go as they filter through turns 2. Side-by-side action on the way out. This is Justin Keys around the outside where they've got a car rotator. That's the 127 of David Haynes, unfortunately, who spun it there in turn 2. Got it back underway, so no harm, no foul by the look of it, but that's not how you want to be starting a race.
Yeah, unfortunate for Haynes there. Looks like he may have got a bit of a helping hand, but focusing back through the field, up into turn 6. You can see the RX-7 having a little bit of a look down the inside into turn 6. Good move.
Awesome move from Vareka there, getting the moves done in the Vareka Brothers Smash Repairs car. Let's have a look back at turn 2. So we'll get a bit of an idea coming from the left of screen. Ooh, very, very close there. I don't want to say what may have happened, but it almost looked like there could have potentially been some contact. I hope that wasn't the case. Some Commodore on Commodore friendly fire, and you can even see some witness marks potentially on the front right of that number 5 car who was involved.
Yeah, not what you want to see, the two red Commodores potentially getting together. It was a little bit hard to see at the start of the shot there, but both of them going again. You see Jack Winter in the Evo coming down the inside there, not quite getting up alongside, but hopefully looking to get to the inside onto the last corner. Shows the nose, thinks better of it.
That's Matt Wildridge in the Ford Escort there, doing his best to hold off that Evo. It's going to be a very tricky endeavour for him to hold him all the way down this main straight, because he's going to have a little bit more grunt underneath that Mitsubishi bonnet. Going to make the pass there, or almost try to, but no, the door closes, so that Escort has a lot of go behind it. Will that change into turn 1? Great move there from the 777 car, getting the clean move done into the fast sweeping left-hander.
Yeah, nice move. Eyes forward now for him, getting towards the Civic. Oh, that's very late on the brakes into turn 2. Gets it down there, and Jowett opening the door there to avoid contact. Very, very good sportsmanship, but the move done there in the Evo.
Great heads-up driving there from Jowett to avoid what could have been a pretty unfortunate way to win both of their races almost, but they press on and the move gets done there. Whether they're going to be feeling great about how that was done is a different question, but still they're on the track and they've got a lot more of this race to shake out, and that Civic of Robert Jowett has the go fast lights on as well, so he is not looking to let that place go anytime soon. Side by side, this is number 5 of Greg Young, getting right in the thick of the action once again. Can't keep himself out of it, leaves the door open a little bit into turn 6, and that move's going to get done as they go over Corporate Hill.
I was just going to point out, Winter did start from last, wasn't it, on the grid? Because Winter, on the timing at the moment, is P14, which is unbelievable if that's the case. To come up that many positions in this quickly in the race is unbelievable.
He's certainly looking very, very quick, is Winter in the 777. Rounded up, though, that Commodore with no worry whatsoever. Now he's coming up on the back of the number 59 car of Andrew Butcher, a regular campaigner in the Victorian Improved Production Championship as well, with the Epilepsy Foundation on the side of that car. I don't know if that E46 is going to be able to hold off the 777 who just flies around the outside, but I also think Butcher may have an issue with the car, whether he's just pulling off to the side, I'm not sure, but that looks like he's headed straight for the pit lane. What a shame that is for Andrew Butcher. His race is done after only 2 laps.
Yeah, massive shame. Not sure what has gone on there. Obviously no smoke coming out of the car, but a massive loss of pace and bringing that one back to pit lane. So we focus back on Winter in the 777. really ploughing his way forward through the field and gaining so many spots, up to P12 now, as we look at Jowett down the inside into turn 2, has the door slammed shut from Perkins.
Has to jump on the anchors there to stop contact from happening. Really, really good heads-up driving from Jowett, but it's just not the outcomes that he's hoping for. He's losing places left, right and centre. That is not what we want to see. That's a car off the side of the road. It's one of the Renaults in this race. We'll keep an eye out for which one that is, but we'll also keep an eye out for the local yellows, whether they even decide to potentially go for a safety car, depending on where that car's located. But we're still green for the meantime, so we're going to keep racing, and all these cars will have engineers in the rear saying, hey, we've got a car stranded, you can get a move done, get it done now, because we may have to get this race neutralised. And 10.5 minutes isn't a huge amount of time. It's a relatively short race, so if you can get a move done, you want to be able to get through as soon as possible. But also what we found, watching a lot of these other production car categories, Aussie tin tops, is getting the move done is one thing, but getting it done in the right place at the right time is quite another. And that's a principle that applies to a lot of this style of racing.
Absolutely. If you've got the straight line handling, you need to make sure that you utilise that in the right sections of track. And likewise, if you're in one of these under 2 litre cars and you pass someone at the final corner, there's a very high chance that you're just going to get rounded back up down the main straight again. So picking and choosing where you're going to make that move and set that move up is absolutely critical.
Small piece of debris just flew off the side of one of those cars and went through the final corner. Not sure what it was. We'll keep an eye out to see what happens there. The 777 though, daylight behind him, opened up an incredible gap. Has Max Winter in that Evo. Now he's ranging onto the back of this battle here. So we've got a BMW, the number 55 car there of David Vincent, leading off the number 7 Honda of Charlie Viola, and right on the back of them as well, we've got the S14, who's about to be rounded up by Winter as well. So I believe we're looking at the number 61 car of George Michel. We are indeed, but back a little bit further up here, this is the battle for 9th position on the road. So a lot of points to play for here in this battle. How long until these cars get rounded up by the 777 is the question that I've got. But in the meantime, awesome scrap that we've got. Bit of rear wheel getting lifted off the ground there for the Honda Integra as well.
Yeah, it's always cool watching front-wheel drive just hike that inside tyre on the way into those lower speed corners. I think they were side by side with Winter behind at turn 6. It looks like Winter did get the job done. So Viola is going to have to get a move on here because Winter is coming very, very quickly in the mirrors. But good fight between Viola and Vincent as well here for the back spots of the top 10.
So Mark Lamore is that number 43 car stranded on the side of the road. He's out of the car and he's onto the other side of the concrete. So they're going to keep that one as a local yellow, and the race will stay green, which is great to see because we're going to see a lot more action. These two cars coming onto the back straight. A lot of dust being kicked up in front of them as well. Momentum is such an important thing, especially for the under 2 litre cars. You want to use as much of the track as you possibly can, even if that means kicking up a little bit of dust here and there, as we saw from that number 38 Ford Escort being driven by Bruce Cook. So he's going to have a pretty strong battle on his hands when these two cars find their way onto his tail, and not least if Winter's able to join them too. Look at really having a look up the inside there is Viola into turn number 2, can't get it done. The door left pretty wide open. That's going to compromise the run out of there for the number 55 car of Vincent. So he's now side by side with Viola as they go into 4, and he's going to get that move done. For the time being, a little bit drifts wide off the apex, but locks that in. So great move there from Viola.
Yeah, nice move. Got it set up, got it done in the right place. And we're eyes forward here to try and build a little bit of a gap to make sure that Viola can start to catch Cook, the next car on road. Winter has also got the job done for P11 and is starting to set chase after Vincent as well. So with Winter's pace at the moment, you'd have to assume that he may be there in the next lap or so.
There he is, right in the back of shot, just on cue. He is smashing it out with his fastest lap of the race so far being a 1:43.9. So not the fastest car on track, if you believe it. That honour belongs to Lenthal out front with a 1:41.43, his quickest so far. But he's only got a gap of just over a second behind him. We'll keep tabs on that lead battle throughout the race. But meanwhile, side by side, we've got cars 4 and 5. So that's Robert Jowett in the Civic once more, mixing it up with Greg Young in the Holden R8 HSV car there. as they go through the final corner. He's going to have a try, a bit of a look there. Jeez, giving it absolutely everything, just trying to get in front of him onto the run to the main straight if possible. He's not going to be able to do that, and now we're going to see the Commodore just walking away from the Civic to some degree. But yeah, this is exactly what we mean. A bit of rally driving from an Escort in the background there as well. Yeah,
the RX-7 getting the job done there. Perkins down the inside of Jowett. Jowett, I think, was looking to try and interrupt the run of the Commodore onto the straight and try and give them something to think about to, try and make their exit a little bit worse, but ended up actually getting past in the process. As Jowett's back down the inside at turn 2, not quite going to get the job done, though, on Perkins. So giving up a little bit of track position, but we've said it time and time again with these production-style car races at the moment. The difference in speed in different areas of track is just so interesting to watch, and these two fighting side by side at the moment, interesting to see if they can bring this gap back towards the Commodore in front of them.
Yeah, as they went through turn 2 earlier, I wasn't sure if I was watching live footage or a replay of earlier in the race. It's almost the exact same thing we saw. Speaking of RX-7s, that is not what we want to be seeing for Kane Vareka there in the Team Green machine. He is coming to a halt somewhere on the circuit. Whether the car's had an issue, I'm not sure, but this race is done. We'll keep an eye out for local yellows because that may neutralise another potential passing opportunity for the rest of this race. But for the time being, we're still definitely green as this battle pack goes line astern through turn number 8.
And this is the problem for Jowett. He's closed that gap yet again to Young in the Commodore, but that's all going to diminish again onto this straight. And I'd say Jowett's actually going to be under threat from the cars behind him. He's got a good 3 or 4 cars there behind him there. So, yeah, it is tough in these under 2 litre cars to kind of put in all that hard work around the back of the track and then watch it all diminish down the main straight.
It's certainly not through lack of trying, and that's such a good example. That last corner is where that Honda Civic of Robert Jowett really excels. He's able to keep it absolutely planted there, and he got right up onto the back of Greg Young's car, but lost so much ground there up down the main straight, as you mentioned. So strengths and weaknesses, swings and roundabouts, quite a bit we see around Sydney Motorsport Park with improved production. Number 42 car, a little bit of a puff from I'm not sure if that's from the tyre, if that's just getting thrown out of the exhaust there, but he's not as close to Jowett as he would like either in that RX-7, so that gap is opening up a little bit. This being the battle for 12th on the road with the car of Greg Young leading that one out. So very, very important points all the way through this sort of section here. Not huge jumps in points from position to position when you're here, but every spot counts, and you want to be able to strut your stuff, and look how much pace he's carrying through turn 5.
Yeah, this is the chance for Jowett. He's got to get it done around the back here somewhere to give himself enough time to have that main straight disparity taken away. So head back into the field. We'll look at another HSV, car number 14 of Lachlan Barber.
He's got the number 90 Escort of Robert Bearson right behind him as well. A lot of Ford Escorts in this race. Great to see. Awesome machines that I always love seen thrown around a racetrack anywhere in the world. And yeah, watching these two go through turn 2, 3 and 4, just such a great contrast between the two styles of car and what they're able to excel at. And you'll see that here as well in these next couple of corners. The Escort, the number 90 car, is going to be able to range right onto the back of the Commodore once more. But the Commodore's got a bit of traffic in front of him as well in the form of the RX-7 that he's trying to get past. But defense is defense is being performed very well.
Yeah, the eyes are forward in the Commodore, trying to close that gap to the RX-7. We're coming into Commodore territory, though, with the long straights coming up. So it'll be interesting to see whether that gap can diminish in front, or the Escort getting actually a run out of the hairpin, but the displacement of the Commodore there just really stretching the legs and getting it down the road.
Yeah, the motor in Michael Buckley's RX-7 at the front there is definitely nothing to be brushed off either. That thing is really thundering through in the over 2 litre class as well. So he'll be trying to pull as much of the gap down the main straight as possible to keep the Commodore behind him as well. We have a look throughout the rest of the field. We don't have a whole lot more time to go in this race. Just under 2 minutes to go. Lenthal still leads with Keys in the 101 second. McBrien is in third. And the number 26 car of Danny Castro Jr., having started in second, dropped into fourth pretty quickly on the first lap and hasn't really been able to recover it since. But still running really, really solid for leading the under 2 litre class is Castro Jr.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking, through the field, the lap times are staying pretty consistent on the Bridgestone. It looks like most of the drivers in the field have worked out this tyre reasonably well. As you can see, Cook there, very, very hot with the second to last corner, just ahead of Michelle there in the Nissan.
So this is a bit further down the pack, and we can see the 777 there actually getting rounded up by...
There's a problem for that,
by
777.
Yeah, big problem. The hazard lights are on. He's pulling right to the inside. I think he's had a tyre let go, throwing rubber out of the back of that 777 Lancer. That rear right, I would hazard a guess to say, is not in a good state. You can see the state of the guard around it has been thrown out of whack as well. Really tricky to say what's happened there. Is it the front left? It's the front right there, which has actually had issues. And that is not the way that we wanted that race to go. Explosive as it was for Max Winter in the 777 car. Really, really unfortunate end with a tyre issue on the front right.
Yeah, that was interesting because that car was making its way through the field at rapid pace, but did that come at the expense of a front right tyre? You could see that front right delaminating down the straight there and through turn one, and unfortunately probably couldn't have happened in any worse spot at the start of the main straight there. Missed the pit entry and unfortunately has to do a whole lap. There's a lot of smoke there at the top of the main straight.
Yeah, there certainly is. A lot of smoke being chucked up. We're not sure who it's come from, but the race is still persisting. I can't see any stranded cars in this shot, so we're all good. As we can see, the checkered flag is actually out here, and Lenthal has taken the race win in the number 18 car. Keys crosses the line in the 101. Justin Keys in second position, with McBrien in the 52. Lockie McBrien crossing in third position. So that will bring an end to the race here for improved production to start things off. Probably not a moment too soon with all the rubber that had just appeared on track there. So there'll be a little bit of tidy up to get that sorted out as the rest of the field filters across the line. We do see the number 26 car of Danny Castro Jr. does bring it home in fourth position to take the under 2 litre honours as well. So great result from him, but the battling is nowhere near done. We're right back in the thick of it with Greg Young once more. He's got Perkins in the 42 RX-7 right behind him, and the ever-present Robert Jowett in the Honda Civic trying to have a lunge up the inside. Is he going to be able to get a run and get that move done? I don't think he is. That will be Young across the line for 11th ahead of Perkins, Jowett, Engel, and the rest of the field all filtering through behind there as well. So lots of sensational battling all the way up and down this improved production field. And if you liked what you saw there, folks, definitely stay tuned for the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. We'll be having another improved production race after dinner, just after 6 p.m, and then again to round out the day's action at around about 9:30 under the lights for both outings. So that's going to be spectacular, to say the least. You won't want to miss that. In the meantime, that does bring an end to race 1 of the improved production here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and we'll get confirmation of those results up on screen for you shortly. A lot of cars out on track, of course, a huge field, and let's have a look thanks to ARDC. So Joseph Lenthal, as we mentioned, our race winner ahead of Justin Keys and Lockie McBrien, making an all over 2 litre podium. Great result from Danny Castro Jr. to bring it home in 4th position, winning the class for the under 2 litres. And then Brad Vareca, Dan Ridley, Charlie Viola, David Vincent, Bruce Cook, and George Michelle rounding out your top 10 here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And the rest of the results coming through as well. You can see a huge contingent there. That's the battle we were spending so much time focusing on, that Greg Young was able to come home in 11th to head off Perkins, Jowett, Engel, and then Wildridge behind him with Hanrahan, Craig Wildridge, Paul Javots, David Haynes, and Alan Reid in 20th position. We go further back as well through the rest of the field. Massive bumper field here that we've had at improved production. Shad Hassan, Jonathan Seeley, Michael Buckley, Lockie Barber, Jack Winter, eventually credited in 25th on the provisional results, but we'll see how that shakes out, and we'll see if he can get back out on track for race 2. Fingers crossed he can. Robert Burson, Peter McCallum, Luke Petru, Greg Wright, the last of those ones, and then we see Kane Vareca in one of the non-finishers that we saw in the green RX-7. A little bit of a race of attrition we noticed with a few cars not being able to make it to the finish, but still a massive field there. That's improved production race 1 done and dusted. Madison Down, thank you so much for joining me in the comms box. We'll see you later on, but up next, we've got race 2 of the RX-8 Cup. I will be sticking on the microphone, and I'll have Lindsay Muddle joining me very, very shortly. You will not want to miss a moment of it, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app, where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
Welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park for round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Race Championship. We are here with the New South Wales RX8 Cup about to head out on track for its second of 3 races today and tonight. We're getting towards the last couple of bits of sunlight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The sun will be going down in a couple of hours and we'll be under lights very, very soon, with the RX8s about to get out on track and give us a red-hot show. Matt Dunlop is my name, and I've got Lindsay Muddle alongside me once more. Lindsay, it's been a really frenetic start to the RX8 Cup here today at Sydney Motorsport Park, and I'm looking forward to a lot more of the same action.
Yeah, same here, Matt. As let's take a look at the starting order for race 2. So starting off of pole position will be Robert Scott after knocking Jack Childs off the top in race 1. Speaking of Jack Childs, starts alongside him on the front row. Then you have Jackson Noakes and Grant Bray sharing the second row. Then you have Glenn Gamble and Jake Lauer in P5 and P6. Then you have Michael Starr and Mark Wilkes in P7 and P8. Then you have Grice and Linders rounding out the top 10.
We go back to the next page of the cars here. Hunter Kay will be starting out of 11th with Gary Lauer next to him in 12th. And then we have Maisie Place, Jake Hextall, Stephen Dury, Manath Prasad in 16th. And then Ross Forbes and Paul Spiteri rounding out the 18-car grid here in race 2 of the RX8. So we've seen these ones first cab off the rank earlier this morning, just after 11:15. We've had a bumper day of racing action since then, and we're about to go again. We've got another set of races for all the categories. Three sets of races for all the categories except the RX8s, which have 4 races today. They are getting right in the thick of it. So a lot of RX8 action still to come. I've seen a lot of smoke being thrown out of the tailpipe of one of the cars going through shot there. So I'm not exactly sure which one that was. I'll keep an eye out.
Grice.
We'll double check and see, because it's definitely it's not the thing you want to be seeing out of the back of your race car on a formation lap, but whether it's just a temperature issue that gets itself out of the way once we're up and running and everything's warmed up, it's hard to say.
No.
That is chucking a fair bit of smoke.
Yeah, it is Grice.
Yeah, that is indeed Grice in the number 2, as you correctly pointed out, throwing a lot of blue smoke out of the pipe as he puts his foot down. So we'll see if that one does make it onto the grid. Wonder how much he's going to be able to see that in his rearview mirror, and whether he can feel any difference in the car, or what's happening there is a really odd one. But at the moment, in terms of temperature as well, everyone's trying to get as much of it as possible into these tyres to get the best start possible.
Yeah, and it's only getting colder from here as well, so trying to get some temperature in the tyres as this night wears on is going to be even harder. That is a lot of smoke pouring out the back of Grice's car. This is not going to be a positive start to his race, I wouldn't foresee, but we'll see if he pulls over to the left or if he tries to take the race start. But I'd hazard a guess and say if he tries to take the race start, he's not going to get very far.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye and see what happens here as they come across to the grid. But, oh, geez, that is chucking it big time.
He's already pointed left.
Yep, I think, indicating that's a real shame there for Luke Grice in the smart boating machine, whose race is done before it's even started. So that's one less starter that we're going to have here for race 2. Fingers crossed he can get back out on track for the days later races, but he's got time against him here to try and figure out what's going on with that car, get it sorted out, and recoup some points later today.
Yep, so the drivers will now be forming up onto the grid as we get ready to go for race 2 here of the New South Wales RX8 Cup. And Matt, it's going to be a fantastic race. You've got Rob Scott and Childs going at it once again.
We certainly do. This time they've switched positions on the front row, so it's going to be Scott on the inside with Childs on the outside. Really, really interesting to see whether that's going to change how they line up going into turn 1 this time around. Scott was able to get ahead and lead the race pretty much from start to finish last time around, but not without a fight from Childs. Can Childs get back in front? I can almost be certain there's going to be a fight no matter what happens at the front here, and a lot of battles all the way up and down this RX8 field. We're just waiting for the red lights to go out as the revs build in these Renaissance rotaries, and we're underway here. Ripping start from Scott in the number 17 car. Gets a cracking start ahead of Jordan Childs, so he has to drop back in a second position as they streak down towards turn 1 for the first time. They all filter through here. He's been able to recoup that, has Childs in the number 99 car onto the back there, but that was a sensational getaway from Robert Scott. Could not have wished for much better.
Yeah, and now Lauer and Noakes are side by side as they head up through turn 2, so this is going to be really close between the two of them now. Lauer has the outside line. That'll give him the inside as they dip back down into turn 3, however, so we'll see who comes out on top in this little scrap as they head over through turn 3. Now out the other side, down the hill towards turn 4. It is Lauer out in front in this fight, but it's not over yet. It's back down the inside from Jackson Noakes. Is he going to try and retake the place? Of course he is. Back down the inside. That gives him the outside line, though, as they run through turn 5. It's side by side between the two of them, but Lauer will surely hold on with the inside line heading up towards turn 6. Who's going to be last on the brakes? Lauer does have the inside line, but he was dropping back. He gets to the inside curve first, though, and he holds on to the place. Great move by Lauer.
What a fantastic battle that took more than half the lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park from the exit of 2 all the way through to 6 and 7. That is sensational racing between Jake Lauer and the number 27 of Jackson Noakes as well. Really, really fantastic stuff, and this is just the beginning, folks, here in race 2.
Yep, absolutely sensational stuff at the moment as they make their way out through the final couple of corners here, and Jack Childs is right up behind Rob Scott as well. That gap just about 0.4 of a second as they head through the final couple of corners. But now looking at the 25 car of Gamble with Wilkes hot on his heels as they head out of the final corner. There's a few battles starting to form here already as they finish the opening lap.
What I'm really excited to see throughout this race is how a lot of these drivers adapt to the changing conditions. As you mentioned earlier, it's a lot colder than it was this morning, and we've got a lot of rookies in the field. Big lunge up the inside here for Jack Childs through turn 1. Awesome move. Oh!
There's contact. Oh, Jack Childs goes off the track. Huge contact. The leaders come to blows through turn 1, and Jack Childs just keeps it out of the wall, but that is absolutely huge in the grand scheme of this RX8 Cup round. Can he get it out of the gravel trap? That is now the next question. It looks like he's limping out, and he's just escaped the gravel, but a huge crash in the context of this race.
Wow, massive moment for Jack Childs there, all the way to the back of the field. That is not the race 2 he was looking for, and he's picked up a lot of gravel in that number 99 machine as well, through the gravel pit on the exit of turn 1. Geez, that's a really scary place to have it off, and it was really lucky to keep it out of the tyre barrier.
Yeah, he just kept it out. That was so close. There's probably a bee's whisker between those two as they headed up, and then as they made contact and he went to the outside wall, he almost hit it, but great car control to keep it out. I cannot undersell that. That was brilliant there from Jack Childs. Let's take a look at the replay. So Childs goes down the inside. He's inching forward. He's inching ahead, and it looks like, he starts to lose it just a little bit. I think there might have been a slight graze, and it got him over the curb, and he just snapped, and it came back the other way. A bit of a tank slapper, and he did clip it, but just luckily that should be no damage. That was a small tap, but that's really scary stuff.
You know, having a look at that, there's a part of me that thinks maybe he just lost it all on his own. It was so close between the two. It's really hard to tell, but it's on the limit, on the ragged edge going through that corner, especially when you're trying to get a move done. So if it was just a matter of him losing the car all on his own, I would not be shocked if that's the case. And if so, really heads up driving for Rob Scott to keep his nose clean and keep out of trouble there as they went through turn 1. So he maintains the lead, and he posts the fastest lap of a 1:49.7 that time by, and that's giving him a pretty handy gap behind to the car of Grant Bray, who now finds himself promoted up into second position.
Yep, so absolutely fantastic stuff as he tries to trot along into the distance. As now we look at car 6, that is Lauer making his way through turn 1. Spiteri right behind him, as well as there goes car 3. That's Dury down the inside now with Spiteri as they head through the second corner here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's wheel to wheel between the two of them now as they rise up over the crest and towards turn 3, and it looks like Dury has just managed to get that move done before they head into turn 3.
Just got it done for the time being, but lots of direction changes coming up through this next technical section through 4, 5, 6 and beyond. A little bit of a lock up there from car 11 as well of Paul Spiteri, just giving it everything, trying to get back in front of Stephen Dury here at through turn 5, but has to tuck in once more as they go all the way to the outside there, using as much of the curb as possible to just maintain as much momentum as you can through this relatively slower, more technical section.
Yeah, and that is what it's all about, as you can hear the limiter banging once again in these rotary machines. It looks like he's going up the inside here with Spiteri of turn 7, really trying to put Dury in on the wrong part of this racetrack, but now he has the inside. Spiteri's trying it the long way around as they head around Corporate Hill, now down through turn 8, and he's had to back up for now, but this battle is far from over between these two.
Great defence there from Stephen Dury. Parked the car in the middle of the track there, didn't give a whole lot of leeway to the number 11 behind him of Spiteri, and that forced him onto the back foot and made him have to go a little bit wide. He's been able to recover that pretty well there with a good run off the exit of turn 8, and he's all over the back of Dury's car once more as they round the final corner and head down the hill towards the start-finish line once more.
Yep, so Paul Spiteri, there we go, I got the words out eventually, is making his way down through towards turn 1. He's going to be on the attack here, you would have to imagine, as he makes his way in towards the high-speed turn 1. We've already seen a scary moment, but in the background as well, that was Jack Childs closing in to the back of this fight, so it's far from over for Jack Childs' race. He's got 9 minutes 40 of recovery to do, as now we look at Michael Starr on the back of
Glenn Gamble in the number 25 there, having an awesome battle. So this is for 6th position, and this is part of what I love about the RX8 Cup is you get these battles all the way up and down the field. And Michael Starr has been really in the thick of it all day long in that Vodafone business machine. Didn't have a great start to his race earlier today, but he recovered quite well, and now he's looking to keep that momentum going as much as possible. But Greg Gamble's making it really tricky for him in that number 25 car just in front. Getting the defensive lines really nailed down there, costing themselves both a bit of time though. So I think the number 88 car of Mark Wilkes is going to be looking in his rearview mirror, quite happy that the two cars behind him are taking chunks out of each other. There is Wilkes, a little tiny bit sideways almost through turn 7, hard to say, but he's got it pulled up again as they go through 8. And now the number 12 car, as a matter of fact, of Jeffrey Linders has also joined onto the back of this battle. So it's all happening all the way up and down.
Yeah, Jeffrey closing in quite rapidly as these two continue to go at it. So Glenn Gamble will be on the defense while Michael Starr tries to get the move done. But all the while, you can see Jeffrey Linders closing in, and that gap will continue to close as these two scrap away here in the RX8 Cup. So as they round out of the final corner now, so 8 minutes to go in this race, and these three are going to be going at it hammer and song until the checkered flag is flown in, well, what is still a lot of time in the context of a motor race as they head down in towards the high-speed left-hander. Is anyone going to try and show a nose? It doesn't look like it. They're not close enough, but the slipstream will now be in full effect as they head towards turn 2.
A few too many car lengths there to get anything done in turn 1, but good chance to sort of gauge how the car's going to feel when it's a little bit lighter, because when you're in the wake of the car in front of you, it's going to take a little bit of that air off your front splitter and off your rear wing as well. So car's not going to be as dialed in as you'd expected through turn 1. So good chance to just make sure you're comfortable with the car when you're in the thick of a battle there through turn 1. As we saw early in the race, if you get it wrong there, it does can really upend the rest of your race.
Yeah, and these two will continue to scrap it. It looks like Jeffrey has just dropped off the back of them just a little bit, so he's falling away as he closed up to these two. He's fallen back just as fast, but now Michael Starr has a brilliant run through the exit of turn 5. Could he even think about it up towards turn 6 now as he closes in? He's showing the nose. He's filling up the mirrors of Glenn Gamble, but nothing doing just yet. Meanwhile, it looks like Jack Charles has made up a place on Spiteri further down, so his climb now continues. Well, actually, it begins here in this race.
It certainly does. We'll keep a keen eye on him to see how many of those spots he can recover through the rest of the races today, using a progressive grid, of course. We now go back to the battle for the lead, which is really, really close here. Rob Scott is only about a second and a half in front. We've got a really good battle here for second, third, and fourth. And if these guys can keep their noses clean and just stay line astern, they might have a really good chance of, forming a bit of a tandem train, especially down the main straight here, getting a little bit of that pace back up, cashing onto the back of Scott and making it a 4-car battle for the lead. But for the time being, a bit of daylight in between Scott and Bray, and that gives us a nice 3-car battle for second place here, with Noakes just on the cusp of on fourth there, a little bit further back than you'd expect, but really, really shaping up to be a nice battle towards the end of this race.
Yeah, it 100% is, and Lauer is not messing about at the moment, staying right on the back of Bray as they head up through the laps here in this race, because they've completed quite a few at this point, and the management has been really good from everybody involved at the moment. Nobody pushing too hard, nobody not pushing hard enough. It seems that everybody's got their car in a fairly stable window, and I think that we saw cars overheating earlier, maybe because the track has cooled down. It's just making these cars a little bit more manageable.
I've seen a couple of cars having to duck out of slipstreams here and there, but nowhere near as much as I was expecting. So these cars are being benefited by the much cooler air this time of day, able to really stay in there and just keep it locked in the back bumper, not too worried about how much of the cold air is getting into the engine. So they've got them tuned up really, really nicely here. A little bit of pace lost off the exit of turn 5 there for Lauer there. So he's actually fallen back into the clutches of Noakes a bit more. And that gives Bray a little bit more breathing room behind him, but just for the time being, because it ebbs and flows so much around this Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yeah, it absolutely does. And cars are always set up differently for different sectors, I've noticed. Every time I call a race here, whether it be RX8s or any of the other categories out here today, sometimes a car is a lot quicker in the middle sector than the rest of the lap, and that's because it's set up that way. So you'll always see someone pull backwards, they'll lose a gap, and you think they might be falling away, and then by the time you finish the third sector, they're right up on the back end of the car in front of them. So that's probably slightly the case here. Let's talk about Jack Childs for a moment. He's already back up into 11th, so he's overtaken Spiteri, Dury, Lauer, Place, and then he's now in 11th, so he's moving up the field rapidly.
Yeah, he's putting himself in a good spot, and he does have a couple more gaps ahead of him, so only 7/10 off the back of Hextall in front, but Hextall is 8 seconds behind Kay. So there may not be a whole lot more passing that Charles can get done, but he'll be wanting to get as much done as possible. Put himself in a really good spot for the start of race 3 later this afternoon. That's a very slow number 80 machine of Place there, of Maisie Place. A little bit of bodywork hanging off the back there. Whether there's been an excursion of some sort of contact, I'm not sure, but that car is looking a lot slower than it should be. So Place getting right out of this battle here as the cars ahead. So this is the number 6 of Gary Lauer leading Dury, and then behind them we've also got Spiteri, this being the battle for now 12th position on the road. So it's all happening all the way up and down, as it does tend to often do in the RX8 Cup. This battle for second position is still neck and neck as well. Rob Scott hasn't been able to get as much of a gap as he would like, whether he's just taking it easy and just wanting to bring it home in one piece, or whether these 3 cars behind him are just absolutely rip-snortingly quick. I think it's a bit of a combination of both.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of management. We know Rob Scott was doing some absolutely blistering times in the opening race, and I think he's lost a few tenths compared to his previous best lap time from race 1, but still I don't think there's too much management going on. I think that the cars behind have just gotten quicker because Lauer's done a 1:48.6 as his fastest lap of the race, so there's clearly some closing down of the overall field spread in pace, so I think that's really good to see.
Yeah, and these 3 guys battling for second position are keeping it nice and tidy. They're sort of, keeping it line astern and just maintaining their lines, their gaps, and just making sure they can hit their markers and just keep the best racing line for the most speed possible. A little bit of variance in the lines going through the last corner here, and we may even see, it almost looks like the number 66 is trying to get around the outside and potentially draft down the main straight as they kick up a little bit of dust from some oil down on the circuit. Fanning out in a couple of different directions. Now we can see some movement side to side down the main straight, just trying to get a little bit more of the cool air back into the front of that Renesis rotor.
Yep, so Grant, that's slow there. That's really slow there from the 66. That's Lauer going slowly at the moment. Jake Lauer slowing down and dropping off quite quickly, so maybe it wasn't something off the track. It looked like it came out of the exhaust to me, but I mean, he's slowing down quite a lot here.
Yeah, he certainly is. It's tricky to say.
Is.
Yeah, that's not looking particularly healthy out of the tailpipe of the number 66 machine, unfortunately. He's gone right out of the battle here, so Wilkes will be seeing that and he'll be putting the foot down just that little bit more, see if he can get himself up into 4th position, because that'll be a really nice little benefit for himself. But what a shame that is for Jake Lauer in the 66, having such a strong race up there in the thick of it for the podium battle up until now.
Yeah, absolutely disastrous. So we'll see what he can hold on to here, if anything at all, as he continues to make his way through. He's not got long to limp, so if the car can still go, he should still bring it to the end. All the while, it looks like we've got Glenn Gamble falling down the timing tower. He's dropped down about 2 places in the span of 1 sector split, so I'm not sure what's happened to Glenn Gamble. Potentially a similar issue. We've had a few cars go down like that in this one.
We'll keep an eye out for Glenn Gamble and see what's happening there. We've got also a battle really raging here for Michael Starr, trying to get back into 6th position, but he's got Linders to contend with in that yellow machine. His tyres squealing a little bit through turn 8. Not the run that Starr was hoping for. Lost a lot of momentum through turn 8, but still somewhat on the back. Just lost a couple of car lengths to Linders in front of him. That just might make it a bit trickier for him to get much pace in the slipstream back down the main straight, but recovered quite well from what was a little bit of a less than ideal line through turn 8.
Yeah, and that is absolutely right, as it looks like, it's the number 12 cars just slowly getting away, as that was off into the pit lane there for Jake Lauer in the 66 car, just pulling off to the left, ending his race early, which is absolutely tragic because he was doing so well in the podium places, but it's motor racing at the end of the day. It happens to the best of us as they continue to move along in this race, all the while looking at the 18 car and the 27. So that is Bray and Noakes as they continue to scrap away for P2. 30 seconds left on the clock, so this should be the last lap of this race.
This battle for second is becoming a bit of a race of attrition here. A lot of people dropping out of it, but Bray and Noakes still going strong here, scrapping it out both on the podium at this stage. But who's going to get second? Who's going to get third? Are they going to be able to get any closer to Rob Scott, or is he going to be able to bring it home in first place to make it 2 from 2? Still half a lap to go, so anything can happen here. But these two have been rock solid as their competitors have just been dropping away around them.
Yeah, they absolutely have been, and they've just stayed consistent. Now they're in the fight. This is the last lap. There's only 4 tenths separating them at the moment as they make their way through turn 7 around Corporate Hill, now down into turn 8. So you can see Noakes moving around, trying to put the pressure on at the moment. But is it too little too late here for Jackson Noakes? I think it might be as they head up through towards the final corner. A bit of a puff of smoke coming off the back of Grant Bray's car as they head around turns 9, 10 and 11. The final couple of corners here at Sydney Motorsport Park to end out race 2. It's going to be a photo finish here between Grant Bray and Jackson Noakes as they round out of the final corner here on the final lap of the race. But it will be Rob Scott that claims victory here in race 2, making it 2 for 2 so far in the RX8 Cup. But what about the run towards the line? It looks like Grant Bray is just going to hold on. It's so close between the two of them, but Grant Bray just holds on from Jackson Noakes as they round out race 2. And another close finish here, that is the 12 car of Linders and right on the back of Wilkes, but they also just fall short really close stuff, and now another battle here out of the final corner, but it looks like the 6 car might be slightly slow. That's Lauer slowly falling away. No, he's not slow, but it is a drag race towards the line here, and it looks like Dury's been able to get it as they cross the line. It's too close to call here as they head across the line. Who's gotten that? It looks like Lauer's just kept it over Dury by 0.02 of a second, and Spiteri was less than 0.2 behind them. What a fantastic finish here in the RX8 Cup.
Crazy finish to the race there. Everyone decided, all right, let's have some drag races and bring the margins right down to the tenths and the hundreds just to make it even spicier than it already was. Awesome finish to this second race of the RX8 Cup here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Still a few more cars filtering around. We've got Ross Forbes on track here. You can see on screen in the Odin Motorsport machine. Coming around the final corner, he'll be greeting the checkered flag very, very shortly. But geez, what a fantastic battle this has been so far for race 2. This is only halfway through the RX8 action for the day as well. We've got 2 more of these races to come, Lindsay. I am stoked. I'm so excited for what's to come based on what we've seen here so far already today. Keep an eye as we walk through the provisional results from ARDC. Just have a look at some of these gaps. We've got Robert Scott, who's won the race with 1.7, which is actually a pretty modest gap considering the rest of the field behind him. Grant Bray and Jackson Noakes quite close at the end there as well. And then we've got Mark Wilkes, Jeffrey Linders, Michael Starr, Hunter Kay. Jack Childs recovered to 8th position provisionally. That's a huge recovery from Childs, so that sets him up really nicely to finish that recovery, hopefully, in the next 2 races. Jake Hextall and Gary Lauer will round out the top 10 behind them there. And then we go a bit further back to Dory, Spiteri, Place, Gamble, Prasad, and Forbes. And a couple of non-finishes there at the end as well, unfortunately, as we saw at the end. So that is race 2 done and dusted for the Formula RX8 Cup. But yeah, we've got a lot more racing still to come with those guys and with the rest of the field here at round 3 of New South Wales Motor Race Championship here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Lindsay, great to have you in the box once again. We're going to have sports sedans out on track very, very soon, folks, so don't go anywhere.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
Welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park. Formula, we've got the RX8 Cup has just finished their second race, and now we get into the sports sedans once more. These have been lighting it up so far already this morning. We've got a couple more races to come. Race 2 is about to grace our eyeballs here at Sydney Motorsport Park with the ARDC track map giving us a bird's eye view of this awesome facility here in Western Sydney. That really quick turn 1 has been catching a few drivers out in these last few races here with the changing conditions. And we've seen a bit of variance as well through the twisty technical section in how these drivers approach the track as the sun does start to go down here in the next couple of hours in Eastern Creek. 3.93 kilometres of really, really fast-flowing and just action-packed tarmac here in Sydney. We're seeing the vast majority of it at turn 2, but hasn't been isolated to just that part of the track. 5, 6 have also been really just giving us a lot of action-packed moments in all sorts of categories, and it's so tricky as well with these sports sedans with how much power they're putting down, making sure they're keeping it on the straight and narrow. Turn 8 is always a really, really solid passing opportunity to set up the final bit of the lap before you let these thunderous sports sedans rip down the main straight. Matt Dunlop is my name, and I got Cody Mackay alongside me once more for what is bound to be a spectacular second race of the Sports Sedans.
I know, this morning's race was absolutely fantastic. The one thing we're really looking at what's happening here is tyre temps. How can they get the brake temps? How can they just get the temps into the car? We've noticed that the temperatures are really starting to drop. We've got 2 roll-up laps to try and get the temperature into the tyres and brakes. We could see these cars really on the wire for the first couple of laps here.
We certainly could. Let's have a look at the grid as they go through. Brad Shields dominated race 1. He'll be taking pole position for race 2 as a result, with Stephen Lacey next to him. Then we go to Richard Gardner and Matt Sims. Behind them, Kevin Gilbert, Ray Hislop, Michael Rowell, Nick Mantikos, John Hollinger, and Emily Cacciafiello round out your top 10.
We've got in 11th position Warwick Morris, 12th in Ben Arnold, 13th Timothy Leithhead, 14th Chris Jackson. Behind them we've got Jeremy Davison in 15th, Simon Copping in 16th, Tim Triton 17th, and then Don to Nathan Bands, Ada Monga and Corey Gillett.
Behind them we go through to Jamie Marshall, who had a great recovery from the back of the field in that Subaru. Then Jinwook Song, Paul Koenig, John Spiteri in 24th, and Tegan Collins, who you had a chat to previously with the RX-7. David Shaw starts alongside her in the Falcon, and then we have Darren Hossack in one of the cars that came across at that number 5 RX-7 as well, with Michael Robertson. Dean Cam, the Corvette you see on screen, had the front right wheel let go at this part of the track you see here. They still are not fully certain how that happened, but the car's underpinnings look pretty good. They've thrown the wheel back on, and they've made absolutely sure once more that it should be good to go. But yeah, when they got the thing off the tow truck earlier, they were scratching their heads, that's for sure.
That's it. And they came down to it and they're like, it's not the hub, it's not the wheel, it's not anything. It just came off. It's the weirdest thing. So we go, well, did you torque it? Did you do that? And they said, we have done everything correctly. So it makes us think, what's going on? Is there so much power going through the back end of this that it's just had a failure of some weird sorts? Whatever they've done, they've put another wheel on there, torqued it up. Let's hope we see it last the whole race.
Yeah, must be feeling pretty good underneath that right foot of Dean Cam as he circulates once more. Should also mention the number 22 car of Peter Hennessy, who didn't make the start last time. We'll keep an eye out to see if he's able to make the start of this race as they grid up for what is going to be a thunderous rolling start. If you're trackside, make sure you're experiencing this live in full colour. It is an assault on the senses in the best way possible.
Exactly right. And I want everyone to have a look at what the top 4 cars are. We've got the difference of fully built, dedicated sports sedans to cars that have been modified to sports sedan settings. Still got the original firewalls and everything like that in there. They're still proving to be quick.
Red lights are on. We're underway here. Great start there from Brad Shields as he streaks through turn 1 once more. So much pace in that Fiat 124 as he brings out a very, very strong lead already. Stephen Lacey is doing his best to hold off the Lamborghini Gallardo behind him of Richard Gardner.
Oh, we got a spinner.
That's Stephen Lacey.
We were talking about the tyre temps coming up, and the middle of this corner in corner 2, that's where you're going to really slip on the rear end then. That is just absolutely disastrous. I hope he gets going again.
And that is gutting to watch at the very least. We fingers crossed he's able to get back on track, but having been, when you've got the car parked up on the grass like that, watching the whole field stream past, it is the worst feeling possible, I can imagine.
Absolutely gut-wrenching, because you know, especially in these starting laps, you can go from first to last in literally one corner. These laps, as you really tiptoe around here, sometimes it's like being on the wet. We're seeing another driver trying to get the power down. They just cannot get the grip into these rear wheels.
Michael Rowell there getting really, really towing in the number 3 GTSS there on the exit of turn 6. Gets it regathered there. Almost bundles the number 44 of that's the Ben Arnold car a little bit wider there as well, but he's able to keep it on the straight and narrow. But yeah, it's so towy with these cooler temperatures on track. These tyres, have a look at him there as he tries to get his way into these last few corners here, just trying to get the car in the right spot and keep it as balanced and planned as you possibly can for the momentum down the straight.
That's it. And a smart thing to do with these tyre setups is you really got to have a think of when your hot temperatures need to be on. Every tyre's got a hot temperature they work their absolutely premium best. So you want to make sure you set it up for that. Some people leave it to the end where the temperatures come on the end of the race. Some people leave it for the start, then the tyre eventually goes off. It's very tricky on where you can catch it. And as we've seen, some people have already tripped over themselves.
And it's also going to be a question of not just how it handles at the start, but also as the race progresses through this 20-minute endeavour. A lot of scrapping here going on between...
Look at those flames. I love it.
Throwing flames out of the side of that Dean Cam Corvette, the number 66. He has Darren Hossack in the RX-7 right behind him, having just gotten past the 27 as well of Corey Gillette. Really, really close racing up and down this field here. Dean Cam is going to be trying his best to recover as many spots as he can. Was the leader of the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship coming into this weekend, but now he's got a big task ahead of him to claw back as much of that position as he can.
Now, the one thing that I was absolutely amazed about Darren Hossack was he had a gearbox problem in the last race. That's why we didn't see the results. That's why he's up the back, charging through the field. But he didn't just go out and put a new gearbox in, which, as you'd expect, every car's got spares. He went through and rebuilt the gearbox. We said, what's going on with it? He had the gears and the mesh problem sitting there in his hands. These guys are so dedicated to working on their own cars that they will pull it apart, put it back together, get out there for the next race. And that is absolute, downright grassroots tributes to them.
It's brilliant to see, and now we get to see him out on track reaping the benefits of that. Same can't be said for Dean Cam through that turn 8 there. Very, very wide. Great move from Hossack. Ducks up the inside of the number 28 car of, that is, who have we got there in the 28? That's Tim Tritton in the Honda. Really, really good move there inside the Northern Territory. But look at Dean Cam putting the foot down in that Corvette. He's about to thunder past. We hear that V8 roar down.
He's nearly got two. Oh, jeez, and they've come around the outside of him. They said, absolutely not. You get back behind us, boy. We're not playing with you.
Dean Cam very politely says, yeah, all right, I suppose I'll tuck back in. No puffs of blue smoke whatsoever. Calculated the whole thing there, did the number 66 car. This is incredible spectating.
That's it. I love to see these guys that actually die hard battling for this. And each one of these cars are going to have their performance differences in different areas. That Corvette there, it is a gun down the straight. But we can see these other two cars, they are going to mince him in the corners. Strategy is best when it comes down to these short races.
You say that, but he's been able to get a move done around the outside of Tritton there through turn 4. So that's an awesome move from Dean Cam. He's able to find a lot of grip on the outside and just hook that Corvette up in a big way. So he's feeling a lot more confident about that front right tyre now, I can assure you of that.
I know. It takes along things of when you have an accident or when you have something go wrong mechanically in a car, a driver always gets worried and really takes up a lot of confidence to trust the car again. He's just thrown that out the window and going, you know what, bugger it, we're going for it. I don't care if this wheel comes off again.
That's the name of the game, isn't it? You've got to put the fear to the side because the fear is only going to slow you down in a lot of cases. So, and it's such a spectacle to be able to see these guys get out there and just throw these cars around these ribbons of tarmac, whether it's Sydney Motorsport Park or wherever else we're privileged enough to see the sports sedans. And this is an awesome battle we're seeing here. Sylvia v. Sylvia v. Sylvia. This is actually the battle for 18th. So Corey Gillette leading this one with, we've got behind him, let's just have a look at the standings with the number 42 of Nathan Baines and then Aidan Munger behind. But Baines is going to try and make a run into turn 1 here in the 42 machine. Gets it done pretty cleanly. Very nice move through turn 1. Very stable. Almost made it look a little bit easy, but I don't want to say that because it surely cannot be easy to muscle one of these things around turn 1.
We're hearing wheels getting locked up and we can see smoke going everywhere. Oh, we have a spinner. He was holding on so well in front of Hossack and he's just lost it there. Even midway through. Oh, then another one as well. We might see a safety car here if he doesn't get up and going. Oh, geez, that looks precarious there.
That's not an ideal place to be stranded.
Oh, Jesus Christ, this is really nerving. As a driver, when you get spun out like this, you lose all your perception of what's around you. And it's so hard to see out the side of these cars. You don't know if you're on the racing line or off the racing line. You make a millimetre movement, you could throw out the cars coming past you and result in a collision, which is always the scariest bit.
Thank goodness he was able to get up and running and not cause any more incident there. But what a shame that is for Michael Rowell having dropped all the way back as a result of that. It was a bit shaky. The car was slipping all over the place a little bit, we saw earlier, and he's still just struggling to get to grips with those tyres underneath him. Yeah. Meanwhile, a bit further up, this is actually a battle for 4th position. So this is Ray Hislop holding off the Aston Martin of Hollinger. These two are putting in a fantastic scrap here for 4th.
There is absolute battles all the way down. No matter where you're looking, we can go back to 20th and we're still seeing some of the most amazing battles that are happening with this category. It really does come into an engineering game. Who can build the best car? But all of these drivers, they're on equal footing. As we see him dive down the inside, is there going to be a Chris over? No, that's it. He's got the move done, and he is gone.
Awesome move that was up the inside. But let's have a look at a replay. This is a bit further back between these two. So this would have been possibly the lap previous. Yes, that's the number 3 of Michael Rowell, looping it on the exit of 4 there, and just having to wait for everyone to filter past. A few drivers in a bit of a battle pack trying to get around the outside, copping a bit of dirt, but everyone's able to play on. So we stay green flag racing, which is the best outcome.
Now, the one thing we're seeing here with the track, it's starting to get cooler and it's starting to get cooler. While the temps in the tyres are really getting there, as the track starts to cool down, you're seeing drivers coming in the corners and losing that grip that they had there just before or the lap before. So it's really trustworthy and tiptoey as they go around. Obviously, when we get into the night, the temperatures are set. This is a real tricky time of the race day.
It certainly is, and it makes it a very, very interesting endeavour for these drivers because you're feeling out the conditions every single lap as you go throughout the day. There's no real consistency when you get to this part here, especially in this, like, right in the thick of winter when the sun's going to be going down in just over an hour and a half.
Exactly right. And the worst thing about racing around this track when you're in these low light conditions is as you're coming down that straight, that sun is just blaring in your eyes. It's bouncing off your mirrors. It's absolutely everywhere.
So this is another moment that's happened at the same corner. That's Dean Cam once more. Really not having a great time today at turn number 5. But he's kept all 4 wheels on the car this time, thankfully. But just had to do a bit of rally crossing across the apex. Rejoined, lost a bit of time, but not the worst thing that could have happened considering.
He might have been just going for a joker lap or just testing if the safety barriers are still there to protect him in future races.
Potentially. Maybe there's a little bit more of the gravel that he hadn't gotten out of front of the car from previously, just cleaning on the grass. But he is still rolling around, as are these 2 Mustangs battling it out for 9th position. This is Mantikos leading off, I believe that was actually Catravello. So this is the battle for 8th, as a matter of fact, between these 2 Mustangs. These were right in the thick of it with the number 3 car of Michael Rowell and also the Aston Martin in race 1. Those 2 cars are in very, very different scenarios now, but these 2 still smashing each other around this track, having a great time too.
Now, these 2 cars that you see here, you see that they are actually very similar, and they're based on what's called a Mark car. A company called Mark came in and built these space frame type chassis and these really crazy cars. When the company in the category didn't really go to that well, all these dedicated Mark cars fell into the sports sedans, and they were just made for it. So it proves that you don't have to go out and buy this absolutely crazy car that's really hard to engineer. Companies like this will make cars for a category like this, meaning you can get on the track and running in something that's absolutely crazy that's not going to give you a heap of reliability problems.
And this is a great example of this shot. You can see the Aston Martin from that same sort of ilk there, leading off the Ray Hislop Falcon there with a very Trans Am looking Mustang going up the inside. That's a great move there from the number 25 of Kevin Gilbert, as a matter of fact. Just gets it in there as well. So awesome move there. Behind them, an R33 Skyline, and then those 2 Mustangs, as you mentioned. Looking a little bit closer at the 25, I'm not sure if that's anything coming out of the tailpipe or whether that's a tyre rub.
Yeah, exactly. We can see a bit of smoke coming out the right side, but we can't see flames or anything like that. So it usually is an indication that there might be something like a tyre rub. Very common to have white smoke. It might be something wrong with the engine, but I can tell you what, it's taking off, and it's in a die-hard battle with that V8 supercar. There's no doubt there's feeling okay. It might just be how the sun's catching the smoke coming out off it.
Could very well be. He's looking absolutely rapid. They've got some lap traffic now to deal with. Tricky spot for lap traffic too. David Shaw does quite well to get out of the way there in the number 94 car, that Ford AU as well, letting this battle rage on for what is 5th position on track here between Gilbert and Hislop right now.
I tell you what, the grid is absolutely massive, and there's different categories and how everything's running through it. You know, we can look at that AU there and go, well, it's not generally a very well-out sports sedan, but it's still eligible to race because it's still been customised and changed for everything. He's out there having an absolute great time. There's no doubt about that. Regardless if you're getting lapped or not, you're racing against some of Australia's best.
It's been great seeing David Shaw around the traps and sports events for such a long time. That AU Falcon is really a staple in this category. Oh, no. Gee, that's a really, really close there from Hossack, who actually gets the rear end a little bit slippery on the exit too. He is putting that pedal through the firewall trying to get past the car in front of him here. This is an awesome scrap. So this is so that's the car of Copping there, the number 11, with Darren Hossack right behind. Then we go a little bit further back. This is one of the 2 production sports cars. That number 4 Porsche 911 being wheeled around here by Warwick Morris as they go through turn 1. A little bit further to turn 2. these Mustangs still scrapping hard for 8th position right now. That move has been, so these have traded spots because Cachuvello was in front when they crossed the stripe last time, but Mantikos has been able to get that move done through turn 2.
I know, they've absolutely been glued to each other's bumper the whole race, and that's the one thing I love with all these battle packs that are happening. But I think we were talking about respect in the last race, that these guys, they don't want to bang everything up. I don't know what's happened. I don't know what's in the coffee down here at Eastern Creek, but they're all going tooth and nail at the moment. I can't believe we haven't seen an incident yet.
Oh, and don't we love the racing that's resulting as well? Giving it everything with the track working against them with the conditions as well. It makes for absolute fireworks on track, and that's before the sun goes down and we see literal fireworks being thrown out of the side of these machines. You're not going to want to miss that, folks, later on when we have race 3. But in the meantime, this race is far from over. Just look at the...
Oh, another lock break, and he's off.
Big lock up there from the car. That is a Mitsubishi Lancer of the 156 of John Spateri. He goes right off there, gathers it back up again and gets back on track, but loses quite a lot of momentum.
Well, we do know these cars were originally built as rally cars, so it might just be going back to what its natural roots is.
Yeah, I think so, just gravitating back to its home sort of, its environment. So the good thing about it is if it does go off, it's not the hardest thing in the world to get it back on because it's bred for that kind of thing.
Well, notice one thing with the Evo there, that it actually sits a lot higher compared to some of these other cars. With the real low aero cars, if they have an incident where they come off or run wide, they're ripping splitters off, they're ripping the front ends off. These are full carbon fibre and fiberglass cars. All the composites in these are really expensive and one-off pieces. He's lucky in that other sense where he can go off the track. He's sitting a little bit higher. It's not going to ruin him that much, and on the track he goes again.
Absolutely, and that's off the name of the game, is just getting the car back on track and bringing it home in one piece so you can keep going racing more. Now we go to the lead of the race because time is ticking very close to 0 here. Shields is having another rip snorter with just under 7 seconds the gap behind him to Gardner last sector split, and you can see that difference you're just talking about between that low-slung aero sort of style car of Shields as he ranges up on the Mitsubishi we were looking at earlier. Just the difference in the attitude of those two cars as Shields comes around the last corner. 15 seconds left on the clock. Let's keep an eye out. The last lap board is currently out. Are they going to give him the checkered flag? They certainly are.
That's it.
That is Brad Shields taking 2 from 2 so far. Awesome weekend so far for the 999 car. Wins race 2 of the Australian Sports Sedans here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Awesome result there from Richard Gardner in the Lamborghini sports car, bringing that home in second. And great finish there too from Matt Sims, just bringing it home by 6/10 over Hollinger in the Aston Martin. Look at this battle here as well. Oh, really close.
Really touching, coming across the line. These guys are going absolutely tooth and nail. They're not giving it up even after they've gone past the start-finish line for the end of the race.
It's the same thing we were seeing just before in the RX-8 Cup. We were just like, we thought the battles were sort of mostly settled, and then all of a sudden, okay, everyone's drag racing in the last quarter and just putting hundredths on each other at this line. And it's great to see the races coming to a finish like that. So a lot of really, really great performances so far. A few recovery drives been, kick-started, which we'll see continue on into race 3. Awesome performances continuing as well, especially with Brad Shields, who's been dominating in that awesome Fiat 124 that you were privileged enough to look at earlier. As the last couple of cars come across the line now to bring the race to a finish. But yeah, what a frenetic race, to say the least.
I'm excited. Every time I jump in here and I watch these sports sedans, not only we've got the rumbling outside, you might hear us going a bit quiet when the races start because it's generally so loud in the commentary box here and it rumbles that we don't know if we can get the words out. It's like it takes the breath out of our mouth.
I just like to let it play out. It's like the turn it up from the NASCAR broadcast of the 2000s. Let's have a look at the provisionals brought to you by Advanced Car Carriers. So Brad Shields gets the job done in race 2 again with Richard Gardner just behind in the Lamborghini. Matt Sims, John Hollinger and Kevin Gilbert round out the top 5. And then we go to Ray Hislop, Ben Arnold, Nick Mantikos, Emily Cachuvello and Darren Hossack rounds out your top 10. We then go further back to Simon Copping in the number 11 Commodore, Warwick Morris in the Porsche 911 in 12th, and then Timothy Leithhead, Dean Cam recovered to 14th, great recovery from him, Chris Jackson and Michael Rowell behind him, and then Aidan Munger, Nathan Baines, Corey Gillette and Stephen Lacey in 20th position, not where he wanted to find himself after starting out of second in that number 78 car. So there he is going back into the pit paddock in that machine. He'll be kicking himself, but still one more race to go, still a lot of recovery he can do. And let's see how that shakes out. Before then, though, we've got another outing of Holden HQs about to come up as our roving camera is having a good gaze at the field here. And yeah, it was a pretty exciting race one, so can't wait to see what these cars can bring for the second outing.
I know, if you're looking at bringing your heart rate down and you're going, all right, we've got the big boys out of the way, just maybe step outside for 5 seconds and make it quick and then get back in front of the TV again. Because whilst these might not be the same speed of what we've just seen, God, the racing is aggressive. These guys playing for sheep stations.
They certainly are. Don't miss a moment of it, folks. We'll be right back with Holden HQs.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
And we're back with HQ Racing, back again, really to get in this fun and see how we're all going. Matt has left, but we've got David Amor joining us. How are you, mate?
Very, very good, mate. The motor race has been fantastic this afternoon, hasn't it? We've still got heaps to go. Mate, I was looking at your watch and I'm going, plenty of time.
I know, we just came from the Sports Sedans race where it was absolutely crazy. We couldn't believe what was in the coffee. We don't know if it's going to transcribe over to the HQs. Are we going to see a lot more door rubbing?
Yeah, we certainly will be. So Glenn Deering, who was P2, had a gearbox flywheel issue, so he'll be starting rear of field. So we've got to keep an eye on him. The eye got a car. He'll definitely come through. There's a few guys that have changed a few things, changed their setups because we're starting to get a bit colder this afternoon, just like any race car. So with HQ Holdens here from Osborne's Transport and all the other guys that really sponsor this class, we've got to say thank you from HQ Holden, New South Wales.
They're the type of people that let this racing keep going. But I know, talking about gearbox issues, back in my young days as an apprentice mechanic, people get scared about gearboxes and pulling them out. I remember when I used to do these, it used to take you about 20 minutes and 4 bolts. Is that still the case with this series?
Yeah, it certainly is, because what HQ Holdens had back in their day, that's still what we got, okay? We might have better brake pads or, brake shoes or things like that, but it's still discs on the front, drums on the rear. It's still the 3-speed gearbox, the Holden 3-speed gearbox. It's still the original inlet manifold, the carby. The air cleaner assembly is a Speco unit made in Australia, so it must be good. But, we really come down to let's go racing this afternoon. Then we've got it under lights later on. Luke Harrison's put it on pole. He's won the first race. Can anyone have a go at him? But his mate, Jared Harper there, keep an eye on, that car as well. And look at that. 202, exactly the right number for it.
Is 186 available?
Yes, no, mate. She's all 202, ladies and gentlemen, 3-speed Holden. She's ready to rock and roll. We're just waiting for the green flag lights to go on. Now off.
Great start there from the 17 car. We've even got some people that are missing the start there as they're coming around the outside, trying to get up to speed. You can see the heads moving in there. He's looking left. He's looking right. Where are they coming from? They're all around. And back to third spot. What a killer. But can he get it back in the second corner?
Dave Allen in HQ12's got a rip-roaring start. Pedro right up the inside there, the orange car, HQ30. Oh, there's Jared Harbour. That's bumper to bumper. That's door handle to door handle. And Dave Allen is up into second. Harbour's gone back at least.
Oh, we got contact in the back there. They're coming off the line. As the cameras move around, we might see what's happened from there, but it seems safe for the meantime. Just door banging racing.
Yep, yeah, certainly is. So there might be a bit of a guard there, rubbing or something like that. We'll have to keep an eye on it as they come shooting through turns 4 and 5 as they go up over the top.
Cuts over the nose, really pushes him through. But they all get through there side by side. I still can't believe the magnets that are attached to these cars. They must be
Mate, the three wide, ladies and gentlemen, up over the top, around the corner. They're 3 wide. The 555 car had a date and made it 3 wide. Absolutely fantastic. This is lap 1, and we've still got 16 minutes.
Jesus Christ. If we're going to have to go through this for lap after lap, we might have to have a bit of a hydration break like the World Cup in this.
Well, anything's possible. Like the MIA car there, he's certainly gone back, Fleet. He's gone back 3 positions. We just have to see what happens. Now, we have a look up the front there. The 202 car is now right behind Dave Allen in the 12 car. Pedro in the 30 car is doing absolutely fantastic. A rip-roaring start there. You saw him shoot off to the left. We might get a replay of the start. We'll have to wait and see. We've got Jared Harbour there. Is in 3rd position. He'll be right on the boot lid of Dave Allen, the 12 car.
Now, it's very careful with 12 and 202 of Harbour. They've got Marusik right behind him in the 30 car. If they keep battling, they're going to get sucked in, and then they might drop back 2, 3, 4 spots. We can see the field is starting to gravitate towards them.
Certainly as Glenn Deering's just gone past James Flett there in the MIA car. The I Gutter car, got to remember, he had a flywheel gearbox issue. Bang, there's nothing wrong with that car.
Oh, he locks it. He pushes him left and right. Who wants this spot more? Is it Allen or Harbour? But they're going to push each other. But just like we were talking about before, he's really lost back on his spot. Now he's in the arms of the 30 car, trying to keep him off as much as possible.
Mate, just have to almost re-grease his ball joints and elbows there with a bit of grease. Oh, mate, that number 12 car was about ready to set sail, but he was able to pull it back in and hold it going into turn 2.
That's it. We've still got plenty of time to go. With an average lap time of around 2 minutes in this, we're probably going to get ourselves another 4 or 5 laps into it, but every corner is a guessing game of who's going to come out first and who's going to come out last.
Yeah, it certainly is. But have a look at Harrison. A really, really clean set of heels on him at the moment. The gap's already out to 1.8 seconds. He's certainly not fighting with anyone, so he goes faster. The other guys fighting with each other, hold each other up, which brings the other group to go through. The MIA car has definitely gone back. Chris Bucko there, the One Nation car. You say the 88 car is there. We've got CR International and Johnson, and we've also got Healy. And also Jake Deering there, sort of in that that middle group.
McLean was making a beautiful move up the inside there, but we can see he's coming back for it as well. Both 57 and 88 nearly touching each other. Push me, shove you. Oh yeah, says who they're trying to say to each other coming through the corner.
Yep, it certainly is. You can see the 88 cars in front of the 10 car. The 10 car on the last race got him over the start-finish line, so he's already 2 lines. Now have a listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. 3-speed, 202, 5,600 revs about now, and you don't back off. You hold a HQ flat out, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on to it. Have a look at this.
We're leaning in the commentary box here. We feel like we're nearly getting chucked out the back door trying to hold on to it. 170 k's an hour flat through there. I tell you what, when you're in a boat like one of these, it gets a bit scary.
Have a listen to those Kendra's tyres, mate.
Oh, we got to spin a 555.
That's Ellis there. Ellis straight back into first gear. He's got that thing happening. Just ran out of a little bit of talent or brakes, you could say, into turn 2, but he's up and going again. That's what it's all about.
Now, the one thing we've seen in the last race just going by is people were really struggling with trying to get the temp into the tyres. The track temperature is dropping as the laps are going. So they're trying to come into the same corners they're familiar with, starting to lock them up, starting to spin out. every lap is a guessing game here.
Well, it certainly is. You've also got to remember is we've got the sun that'll be glaring on some of these drivers. So all of a sudden they can't see anything. If they haven't got the sunglasses on or they haven't got a bit of race tape at the front of their windscreen, they'll be starting a bit of a guessing game. So they've got to really start to look at what they, like right now, what can I see, what can't I see, and who's trying to sneak up the left or the right or give me a tap up the bum. So it's absolutely fantastic.
Exactly right. We've got a beautiful 5-car battle pack happening there. Anyone can really push. Anyone can move it. They are glued to each other. I'd love to see the speed differences going down the straight with a bit of a draft, but you never know. They might fan out and all think they can go for first in the first corner.
Well, why not, mate? You always win on the first corner of the first lap. You know, like, you know, you put the helmet on and the red mist starts happening. So, but good to see there, the 222 car there. That's Healy and Jake Deering. That's further down in the pack of the motor racing. That's for 11th and 12th. But have a look at this. We've got first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10. Then we've got 11, 12. There's racing within racing. Have a look at this. The One Nation car, the AA car of Bucko, is going extremely well. The MO car has been able to just stay in front of him. That's James Flett, the 57 car. Johnson, the 10 car. Beautiful looking car. And we've also got CNR International there, which you see on a fair few race cars throughout motorsport now. They are certainly a great sponsor and a great group of guys there that are involved in motorsport.
That's it. I've seen CR International over many different categories as we're trying to hold on to a HQ as we're really in the swing seat. Rolling in, look at those tyres, hear them squeal. The car's bouncing left, it's bouncing right, but he's still trying to stick himself onto the back bumper, trying to get the power down as it moves out. Off and wide we go. Where are we going? God, hold on to him, mate.
Yep, he certainly has. I reckon that's McLean in that car there, HQ13, CNR International. You can certainly see they get themselves a little bit out of shape. We've got the Kenda tyres, we've got the Pettis suspension kit, trying to keep those Kenda tyres on the bitumen as they're trying to roll, but not wheel spin, not lose momentum, and to keep going up the hill.
Now, the one thing we're noticing up the front is Harrison and Harbour. We didn't know what would happen with Harbour as he got back into that second position and was pushing on, but we're seeing the gap is slowly starting to make itself bigger and bigger. It was last lap at 2.6 seconds. We're now at nearly 3 seconds. Is it going to stay the same, or is Harrison just taking off and looking for that win?
Well, the gap will probably be consistent because you've got to remember Harbour went back to fourth position, right at turn 2.
Yep.
So he's had to get up to third, then he's had to get to second, and by doing that, 1.8, 2 second gap, bang, there you go.
And we can see Allen and Deering that are battling behind Harbour as well. It all depends if they can work together. If they work together, Harbour's going to be in a real spot of bother here. But if they start battling with each other and if they start throwing moves under each other, Harbour can sail off into the sunset. Yep,
you're certainly seeing Glenn Deering now. Glenn Deering has got in front of David Allen. So David Allen had a ripper of a start, bit of a boat going into turn 2. He didn't know which way the thing was going to shoot, left or right, but he's gone from second, third, now he's back to fourth. So Glenn Deering, with that clutch issue drama, is fixed. Tail shaft vibration problem last night, fixed. So he's moving forward.
That was great. As we were saying, are these two drivers going to work together? It just so happened that Deering said, you know what, I don't like being in this position. Let me have a go. I've got eyes on Harbour and we can go together. As we're starting to see the gap is just starting to slowly chip away. Watching the times in these type of races is a real telltale of who's working with someone and who's not. As we see, Deering's down to 1.6. He was at 1.7 seconds gap there. If he gets closer and closer, this last 5 minutes of this race is really going to be on for young and old.
Yeah, it certainly will, because we've got the brakes, we've got the tyres right up to track temp, what we want now. From now on, they're starting to get a little bit gooey. The pedal's starting to get a bit longer. We start looking at a bit of brake fade. We're starting to look at a tyre. Did we set the temperature or the pressure right in the tyre? We just have to wait and see. These tyres are a Kenda tyre. They're a road tyre that's been buffed and machined by myself and a few other people to get value for money and wear and tear out of them. Coming onto the front straight, James Flett in the 57 car, the MIA car. Then we've got the outsider Pools car, the 88 car. Then we've got Johnson. Johnson is starting to get onto the back of Bucko again. Will they be side by side, bumper to bumper like they were for so many laps in race 1?
Is coming onto it. We can see Flett 57, Buckley 88, Johnson 10, McLean 13, Healy 111. That's one battle pack, and we can even see that with the times. They're split by only margins as they're crossing the line. Geez, and you can see there the times quick through. They get tinier and tinier as they push and push. One thing with these battle packs as well, working together, they can turn out that car is quicker than the leader up the front as well. So if they're really smart about it, they can really gain some position.
Yeah, we certainly can. We've got the 47 car there, that's the dad. The daughter is right behind him with the lights on. Saunders in the 33 car, so McClay has got the lights on. We've got a bit of smoke happening. We'll just see what's happening, trying to work out. Someone's locked a brake. I can't see a car. Everything's all right. We're just smoking those kenders a little bit harder than normal.
I got a theory of why the 33's got their lights on, and I didn't notice this before. But God, look at the colour coming from that car in front. It's sparkling. I think it's literally like a disco ball. Turn the lights on, and I want this thing to glitter.
It certainly is. Blendline TV, what an absolute fantastic job, right? They've got the cameras in the right spot. They're giving it to all of us so we can see what's going on. I can have a look on my phone. There's Blendline. Give them a thumbs up or well done, guys, or whatever, and congratulations. And just tell everyone throughout Australia who's who and what's what. Absolutely fantastic, guys.
We're reading all the comments coming through, and whilst we've got this race, it's absolutely tearing up, as we were talking about with Harbour and Deering. Are they going to get sucked in by each other? The Harrison to Harbour gap as they move over to the left, pushing onto the wall. God, this is going anywhere. Are they going to be rubbing? Are they going to go into it? This is full speed into turn 1, pushing him off. That's it. I want that corner. I'm moving forward. Deering says no. Yeah, Harbour says yes. They're not giving it up here. Pushing on each other. Who's going to come into turn 2 and really sort out this position?
They certainly are, ladies and gentlemen. What you've got to realise, they're fighting side by side. They don't back off. And I'm telling you, they do not back off. That accelerator pedal is punched through the firewall and almost out the other side. And then they're judging to turn in and get it smooth and go door handle, bumper to bumper, as we saw on Blendline TV. Now have a look at this.
Oh, look on the brake. He's pushing it. We're seeing this front bumper being pushed into this back bumper so far that it really could go square-shaped if they're not careful. But, guys, they don't care. They just want to get their position back.
Well, drive it like you stole it. That's what it's all about, isn't it? You know, because we can always talk about how good we are later. But we got iGutter, Glenn Deering in the number 4 car, the 202 car, Equity Views car. That's the construction car. That is better than brand new, ladies and gentlemen. Go and have a look at it. It's up on the skid pan, the far right-hand corner. Go and have a look. A lot of these HQs are showroom condition.
I'm really keen to see how this goes. And I love an open-face helmet from Deering. You could see him gritting his teeth. He knows that Harbour's behind him. He can see him going left. He can see him going right. How is he going to hold him off? We can really see the action in their eyes. One thing I love about open-face helmets.
Well, it certainly is, mate. And, you know, like we were watching before, when we were inside the car, we were both leaning, we were both gritting our teeth. I was hanging on to the door, and I'm thinking, don't you dare fall off, mate, because I'm going with you.
Now, I've had a few horror stories in HQs that I've owned over the years, and most of them came with bench seats. So it went back to the time of me slipping off the bench seat and out the back door.
All right, fair enough. No problems, but have a look at this. We've got 2 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Harrison, 3.2 seconds in front. Then we've got Harbour and Deering. Keep an eye on them. iGutter car Deering has just got a little bit more sniff. What do I mean by sniff? It's got a little bit more horsepower. They're around about 107 kilowatts or 150 horsepower, ladies and gentlemen. They came out of Holden with 75 horsepower. So you can see the more compression, the better setup, and everything else like that. We've got this one-mate class absolutely spot on.
And that's it. We're not talking Weber carburetors here. We're not talking the high-end stuff that you're seeing on all the performance builds lately. We're just talking a single carburetor. We're just talking the single inlet manifold.
Yep.
They haven't gone too crazy to make this category extremely expensive. We've seen crazy money spent on 202 engines, but they want to keep it sane. And that's what keeps this racing exciting. That's what keeps it cost effective, and that's what keeps people coming to the fence every time the HQs roll out.
Mate, that's almost a perfect script. I have got you saying the right things now.
I wrote
Absolutely
it down earlier.
Yeah, fair enough, mate. I understand this. Now, have a look. This is right in front of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're right in the, well, you can say the shoebox of Blendline. We're sitting here talking to you with all the cameras and everything else like that. Behind us is what they call the race control there, the big hamburger. Yep. That's exactly where we are, ladies and gentlemen. And, of course, the other side of us is the graveyard. We hope to see no race cars out there this weekend.
Well, that's it. I did ask Blendline TV what the options are to staying at the ridges and calling races there. And I said, you better get down trackside because it's more entertaining. And I tell you what.
Well, check a flag.
And that's a great finish by Harrison. Really led from the start, took it away and secured the wing. Deering and Harbour was an absolutely fantastic race to watch. But, yeah, it's still going at the back. The cars are starting to split up. They're going, how can I secure this? The drafting still happened. They're hoping for every little last bit as they cross the line. Lights flashing as well. They're excited. I think they're keen to go again.
Mate, Osborne Transport, absolutely fantastic. So, we've got Harrison, Deering, Harbour, Allen, Pedro, top 5. Then we've got Buckley, Fleet, Johnson, McLean, and Healy.
Oh, we got a spinner. 47 has just been spun at the back. I think that distraction of the lights there happening all day has really tripped them up. What a shame. I tell you what, though, I will give it style points for getting back on the track and also looking fantastic while doing it. So there you go.
Lighting those kenders up. So that means the daughter has beaten Dad over the start-finish line.
And what a gap.
Yeah, and the gap. Oh, well done, Amanda. That's absolutely fantastic. So we started with 18. We finished with 18. Ladies and gentlemen, we've still got another one tonight under lights. Stay tuned to Blendline. Here we go. There's our top 10. Absolutely fantastic. Brought to you by Equity and also Osborne's Transport and all the other sponsors that are on the cars. Have a listen to this, mate. He's coming into the pits. Thumbs up.
I like that.
Thank you very much.
A lot. What a top race. Next up, we'll be joined by the production touring cars. God, this racing is getting so exciting. Where else would you want to be? Join us shortly as we roll out the cars.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Blendline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Blendline.
You're live with Blendline TV here at round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Race Championship. here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and it has been an awesome day so far of racing. The sun is beginning to set, and if you think that means that we're getting towards the end of our racing, you are dead wrong, folks. We're going to be going all the way into the night. The 9:30, 10 o'clock at night under the lights is going to be absolutely sensational. For the time being, though, it is time for the golden hour, and what better race to lead us into the last tendrils of sunlight than race 2 of the New South Wales Production Touring Car Championship. Let's have a look at the grid sheet brought to us by ARDC. We've got Simon Hodges and Matthew Holt on the front row. Great race from Matthew Holt earlier today. Michael Caine will be starting in a third with Lee Burgess next to him in fourth. And then Michael Auld, Jason Williamson, Brett Osborne, Brent Howard, Anthony Barbara, and David Saraglio. Rounding out the top 10, further back we have a look at Gus Barbara, Richard Buttrose, David Worrell, Maximus Bolton, then Robert Bryden, Matt Shilan, Jason Kavanagh in the 188 next to Andrew McMaster in the number 1. Probably a very, very big discrepancy between the two numbers next to each other there. Aston Davis in 19th will be next to Christopher Tonner in 20th position, rounding out our 20-car grid. Matt Dunlop is my name. I've got Madison Down next to me, who we do often have in the past seen racing a Commodore of his own around here. Not to be at the moment, unfortunately, because that thing has fallen on hard times, but it's really good to have you in the comms box this weekend, Madison.
Yeah, it's the next best thing. Obviously want to be out there behind the wheel in our car, but unfortunately not to be at the moment. But pleasure to be getting started with some commentary in Blendline TV. First time for me, and it's been a pleasure so far. And that first production touring car race earlier this afternoon was fantastic to watch. And with the sun setting over Sydney Motorsport Park at the moment, I think we've got more of the same lined up now.
We certainly do. And it was a bit of a mixed fortunes for the two X-Class cars at the top of the field, with the number 31 car of Simon Hodges getting the race win. But next to him on the grid, Lee Burgess made his way back down to fourth on the road. Obviously, class permutations do shake things up a little bit, but what it sort of shows us is even we know, we could go into a lot of detail about the classes and the differences between them, but at the end of the day, all these cars are still able to put on really, really good battles and just give us some really good, entertaining on-track action no matter what spec they are.
Yeah, absolutely, and we talked about it a lot during our first race today, but there's such big speed disparity in certain parts of the track between the cars, which actually makes the racing really interesting to watch throughout the day, and we could see that some of the cars were using their tyres a little bit more, and other cars came back towards the end, so there's a fair bit of driver management and tyre management, car management that comes into it over these races. Of course, it is only a 20-minute affair from the moment that they leave the pit lane. However, these cars do sometimes do the 1 hour enduros throughout the year, but this is one of the shorter races.
So, yeah, it's not a format they're particularly used to encountering all the time here in production touring cars, but these cars still lend themselves really well to that sprint race format, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. It's still a very tough challenge with tyres. You still really need to make sure you manage the cars. At the end of the day, they are a production car with a roll cage in them, so there's not too many modifications you can make to these, and as a result they are still quite big and heavy, and they do ask a lot of the machinery.
What's going to be really interesting, I think, is the difference in how the tyres behave now versus the earlier race that we had just after 1 o'clock, because the track has cooled down quite a bit. That colder air is starting to come through as well, so that's going to be keeping all these drivers on their toes, I think, just getting to grips and just feeling how the condition changes throughout the rest of the night.
Absolutely.
So we've got a car missing from what should be in fourth position, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't see the Burgess car there, unfortunately. So that spot is vacant on the grid unless it's just very craftily hidden behind the 31 there, and I can't see. But in any case, we've got a stacked grid of production touring cars about to be unleashed on Sydney Motorsport Park for the second race of their weekend. The red lights are on. We're underway here. Really, really good start from the number 31 car of Simon Hodges, who gets it blind there with Matt Holt around the outside of that Commodore, trying to put the hammer down, but he's going to have to tuck back in behind, and just look at the gap that's already been opened up. Side by side goes Matt Holt with the number 121 of Michael Caine, who slips up into second position. What a sensational move to get things going.
Yeah, great start by Michael Caine. He showed great pace in race number 1 and straight away gets the spot over Matt Holt, which is a big one to get. Matt Holt with a lot of experience and a lot of pace in race 1.
We also saw this really good ding-dong battle between these three BMWs who have just shot past your screen there, and they've picked up right where they left off as well. We go back up to the lead battle here, and look at Michael Caine all over the back of Hodges in the 31. Trying to have a look around the outside of all places into turn 5. Geez, he's feeling really, really good behind the wheel of that Mustang right now.
Hodges placing his car very smartly there, pulling it up on the apex so that Kane can't get underneath him into 6. Has to look another way. He's doing it again up here into Corporate Hill is Hodges, covering the inside. All clear at the moment. Great defensive driving.
But how are they going to fare as they go through the left-hand sweeper of turn 7 and jump on the anchors into the tight right turn 8? Hodges parks it right on the inside, almost gets on the grass on the run into that corner, does not give a millimetre of space on the inside. That's the name of the game here, but it's a really, really strong defensive drive, and just look at the train that is formed behind him right now.
Yeah, I fear that that's the opportunity that Kane needed to get that track position with Hodges in the Class X M4 leading onto the main straight. That thing has got some serious straight line handling, and I can't help but feel that opportunity that Kane had to take the lead around the back may have diminished, and you're going to start to see the field spread out, and that's Osborne having a look down the inside of Williamson there, and is Howard going to follow him through?
He's going to try his best. They almost look like they want to go 3 wide. I don't think that's the wisest thing to do. Into turn 1, just tucks back in behind the 56. Jeez, you could not get much closer if you tried.
That was a bit close for comfort at the fastest corner on the circuit. Williamson then knew that he needed to keep that spot. And, that was the car of Alds, not Howard. Howard's one car back. Very similar teammate cars, but very, very close between the BMWs yet again.
Awesome battling all the way up and down. Yes. Good sport, everyone involved. And it's been brilliant watching them all day so far. Cannot wait. We've got 13 more minutes of this to go. I don't think I'm going to be able to handle it, but I'm going to try my best to you folks, because this is not a race that you want to miss here. As everyone's got the go fast lights on, the lights starting to dip here. And when you're filling up the mirrors with these low light conditions, you're filling up the mirrors of the car in front of you. Once the light starts dipping, you've got your headlights on. They're going to be really blazing into the retinas of the driver in front of you. And it lets them know that you mean business, especially as the night wears on.
Yeah, and you can see the sun setting through Corporate Hill there. You can almost see the drivers squinting in the helmets there as they're coming through Corporate Hill down into the hairpin at turn number 8. Very, very tough at this part of the day to be able to sight your brake markers as Buttrose heads around the outside of Dave Worrell in the Kia Stinger. Not quite going to get it done. I'd say the Kia Stinger is going to have the horsepower to get away down these next few straights.
Certainly will, but let's see how they both tackle these last section of corners here, because the Stinger's got a little bit more weight to throw around to make it a bit more of a tricky endeavour, where the 86 will just be nailed down here in relative terms. Tries to get a little bit closer, but still a few car lengths there to contend with.
Yeah, just a big shout out to Dave Worrell as well. That car was actually damaged in a car park only 3 days ago in a civilian accident, basically. So amazing to get that car fixed and back out racing today.
Yeah, massive effort to get that one back out on track. Going quite well as well. Currently sitting in 11th position there is Worrell in the number 25 Kia Stinger, as you mentioned, with Buttrose right behind, leading Class D. So he's still having a really, really good battle. Speaking of Class D, we've got 2 more of the 86s scrapping it out here. This is Shilan leading off Aston Davis here.
Davis having a look down the inside of Shilan. Looks like he's going to get it stopped right on the braking limit and right in behind McMaster there in the BMW. Looks like the job's done, and Davis is showing good pace. Gets off turn 2 really well, and going to size up McMaster in towards turn 4, I think.
Really snuck up on McMaster there on the exit of 2.
Down the inside too. Yeah. He's going for it straight away into turn 4.
So much more pace in the number 28 car. Can he get the move done here? Looks pretty confident that he can do so, and does slot through there. So McMaster, losing a little bit of pace here, and that number 28 car of Aston Davis is flying along in this second race.
Yeah, and Shilan's now having a look as well at McMaster, wants to do the same and get down there. McMaster is alert to it and just defends that. Big sideways moment at 6, just as I say that, and alert Shilan down the inside, heading up the hill into Corporate Hill. Who's going to come out in the lead in the other side? Side by side through there is really sketchy. Shilan still side by side. He's now on the wrong side of the road. Unfortunately, down here, he's going to sneak back in behind, try and get an exit off the hairpin.
Really, really good racing from both of these competitors, and everyone else in the field giving lots of room, really good respect. It's hard racing, but it's fair racing, and that's what we love seeing, because it makes it such a more fulfilling contest for the drivers as well, when they know they're going to get back and shake hands at the end of it.
Absolutely, and this is a grassroots form of motor racing, so a lot of the drivers here really relying on that clean driving and sportsmanship nature to make sure that we can be out there without damaging each other's cars. And so far, so good from that element, and Auld has actually made a spot there on Williamson. Williamson again really deep under brakes into turn number 2. Looked like he was in the ABS struggling to stop it. We've seen that a few times today actually. We saw that in race 1 as well. So looking like he's having a bit of a battle to stop the thing into turn 2.
Yeah, full send has been the name of the game for Williamson all day today, and it's looking like it's catching him a little bit wide through turn 2. And speaking of turn 2, we go back to this battle here where Bolton gets up the inside of the number 27D car there. So yeah, another bit of a more multi-class battle here with Maximus Bolton in the C-class Renault Megane RS there, mixing it up with these two D-class machines.
Yeah, absolutely, and Maximus Bolton as well is pretty green to the category. Quite young and quite, I guess, inexperienced. I think this is only his 2nd or 3rd race meeting in production touring, so doing a great job out there in the Class C car. Leaving plenty of gap for people as well, showing respect and really earning that respect in the category. It's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely it is. But have a look at this battle. They're basically glued together. You could chuck a blanket over these two right now. It's almost like McMaster is giving him an actual toe with a toe ball up through there. And we've got a really close battle once more. These two still have not let each other go. This is Buttrose and Worrell scrapping it out. So they've actually changed places at least once since they crossed the last sector split. So this is a really, really close battle. And it's a good example of that 86 excelling quite well in the technical part of the track, and then once it gets to this sort of section, we can expect the Kia Stinger to be able to stretch its legs, pull a few more of those car lengths back. But really good margin that Buttrose has over Worrell as they go down the main straight.
Yeah, and he needed that good exit, did Buttrose, and he got it. And he's got enough margin. I think he's actually going to clear Worrell, and if Worrell doesn't get him down into turn 2, I don't think he'll actually managed to retain this spot overall. So great job by Buttrose, obviously leading Class D and also punching above his weight above in, racing these Class B cars.
Absolutely he is. Not an opportunity here at turn 2 this time by for Worrell, so he has to sit right there in behind. And the fight will have to continue on for the rest of it, and this is going to be music to the ears of Buttrose. He's going to be able to pull some more gap through 4, 5, 6 and beyond.
Yeah, I think Worrell, it'll be interesting this lap to see whether he's got the pace around the back of the track to see whether he can maintain or at least stay close enough within striking distance to get Buttrose back down the straight. Obviously, last lap not ideal, made a little bit of an error at the final corner there and gave up that time.
You can see what we were sort of alluding to earlier about the sunlight dipping and the golden hour that we're sort of experiencing. Awesome to watch, and it's like it looks really, really pretty. But then when you're a driver and you're coming through this corner here about to head up Corporate Hill, you can see how bright it is on the cars, and as you crest the hill, it's basically hitting you right in the back of the retinas. So that's another challenge that they're facing right now. Yeah,
and it's not like on the road. You can't just flip the sun visor down and kind of look after your glare that way or put your hand up. You've got a race car to drive, so it's really, really challenging. You just kind of got to squint your eyes and hope you can see it. And Shilan and Bolton there side by side. This is a really good fight actually between these three.
Yeah, lots of varied lines there through turn 8, trying to find different strengths and weaknesses in these cars and get the best run possible. And you can see them all just getting back into a line of stern sort of thing on the exit of 8. But as they go through these last few corners, it's a good chance for these drivers to get as much momentum as they can. Try and tuck into a slipstream where possible. Bolton's trying to have a look up the inside straight away. He's feeling pretty good about the pace that he's got, but he's not going to run at this stage. But let's see how much of a tow he can get down this main straight off the back of McMaster.
You see we've got a Class C car with Bolton there. Not quite as much straight line handling as what he wants there. Even in the tow, that BMW just getting away a little bit through the main straight. But Bolton with serious speed through turn 1 actually gets a run down into 2. As long as he gets it stopped down here, I think he's going to get this position done. Side by side, no contact. That's a really good move. He's just got to clear him on the exit, which he's done so. So that's a position for Bolton.
Great move for Bolton there. Gets it done through 2 and 3, and he's feeling very, very handy with a couple of car lengths behind him already. McMaster's job isn't done yet either, because now he's got to contend with the number 27 of Shilan right behind him as well, trying to capitalise too.
Yeah, Shilan looks pretty racy at the moment. That car looks particularly good around the back of the circuit. I think McMaster's got a little bit more in the straights, but Shilan, again, really strong, able to exit shallower everywhere and get the nose up the inside. But Just not quite enough down into turn 6 to get overlap on the way in.
Yeah, not able to sort of put a whole lot of faith in getting under the brakes there and out-braking the number 1, so has to tuck back in behind. But, yeah, that exit speed off those tight corners is really phenomenal for that number 27 car. Let's have a look and see how it manifests as they go through turn 8. They're side-by-side on the run-in. McMaster's going to park it right on the right-hand side there, not give a window. So it's going to be a late apex here for Shiloh to try and capitalise as much as possible and see how close he can stay to the back as they go through this section of the circuit here.
Yeah, anytime you're able to exit a car width or two shallower and have that kind of grip and pace advantage, it's a really confidence-inspiring thing from the driver's seat. You can see at the moment that Shiloh looks like he's just got a little bit more grip underneath him at the moment. He's able to place that car a little bit more accurately than McMaster. And I think it's a matter of time until he gets him. As there's a little bit of a battle here as well with Buttrose and Bryden. Bryden actually just gains a spot there on Buttrose, but obviously these are quite different class cars. So again, Class A and Class D, the Class A car with a lot of straight line speed. There's a little bit of smoke coming out the back of the Evo as well.
Yeah, there certainly is. We saw the Evo had a stall on the grid in race 1, so went absolutely nowhere fast. In the thick of it at the moment, as we can see, but yeah, there's a bit of smoke coming out of the back that we're not really sure about, so we'll keep an eye on that one. The car still seems to be going, I say that, but it just dipped a couple of wheels on the exit of 3 there, trying to tap into a little bit of that Mitsubishi Evo rallying pedigree there, but hasn't lost him a huge amount of time. He's probably sacrificed a car length there, but still going strong. But, yeah, we'll keep an eye on the back of that car because I'm not sure what that is that's coming out of the tailpipe there.
Just having a look at the timing, and the battle for the outright podium is actually a lot closer as well than race 1. Hodges has not snuck away like he did in race 1, and Kane has managed to keep him in his gun sights there with Holt not far behind. So interesting to kind of see that Kane has probably found a little bit of pace since race 1 there and really utilising that track position.
He certainly is. He's probably feeling a lot more confident as well after having a pretty rotten start to race 1 too. So as long as he can keep building on that throughout this race and then into race 3, he'll be a force to reckon with, absolutely, as they get towards the pointy end of today's proceedings. But this is a little bit further up. This is the battle for 3rd position. No, it's not actually. So this is Howard leading off Barbara, so it's a different BMW and a Commodore that I thought there, so I got my cars mixed up, but we haven't had a good chance to really look at these two, the Barbara machine especially, but yeah, rounding on the back of one of these BMWs has been in the thick of it all day long so far, has Howard.
These are two of some of the best presented cars in the field, in my opinion. The liveries on both of these cars look absolutely phenomenal, and Barbara's doing a great job there in P8 outright and running second in Class B2. And really trying to menace the back of Howard's BMW. Again, talking about these class differences, he's really going to need to utilise the handling around the back of the track where he can. The BMW is extremely fast in the straights. So for Howard, it's about how does he get off the corners and utilise that horsepower of the BMW to make sure he can keep this spot.
One thing I'm wondering is, compared to last race, we saw a really close battle all race long between Osborne, the number 16, Williamson, the 56, and Howard, the BMW on screen now. The gaps are quite different, and especially the most clear here is Williamson having almost 10 seconds on Howard. What has changed in between the two races? I'd love to know, and I'm sure Howard would really like to know as well, because that's not the pace that he was expecting based on race 1. It's put him right in the thick of this battle here with Barbara, and he's doing quite well to hold off that Commodore, but I think he'd really ideally like to be a little bit further up and all over the back of that 56 car.
Yeah, I think he just lost some key track position at the start and just wasn't able to kind of get it back. It's hard to know in the first race because they were kind of in behind Howard, and it's hard to gauge the speed amongst that battle pack. And I think this race he did just lose a little bit of touch in the first laps there, and maybe doesn't quite have the speed for whatever reason that may be. As we're side by side here with Worrell and Bryden in towards the final corner. Bryden's got the job done there. Worrell applying the pressure. Buttrose still in amongst the mist here in his 86.
Yeah, Bryden's been able to make that spot up and take the battle up into 11th position, but yeah, not able to shake the Stinger or the 86 at this stage yet, and there's not a whole lot of time left to go in the race, so I think he'll just be hoping that he can hold on to that 11th position and take home a couple of handy points as they stream through turn 1. Another part of the track where it's really tricky with the sunlight hitting your eyes towards the end of the day, especially when you're tipping into one of the fastest corner on the circuit.
Yeah, it's so hard to judge, and that corner is one of the fastest in Australian motorsport. It's so intimidating approaching that corner, especially when you can't quite see where you're going. So, massive slide for Worrell leaving turn 2. That was exciting. Kia Stinger lighting it up on the exit. He's going to have to really try and regain a little bit of concentration and composure here because Buttrose is looking pretty menacing behind him again.
Yeah, not too far to the end of this race. It's not where you want to be letting your guard down at this stage. But the checker flag's already out, and that is Hodges, who's made it 2 from 2. Michael Caine flashes the lights. He is stoked with that performance, bringing it home in second place, only 2.2 seconds behind. And Matt Holt comes home with another podium. Awesome running so far from Matt Holt as well. Now, this is an awesome battle here. This is for 5th position, as a matter of fact. So there's Osborne in the 16 crossing the stripe in 4th, and then it will be Michael Auld, and then the number 56 behind of Jason Williamson. So still really, really good scrapping from the BMWs. But there's Howard quite a ways back, who's still battling with Barbara. We go a little bit further back. This is now a battle for 12th position. So the 21 of Robert Bryden has been able to streak away, and now Worrell in the 25, David Worrell, is really doing his darndest to hold off Richard Buttrose there in the 86, because these two have been at it all race long. It's been sensational. But who is actually going to come home first between these two? I don't mind the chances of the Stinger because it's got a little bit more grunt under the bonnet, but you never know what's going to happen. They run down the main straight. There is Bryden crossing the stripe in 11th, and it will be David Worrell in 12th position. But Buttrose still leading home the D-Class, and another really, really good performance from the number 13 car.
Yeah, as we see, Davis pretty happy there as well, coming second in Class D. Bolton crossing the line, with Shireland not far behind there, third in Class D, and McMaster following in 4th, with Kavanagh rounding out that battle pack in 5th place. And we have Tonner still out there running a little bit further back, but should make the checkered flag as well.
Non-starter, unfortunately, was Lee Burgess by the look of it. Not sure what's happened, so fingers crossed, whatever it was, he is able to get back out on track tonight for race 3. That'll be just before 8 p.m, so keep your eyes peeled. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the results from ARDC. Simon Hodges gets the win again, with Michael Caine and Matthew Holt rounding out the podium. Then we go Brett Osborne and Michael Auld ahead of Jason Williamson, then Brent Howard, Anthony Barbara, David Saraglio, and Gus Barbara rounding out the top 10. Further back, we go down to the Robert Bryden machine, the number 21 Lancer. Then David Worrell in that green Stinger. Richard Buttrose, Aston Davis, and Maximus Bolton down to 15th. And then Matt Shireland, Andrew McMaster, Jason Kavanagh, and Chris Tonner, the last of the runners, with Lee Burgess, as mentioned, unfortunately not making the start. So we will be back out on track with the production touring cars, as mentioned, at around about 7:50. The schedule does vary a little bit because we're just sort of running based on as soon as we're good to go, we can send it. And if we've got cleanups, it can change things. So if you're not sure when you want to tune in, what I can recommend to you folks is just stay tuned all day. Just don't miss a moment of it, because we'll be live all the way through to the end of it on Blendline TV. In the meantime, we are going to take a little bit of a siesta to cop some dinner, because we're all very, very hungry around here, and I'm sure you are as well. Thank you so much for joining us so far. Looking forward to bringing this one home for you folks under lights. Stay tuned. We will be back at 5:15 p.m. local time, and we will keep the good times rolling.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Blendline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app, where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Blendline.
And with our last live cross, we were able to see the absolute crazy cars in the sports sedans. But before we come and check out the other side of town, the beautiful HQ Racing Series. And I grabbed myself a driver here. Brendan, how are you, mate?
Good, mate. Yourself? Yep, very good. Very
Shake
good.
the hands. They're very official here. That's it. You've got to shake hands with absolutely everyone. And you're racing the 1111 HQ. How are you going out there this week?
We're actually doing quite well. I think we're exceeding expectations a little bit, considering we threw on the dyno on Thursday and weren't too happy with the results. But we've come out here and we're we're in the mix, we're in the mid pack, and we're having a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm pretty happy with how we're going at the moment. So.
There's no doubt that you're in the mix in the pack, because I can see the damage on the side of the car here. We've even got someone that signed it. Troy was here. Is that another one of your competitor friends?
Yeah, so that was in the Nationals. That's Troy from WA. So yeah, anyone who does put a din on it, we get them to sign it before we fix it. There's another one on the boot as well. So, fortunately, we don't have too many of them normally, so that's the best part. But when it happens in racing sometimes. So.
Now, as someone that loves HQs, and I've owned a few myself, I've always had them on the street and I've always protected them. Yeah. Then I watch you guys go out there and completely throw the rules out and decide that you want to door each other at 100 mile an hour. The joke has been out there. They've got magnets. They're attached to each other. What's it like getting parts for these cars, and how's the serviceability?
Yeah, parts are getting a little bit harder and harder to get, but like still within reason, as long as you know where to look. Like Rare Spares do a pretty good job of getting parts and stuff like that. But yeah, look, a lot of panel beating goes involved in them as well to try and keep them up to scratch if you can't find panels and stuff. But generally, if you know where to look, you can get them. So.
Now, one of the interesting talking points is about the engines. We would have expected over the years that something would have changed, maybe a V6 Commodore engine and that. But as we're learning, they are still the original 202 engine, still got the Stromberg carburetor onto them, but they're pushing out a lot more power than what they originally did.
Yeah, so they've pretty much kept it the same it was back when it first originated in Tasmania, and I think it was the late 70s or the early 80s. So they've tried to keep it as original as possible, and the reason why it is still the way it is at the moment is it was a grassroots motorsport, so you could come in, it was more affordable to come in and race a HQ than it was anything else at that time, and it still pretty much is, maybe bar their XLs. But yeah, we still run a 202, a 3-speed. It's it's easy to work on. You've got a big engine bay. Most mechanics now, this is quite easy. There's not cables everywhere, mate. It's just it's a nice, simple motor to work on, and that's the best part about it.
Exactly right. And one thing we keep coming back to is the cost, the budget-friendly, how easy it is. We would think a classic car is starting to get too expensive. It's not really worth keeping on the track. But everyone keeps coming through and saying, no, it's totally opposite. What are the type of costs we might associate with racing in this series?
Mate, there's cars out there from anywhere from, say, $12,000 to $20,000 upwards if you're looking for a really high-end top car that has performed well. But you can find yourself a car for a good car for probably around that 15 mark, and it's ready to go, roll cage, race spec, full on ready to go, jump in and have a go. So yeah, it's nothing too crazy.
And a lot of people might get tripped up on the running costs as well. We've seen the big end of town. We've seen the $1 million per race. I'd imagine this would be a lot lower than that.
Yeah, so the good thing about with HQ Race, and not just in New South Wales, but all over Australia, is we race hard, but we race fair, and we try to minimise as much damage as possible because we know how hard it can be to get parts and fix them. So the race is really good in that retrospect.
So one thing I absolutely love about this, no matter what end of town you're on, you can find something that's quite cost-effective to go racing, and also the support and the community from these categories is one thing that blows me away. Thank you very much for the chat, mate, and best of luck for the next race.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Now, we've got Brett Osborne here, not necessarily racing the HQs, but I think you've been very inundated and invested in the HQ series for a quite while, even sponsoring the category. Tell me, why do you keep coming back and why do you keep sponsoring such a fantastic class?
Obviously, HQs, it's the people. It always has been just such a great little community to be part of. The racing, whilst the cars aren't the fastest out there, it's some of the best racing you'll have because they are. Everyone's trying their hardest, everyone's on the limit, everyone's pushing. So it's just very enjoyable. Like I said, everyone's very social. Everyone wants to, have a good time, and, we all pit together because we all want to hang out together.
Now, this is probably the funniest looking HQ or probably the most expensive or just not a HQ. What are you racing this weekend?
So having a bit of a dabble in production touring. So, bought a M3. We did the 6-hour at Bathurst this year. This is my second state round now. So, going to have a go at that. Really enjoying it so far. It's really nice to drive and, see how we do with that for another couple of rounds.
Now, we have seen you racing in many, many different categories. I know we have bumped into each other off and on the track with the Aussie Racing Car Series. Are we going to see you come back to that soon, or are you pretty happy where you are at the moment?
No, I'd say at the moment I'll be doing a bit more on the BMW. I'm keeping the Aussie car, not selling it, so definitely at some stage we'll be back behind the wheel of that one. But this year, most likely not, and we'll see what next year's calendar brings for that.
Fantastic. Well, it's great to see you supporting. I know these guys were actually my first ever sponsors ever. I keep bringing that story up. That was your old man, not you. I don't think he would have wrote the cheque if he knew who it was.
We'd have probably tore that one up, I reckon. But
I still hang the cheque up on the wall, never cashed it because it would have bounced anyways. I'm kidding. But it's great to see your support. Great to see the support for such a fantastic category. 18 cars for a state series, and they're all finishing. God, we can only imagine the Nationals is huge.
Absolutely. Like I said, 18 cars this weekend is quite strong. There's probably a couple that could have been here as well. The Nationals in WA is going to be big. They're expecting a big field over there, and I think it's going to be a great event.
I can't wait to watch it. Thanks very much, mate.
No worries. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Now, with the telecast there with the HQ Racing, I tell you what, it was action-packed from first all the way to the end. But the thing I love about it is the family dynamic. Gordon, Amanda, how are you both?
Doing really well.
Very happy.
Now, the one thing I'm absolutely stoked about is the colours of the cars. We've got beautiful pink, sparkly pink. Can we please get a shot at how beautiful and pink and sparkly it is? But the old man's not letting that go. We saw this absolutely glistening in the sun as you're coming through the race there. Tell us, who thought of the colours first? Who?
Well, I've been wrapping the cars for about 10 years. In every couple of seasons I change the colour and the wrap. And then, excuse me, and then we, just sort of getting sort of bolder and bolder with the wraps, getting them to stand out in the crowd, so to speak.
So do you get any say in the colours, or is straight up?
I chose this one. It was unfortunately, very sadly, sitting in a box for a couple of years, but we finally got around to doing it, and I'm so happy with the turnout. It looks amazing.
It does look stunning. I tell you what, even my race car's got pink on it as well, so I am very biased towards the pink car. But one thing I did notice with you two rat bags getting around the track, you were behind, you were in front, but you kept flashing the lights to make sure that the car stood out. We were nicknaming you the glitter ball. You were the disco lights. Was there a plan behind this?
I didn't even know my lights were on. So then when Dad told me that they were, I'm like, oh, well, maybe that was just, a little bit of intimidation.
Sorry, what are you trying to do? Intimidate me? Coming up behind me with your lights on. I said, maybe it worked. I don't know.
Well, we did see at the end of the race that maybe you had a little bit of a trip up. Our cameras, they do catch all. Yeah. Was it intimidation or was it just running out of talent?
No, they were running out of talent. Yeah, no, I was trying to catch up to her because I'm going last lap. I'm not going to let her get away, and I was just pushing a bit too hard into that last corner. Hit the ripple strip and lost the back end. So
it's one of those things.
Well, yeah, it is. You've done it 100 times. So I decided, well, if I've done a spin, I may as well just get it back round and get it going as quickly as I can. So
now you've taken on the president role of the HQ Club, a very honorary role. You were telling me just before the interview as well.
I don't know whether it's on.
What is the one thing that you absolutely love about this that keeps people coming back?
It's just the camaraderie. I just love it. Like, I've been racing for 13 years now, and people get, in certain categories, get sick of it and move on. And a lot of people here have been racing for a long, long time, and we just never get sick of it. It's great fun. A bit more fun when we go away, like Goulburn, everyone gets together and a big party. And, yeah, it's just magnificent. And everyone helps everyone out. Someone has a problem, so, need a carby here, you need a gearbox there. Everyone's always willing to help, and that's what really makes it fun. And the family. All the kids know each other and everything else. So.
How about you, Amanda? Were you dragged into this kicking and screaming, not really keen for it? Or did you see exactly what's going on from the President's Report and say, hey, that looks like fun, I really want to go?
Well, I've been racing now for 6 years. Wow. But no, it was... I was on maternity leave at the time, and I desperately needed a hobby, and this one came up. But having said that, I have done it for 6 years now, so it kind of stuck. And yeah, I just love it. I love pushing myself. I love teaming up with Dad to do enduros, and also racing against him as well.
Now, this is a real problem because my partner's currently on maternity leave, but I think her hobbies want to be like looking after the baby and painting and knitting. You've just gone out and said, no, I think race cars are perfect for me. And I tell you what, we absolutely love it. So there we have Mr. Capitane Presidente Gordon and, well, daughter of, or princess. Is that how they... Secretary.
It's a family affair.
Oh, I see that. The secretaries always get the problems. But as you can see from tip to toe, this category has just got the support and the loving family vibe that people need to be out there doing. I think we better go buy another HQ race car for my family.
You'd never regret it.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Now we're seeing battle packs in the HQs all the way from the top down to the bottom and everywhere in between. The McLean 13 car, you looked like you were having an absolute ball out there.
Look, it's absolutely cracking out there. It's tough. Every position, every lap, there's always something going on. Racing against some guys that have been around for a while, and to be honest, we're doing some new things today. We're trying to find out a little bit more speed. We've got a new motor in, which is still bedding in, so we're a bit behind the pace, but instead of being near the front sort of thing, which we have been lately, we're finding all the mid packers, and there's a lot more action goes on, let me say, than through the front of the pack anyway. So no, it's been great.
That's it. The night's only young now. The sun's starting to set. Is this when all the HQs start to get a little bit crazier, or are we just going to see the same type of racing?
Oh, look, for these old girls, it's been a long day, so they're a bit tired, if anything. But look, you'd know full well the cool nights do them more good than harm. So a little bit cooler air, denser air, so we can crank them up a little bit more. Our fragilities in the categories, head gaskets, so we can almost account for that a little bit more. Hopefully the weather means that the temperature's cooler, so we can get a bit more in there too.
Yeah, so it seems like reliability is not that bad, or it's actually really good in these cars. One thing that we've heard coming back is head gaskets, but I'm assuming that's not really a big job when it comes down to swapping them out.
Sadly, we're pretty good at it. Look, we can, with a hot motor, if we find that we've done head gaskets during a race sort of thing, we can come in with a absolutely stonking hot engine, and we can change a head gasket in about 45 minutes. Wow. So, we have had a bit of experience. And look, the best thing about them is it's old school, it's fire and spark sort of thing, so fuel and spark, and we've got it. The rest of the stuff is ancillary. They're highly strung, they're highly stressed. I was talking to a gentleman before that has been watching from the sidelines for a long time. He's like, so what can you do? What can you do? And it's like restriction here and here and here and here and here and here and here. And it'd be easier to build a street engine than it would to build a competitive HQ race motor. So there's a lot of little tolerances that are based off factory parts. So, for example, heads sort of thing. I know back in the day you'd line up 50 heads and you'd find the one that was the best out of those 50, and the other 49 would be in the bin. So, wish we were back into those days. We kind of just get what we can get nowadays. But no, great category. It's certainly something we enjoy. We DIY everything. We build our engines. We do our own panel work. We do our own suspension, like everything maintenance-wise. That's the economics of it. And we know that we're running against guys that have got 20 or 30 times our budget, but the Nationals were here early last year or late last year, and we're top 5, which is great. So for battles and budgets, HQs, you can certainly find where you want to be and what you can afford to do.
So it seems like from big budgets to battlers and everywhere in between, no matter what, you're going to be coming out, you're going to be having a great time and just getting out there, maybe getting those top 5 results.
Yeah, look, whatever happens for this one, like I said, the best thing at the end of the day is to drive the car onto the trailer. We know we can come back next time. So, yeah, always looking forward to it, absolutely.
No worries. Thank you very much for the interview.
Thanks, Cody.
Perfect. All right. Thanks. Now, we had a call out from one of the people in the crowd and said, you've got to go talk to Chris Jackson here. And I said, okay, we need to talk to as many people as possible. But then I later heard he's known as Mr. 5 times. Can you explain to us where the meaning of the name comes from?
Well, it's just for the state championships that I've won. So I've got 5 state championships. And I must admit too, Steve Lacey doesn't get called Mr. 5 time, but he's got 5 as well. And we're both equally tied on 5 at the moment. And I think he's planning on winning it this year, I think.
So we might have a Mr. 6 time.
Yeah. So I'm Mr. 5 time. I think that's where I probably am for a little while. So if Steve makes it to Mr. 6, well, that can be his name. But yeah, that's where we got that one from.
I tell you what, we've just come from the HQs and now in the sports sedans, and we can see it's a little bit more serious. The first opportunity you had, you were throwing someone under the bus. But tell us, what type of beast have we got here? And I've even noticed it's left-hand drive. What do you got?
It's basically based on a Calibra, if people remember that, from about 1993 they were originally built. So obviously being a sports sedan, there's not a single part on it that ever came from a Calibra. It's a full space frame chassis. It's got a NASCAR SB2 engine in it, Holdens 6-speed gearbox that they used to use in the supercars, although it's all a paddle shift now. Just your standard 9-inch diff that sort of NASCAR and everybody's been using for 100 years. And sort of huge brakes on it, sort of big Brembos, and just all the bits and pieces that generally make them go quick.
I tell you what, when I was looking at the entry sheet the other day, I've gone Holden Calibra. Holden Calibra? Yeah. I haven't seen one of those in forever. But we have one competition that's happening with the sports sedans at the moment because every car is so different. So we're letting people know what is left of the original car. Some people like the floor pan, the roof and this. Some people have said the door handles. Is there a nut and bolt left that might be Calibra on this?
There's not a single part on it. They used to have a Calibra roof and doors, and we sort of turned them into fiberglass probably 10 years ago. And there's not a single part on this car that ever came from a Calibra or was part of it. It's basically the shape, and that's about it. So, which is why we love them. They're just, everyone is so different. And we've got guys out there racing, sort of lap times, sort of guys that you're racing are fairly close. There's a lot of very fast cars there. We used to win a lot of stuff a few years back, and probably not so much now. We just everything's sort of moving ahead, but it's good to see. It's just development within a category, and just some really, really fast cars out there at the front now, and. Good to see, and just having a big go.
I think that might be a one of one car. There wasn't many Calibras left, and now you've taken what's left of the Calibra and probably made it a little bit more reliable. I'm kind of guessing in that sense. How's your results been today?
Just running midfield. I think, nothing special. Not as fast as we'd like to be, but we basically the state of the economy at the moment. We just couldn't put tyres on it, so we've been running on the second-hand tyres, and sort of the guys we're up against. If you haven't got good tyres, it's a bit of a battle, and. Just doing our best, having a bit of fun, and the car itself's been going really good. We just keep saying if I could throw a set of tyres on it, we'd sort of go a little bit quicker, but realistically, I'm not going to quite match those guys at the front anymore. So, but anyway, we're getting out all the guys here helping. I've got John and Brockies who've sort of been helping me for years, and we're just out here having a relax and a bit of fun, and go do some car racing. So, which is what we do.
It's one thing I want to talk about the tyres before we wrap it up. You've got one hand on your tyre, and it's not even spreading across to the rest of the tyre. And let me tell you, viewers, this is a front. This is not a rear tyre. This is a front. What is it like to steer such a heavy tyre?
Well, you got power steer, so it's very hard to do without power steer. But once they're warmed up and they're hooked up and everything, it gives you a lot of mid-corner grip and and obviously braking as well. So it's just when they're working properly and you can throw the right sort of budget and tyres at them. Very, very fast car, which is just a good thing.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. 5-time, maybe 6-time, and we hope to see you having fun out there.
Yeah, we're doing our best. So thanks a lot. Yeah, hope everyone's enjoying the telecast and trying to put on a bit of a race. So great.
No worries. Thanks, mate.
Thanks a lot.
Good. We're happy. Excuse, we're seeing some massive repairs happening at the moment with Glenn Deering. How are you, mate, and what's going on?
Well, it's not really repairs. We're just checking it out. Had a bit of a vibration, so we thought we'll have a look at it just to make sure it's good for the next race. We made plenty of spots in the last one after a gearbox issue in the first race, but yeah, we'll see how we go this time. See if we can shake them up at the start and keep going.
Well, it's good to see that all the repairs are going well and you're checking everything out. But I'm pretty impressed by this setup behind us. You've got you brought a motorhome of people in from Circular Quay. What's going on?
Well, this is our little tour bus. We usually go for a month a year, so we just take it off around Australia's places, and that's the ultimate thing for the racetrack. So I think we may as well use it. It's just sitting at home. So
that's it. And if the camera looks around, we've got the barbecue going. We've got the families around. We've got the support. Yeah. We've even got
electric barbecue going there. So everything's running.
Electric, geez, coming into the new age. Are we going to see some electric HQs in the future?
Oh, I doubt it. I won't be around doing electric stuff. I like the old piston stuff.
So how do you reckon you'll go for the next race?
Oh, we'll give Luke a bit of a hurry up, but we're to see what happens, mate. It's a bit of fun and get out there and have some fun.
Now, I did see you had an open face helmet, if that's correct.
I love my open face helmet.
We could see on all the telecasts you gritting your teeth and you're battling and looking in your mirrors. I tell you what, we can't let you get rid of that helmet because we're seeing so much character in the low light.
I've actually got Jake going to get my son. He races number 5. Yep. I'm going to get him an open face helmet too. I just got a bit of air. You can see you're not closed in. It's a great thing. I think they're great. You can use them.
There's one thing I've seen with both the cars. They're exactly the same colour and they're a little bit hard to decipher. Can we maybe look at a different colour roof, or you're saying that's it? We need these colours.
That's it. One's got orange wheels on it.
Please don't swap the wheels in any case. If something goes wrong, we might get confused in the commentary box.
We even went 4 and 5, so we got the numbers close to them as well.
As per typical. Well, it's great to see the family spirit. It's great to see these setups. It's great to see you travelling around the country and loving what you're doing. We hope you keep doing it.
We do this barbecue at every round we come to. We just put it on because we just like doing it.
I think I'm pretty hungry, so I might go for a food.
Go get one. No worries. Thanks, mate.
No worries. Thanks for the interview.
See ya.
All right. We got to go. We're here with Car 222 Wayne Healy, and I tell you what, I don't know if it's family spirit or maybe more friendship. You didn't seem to mind throwing some slinging shots over the bonnet there in the last interview.
Mate, no, it's racing against all these guys in HQs is more than just racing against. You're racing against your mates and your friends, so slinging other drivers is not frowned upon.
Not frowned upon. So it gets a little bit dicey out on the track. If they really go a bit too over the line, can we expect a bit of a bumper grind here and there?
Oh, yeah, we give them the chrome horn, mate. There's no yeah, the chrome horn comes out regularly. Yeah, so it's we try not to use it as much, but mate, look, sometimes in these cars, you've got to give them a little bump.
And how long have you been racing HQs for?
20 years, mate. I've been doing this for 20 years, yeah, and loving every minute. It's not just a club, it's the camaraderie. Look, we're having sausage sizzle right now, and everyone's here. We all band together. The best part about this category is that if anything breaks down, everyone's helping up somebody, or someone's got a spare part for you. So it's a fantastic category to race. It stands on its own. It's a fantastic thing.
No, that's fantastic. And how's your results today?
Not as good as we want. Actually, we just brought this car out. It's been out. It hasn't been out for a year, so we're feeling how this car is running. We borrowed a motor just to see how the car handles. We're ironing out a lot of issues, which is really good for Brendan for next year. Have a crack. So this is going to be a better car than what he's in now, and we're just ironing out all the issues we can.
It's one thing that we're seeing while we're interviewing the drivers, that there's not one here for 6 months or 3 months or just getting started. They're all veterans of the sport, 6 years, 10 years, 20 years. Do you see more people coming in and want to enjoy this good vibe?
I hope so. I think it's getting tougher. The cars are getting a lot more expensive. When I first started, I bought a car for $1,200 a rolling shell and $3,000 for a second car that was nearly ready to race. Today's they're up 15,000, 20,000 minimum. So parts are getting harder, but the people themselves, they're great, and that's what brings this category, makes this category as good as it does.
I tell you what, no matter how hard they are to get the parts, it seems like everyone just loves being with each other, and we hope that stays on for the future of HQ Racing. Thank you for the interview, mate.
Mate, thank you very much, and thank you for Blendline and everyone that's out there supporting HQ, Osborne Transport, all the sponsors that the club has, and you guys running around doing this kind of stuff. This is grassroots racing, and it doesn't happen without you guys too, so thank you.
Oh, well, thank you very much. It's not every day I get a compliment.
Cheers, mate.
Good on you.
Good
Thanks,
on you,
mate.
Thanks again.
Cheers.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Blendline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app, where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Blendline.
We're back in action here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It is night time now. We're doing it in the dark for the 2026 New South Wales Motor Racing Championships. This is round 3, and we have one last batch of high-octane racing to come under the lights here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We're getting started with the second of the 3 Aussie Tin Top races here. Let's take a look at the ARDC grid sheet to get us started. Ben Arnold is going to be starting on pole position next to Brent Edwards in that the R33 Skyline and the Falcon, respectively. Then behind them, Corey Gillett and Peter Ryder. There we go, Troy Gleeson and Simon Anthony's, and then Michael Ricketts in the Pulsar in 7th position next to Rob Neal. Then Stuart Gamble and Helena Maras are rounding out the top 10. We go a little bit further back to look at the rest of the cars coming through here as well to see Simon Cox and Simon Horth in 11th and 12th. Then Nathan Findanis, Mark Geiler, David Rogers and Sam Silvestro rounding out a 16-car grid. My name is Matt Dunlop. Madison Downers alongside me once more for some more of the Aussie Tin Top action. And they put on a hell of a show in the first race, especially watching the recovery from Brent Edwards, having lost a lot of time there in that Falcon, which we're not sure why that happened, but clawed it right back, came really, really close to getting the lead off the Ben Arnold machine, the number 44, just fell short, but cannot wait for this battle to resume again.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It was an enthralling finish, watching that gap close down in that last 5 minutes or so.
Oh, we've got a car that spun on the formation lap, as a matter of fact. They're back on track once more there, but that's one of the, looks like an S13 Sylvia that's going around there. We'll keep an eye out to see which one that is. But it's not an ideal way to start your race, but probably tells a lot about the conditions of the track and how much it really has cooled down and what havoc that's playing with the tyres.
Yeah, the cars will be leaving on much colder starting temperatures than what they were earlier today. And sometimes, if you're not careful there with the high-powered rear-wheel drive nature of some of these cars, it can just catch you out a little bit on the formation lap.
I know you're making a very valid point about the conditions of the tyres, but how's the underglow on this car?
Oh, it's awesome.
This is sensational. This is what night racing was made for. The number 27 machine there, Corey Gillette in that S13 Sylvia. That thing looks menacing, and it'll be starting this race out of 3rd position, and I'm really, really excited to see just how awesome all the racing coming up is going to be looking under the lights. Flames getting thrown out of the side here. It's going to be sensational.
Yeah, every category looks great under lights. You see so much more in the nighttime. Sparks, glowing rotors, the liveries really pop for those drivers and competitors as well that have thrown coloured headlights in their car, the LED neon style underglow. Really awesome to see all these cars at night as the Nissan comes back down to grab his grid spot there.
So it was indeed the number 98 of Peter Ryder there, got unstuck on the run into corporate, but back into the grid position of 4th as we get ready to go. Popping and crackling aplenty from the grid as they get, we're waiting for the last couple of cars to grid up. This is going to be a rip-snorting start. Very different fortunes between these two cars on the front row and how they got off the line last time. The go-fast lights are coming on and the cars behind. Oh, big lurch there. We're underway. I don't know if that's going to count as a jump start. We'll keep an ear out and eye out for any black flags on that one. But that's not how you want to be starting a race here. Underway. Oh. Look at Gillett in the number 27, straight into the lead from 3rd position. Awesome start for the number 27 car. And we look further back at Brent Edwards as well. Currently 3rd, swarming all over the back of the Ben Arnold machine, that R33 Skyline. Trying to have a look into turn 2. Can't get it done. Runs really hot as well. Out onto the concrete. Oh, no. That number 98 car of Peter Ryder is struggling all over the place. Both on the warm-up lap and under race conditions as well. Straight to the back of the field. Got dirt all over the tyres, so that's not the start he wanted. Let's go back to the lead here, where Ben Arnold has actually made his way back up into the lead. That Skyline has been looking red hot all day.
Yeah, Ben Arnold, a little bit of a question mark over that start. Obviously rolled a little bit there before the lights went out, so interesting to see what gets called there. But back to the lead, and if there is a penalty coming, he will be wanting to make sure he can build as big of a margin as he possibly can. Edwards is looking pretty menacing as well in position 3 in the Falcon.
He certainly is. The pressure is going to be all over Arnold right now. He nailed that curb. Oh. Really, really slippery conditions at turn 7, just greasy and cold. And Gillett there really getting right out sideways there through 7. Gathers up through 8, lights up the rears on the exit of 8. That's going to cost him a lot of momentum. Look at the marks he's left on the track behind him as well. And Edwards is trying to capitalise there, but Gillett has got it right back under control and taken that 2nd place back and just not let him by. But, geez, he's looking very, very towy in that number 27 car, and Ben Edwards smells blood in the water.
interesting to see how the cold is kind of catching the drivers out a little bit from earlier on. The tyres obviously taking a little bit longer to come up to temperature as Edwards looks to the inside into turn number 1 on Gillett. Gillett tries to hang tougher on the outside, can't quite stay there. Going to look back towards turn 2 to see if he can get a run. There's a big moment through the exit of turn 1. Looks down the inside into 2. Not quite as the door slams shut by Edwards.
What a move there from Brent Edwards. I apologise. He got that one done. The number 1 car back into P2. And geez, Gillett is just wringing the neck of that Sylvia all the way around this Sydney Motorsport Park tonight.
I love that Gillett's been hanging it sideways, but it may have cost a little bit of time. What I do love with Gillett, he's looked after us here in the commentary box. He's got nice, bright Dago gloves on that we can really see that oversteer in the cockpit. Just make mention of Arnold here. He's actually pulled that gap out to 2.7 seconds, and while these two were fighting, he's really trying to build that margin.
Yeah, he's definitely been the beneficiary of the mayhem behind him here. He's been able to pull that bit of a gap. So, the question is, can Brent Edwards do what he did in race 2, put the hammer down and just get this thing moving? No, not at this stage. He's run really, really wide there in turn 8, uncharacteristically wide. I think that car's got a problem. He's pulling up, the car's stopped straight up. There's nothing left in the number 1 Falcon. What a shame that is for Brent Edwards. After having such pace at the start there, he is marooned on the exit of turn 8. That car is going nowhere fast. What a massive shame that is.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what did occur in race 1. Is this some form of a recurring issue for Edwards? Because, yeah, really strange. It came good in race 1, but hopefully he can get that refired, reset, control of the lead and get going again. But, yeah, really odd one. No smoke or anything like that coming out of the car. Just pulls it up with no power.
Yeah, it's almost, it gives a hallmark of something electrical. Just heard a little bit of a tyre scream in the background there. We'll keep an eye on that. It may have just been a lock up into 1. We can't see what's happened there, but we do have some great action back here. That's the number 98 car of Ryder that just went through shot. And then we have Maris and Gamble behind. So this is 8th and 9th on the road right now as they all stream through, lights ablaze, turn 1. Jumping on the anchors into turn 2. Conditions we feel really, really different here. It's just every lap being, I guess, more of a learning opportunity when you've got more cars around you. The tyres are warming up. They're getting to grips with, where the track is at now. As we can see a little bit of curb being taken there, or a little bit of a bump at the very least from that Mazda MX-5 through 3. But it's looking like a really, really planted car at the moment. Putting the hammer down. It's got a lot of power out of 4 into 5 in these off-camber corners. And that number 16 machine of Helena Maris is really trying to get on the back of this battle up ahead here.
Yeah, it looks like things have started to normalise with the tyre temperatures and people are starting to understand it. I can see that the timing screen has gone yellow though, so we're going to head to a safety car. I think this is one of the first times we've seen the safety car today.
I think it is, yeah. We haven't really, the safety car's been sitting mostly idle on the charging dock all day, and it'll be because of the number 1 car still stranded on the exit of turn 8, really in a tricky spot. That was, I just saw the end of that. Did I just see what I think I saw?
Yeah, I think the 98 there might have passed under safety car there, so I think you'll probably need to give that spot back, because there was definitely yellow flags out when he made that move.
And if he did, it would have been blatantly so, because the yellows were on show all the way around, and you've got the high intensity boards as well as the flags here at Sydney Motorsport Park, so you really cannot miss it. So we'll keep an eye out and see how that shakes out, as the safety car is now waiting to pull this field back together. But yeah, that's an interesting way to develop here. We've got the questions about the start from the number 44. The 98, not sure what's happened there. So, so he's just relinquished that spot back. So I'm not sure what's happened. He just hasn't realised. Let's have a look at the replay. Yeah, okay. So very well and truly safety car conditions.
Yeah.
Blasts past the number 23 car of Simon Anthonys, and then keeps sending it, and made it past the RX-7 as well, the 21 of Troy Gleason. So he's given that spot back at the very least, but I hazard a guess and say there may be a bit of a steeper penalty coming his way.
Yeah, I'd say so. The yellow flags being disobeyed there is not normally the most popular thing with the stewards, so that will be an interesting one to see how they manage that. But yeah, unfortunately, safety car out. I think they kind of had to do it with where that car is placed, with the Edwards car leaving the hairpin on the outside. It is not far off the racing line there, and doesn't require a massive mistake or an issue from another car to be out that area. So unfortunately, we've got the Hyundai N safety car out on track, leading the field.
We certainly do. It's a good chance for us to take stock of where everyone's at. But in saying that, we've got taking stock of where the field was at when the safety car was called, and obviously things have changed a little bit with that rider car being a little bit out of sync with where it should be. But the number 44 car that we can see on screen there of Ben Arnold does still lead the way, with the 27 of Corey Gillett right behind there in second position. Really keen to see how that restart pans out, because that thing is rapid when it's pointing in the right direction. Behind, currently sitting in third, is the 21 car of Troy Gleason, that RX-7, which is a really nicely presented car. We're chatting about it before we went on air. All the cars that are racing here look sensational, and especially under lights as well. It really brings it out of these cars and makes them look fantastic. Behind, currently, is the number 98 car of Peter Ryder. We don't know if that's actually where he belongs. We don't know if he actually needs to be behind the 23 of Simon Antonitz. So we will keep our eyes on that. Meanwhile, back in sixth position on the road, we've got the number 41 Polestar that just darted past the screen of Michael Ricketts. And then the 245, this Ford EB Falcon of Nathan Findaris, an EA Falcon as a matter of fact, my apologies, which had a odd issue with the tyre that let go in race one, that front right tyre. So they've slapped a fresh bit of rubber on the top of that one, and they're going to give it a red-hot crack again tonight. With Maris, Gamble, the number 45 car of Simon Cox, and then Geiler and Horwath, the last of the 12 runners. Timing monitor currently says that Edwards is a lap down, but I think he's going to be a bit more than a lap down if that's the pace he'll be travelling at. So that is race done for Brent Edwards, unfortunately. It's a real shame, because that thing was so fast, and I was really looking forward to seeing how this race was going to shake out between himself and Arnold.
Yeah, absolutely. The last race, obviously, that car very quick, finishing there in second, and a really good fight for the win, and looking forward to watching that fight unfold at the front there, but we've been robbed of that one. We're not going to see how that's going to pan out, so unfortunately Edwards with a DNF for this one, it looks like. Good news is, though, they've got Edwards' car on the tow strap and heading back to the paddock, so I'd be thinking that we're going to see safety car lights out this lap, at least hopefully. It's in the pit lane, so we'll keep an eye on that, and hopefully we go back racing.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We'll keep our ears out and see what goes on, because, if we can get underway pretty quickly, then that is not a huge amount of time lost to safety car, which is always good to see. And in any case, it's a really good opportunity for us, because we haven't really had many safety cars or stoppages today, so haven't really had a good chance to give a shout out to all of the hard-working volunteers, officials, and the marshals who come together to help us put these events on. For everything they do, flag marshals, the safety car, the medicos, the stewards, race control team, so many other people, the Fireys, Fire Rescue, and a lot of them donate a lot of their time as well, not volunteering just with the passion that drives them. And it's such an integral part of motorsport at every single level, having these volunteers, because without them, we simply could not do it. So to all the volunteers, all the marshals, everyone who helps us go racing, we cannot thank you enough. Safety car will be in this lap. The lights are out. Confirmation on your screen. And now the number 44 car of Ben Arnold will take control of the field. The question is going to be, when does he throw that boot right into the firewall? When does he floor it? And when do we get back underway? If you're a racer in this position right now, let's imagine you're Gillett. Like, what are you looking for? Where's your mind at? Are you just basically waiting for just a reflex?
Yeah, you just got to concentrate on exactly when he's gone, and he's gone there, and he's actually got a pretty good jump there, it looks like. When you're the leader, you want to try to pick and choose a spot where you're going to be able to gain some margin. Arnold's done a great job of that and got a little bit of breathing space straight away there. And, clean start so far in towards turn number 1, coming down into turn 2 as Ryder heads back down the inside of Gleason to take that spot.
Gets that one done under green flag conditions, or does he? Just washes a little bit wide, but tucks it back into the apex. So good move there, gathered it back up again. It's a really tricky corner to get right if you overrun a little bit, but he's done well to hold on to that and slot himself up into third position. So in the podium spots is the number 98 car of Peter Ryder, that S13 Silvia that we see on screen. Now he's going to try and see if he can hunt down the two Nissans in front of him. It's currently 1-2-3 Nissan battle at the moment.
Yeah, Arnold's put that gap out to 2.5 seconds straight away, so that's a great restart for Arnold. As we head back down the field a little bit, we've got Ricketts on screen there in the beautiful Nissan Pulsar, with the Falcon just showing the nose a little bit down the inside there, but Ricketts powering off the corner up towards Corporate Hill.
We've been really enjoying seeing this car going about its business in a couple of different categories it's been running in today here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We went down and had a chat to them to have a look at the thing. They've posited that it's probably the only Nissan Pulsar in the world that has a 6-speed sequential Holdens gearbox in it, and it makes it run absolutely beautifully. The shifting feels like a breeze, and at least it's part of the reason why it's such a quick car and it's so planted around the Sydney Motorsport Park.
It looks awesome. It's not what you expect to see in a Nissan Pulsar, a big sequential Hollander shifter, but unreal. Look at it picking up that inside tyre for the final corner as well. Really awesome to see. But we've got Findanis in the Falcon having a look down the inside, down the main straight, using a little bit more of that motor. Oh, a bit of flame out the back of Findanis' car. I might have spoken a bit too soon there.
Almost looks like it was bouncing off the limiter perhaps, so yeah, really sending it. Goes side by side, still just gets the move done. But Ricketts is really, really close to number 41 car. I wonder if there's a move on here to turn 2. We'll keep an eye out, because in the meantime, Anthony's in the number 23 car is trying to have a look as well. But no, Ricketts have to sit back just a little bit and stay in 7th position for the time being. And now has Maris all over the back of that car too.
Yeah, it's a bit of a 4-way battle pack happening here. We're kind of focused towards the front of it. But yeah, Findanis starting to pull some margin over Ricketts. He'll be hoping to try and kind of consolidate that pass and make sure he can keep the track position and keep moving forward. It looks like so far the pace in that Falcon is pretty good, and I love seeing it shoot flame out the side pipe there. That's really cool to see.
Yeah, this is when it gets really, really nice to watch, and you can see like the flames getting thrown out of all of these cars here, and yeah, it's such a joy to watch here at Sydney Motorsport Park under lights. It's really, really comes together well. We were chatting about it briefly as well from a driver's perspective. It doesn't make a huge amount of difference because the track itself is still, lit up really, really well. So it looks, there's no real difference in how it looks. The only difference is everything beyond the perimeter walls, you just can't see it all.
Yeah, that's right. In terms of hitting your markers and everything, it's not too different. And Findanis is going to have a look down the inside here. Oh, very, very, very close. But what we're going to say is that inside the track confines, not a lot really changes. The facility here is so well lit like a football stadium that it doesn't really affect how you see and drive the circuit. Obviously, colder conditions and sense of speed might be a little bit up because everything's all very dark around the circuit. But yeah, it really is a joy to drive here under lights.
Another car with the underglow on it, the number 245 Falcon as well. I've just noticed it's really working well at the Sydney Motorsport Park. But that car is really trying to range up on the back of this battle here and factor in for 4th position as well. So Findanis all over the back of Anthony's as they look to both get past the number 21 RX-7 of Troy Gleason as well, who's putting in a really, really strong drive in that RX-7. Not a whole lot of defence needs to be done at this stage because he's got a bit of a gap behind him while these two battle it out. But this will turn into a 3-car scrap sooner than you know it.
Yeah, Findanis is looking quite racy here. Had a good run leaving turn 3. But I think Gleason is also coming under a bit of pressure up front. So this is a really tough spot for Anthonitz because he's trying to make a move on Gleason out the front window. But in the mirror, he's got Findanis looking ultimately very racy at the moment. So yeah, very, very tough position to be in. You've got to try and be on the offence, but also not leave the door open for a Falcon EA to sneak through.
Yeah, and it's you've got to be very careful there. It's a pretty big door you have to leave open. So good defence there from Anthonitz through turn 8. Just gets the door shut in the right place. But meanwhile, it is another race win for the number 44 car of Ben Arnold, who takes race 1 with a huge gap, as a matter of fact, over Gillett, who was not able to catch up. But Gillett will bring it home in 2nd place as we go back further down. Ryder will cross the stripe in 3rd, and this is the battle for 4th to bring it home. Can Troy Gleason hold on to 4th position, or will he get gazumped right at the line here? I think he's going to hold on. It's going to be Gleason from Anthonitz from Findanis in 4th, 5th, 6th. Then it is the Ricketts machine of Michael Ricketts in 7th, ahead of Helena Maris and the number 861 car of Stuart Gamble as well. And then we're just waiting for the next cars to filter across. This is the battle for 10th position right now. So this is the 45 of Simon Cox trying his best to hold off that BMW of Geiler behind him there. That is Mark Geiler, and gets it done. So that's 10th and 11th. So really, really good racing there all the way up and down. Mixed up by the safety car as well, which has made things pretty spicy there too. And yeah, what a shame that was, though, for car number 1, the Brent Edwards machine. But really looking forward to see how he can go later on. So that was race 2. ARDC results. We got Ben Arnold confirmation on your provisionals there. 13.05 the margin at the end there. Huge gap. Can't even say it was daylight because it's pretty dark here now. But Corey Gillett did bring it home in 2nd. Peter Ryder provisionally 3rd. Troy Gleason, Simon Anthonitz, and then Nathan Findanis through 4th, 5th, and 6th. And then Michael Ricketts, Helena Morass, Stuart Gamble, and Simon Cox rounded out the top 10. Last 2 finishers were, as mentioned, the Geiler car, followed by the car of Horworth, which was the Commodore, the Gibson Motorsport looking, the Winfield machine. Simon Horworth there, I should say. And Brent Edwards, a non-finisher. So we will see Aussie Tin Tops back out on track around about 8:15 tonight. That time will vary because of the schedule's a little bit, it's a bit flexible depending on what's happening on track. So your best bet to make sure you don't miss anything, folks, is to just stay tuned all night long. We'll be here all the way until the very end. We will be taking a little bit more of a break here while we've got some other action on track, but we'll be back just after 6 p.m. with another improved production outing, and that is going to be a barnstormer. You won't want to miss that one, folks. Looking forward to bringing it to you shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app, where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
We can't really get away from the sports sedans because every time we look away, we keep getting dragged back in. And I tell you what, Jamie, with your Subaru here, God, it just let us in with this bright orange roll cage. Start talking because we're all listening.
Hi there. Yeah, a bit of a background story. We brought it as an unfinished project. The cage bar work was already done, but it was just one of those forgotten projects after COVID that no one seemed to be able to finish. We got it at a good price, drove all the way down to Melbourne to pick it up and brought it back home. It's been in the build for the last 18 or 19 months. When we got it home, we were and ahhing what motor to put in it because it was originally built for a Fiat, like a rotary, hence the reason why it's left-hand drive. And then we and ahhing, and I had a LS getting built for a street car at the time, and I was like, just scratching our heads, and I was like, I wonder if they'll fit in there. And we went and brought a blown-up motor and just used for dummy fitting, and it fitted in there nicely. We only had to change a small amount of things, and then, yeah, we got the motor finished and chucked in there and went and done a couple of track days to make sure it was all going to be balanced and everything just fell right out of the box. It just was an absolute beast out of the box, to be honest, and which blew away our minds because we didn't think it was going to work. We had to change this, change that, but no, it actually is a really good setup out of the box, and we've built it to what it is now, and finally got the orange roll cage to pop through the lovely paint scheme that we got going on, and yeah, just wanted to be different, to be honest, and we absolutely love the category. We've been following it for the last 2.5 years, and been wanting to get into it, but we didn't know what to buy, and then this fell into our hands, and we had to do it.
It absolutely looks fantastic. I'm even looking in the bonnet as we speak. I can't see an engine. I haven't seen the rest of the car yet. Show us exactly where the engine sits, especially in a left-hand drive car like this.
So basically it's a mid-mount engine. Basically I fit around the motor. The motor's situated to my right-hand knee. So yeah, it gets very hot in there sometimes, but it's manageable and yeah, it's a lot of fun.
And what made you pick this body as well? You said originally it was for a Fiat. Did it come with this body, or you decided, no, this is what I'm going to go with?
It originally came with the body shape when we brought it, and I'm been a big fan of Subarus in the past, which drew me to it in the first place, and I was like, yep, we just have to finish it off as a Subaru and just be out there and be different to everyone else.
How's your results going this weekend?
Practice was showing some good signs, and then we started having clutch issues. Worked out that the sleigh cylinder was coming loose on the front of the gearbox, and unfortunately in the last practice last night I ended up locking the gearbox up, and we honestly thought we were going to go home empty-handed this morning, but lucky enough the guys helped out, and another competitor had engine troubles and already had a gearbox sitting there, and he lent us a gearbox to get us back out there, and so far it's been more than we were expecting, to be honest. It's been a quick package from what we expected to be, and yeah, it's honestly great to be back out here and racing tonight.
I tell you what, it looks amazing. It must feel amazing as you're seeing. And luckily you could get back out there and race again so you can experience what the feeling is. Hope you go good tonight.
Thank you very much.
Seem to be getting a lot of royalty when it comes down to all of these categories. We met with the president of the HQs, and now we get to meet with the presidents of the sports sedans. How's that for an intro, mate?
Very good. Thanks very much, Cody. New South Wales Sports Sedans president, and obviously get involved with the National Sports Sedan team as well with Michael Robinson and John Goulet. But this weekend, obviously, we're running down here with our state series as well as the national series.
Now, Steve, before we get into the facts and the fun stuff about what's happening in the club, we need to talk about that last race. We were very excited for you. You were right up the front. I'll let you take it from here.
Yeah, right up the front and ran out of talent.
I appreciate the honesty, I tell you.
Yeah, no, it was one of those things. Obviously, the tyres are still cold, even though we got the lap. Came out of two, nothing unusual. Stood on it, it started to go. It actually started to rotate on the circuit, so then I just hit the throttle and got into the grass because obviously the full field behind us.
Exactly right. So one thing I've noticed with all the cars here as well, we're seeing the wild and crazy like the Subaru behind us, but we're also seeing a pattern here with, I believe, the IRC Mark cars as well. Do you believe it's a good entry point if you want to get into sports sedans, that you might be looking at these? They're a bit easy to work on. Where would you kind of see as an entry point?
Yeah, look, the interesting thing with the IRC cars is that they actually do have their own series in their, I'll call it, generic state. So the cars to either side of you currently are running in the IRC series. However, one of them runs in a full spec, and the one on the other side of you is running in SD spec. So SD spec has stick shift, less aero, and typically the younger guys get into the SD spec first, and then they can move up into the later versions. And then what's taken place as a morph from that is that Mark cars have a number of IRC cars that have morphed into sports sedans, which is effectively what the yellow one is that I drive. So it's no longer eligible to run in an IRC series.
No worries, they do look fantastic, and I'm glad that they've found a home here with sports sedans as well, because, not sports sedan. But we want to see that all these cars are coming through and they're all really going well and stuff. Is there plenty on the market that someone can look at buying in this category instead of going to something else? Where would they really start?
Yeah, look, there's a few places. One of the people that's trying to coordinate that from a sports sedan perspective is Jeff Taunton at Mark Cars. And then obviously Pace IRC, they have their own setup version as well for the base cars.
Well, we have seen them competitive. We have seen them going well. We wish you the best for the last race. We're pretty excited for it because we see a lot of cars splitting fames.
Yeah. I'm not excited from 20th, but it is what it is. We'll have some fun tonight.
You've got a lot of room to make up. We're going to be excited to watch you go through the field. Go well, mate.
Cheers. Thank you.
Happy? Good. Fantastic. I love covering these weird and wonderful cars in the Sports Sedan series, and we got Jin Sung here, which you're running a Holden Commodore. Tell us about your beautiful ride.
Yeah, so this is a 2009 V Holden Commodore. It used to be my daily car back in the days, and then I used to run Victoria Improved Production for a couple of years, and I had a 18-month off, and now I moved to the Sports Sedan. So this is my first Sports Sedan time. And also first time to be in the Sydney Motorsport Park.
Oh, that's great. I love having you here, and we hope you're really enjoying it. What made you move from improved production over to this category? What was the thinking behind it?
I just want to try something a bit more like an aero, slick. I just want to make the car look a bit more tougher.
Yeah.
and just a bit more freedom that I can do. I can do some custom work and stuff. So that's why I just got into the sports sedan and give it a try.
Talk us about some of the modifications that you made when you came over to the category, especially you mentioned aero. Have you done brakes, tyres, suspension? What else have you done?
Yeah, so I put all the aero split on the front, VS Supercar stop, front bar, Holdens H pattern gearbox, pedal box, bigger brakes, slicks, a few little stuff like a lower control line and stuff. Yep. So.
Perfect. Do you have any more plans of what you're going to do with the car? We've seen the crazy on the other side. We've seen people that have started small and then it's gotten out of control. Have you got the plans, or are you just going to let it happen how it happens?
Well, I've got a plan. I want to change it up the rear suspension setup, and also I want to put a bigger wheels and tyre. At the moment, I think the tyre is too small for the heavy car, and a bit more diet on the car, make it louder.
Now, I've got to ask the real question at the end of the day, are you having fun?
I am absolutely having fun.
That's all that matters here. Thank you very much for the interview.
Thank you, guys.
Well, for anyone that might be a little bit confused of what's going on this weekend, because there's so many categories, I've got Stephen, the club president, here. How are you, mate?
Good, thank you, Cody.
So tell us what's going on, because I believe there's not only the national, there's the state, there's another state, and there's also the state of origin.
So the real state, Mexico to some, is Victoria. I represent Victoria. So this weekend is our second annual state challenge. Last year we had it at Winton and Victoria trounced New South Wales. So we've tried to come up here in numbers to keep the trophy this year. So we're on the New South Wales home turf. So, yeah, we've been having a great time. We came up on Thursday afternoon and unloaded Thursday night, raced or practiced on Friday, qualified and racing tonight. So bring it on. So New South Wales, Victoria well represented, and there's a gaggle of national competitors as well.
I tell you what, it's absolutely fantastic to see the numbers out there. I didn't know there was 33 sports sedans out there. You guys have come back and you've trumped exactly what they're saying. We know there's more out there. What can we do to encourage more competitors to come out to get those 50-car grids back?
Well, Victoria has a very good base of sports sedans of various levels. We've got a lot of club-type people. We've got a lot of national people. So we think this is the sort of thing that brings out more New South Wales guys, which is what we're trying to do. Yep. Each state is representing itself in good numbers. Victoria is probably one of the strongest states in Australia. We've got a very active committee. We've thrown money at this weekend to drag our club members up here. So, yeah, the difficulty is nowadays in a society where we buy things, we don't build things. It is a challenge for our category, but there are lots of sports sedans around, and we're always encouraging anybody who wants to sell a sports sedan to find a new buyer and use that car.
Now, before we get into the final race, I must ask, who is leading at the moment? Have we got a tally of what's happening? Is it to the wire?
Yes.
Who's going to take out Victoria or New South Wales?
Well, I can't give any secrets away, but I think Hometown has probably got a nose ahead at the moment. But we're going to put in every effort in this last race to get a number of our guys over the line ahead of any New South Wales that are in front of them. So I'm hoping that we might take the chocolates, but anything is possible.
I tell you what, I love it when a story in a sports event comes down to the wire, and you've given us the best thing going.
Yeah, so Victoria's just hosted the very best, biggest crowd in State of Origin rugby. So we are the kings of State of Origin. And I go back some way, back in the 90s, where we used to have New South Wales or South Australia Victoria State of Origins. So it's a great thing to build the category, and clearly we've succeeded this weekend because everybody's hanging over the fence and loving the mix of cars.
How about the Queensland contingency? Is there sports sedans out there? Do they need to drag them down, or should we go up there and show them how good the category is?
There are a couple of sports sedans in Queensland, not as strong as New South Wales and Victoria, but this weekend there's probably 3 or 4, so there are a number up there. We should be trying to do that, but it's the tyranny of distance that blows that stuff away quite often. So we're not removed from that being a tri-state challenge at some point in time. We will win probably, but bring it on.
No worries. Thank you for your time.
No worries. Thank you.
Sports Sedans always brings the characters out in people as well, not so much in the cars, but the people. Ray Hislop, how are you, mate?
Awesome. It's an amazing event to be at a day-night meeting. First time I've ever been under light. So, I mean, that was the attraction to come to SMP for this meeting, and it's been amazing.
So this one's a little bit different with the car behind us. It's not a dedicated built sports sedan. It's actually a V8 supercar, and they're eligible to compete. Tell us about this great car.
Yeah, correct. Look, this is a 2011 built Ford Performance Racing. It was an ex-Mark Winterbottom car. I was fortunate enough to buy it about 3 years ago, and look, there's such a reliable car. Keep the maintenance up to it, and there's such a reliable car. I mean, they're built to do 1,000k. Yeah. So, you know, for us doing short 10-lap races, you know, there's no issue. I mean, all we've done this weekend, other than fiddle with a few little suspension adjustments, you know, we've just put some fuel in it and put some tyres on it.
It's one thing, every time I go to a V8 supercar race meeting, there would be a swarm of staff and mechanics and everyone around these cars. I'm looking around and, well, the one mechanic that was here ran off because we're doing an interview. It's good to see that the maintenance is going well, and I'm assuming that means during the race weekend it's not that crazy as well.
Yeah, correct. I mean, Dave, he's my mate from Tassie. He's been with me for 10 plus years, you know, doing all of these events. And look, two of us can run the car because we do the maintenance at home in the shed. We come to a weekend, we put the suspension we want in it prior to coming, and then it's all about enjoying. I mean, we all race for a $15 plastic trophy, so we're not here for that. We're here to have fun, enjoy the competitors we race against, and I've had a couple of awesome races today. You know, we've been very close to exchanging paintwork, but you know, both of the drivers involved love it because you know, it gets the blood boiling.
Exactly right, and we were commentating on those races today and going, hold on a second, is that a V8 supercar? He's lost. They're supposed to be up at Darwin this weekend. But I think you're in the exact right place as well. Do you ever find that you can go back to, I believe it's Tickford that were owning the car, can you ever find that you can go back to them and ask them about data and setup, or is it very much so you've got the car, see you later, we're forgetting about you?
No, the Tickford individuals within Tickford are very good. When I purchased the car, I did get a lot of set-up data for tracks around Australia, and that makes a world of difference because these cars are... No car's easy to drive, but these cars are easy to drive when they handle nicely, and we only fine-tune it. We don't have to arrive and expect to spend, lap after lap after lap chasing setup. It's there.
No worries. Thank you very much for the chat.
Cheers.
Thank you very much for the chat there, Cody Mackay and Ray Hislop as well. Always good to hear from him. Now we are getting ready for race 2 of New South Wales Improved Production, both under and over 2 litre championships here happening. And let's take a look at the grid brought to us by ARDC. Joseph Lenthal and Justin Keys will be on the front row in the overs, and then Lachlan McBride will start next to Danny Castro Jr., the fastest of the under 2 litre cars. Brad Vareca and Dan Ridley on the third row, and then it's Charlie Viola, David Vincent, Bruce Cook and George Mitchell in 9th and 10th. We go back to Greg Young in that HSV with Josh Perkins, then Robert Jowett, Stephen Engel, Matthew Wildridge, Ben Hanrahan, Craig Wildridge, Paul Javots, David Haynes, and Alan Reid in 20th position. We're still going, folks. This is a huge grid. Shad Hassan in 21st next to Jonathan Seeley, then Michael Buckley and Lachlan Barber, Robert Burson and Peter McCallum in 25th and 26th. Then we go to Luke Petru, Greg Wright, Jack Winter in that 777 Lancer. Keep an eye out for that one to be flying through the back of the field, with Kane Vareca starting next to him in 30th. Jeff Hansen and Andrew Butcher behind him, and then Mark Lamore, Nicholas Agland, Ben Algie, who has not had the start that he's been hoping for there in the 77, Brett Porter in the number 2, and then Michael Ricketts in the number 41 Polestar will be starting next to Matthew Lamore in 37th and 38th. So many cars in this grid. They are taken to Sydney Motorsport Park under lights. They're looking sensational and can't wait to see what they look like when they're in full send mode. Matt Dunlop is my name, and I've got Madison down next to me as well. Madison, how have you been finding the improved production action so far this weekend?
It's just such an impressive field. Like, to have nearly 40 cars on the grid for this race is unbelievable, and improved production is a category I really love personally. So much variety, so many really tough, fast cars as well. Massive power in a lot of them, Holdens gearboxes in some of them. There's kind of something for everyone in improved production, and that's what we all love about it.
There certainly is, and it's a pretty simple formula in terms of classes. You've got separate classes for over 2 litre cars, very much like the Ridley Commodore you're seeing there, and the under 2 litre cars, which do what they say on the tin, such as the 169 Mazda that you see in front there. But in all honesty, that's Adapted as a matter of fact. I'm not sure why I said it was a Mazda, my bad. But in all honesty, we've seen so far, and you looked at the grid sheet there, all the red cars, all the red numbers being overs and the blues being unders, they're pretty well scattered. This track does a really good job at evening out the performance and just bringing out the best of the driver, because both overs and unders find themselves with different strengths at different parts of this Sydney Motorsport Park circuit.
Absolutely. We've seen all day that the cars that are the lower capacity motors, the under 2 litres, going really, really well around the back section of the track where we can't see them in Corporate Hill. And those tighter corners and flowing natures of the circuit, those cars really excel. But then when you get round to where we are now on the main straight, you really see the over 2 litre cars using that displacement to their advantage and really streaking away down the straight.
And a lot of different variety, so many Commodores and Falcons with V8s under the bonnet that you can hear rumbling at the start there.
Tough.
Lots of 6 cylinders, 4 cylinders, rotaries, anything tends to go in improved production, and they often go hand in hand with ripping battles. So we're just waiting for the last of these cars to form up at the back of this huge grid here before we get underway for race 2, another 20-minute affair. A little bit less than 20 minutes, actually, because the clock has already started ticking on this one. So 15 minutes plus GST will be the equation once they do get underway. And we'll be waiting for confirmation that we're good to go from the back very soon. We'll see red lights, or the drivers will see red lights very, very shortly. The revs will start to build. The tension is rising. We're getting ready to go to race 2 here. And we're underway. It's a really, really strong start there from the pole position car of Lenthal there. I'm not sure if he lurched a little bit on the start. We'll keep an eye for that. And we also see the 777 Lancer flying through the shot there. Everyone streams down to turn 1, lights ablaze here. Awesome sight that is in the improved production field to see so many cars under the lights here at Sydney Motorsport Park, all streaming through turns 1 and 2 here on the first lap. Lenthal still has the lead with Keys. Lots of lockups here as people are getting used to how these tyres feel because the track has cooled down a lot since we started. That's one of the Honda Integras. That's Viola who's gone off the track there. Rejoined, lost a couple of spots unfortunately though, but back out on track is the number 7 Honda Integra.
Lenthal really jumped off the line really well there and has a 1.5 second margin. Second 3 wide down to turn 4. What a move from the 77. That was incredible.
That is absolutely insane. The number 77 car there, Ben Alge in the 200 SX. We know he's really good. He was leading the over 2 litres championship on the run into this one. So he is lighting it up there.
Lock up.
Lots of lock-ups and puffs of smoke here. Oh, everyone's all over the shop here. I'm not sure what's going on. Everyone's taking some very interesting lines here as we filter through turn 6 and then over Corporate Hill. But geez, it's all happening, isn't it?
We saw this a little bit in Aussie TT as well, the nighttime nature as Winter looks down the inside of Jowett there into turn 8. He's there or thereabouts, a bit of overlap on the exit. We'll see who gets the run down the straight. Winter still down the inside. He's boxed in Alge on the outside there. Winter makes a spot and Alge follows through.
Yeah, Jowett's lost a couple of places in his Honda Civic in that exchange there. Oh, there's a rotation there. That is not where you want to be parked, watching all the cars come towards you. That is the number 38, Bruce Cook Ford Escort, just waiting for the field to filter through. Doesn't look to be any damage, so hopefully he'll be able to get underway again. We go back to the battle for second position now. Actually, it's a battle for the lead. Keys has made it right back into the lead here and has taken over. So this is a bit of a difference from what we saw in race 1, where Lenthal was just braining everyone from the start. The number 101 car of Justin Keys has gotten into the lead in that Holden Commodore.
Yeah, impressive. We were just commenting on how Lenthal had built a bit of a gap on lap 1, and Keys is, massive dive for Lenthal down the inside into 4. Gets it done. What a move. That was extremely late, but got it down there. Great move.
That one snuck up on us, didn't it? That came out of absolutely nowhere. The brake rotor just lit up red, shot straight up the inside. It's almost like he just copied and pasted the car in front of him. Absolutely insane maneuver. 2 puffs of blue smoke from the front there as well. Lenthal is sending it in that number 18 BMW M3. Joseph Lenthal is on fire here, but geez, tell you what, Justin Keys is making this a battle for the ages, and I think McBrien there in third position is going to be having a look at this from what he can see before they get too far away from him. We're like, if they keep taking time out of each other, will I be able to stick onto the back of them? But, geez, it's such a fast race at the front, isn't it?
This will be interesting because Keys last time by got the move done towards the end of the lap on the straight. So Lenthal had some margin leaving the hairpin there. Will Lenthal still be in the lead down the main straight? As we head back through the field and have a look at the progress of Alge and Winter, Alge has actually got the job done on Winter throughout that previous lap as well.
So keep in mind, Winter started down in the low 20th positions of this race because he had an issue side by side into turn 1. Around the outside goes Justin Keys. That's an insane move. This is incredible stuff. We've got 11 more minutes to go of this. I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle it. This is incredible. That Commodore is so fast around the outside there. Slots back into the lead. But let's have a look and see what happens as they go through turns 3 and 4, because it's a pretty big differential under the brakes here into that slower corner. He's all over the back. I don't think Keys is going to give him a bit of much of a space to get in, but he's going to try and find the inside line anyway. Gets that move done, does he? They're side by side. He's going to have to open up the door a little bit. Keys shoots to the inside, but he's not going to have the pace to get up there. This is insane stuff.
What a race. These two are having a ding-dong battle. They'd be enjoying this from the driver's seats. This is incredible. Again, we're watching the BMW with the pace around the back of the track. We saw this last time by Lenthal trying desperately to build a gap before he gets back to the main straight. That Commodore has some serious straight line handling on the main straight, and I'm not sure Lenthal's actually going to have done enough here to keep that spot. It's hard to say.
No, we'll see how they pan out. Look at Keys there lighting up the rears on the exit there, just putting the boot through the firewall, trying to get this thing up there. Really catching up on the run out of 8 into 9, 10 and 11 here. But yeah, that number 18 BMW is just a lot more light-footed through this section of corners. But let's have a look and see what kind of gap he can pull back. So as they come into the main straight, keep an eye on the gap there, and let's just see what that looks like by the time they get to turn 1. They do have some lap traffic to navigate, potentially, depending on how fast they can get to that number 21 car of Peter McCallum. But no, not as easy of an equation that time around for Justin Keys. Has to just stay where he is for the time being, and I think Lenthal's going to be feeling pretty relieved about that.
Yeah, Lenthal now needs to just get the eyes forward, don't look at the mirror. He knows he's got the speed to get it done in the mid-sector, so I think he's going to be okay now. As we head back through the field, Viola covering, showing his intentions there. Don't come down the inside into 1.
Yeah, really putting the blocker on there, trying his best to get in front of John Perkins as well, but he's also got that number 57 Michael Buckley car all over the back of him, trying to have a look up the inside. Really, really nicely done there, the number 57 car of my apologies, that's actually Nicholas Aglin in that machine who got that move done. Really smartly done by the brakes, really well controlled.
Super deep, super late move, got it done. I was worried he wasn't going to get stopped. It was right on the limit. He's having a look into turn 4 as well on Charlie Viola. Down the inside, there's another position gain for Agland. Great move.
Really, really great stuff here through those slower turns 2 and 4. Keeps that pace going through 5 and 6 as well. Does the BMW M3, but Viola in that Honda Integra is looking really, really racy as well. He was right in the thick of the battles in race 1 earlier today too. Been really sensational to watch Viola going around doing what he does here today at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's just everywhere you look, there's just action. Ooh, let's have a look at the number 777. Those brake rotors look almost like they're on fire on that car. He is really, really red hot, to say the least. As we mentioned earlier, started down almost in 30th, in like the low 20s, up into 8th right now, just for reference. So he is flying along in that Mitsubishi Evo. He's all over the back of, that's Algie once more, as they navigate their way around some lap traffic there. But let's see the difference between these two cars as they race down towards turn 1. The 77 of Algie and the 777 of Winter. As we see a few cars ducking in and out here, trying to find some space, trying to find some real estate, get a good view of what's happening down the track as well. Another move here, that looks like the 57 trying to get past the 61 of George Michel. So we'll see how that one shakes out. This is also a really good opportunity for us to just have a good look at the variety of cars that we've got racing here under the lights at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's such an awesome category that we get to commentate on. You've got HSV Commodores going toe-to-toe with BMW M3s, Honda Civics, Mazda RX-7s, the like, you name it, you'll probably find it. If you've seen it on a road in the last 20 years in Australia, even longer, you'll probably see it on a racetrack in an improved production bed somewhere.
And these are probably some of the best examples of those cars as well. They are finely tuned and have a bunch of performance modifications, but the cool thing is you can buy these cars on the road back in the day, and they are production based. They are not ground up race cars, despite how fast they are. So really cool to see.
And it's also really good that the improved production rules, along with a lot of the other production-based racing series, allow these cars to maintain their characteristics. We're going 2x2 here into turn number 5 and 6. That was the number 4 Civic of Robert Jowler, just getting caught in a tricky spot there with Andrew Butcher in front of him in that BMW M3. So lots of trading positions going on here. Everywhere you look, different corners. And now let's throw some lap traffic into the mix just to make it a little bit more interesting as well, as if it wasn't exciting enough as it was.
We're at the little Honda Civics, the under 2 litre cars, really hassling those bigger cars in front of them. Kind of ganging up on them here a little bit. You can see as they run side by side down towards the final sector of the lap. We're going to have a look to the outside. No, I think better of it. They're actually side by side still, the two Honda Civics. All sensible. There's no contact. Plenty of respect shown between drivers, but this is a huge battle pack. There's probably about 8 or 9 cars in this train.
You know, this is quite similar. We actually saw a bit of this this kind of train forming up behind the number 5 of Greg Young as well in race 1, and Greg Young is leading this one. So there's a very, very quick car that he's got underneath him, that Holden R8 HSV, but he's also putting in a really, really good defensive drive and making it as wide as he possibly can. And that's what gets us this really, really nice action with just cars almost fanning out and going 3 wide into turn 2. Oh, you couldn't script this, could you? This is insane stuff.
Nice move down the inside there for Jowett and Porter heading through as well. So Engels lost a few spots there at turn 2 in the Mitsubishi. Has become over the tunnel and down the hill again. It's still the HSV R8 leading that field. doing a great job. Maybe doesn't quite have the pace at the moment, but placing the car in a really good spot to keep track position at the moment and using the power, although we are 3 wide out of turn 5, heading down to 6, but Young again using the horsepower of the HSV.
Yeah, how's Andrew Butcher around the outside of 5 trying to make something happen? Almost getting the job done as well. That BMW had a lot of pace there, but now it's getting swallowed up by those 2 Honda Civics as we go back to the battle for what is now second position. So that was the 52 of who we've got there. That is Lachlan McBrien trying to get up into second position once more. They were swapped over previously. That BMW really good under brakes there into turn number 2. Gets ahead of the 101 of Justin Keys, who's been really in the thick of it. But out in front, now that Lenthal's been able to make a break for it, he's opened up 6.2 seconds and is, at this stage, walking away right now. So he's having another really, really good run in the number 18 machine. But, yeah, awesome battles all the way up and down, as we always like to see in improved production.
Makes me wonder if Keys has maybe seen the best of the tyres in the back end of this race, maybe worked him a bit hard in that starting battle, but can see, again, Jowett side by side into one. Didn't quite have enough for the BMW. Retains position.
You don't know where to look, do you? When you've got 8 cars like that all trying to make passes happen on the way in, it's absolute chaos. And at the moment, Brett Porter's the best of this bunch right now. He's been able to actually get his way in front of Greg Young. So that Honda Civic, the number 2 car, the yellow one, leading this little battle pack and doing quite a good job of it. And he'll just be able to walk a little bit further away in this technical section. And you can see the number 4 car there of Robert Jowett trying to emulate that too. But yeah, look at the gap that Brett Porter's got. Walked away from Greg Young and the rest of this. So you can just see how much of a defensive drive that Young is attempting to put in here. And he's really just covering the track really well and stopping these guys from being able to get past him. But when they do get past, they just shoot off into the distance. So full kudos to you, Greg Young, no matter where you end up in this race. Like, this is an awesome drive.
Yeah, really utilising the strengths of the Commodore. He knows that if he can retain track position through the mid-sector of the lap and utilise that horsepower, get the car squared off on the exits and get the power to the road, he's going to hold these positions. And see Butcher again looking high and low. Jowett's looking low on the exit. But you're going to see this Commodore again of Young driving away from the pack on the corner exit. So really utilising the strength of that HSV.
The battle is keeping it tidy through 9, 10 and 11 to not give any opportunities for Robert Jowett to try and get up the inside here. And then once you're through 11, you can just floor it onto the back, onto the main straight here and get a little bit more of a gap once more. And you can see just that's a great example there. I can't wait to see what the gap is. So last time around, it was 6.4 seconds, and now it's actually narrowed a little bit to 5.9. So hasn't been able to get away, has Brett Porter yet, but the craziest thing is this is the battle for 15th we're watching. Yeah. As Jowett goes around the outside of the Mitsubishi Lancer, the number 36 car of Engel there, not going to be able to hold that spot under brakes. The Evo is just too good there. Really nice and stable on the inside in the turn 2 and gets that one back. But this battle is certainly far from over.
Heading round into the hairpin at turn 8, watching Algie leading the train there in front of Verica. Just behind, another little battle pack beginning to form with 3 cars there. Got the BMW at the back there of Nicholas Agland as well. But Algie up into 5th now. Driven a really good race so far. We were watching Algie and Winter come through the field a little bit earlier, and Algie's actually generated a lot more margin over Winter now in the back end of this race.
Yeah, Winter hasn't really been able to carry a lot more of that pace. He stops, whether it's a matter of just the gaps have been narrowing down or whether there is an issue with the car not having enough pace. So I haven't really been keeping good enough track of the times as they've been going through. The best lap for Winter so far is a 1:44.5. So not that same pace as the cars in front of it at the moment, but I think we're pretty happy sitting in 9th right now. Pretty good recovery, but you can see how hard he was working those brakes as well. Maybe just needs to give them a bit of a breather.
Yeah, and I think Winter in the last time had a tyre delaminate as well on the front right, so certainly working the car hard and probably starting to get towards the limit of that. We do only have 40 seconds remaining of this one, so it'll be close to the last lap, if not the last lap this time by. Starting to see where all these drivers are going to begin to finish as we see the 169 on screen there.
Oh, this is a really close gap now. That's come down way more than I was expecting with Lenthal. He's only got 4 seconds over McBrien behind him. So either McBrien's found a lot of pace after being able to get past Justin Keys, or Lenthal has dropped back a little bit. But either way, it's currently sitting at around about that 4-second mark, and by the time they come to the line, it's going to be under 0 seconds. So we'll be almost certainly looking at a checkered flag this time by, and if so, Lenthal will be stoked with that, because any more laps, and he was under serious threat from McBrien there. They come down the main straight, and the checkered flag does indeed beckon for Lenthal. Number 18 there, Joseph Lenthal, takes the win in race 2 with an awesome drive there from Lockie McBrien in second position there, getting it done. So let's have a look back at this battle, which is still raging on. We've still got the number 5 car of Greg Young holding all these cars back behind him. This battle for 16th on the road. So it's sheep stations everywhere you look at improved production. Doesn't matter whether it's for 1st or 3rd or 16th or even 30th. You're always going to see great battles here, and it's such a good defensive drive that he's still putting in. He'll probably be a little bit flat with himself that he let the number 2 car, Brett Porter, go. And Andrew Butcher, I can see, has also been able to make a break and get away. But this pack is still really tightly bunched up here, and it's been a great defensive drive from the number 5. It's probably not feeling great about the fact that he's still losing spots and not as fast as he would like, especially down the main straight here. But it's a testament to just how well he's been able to make that Commodore as wide as possible. So they come to the line. That's Butcher crossing the stripe ahead there in 15th. And then Greg Young leads the battle pack for 16th home there. A lot of close margins there at the end of the second race of the New South Wales Improved Production Championship here at Sydney Motorsport Park. A lot of smoke being thrown from that RX-7 there in the background. He'll be pretty thankful that it's the end of the race there for him, so he'll be able to pull that one into the pits and have a very quick look at what's going on. I believe that is the number 38 of Cook, but I could have that completely wrong. There's a lot of cars here to take care of. There's definitely not Bruce Cook because it's not an escort. Bear with me, folks. There are so many cars out on track. I don't know where to look, and I'm getting so muddled up. But let's have a look at the provisional results there from race 2, ARDC. Lachlan McBrien is actually listed as P1. So I'm not sure what's happened there, whether there's been a penalty that's been levelled out, whether there was a jump start that we weren't aware of at the start. So provisionally, out of position at the start is what we're hearing in our ear for Joseph Lenthal. So that has promoted Lachlan McBrien into the win for race number 2 here. Justin Keys will round out the podium there, and Danny Castro Jr. holds on to take out the under 2-litre honours as well. Behind them, Ben Alge, Nicholas Aglin, Brad Varica, Dan Ridley. Jack Winter recovered to 9th position in the Lancer, and Charlie Viola in 10th position. And then we go back through David Vincent, George Mitchell, Josh Perkins and Brett Porter there, Andrew Butcher, and then we see that battle pack behind Greg Young with Stephen Engel, Robert Jowett, Matt Wildridge and Craig Wildridge in 19th and 20th. And we're not done yet with these results, folks. We're going to keep on rolling through them because we've got David Haynes, Ben Hanrahan, Shad Hassan, Michael Buckley and Jonathan Seeley behind them. Then we have Paul Javots and Robert Bearson with Luke Petro, Lachlan Barber and Greg Wright in 30th. Peter McCallum, the last of the finishers, with a few outs there, either non-starters, non-finishers as well. Still a huge field that we saw there. So that's race 2 of improved production, done and dusted. We will see them back out on track to round things out at around about 9:35 p.m. tonight. Lots of racing still to go in the next 3 hours to come. Thank you so much for joining me, Madison. Looking forward to chatting soon. And in the meantime, we've got race 3 of RX8 Cup coming up very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Blendline.
Welcome back to Sydney Motorsport Park, where we are bringing you round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Race Championship live on Blendline TV. My name is Matt Dunlop. I've got Lindsay Muddle alongside me for race 3 of 4 outings today for the New South Wales RX8 Cup, and they've been putting on some really, really great showings so far this morning, this afternoon, and now we are racing under lights.
Yep, it is their first time under lights here in the RX8 Cup. And we've had a bit of an afternoon cool-down race. We had a bit of a warmer race in the morning, and now it's just properly cold out there. I'll tell you what, I was just outside the commentary box, and I was absolutely freezing, so I can imagine the cars will be in a very similar state. So we've got an interesting race ahead of us. But looking at the grid now, so Rob Scott, after taking home race 2, will start off a pole again from Grant Bray alongside him this time on the front row. Then you have Jackson Noakes and Mark Wilkes on the second row of the grid. Jeffrey Linders and Michael Starr line up alongside each other on the third row. Hunter Kay and Jack Childs on the recovery charge in P7 and P8. Jake Hextall and Gary Lauer in P9 and 10. Then flipping the page.
Down to the next page here, Stephen Dorey and Paul Spiteri will be on the 6th row of the grid. And then we have Maisie Place next to Glenn Gamble. Behind them, Manath Prasad and Ross Forbes in the 16th. And then Jake Lauer in the number 66 car starting next to Luke Grice. Both of those cars with rear of grid starts after having issues in the last race. That was the ARDC grid as we gear up for another 20-minute outing here. Well, a little bit less than 20 minutes because they've already started the clock. So they'll be out for what will usually probably end up being around about more closer to a 15-minute affair potentially. So we'll keep an eye out. We're actually seeing a bit of a longer time on Natsoff, so this might be a longer race than we thought.
We might get a 20-minute race.
We'll keep an eye out and see how this one shakes out. It'll be a very, very good 20 minutes if we can get more action in for sure. And, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how these drivers cope with this drop in temperatures and what that's going to do for the tyres. We've been seeing a lot of drivers in a lot of other categories getting caught out by it this evening. And with the RX8s being relatively fresh to this sort of running here at Sydney Motorsport Park, I don't imagine it'll be very different. So, keep your eyes peeled off the start into turn 1, and then turn 2 is going to be a real hot spot on the first lap of this one.
Yeah, it is going to be an absolutely fantastic race. I think you've got to keep your eyes basically everywhere. I think you're going to need 2 sets of eyes to keep up with everything going on in this RX8 Cup race. But it looks like we will have a 20 minutes ahead of us here, because the timer seems, as you said earlier, Matt, has seemed to be a little bit longer than usual. So the more the merrier in the laps here in the RX8 Cup, and we have a fantastic one ahead of us as they line up on the grid.
So it's been a really strong showing so far today for our pole sitter, Rob Scott, in the 17 car. For a lot of the first race and part of the second race was battling off the original pole sitter, Jack Childs, in the 99 car, but had a bit of an off there. So he's found himself down in 8th position for the start of this one. You can see him on the left of screen, 4th from the front in that sort of section there, in the black number 99 machine. Keep a very keen eye on that young bloke, because he's a red-hot racer, and I cannot wait to see what sort of drive he can put in here to recover some of those spots. But at the front, cars 17 and 18 are going to be giving us a really hot show to see who can get the whole shot into turn 1.
Yep, so now they're all lined up on the grid as they come to the race start. So it'll be eyes to the lights as the 5 red lights get ready to illuminate here in Sydney Motorsport Park, and we're underway for racing action. Rob Scott once again getting off to a fantastic start, and Bray will be following closely behind him as they go in single file towards turn 1. Meanwhile, it's side by side between Wilkes and Linders as they head through turn 1, through the flat out left-hander here on the opening lap, and it's just about going to be Noakes inching forward, but now they head into the braking zone. Up the hill they go. Noakes has gone right back down the inside. He's been squeezed all the way to the inside. Slight wheel-to-wheel rubbing there as they head up through the top of the hill, but fantastic stuff to stick it around the outside there from Wilkes and holding off a hungry Jackson Noakes. So fantastic racing there between the two of them.
Rubbing panels from day dot here in race number 3 of the RX8 Cup, and we get to see the flames being thrown out of the side of these machines here as they stream through turns 4 and 5 for the first time. Really, really nice gap opening up for Rob Scott in the lead. Whoa, a bit of a shake there for Wilkes in third position there. Just trying to find the grip and get the car stable under brakes into that tricky turn 5. Now they're going to turn 6 before they crest the hill over Corporate, throwing flames out the back a lot of these cars. There's the number 99 of Childs, already up 2 spots into P6. Great start for him so far. He's actually a little bit further up, 5th position now.
Yeah, so Childs is on the charge, as we were already expecting, but I think he's going to comfortably end up in the podium places here in this RX8 Cup race. He is absolutely flying in the 99 machine at the moment, and he'll continue to spearhead his way through the field. You can see him just there. It's like Jaws in the background, closing and closing and closing, and you're just waiting for him to strike as he makes his way through the final few corners here, and the opening lap at Sydney Motorsport Park is about to be completed.
Flashing the high beams he was to try and get in the mirrors of Noakes ahead of him, trying to just distract him as much as possible, because when the track is this dark and you've got those high intensity LED headlights in your rearview mirror, they are very, very hard to ignore. So piling on the pressure is Childs, but out in front with a gap of 2.2 seconds is Rob Scott. Drag race behind them there. That was Linders going side by side with Kay, who just has to tuck in, and as Linders is going to hold on around the outside of turn 1 here, but Kay's looking really, really racy. Is he going to try and make a run into turn 2? Not this time around, thinks better of it, and number 12 Linders also shuts the door on that manoeuvre.
Yeah, Kay, a debutant in this RX8 Cup this round, and he's absolutely showing a cool head that comes from a 4-stroke karting endurance background. It means he's so used to being in the long run, staying in the fight for a long time, so he's got the patience, he's got a cool head, and that is so critical to have as a rookie to a series. That's going to be such an advantage to already have and not have to develop it.
It certainly is. And Linders is going to be trying his best as well to try and get onto the back of Michael Starr, who has been rolling pretty strongly in that this sort of front-ish mid pack. Has had a couple of battles that he's been trying to get stuck in on, but he's got the track kind of to himself up ahead of this battle, where Kay has tried to find a little bit of an inside line that wasn't really there. Lost a little bit of momentum by mounting the curb through 6 as they go over Corporate Hill, but still right on the back there. But now that's actually brought Hextall into the battle here, so this is a 3-car scrap for 7th.
Yeah, this is absolutely fantastic to see at the moment. These three sitting in a battle pack, and they'll continue to scrap away as the timer ticks down. This is absolutely fantastic racing so far, and I think that Kay will surely get the move done on Linders soon enough. They've been really pressuring, but they have fallen back just a little bit. Meanwhile, Jack Childs in 4th position now, so he's already knocking on the door of the top 3. Now, this is the 66 car. This is Lauer, who had problems in race 2, and the car seems to be holding up very well at the moment here in race 3. In fact, I think he's about to size up and overtake here on Paul Spiteri.
He certainly is, and they've also got Gamble behind them in the number 25 machine, really trying to capitalise, get as much of a slipstream as possible down this main straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park. He's having a look. Is the number 66 of Jake Lauer? Does he have the position? I think he does. Is he going to be able to hold this one on? Gets the move done really, really nicely into turn 1, does Jake Lauer, and he's streaking away already. But will he be able to hold that? Is the number 11 Karis Pateri going to be able to make up any of that ground under brakes? I don't think so. Now his job is to defend against Gamble, who's right behind him. But great move there from Lauer through turn 1.
Yeah, Glenn Gamble looking really, really impressive here at the moment, and he'll continue to try and place that pressure onto Paul Spiteri. Now we look at Michael Starr on the back of Jackson Childs, who's actually lost out of place to Jackson Noakes, so maybe a mistake has crept in there, because now he's 1.1 behind Jackson Noakes. So I wonder what has happened there to Jack Childs in his recovery charge from 9th on the grid. I'm sure that he'll continue to charge forward again soon enough in this race. However, Michael Starr 1.3 behind is Linders, so he doesn't have to worry too much about that. He just needs to now focus on controlling the pace.
Yeah, focus is going to be a really important thing for Childs as well, to just get his head back in the game and focus on putting those banker laps in. We go forward now. This is a battle for the last spot on the podium. So it's currently Wilkes in the number 88 machine who's holding off Noakes, trying to do his best here. Just ahead of them, you can see that Bray isn't too far ahead, only 2 seconds. So it's petered out just a little bit at the front. Not enough to write anything off just yet. You can still get a really good run of momentum and try and catch up and claw back some of these deficits, but the time is now to go. There's 15 and a half, or 14 and a half minutes, I should say, left to go in this one. So still a fair few laps up our sleeves. Scott crosses the stripe with a gap now of just over 2 seconds over Bray, so that's holding somewhat steady. Wilkes doing really good defending here against Noakes. Childs is right on the back of this pack as well, and Childs is looking, I reckon he's on for a pass here. Do you reckon he's going to have a look? No, he's going to think better of it for the time being into turn 2, but he's definitely sizing Noakes up, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think in a turn 4 or 5, actually, he might go for a bit of an aggressive move into the S's, because right there is Jackson Noakes, and he's just getting such a good run. He's got such good exits, if not maybe even into turn 6. There's a couple of opportunities here for Jack Childs to get himself right into the thick of this battle, so that'll be something he's keeping an eye on. You don't want to be overly aggressive, you don't need to be overly aggressive, but he sure still needs to get his nose in. Meanwhile, Wilkes had a big slide on the way into 4. They got right over the top of the curb. That puts him under a bit more pressure than usual from Jackson Noakes, but here comes Jack Childs up the hill towards turn 6. He's going to size up a move here. He's forced to the outside. Noakes just defending slightly, and Childs just not able to make anything stick yet, but here comes Jackson Noakes down the inside of turn 7. Surely not here as they go side by side. He's going down the inside of the high-speed left-hander here at Corporate Hill. What a move this would be if he can pull it off, and he does get it done. No, he has the outside line now down into turn 8. Wilkes holding it on the inside. Here comes Jack Childs making his way through on Jackson Noakes, taking advantage of the fact that he was forced to the outside line. This is absolutely incredible stuff between these 3 cars at the moment. Now Childs has the inside for turn 9, but that'll give him the outside through the final horseshoe loop here, and he loses out. So after all of that scrapping, it amounts to nothing for either of these 3 cars. Meanwhile, Michael Starr has invited himself right into the thick of it.
Fantastic battling here for 3rd position on the road. I think Wilkes would have breathed a bit of a sigh of relief with how slippery that car was in the back section of the circuit there. Just really struggling to get those tyres hooked up the way he wants. So the fact he's been able to hold on to 3rd is a very, very handy boost for him. Right behind him, though, Noakes is not making it easy in the number 27 car. Jackson Noakes trying to get up the inside of the number 88 of Mark Wilkes, but look at Jack Childs trying to go around the outside. Those brake rotors are really lighting up. He's putting so much through the floor of that brake pedal. Can he carry the momentum to be on the inside for 3? Just about, actually. They're going to be side by side into 4. He's going to have the line. He's going to potentially get this move done, but can he slot in front and hold on to that as they run into 5? I believe he can. Really, really good move there from Childs.
Yeah, really well thought out, really well calculated there from Jack Childs, and that's what separates him from the rest. That's how he was able to get pole position and hold on behind Rob Scott for so long in the opening race of the day here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and now he'll continue to keep his eyes forward, because next up is the final podium place with Wilkes, the car in front of him. Noakes will try and get his nose back into this fight, but at the moment it is all about Jack Childs at the moment, looking to get a move here on Mark Wilkes. Down the hill into turn 8, he's already looking for it potentially here on the outside. Flames spitting out the side of these RX-8s here in the night time. It looks absolutely fantastic, and overtakes are plenty here tonight.
If I'm Jack Childs, I'm going to be flashing the high beams all through the rear view mirrors of Mark Wilkes' machine, the number 88, just trying to fill all those mirrors with that blinding LED light behind there, piling on the pressure as much as possible. But Wilkes, to his credit, is really putting in a sensational defensive drive right now, making that RX-7 as wide as it needs to be to keep those cars behind, and not losing a huge amount of time to Bray and Scott in front of me either. They've been able to slowly eke out a couple more tenths here and there. The gap at the front still 2.7 to Bray, but yeah, they're still keeping somewhat together. So this is far from over, even for the battle for the race win.
Yeah, it absolutely is still on here. 10.5 minutes to go, so we've definitely gotten a longer race in this one, which is absolutely fantastic, and it's proving the fact that there is so much racing going on here in the RX-8s. It's absolutely never-ending at the moment as we look at Maisie Place, Dury and Lauer all in a 3-way fight here as they head through turn 1. I think that Dury might be sizing up a move here on Place as they head up towards the turn 2 braking zone. I'm not sure if he's going to be close enough, but he's sure going to give it a look on the inside here. He goes late on the brakes. That's really aggressive, but he's going to get the car pulled up. If he can get this move done, that would be such an aggressive touch on the brake pedal, and he does get the move done on Maisie Place. That was really brave, and that was a fantastic overtake.
If you showed me the start of that move, I would not have been putting any money on that getting done there. I thought he was going to be washing up, spearing it off understeer with the fronts locked up. Awesome job there from Dury to get that move done over Maisie Place. That's a great bit of car control for the number 3.
Yeah, great brake control as well, not going deep into the ABS and just... Or do these things have ABS?
I've seen quite a few lockups this weekend, so it's hard to say.
I don't know. So let's not even try to guess here as they head around the outside of turn 8. This is Jack Childs on Wilkes, and he's going to get the move done before they head into the final loop. So Jack Childs returning to the top 3 podium places. He's got 1.9 seconds up the road here to Bray. Can he close that in 5 minutes? That is the big question here.
He's got clean air for the first time in quite some laps. The gap last sector split was just under 2 seconds. Let's have a look as they cross the stripe this time so we can see what the equation is for Jack Childs to see if he can make this back up. It's just over 1.8. Hasn't had a whole lot of a chance to prove himself yet, but with the clear air, let's see what it can do. As Wilkes still defending around the outside of Noakes there through turn 1, and was going to have to put the door, try and shut the door into turn 1, but I think Noakes there...
he's gone wide.
He has. He's gone wide, and that's going to give Jackson Wokes a very handy in there, but no. Mark Wilkes has been able to maintain some really good momentum through turn 3, get back in front well before turn 4. Really good run on the exit of 3, so that's not the worst it could have been.
Yep, that was interesting there for Mark Wilkes. I'm sure he wasn't expecting that, but he was able to hold on to the place. But Noakes has been invited right underneath his rear bar now. This is going to be so close, and Michael Starr is right there, and Linders looms in the background as well. So really close between these 4 cars at the moment as they head through turn 6 around the backside of Corporate Hill, and before they dive right back down into the thick of it into the turn 8 hairpin. And here we go. We've seen Noakes try pull this off already. This time he goes down the inside of the sweeping left-hander, and he's being that much more aggressive with it, and he's gotten the move done. But now once again he finds himself in a position where he gets run out wide, really close to contact between the two of them. Here comes Michael Starr, seeing an opportunity off the track. Goes not Childs, Wilkes there as well. He's now going to lose out to Jackson Noakes. Here comes Starr on his inside. That'll give him the inside through this turn 9 kink. Here comes Linders too. All of them inviting themselves into the party at the moment, as Wilkes just going slightly wide, costing himself an abundance of places. Now he's under threat from Linders. This is absolutely sensational, and Hunter K has joined the back of this train as well.
I feel like battles is not the most accurate way. There's more like flashpoints in this race. It's like you get a little bit of a conflagration, and then all the cars just shuffle around all over the place. But Michael Starr, to his credit, has been driving really conservatively and just biding his time, waiting for the right time to strike and make a move where it's sensible to do so. And the consistency that he's showing is brilliant. So he's up into 5th position in that number 9 Vodafone business car, driving it very, very smartly. Not really just flying under the radar with how he's wheeling that thing around, and it's paying dividends.
It's almost an endurance race style of driving he's doing. He's not really throwing himself into the thick of it. He's not driving the fastest out here on the track, but he just waits for the dust to settle and then just takes all the places as it arises. Yeah,
a bit of a Stephen Bradbury sort of strategy there from Michael Starr, paying off quite well. Now finds himself in the lead of this train for 5th position. Noakes is a little bit further up the road, but still in the clutches as Mark Wilkes gets very wide on the exit of 5. I've seen him get toey there a couple of times in the last couple of laps. Had a big lose there that time. Caught it, but lost a bit of momentum.
I'll tell you what, I thought he was gone there because it sort of snapped back at him. He had a small tank slapper, and luckily he was able to regather the rear. Meanwhile, Linders was really close to the back. Kay was close to the back of Linders, but now we're looking at Jack Childs on the back of Bray. So this is for 2nd position. What a drive this would be from Jack Childs if he can pull this off. There's a minute and a half just over remaining in this race. So this is going to be the last lap of the race here in Sydney Motorsport Park for race 3, and this is going to come down to the wire here. Jack Childs on the back of Bray. This is going to be absolutely incredible as they dive down the start-finish straight and towards turn 1. Who's going to be the bravest? Who's going to be the boldest here between Grant Bray and Jackson Noakes? That is the magic question. We've already seen Jack Childs had his big moment at turn 1 in race 2, but he's not scared. He's sizing up the move as they head towards turn 2. This is inside line now for Grant Bray. Jackson Childs forces himself the long way round. He's outside lining it. He's all the way alongside, but he loses out on the exit. He doesn't quite get the inside for turn 3 either. What about turn 4? He's gotten a great exit here. He's right underneath the rear bar here of Grant Bray. Down towards the S as they go. Is he going to show the nose? It looks like he's trying it, but he can't quite pull off the move just yet.
awesome defensive driving from Bray here in the number 18 car, doing everything he can to hold off Jack Childs in the 99, but still a few opportunities to make something happen here, and it almost feels like a matter of time where Childs is just trying to pile on the pressure and see if he can draw a mistake, but we have not seen very many mistakes from the number 18 of Grant Bray so far today. He has been rock solid in the number 18 machine as he currently holds off still in second position. They crest Corporate Hill one last time here. On the run into turn 8, last big opportunity. Grant parks the car right on the inside of turn 8, shuts that door straight away. One last chance here. Last lap, we saw Childs trying to have a look around the outside of turn 9. He's not going to have a chance to do that, but he's going to try and look up the inside of turn 9. They're side by side on the run into 10. I don't think Childs is going to have the line or the position. He's actually going to try around the outside of these last 2 corners, and he's got it done. That is an incredible move to get into second position for Jack Childs. What a finish to this race. He will drag race with the number 18 of Grant Bray down to the line. It will be Rob Scott who takes race 3, and right behind in second place is Jack Childs. What an insane finish to that battle for second position. An awesome pass around the outside. This is what it's all about.
That was absolutely unbelievable, Matt. I would not have seen that coming from a mile away, right around the outside of turn 10. Fantastic racing, and that is bravery on display. I'll tell you what, I've never seen a move around the outside there, and I don't know if I will again for a very long time. Absolutely incredible.
Grant Bray certainly wasn't expecting it, neither were we, and I reckon that's a big part of the reason why he was able to get it done, because you never see a move like that. Sensational stuff from Jack Childs in second position. Let's have a look at those provisional results thanks to ARDC. It was Robert Scott got the win 3 from 3, but Jack Childs is looking sensational in the 99. Grant Bray brought it home in third position there with Jackson Noakes in fourth, and then Michael Starr in fifth with Mark Wilkes, Hunter Kay, Jeffrey Linders, Glenn Gamble, and Jake Lauer rounding out the top 10. Behind there, we go to Jake Hextall in the 53 with Paul Spiteri and Stephen Dury. Then Maisie Place, Gary Lauer, Manath Prasad, Ross Forbes in 17th. Luke Grice, a non-finisher. Catch your breath, Lindsay.
What a race.
That was insane. That was unbelievable. And the best part is, we've got one more of these coming up later on tonight at just after 9:05 p.m. or thereabouts. The schedule varies. You are not going to want to miss it, folks. We don't really have an exact time for when that race is going to start. So, as I've been saying all day, the best thing that you can do to make sure you don't miss it is to just stay tuned for the rest of the night with all the excellent racing that we've got coming up. Thank you so much for joining me in the box, Lindsay. Looking forward to chatting to you later tonight. Up next, I'll be joined by Cody McKay for the last of the 3 sports sedan races, and you are not going to want to miss these thunderous beasts thrashing it around here under lights at Sydney Motorsport Park. Don't go anywhere.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app, where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline. Well, I've just caught my breath, at least partly, from that RX-8 Cup race that we just had, and now we're going to follow it up with sports sedans, which are going to be nothing short of spectacular, as they always are, at Sydney Motorsport Park with the ARDC track map. Let's have a look at the bird's eye view of this awesome facility here that we've been so lucky to race at for decades.
with so many unique characteristics that set it apart from many other tracks in Australia and around the world as well. And we've seen a lot of action in so many different forms at the different parts of this track. Let's have a look at some of these most lucrative action spots, I guess, if you're looking for a pass. Once we have a look at some basic stats on the track, but yeah, a lot of the action has been happening at turn 2 because it's a really, really big braking zone from that fast sweeping turn 1. But where you put the car and where you can have the car balance is crucial. Same here with turns 5 and 6. Similar geometry in these two corners, but different surface. So it's actually a little bit slicker on the exit of turn 6, which is why you can see cars get a little bit loose like you see in that shot. Turn 8, once again, really key overtaking opportunity. If you can park the car on the inside, set up a really nice run through turns 9, 10 and 11, and then open the taps in these sports sedans to fly down the main straight. Matt Dunlop is my name, continuing alongside our roving reporter, Cody Mackay. He's been doing everything today, and he's now back up in the comms box to yell about some sports sedans once more with myself, and I'm looking forward to getting really revvy with these cars.
Geez, yelling. I think I'll be screaming after talking to these competitors and feeling how much gusto they've got into them for this last race. God, the last 2 races had us standing on the top of the roof screaming out. I think we're just going to be doing the same thing for this one.
100%. You can bet your house on it for sports sedans, absolutely. And at the very least, they're going to be sensational. They're going to be looking so nice under lights, throwing flames, lit up, sparkling, really, really well presented field in this sports sedan field, with a couple of the production sports cars joining us here as well, of course. We've got a couple of formation laps which will come in so handy for these cars, trying to get as much temperature into these hand-cooked slicks as they possibly can on this cold winter night here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but gives us a good chance to look through the grid. Brad Shields has been dominating so far in the 999 Fiat, leading the way with the first 2 race wins, and he will be fronting up for race 3. Richard Gardner in the Lamborghini Gallardo will start next to him in second, and then it's Matt Sims and John Hollinger behind them. Kevin Gilbert and Ray Hislop will be out of 5th and 6th, with Ben Arnold in the R33 Skyline starting next to Nick Mantikos. Emily Cacciaviello will be starting from 9th next to Darren Hossack in the Mazda RX-7. Then we go to Simon Copping in the Commodore with Warwick Morris next to him in the Porsche 911. Timothy Leafhead and Dean Cam will start behind them with Chris Jackson and Aidan Munger. Then Michael Rowell, Nathan Baines, Corey Gillett and Stephen Lacey. Then we go back further to Paul Koenig, Jamie Marshall, Jeremy Davidson, John Spiteri, Jinwook Song in 25th ahead of Tegan Collins, David Shaw and Tim Tritton, who I'm not sure if he's going to be out on track. We'll take a look and see if that Honda can make the start. Hopefully he can, so we can have one more car in the field. But even so, we've got a lot of cars with a lot of character, a lot of characters driving them as well.
Oh, yeah, definitely right. Going down there and interviewing these drivers, I would say, not guess. God, their character reflection in their car is exactly like their personality. They're all screaming excitement. They want something crazy. They think of things in the middle of the night and then go into the shed and start cutting something up because they thought it might be that little bit faster, to create these Frankensteins of cars that absolutely scream and holler as they're going down. And I'm really excited to be heated up tonight as well. I'm seeing the flames spitting out. That's the thing I want to be toasty around. That's my type of fire.
Oh, yes, absolutely. And what you mentioned there about, the philosophy that goes into these cars, I've always seen it as, especially when you've got like other categories, like you're running spec categories, which sort of feels like the opposite end of the spectrum to what these are. I've always seen these as a much more like a creative exercise for these drivers, these engineers who build these, and they build them under their philosophy, how they like to build a car and what they want out of a racing machine. And you get spectacular results all the way up and down the field as a result.
These are the kids that hated rules when they were at school. They didn't want to be told what to do, so they went out and said, I can do it better myself. They grabbed a few mates as well to do it as well, so they've all jumped in there and gone, we can all do something better, and I'm going to show you how off the track and then put it on the track.
They're going to show us how it's done here in race 3, a 20-minute outing about to get underway. The red lights await the rolling start, but they're about to be released, unshackled down the main straight, and we will let it play out so you can hear these cars in full glorious volume as they come down to turn 1 for the first time, fanning out to try and find as much real estate as possible.
I just wanted to make sure everyone can hear him screaming through turn 1 there. We've got a lock-up coming in from second place, trying to hold it as he gets past the Lamborghini. That is an actual V8 supercar on the outside there, holding his own. really running up the front end.
Yeah, great to see that chat with Ray Hislop earlier on, talking about that X-Mark Winterbottom V8 supercar that he's steering there. He's just ahead of the 123 Holdens machine, which looks to be throwing a little bit more smoke out of the back of the exhaust than you would expect. Hopefully that's nothing major and it's just a product of something warming up there, but we'll keep an eye on that Aston Martin. Behind them, we see the number 44 car of Ben Arnold getting mixed up here with the Hossack car. Really close. Locks up the front right. Doesn't really want to keep it out of trouble there. But, geez, that'll wake you up, won't it?
Oh, geez, if you were asleep before, you're awake now. And as those cars are getting so out of control coming around corporate there, straight into the hairpin, they're still getting the warmth into the tyres. They learnt their lesson from the last race. If you don't warm these cars up enough, you will turn it around.
Geez, that flame looks so good throwing out the side of that 999 Shields machine as well. Let's soak that one up while we can before he walks out into the lead by a margin of 30 minutes over the rest of the field, because that car has just been sensational, on song all weekend long, beautifully presented machine. But it also looks like Richard Gartner in the Lamborghini is going to try his best to keep Shields honest at the front here. They take to the line for the first time in anger, and it is Shields from Gartner and Sims in third place, despite that pretty big lockup that we saw from the 111 car at turn 2 last time by. He'll be thinking a little bit better of it this time, but uses all the runoff there, just trying to carry the momentum. He's got Ray Hislop right on his back bumper, but does really well to just keep him behind.
Now, the one thing I'm noticing here is Shields' car has got the speed. It has got definitely the mumbo to get down the straight. But when we look at Gardner's Lamborghini, it reels him back in coming around the corners. It's pulling him back as hard as possible and trying to make that move before they go down the straight. But we can't deny the battle packs are still going even at third, fourth and down the positions as well.
Oh, you'll have no worries at all finding a battle pack wherever you look in this Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedan field as they filter through turn 6 up the rise to Corporate Hill here. Ray Hislop, this car's probably had a lot of good times around Sydney Motorsport Park under various different drivers, and now Ray Hislop is giving it everything, making it difficult for him
around the outside.
Matt Sims, who has to force him around the outside. Not going to be able to get a good run out of there is Ray Hislop, but he's going to throw the foot into the firewall to try and get as much grunt out as that 5-litre V8 as he possibly can.
Now, talking to Hislop earlier, I was like, look, is there any factory backing here? What's the Tickford support? And he did let me know in a little bit of the secret and go, look, some people back at the Tickford factory do help me with the setup. So we've got a V8 supercar team against a steel-floored BMW here. This is like Goliath versus David all over again.
It's brilliant stuff, and it's what we love about sports sedans, that you can see all that variety up and down the field. And we look a bit further back at the battle here. We also saw that the Calibra, the Jackson car there, really insane bit of machinery. He's got Stephen Lacey right behind him. Lacey trying his best to recover from a horrid race 2 where he lost the back of the car on the exit of turn 2, watched the whole field stream by him and was not able to recover it. So Stephen Lacey doing his darndest to recover as many of those points as possible for the final outing of the sports sedans today.
And an absolute character to Stephen as well. When I pulled him aside and said, what happened? Are you going to blame the car or the driver? And he said, not going to lie to you, mate, just ran out of talent. We do that on the big jobs sometimes. And here he is, screaming up the field again. He's got something to prove. He wants to show that that was just a one-time mistake. He's going to go out there, get the temp into those tyres, get him into the brakes, and start taking some positions.
Can't wait to see what he can do with just over 10 minutes to go in this race.
There's
a car that's rotated. That's the 213 Cacciavello car, the Aston Martin, I believe that is, who is marooned on the outside of turn 6. So hopefully that one's able to get up and running again. We'll keep an eye on that. I'll have local yellows covering it for now. But let's see how we go a bit further up. So this is the number 11 car of Copping, just trying to hold off Stephen Lacey unsuccessfully as the last pass through turn 9 gets that done very, very cleanly, puts the hammer down in that number 78 Mustang.
Now, if this goes to a safety car, I'm looking at Shields and Gartner up the front. Shields in previous races was able to take off and really command that lead. The last race he was able to get an 8-second lead as he crossed the line. We're only seeing a second split here. So if there's any safety cars or any dramas, Gardner might really jump in here.
Speaking of jumping in here, look at Ray Hislop making his way up into third position and getting into the podium spots. He is now going to set about trying to hunt down these two cars in front of him, the Lamborghini and the Fiat of Gardner and Shields. It's going to be a tough ask, but there's a really, really quick vehicle that he's got underneath him, Ray Hislop.
He has got this thing absolutely dialed. This is the most set up I've seen this car all weekend. And, geez, he's only a second off Gardner as well. These guys have got to be really careful, or we might see a V8 supercar winning a sports sedan race.
We certainly might. And I saw, actually, last lap as he was coming through the last corner, bit of a technique. I think he's like the tyres are still coming alive a little bit, so he was using a little bit of throttle and brake at the same time just to regulate it and just keep it in line. Really smart driving there from Hislop.
And it's not uncommon for a driver to do that as well, using the throttle and the brake at the same time. They might be trying to balance the car. They might be trying to get the nose pointed to the direction they want, whilst trying to get the power down as well. It's not an uncommon practice, but geez, look at you go. There's a Ford Falcon in a Lamborghini's rear vision mirror, and I thought I'd never see that before in my life.
You definitely don't see that every day. And here we're also seeing on screen the number 5 car of Darren Hossack. This thing has been incredible to watch because when Darren's in a battle, he will just find an inside line he didn't think was there and just sneak up and get a pass done and catch everyone by surprise.
Exactly. Hossack's experience over his racing career has been absolutely amazing. And we see a Falcon going on the inside of a Lamborghini. Never thought to be seen. Geez, I think he might be going for Shields here. He's not that far off.
No, he's doing really well to keep the pace here from the leader. Shields will be aware of this. Shields will be looking in his rearview mirror. He'll have his engineer in his ear as well. And I'm keen to see how this one shakes out. Is Shields just sandbagging here? Is he just trying to play with us and just say, never mind, I'm actually going to walk away and just, pull a prank on you? Or is there a little bit less pace in the car? Or maybe he's just trying to keep it steady and just bring the thing home. He's got a really solid point haul to start with. Doesn't want to throw it away.
Exactly right. And talking about points, I was able to talk to the presidents and say, hey, what's going on with the Victoria versus New South Wales battle? Who is leading? What is happening at the end? The news was New South Wales might be slightly ahead, but Victoria, we're coming for you as well.
Oh, as a Victorian, I'm shaking in my shoes, I can tell you that much. I know we've got a lot of talented Victorian drivers out there tonight giving it everything in this sports sedans field. This battle here that we see, Matt Sims in the 111, not one of those contingents. He's actually one of the New South Welsh drivers here, giving it everything and doing a fantastic job of it as well. And then 1, 2, 3, Aston Martin of Hollinger right behind as well. So awesome stuff all the way up and down here. Everyone's keeping it nice and neat and tidy. Tyres look to be doing the right things for everyone so far as well. So that extra formation lap has helped quite a bit to get the temperature in there, and they've been able to retain it quite well.
Geez, we might see the rest of the group that's going to pull up here. If Hislop really upsets Shields and really upsets his racing line, that 3-second gap that they've got is really going to disappear quickly. God, I'm waiting with bated breath. Hislop's even to set the fastest lap as well. He is really going for it. I think it was maybe that talk I had to him in the lunch break that really got him prepped up.
I reckon he revved him up quite well there. It was 0.6 or 5.5 of a second faster than Shields that last lap. So has a lot of pace. We're going back here to see battling a bit further back. This is for 16th and down. So Dean Cam, not where he likes to find himself with that Corvette, the number 66 machine. He has the number 213 car of Emily Cachavello, who spun out earlier at turn 6, but she's back up and running, which is really good to see. Gets a move done on the inside of Dean Cam as well. So that Mustang is putting the hard yards in to get back into the mix, and Dean Cam is just keen to just bring it home. Hasn't been the points haul he's been looking for, so I think he just wants to avoid bringing the car home with any damage that he can get away with.
Although, even though he's not got the results he's won at the moment, watching that thing come around the track and watching it blow off with the fuel and the fire and the smoke go everywhere, God, I think I could set that to a screensaver on my PC at home and just watch that all day.
Oh, 100%. It will keep you warm just looking at it. Look at the size of the fireball. That's insane. Chucking huge amounts of the stuff out of the side of that Corvette.
Keep it going.
Glorious sight here. Keeping all the critters in the grass out there nice and toasty as we go into turn 8. So this is the battle for 16th once more. So this is Raoul. Both of these Mustangs have been through the wars today with all sorts of incidents of their own, spins, moments, you name it, they've faced it. But they're still out there giving it everything in these fairly closely related Mustangs, as a matter of fact. Really lighting up the brakes as well, giving it everything there. You can just see how much they're glowing on the number 3 more than anything. So brake management is going to be an important part of this race as they go side by side. Look at this.
No, Shields has been overtaken. Hislop's in the lead. This is incredible.
And Shields is in the clutches of Gardner now as well, who gets the job done. That Shields car is missing a lot of pace, I have to say. It's still quite quick, but look at the number 69 car of Gardner just blasting away in the lead now that he's gotten past. Under threat from Hollinger as well, and Sims. This is not the Brad Shields 999.
That's mechanical. We can hear it there. He just hasn't got the power anymore.
That's not a healthy car, unfortunately.
When you really need it the most, he had this wrapped up. He had the best lead. We can see now that all he was doing was nursing it as much as possible, whether it's a misfire, whether it's something that's let go, but maybe it's even electrical gremlins like the Fiats like to have.
Let's keep an ear out as it goes through turn 8. Let's see if we can hear anything that we can identify. Tricky from this angle with the position of the microphone. We might get a better ear on it as they go past on the main straight, but yeah, pace-wise alone, that thing is not looking healthy, and Stephen Lacey's about to prove that by getting past him and demoting him down into 8th position now. So really not the way that Brad Shields wanted to round out what had otherwise been a stellar day of racing.
Well, the engine that's currently fitted to this car is a 13V rotary turbo, and we know when you really get the performance out of him, the reliability can kind of suffer. As he's not going into pit lane, he's decided he wants to keep circulating. He's trying to get the lap.
So let's have a look here. We're going to see, get a bit more context. Take a look at the top of your screen, folks. So this is...
Oh, Jesus.
Ray Hislop leaving it all out there. Was not expecting Shields to be running that slow. Had to check up, pull the car up and just slide it. Did really well to hold on to it.
Oh, no, and we've got another one off the 213 mark car. God, it looks like a mechanical. Is this going to be a safety car? Are we going to have problems, or are they going to keep going? It looks like on the right-hand rear we can see the suspension has collapsed. Have they smacked the wall? What has happened here?
Yeah, that is not ideal at all. Elmi Catravello has been through the wars and has capped off what has been, unfortunately, a miserable race for the number 213 car. She looks absolutely beside herself. So whatever's gone on there is not something that she's happy with. Not that you ever would be, but that is race done. Fortunately, she has been able to park that car on the inside of turn 5. So we may be able to get away with keeping this one going under green because it's completely off the racing line and not under a huge amount of risk from getting collected by another car. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. In any case, there's not a whole lot of time left to go in this race. Just ticking under 1:50 now. So lap times looking around 1:34 here. So it depends on where the leaders are sitting. So I think Ray Hislop will be coming around in the not too distant future to cross the stripe as he already has done. So this will be maybe the last lap. We might get one more. It'll be pretty close by the time they come to the line.
We might be lucky here. It's very common for officials when they see too many cars on the track and when they have too many incidents, but they're just in a safe area. Oh, jeez. As we go to a major lock-up as they step on top of each other. God, who wants this position more? It's hard when you've got such a wide car trying to overtake on such a skinny track.
Jeez, it looked like I had all 4 locked up there, just trying to put 2 feet on the brake pedal to stop the thing. Did very well to keep it on the anchors there, but lost a little bit of momentum to Sims, who still sits very nicely in 4th. Makes his way past Jinwook Song, the lap traffic there, in the number 68 Commodore.
He's going to go again for it. Straight on the inside. Are we going to see it happen? Light lunge. Locks up the rear. Throws it around. The BMW comes back. Brake markers are locking in the back. And off they go again. They are really playing for keeps here.
They certainly are. Chopping and changing as they go through there. Just got way too hot in there. So 32 seconds on the clock as Ray Hislop comes through the last 3 corners of this lap. Let's keep an eye on the flag box as he comes by. In any case, what a performance it's been. This car has been lightning quick in race 3. Got a 5-second margin over the Lamborghini behind him. A Ford Falcon with a 5-second margin over a Lamborghini. What an incredible sentence that is.
You won't get that at VA Supercar events, I can guarantee that. But here they go. Last lap board has been displayed. Gardner and Hollinger, they're really going in for the battle of the Europeans. Lights are flashing. They're getting aggressive. God, this is when it's all on the table. Last lap, last race. Are we going to see some dive bombs from nowhere?
Let's keep an eye out and see how this one plays out as they go into turn number 2. Hollinger setting this one up from a long way back, but Gardner shuts the door decisively, gets back in front at turn 2 and says, no, thank you, and that puts Matt Sims into a pretty good position for a podium berth here as well.
Exactly. This could really get messy here, and we're seeing that Gardner has got the pace during the corners, but it just really lacks on that straight line speed. Will they be able to hold them all the way to the finish?
Let's keep an eye out. There's a lot of varied corners to come here. 5 and 6, similar geometry, but different sort of road surfaces there. Cars behaving a little bit differently. Now, this battle's still not done.
They're going to go again. He's got again. Getting really aggressive. Let's go for the crisscross. Is it going to get the speed out?
Oh,
no! They're nearly colliding with each other. He just cannot get it done. He wants that position so bad. And now they're throwing someone else of Gilbert into the run. God. They could really lose it all here.
Lacey's going to capitalise as well and get a move done on the inside of turn 8 there.
It's gone ugly.
Sneak up into 5th position. We've got yellows at turns 9, 10, and 11 as well. I'm not sure what that's for, so that neutralises one last passing opportunity, but that's not going to matter for our race leader, Ray Hislop, who comes onto the main straight to greet the checkered flag. What a sensational way to cap off the sports sedans here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Ray Hislop takes the race win in race 3. It will be Richard Gardner in third. And the third is Hollinger. Fourth, just Matt Sims by nothing over Stephen Lacey there. Really strong recovery drive from Stephen Lacey in any case.
What a fantastic race. It's still going as everyone finishes their laps. But God, we said it would be down to the wire. It still was. They were smacking door handles. He made that move 3 times and still couldn't get it done and lost his other position at the end. God, I love this type of racing.
Folks, just draw your attention to the gap that Lacey had behind Sims there as they crossed the stripe. 0.060.
Wow.
There's nothing in that.
That's cigarette paper in it.
That is a splinter of fiberglass in it between those two. Meanwhile, it really has not been a good outing for Gillett, unfortunately, the number 27. We have been seeing him campaigning in a few of the other categories here, and I can see a car actually marooned on the inside of 10 there, so that would be the reason for the local yellows. David Shaw just bringing the car home, that number 94 6-cylinder Falcon there, to round out our finishes here with maybe a little bit more lap traffic still to come. But in any case, what a great race.
That's it. They're even cheering on the sidelines, as you can see. Everyone's just happy to finish, but God, I'm really excited for that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to sleep tonight with this heart rate.
Yeah, I'm going to struggle. Look at Shields. He's still got the car out there, so whatever's happened, is it potentially a case where, because he's still live, he's still racing, albeit 19th position.
He might have lost a turbo there. He might be having a misfire as well. It's very hard to tell with these rotaries sometimes, but I'm so glad he could get to the end. But, God, I would feel so devastated. 2 race wins and then a last place in the end. This is really going to hurt his points.
He's done really well to get the thing home and claw back at least some points because finishing is most important there. And that's the car that was causing the local yellow at turn 10. It's the 156 of Spiteri, unfortunately. But let's have a look at the provisional results with advanced car carriers. So Ray Hislop, really good job to get the job done. Richard Gardner in the Lamborghini, second to cap off a stellar weekend for himself. John Hollinger as well, strong finish in the Aston Martin. Then we have Matt Sims, Stephen Lacey and Kevin Gilbert. Darren Hossack in 7th position with Warwick Morris in the Porsche 911 in 8th. Ben Arnold and Nick Mantikos round out the top 10, and we go a bit further back to our Timothy Leithhead, Simon Copping, Jeremy Davidson and Chris Jackson. Then Dean Cam 15th ahead of Aidan Munger, Corey Gillett, Paul Koenig, Brad Shields getting the car home in 19th position. Jinwook Song was lap traffic there at the end as well in the number 68 Commodore, with the last of the finishers, Tegan Collins and David Shaw as well. A couple of non-finishers, unfortunately. Some of these sports sedan drivers finishing the weekend not how they would have wanted. Some of them on cloud 9.
That's it. Now, I've got to actually race off because I've got a presentation to do. So I'm going to leave all our lovely people who have watched in. Thank you so much for the support. We've been really loving you over the weekend, but you guys have got HQs next, and I've got to get to a presentation.
Enjoy, Cody. It's been so good having a company in the box. Thank you so much. We'll be back very soon with Holden HQs. I'll be joined by the man, the myth, the legend, Dave Amor, very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a cracker.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
Ray, absolutely fantastic job. We were watching a Ford Falcon battle with a Lamborghini and then pull away for a 5-second lead. Tell me, how do you feel?
Oh, look, that was amazing. I mean, sometimes the front, the rear of the car comes together as one, and you as a driver, you think you're unbeatable. And that car felt amazing that time. It had grip everywhere, every corner, braking, cornering, corner exit. It just had grip. It was awesome.
We could see that you were just starting to eat cars for lunch and you were just starting to run them down. You even had it where you came up on shields there and nearly tripped over yourself. We thought you were going into the wall. Is that down to talent, or is it maybe the tick for driver training that you received earlier?
Look, that was, that was scary. I mean, I thought Brad was just going to drive away, but he was a bit slow mid-corner, so I thought, I'll just tuck up the inside, and then I thought, I've got to get on the power early, and wow, it all happened from there. But anyway, caught it, and we went on, so yeah.
Great, absolutely fantastic race. We loved watching it. We were up on their feet, screaming your name. Great work, mate.
Thank you. Cheers. Awesome.
P2 with John Hollinger, mate, absolutely fantastic drive. How do you feel?
Yeah, good. I'm just here as an invitational, so I think the tyres are stickier than the hand cooked, so yeah, it helps, yeah.
And we could see it that you were just slowly creeping up on one car. As one car fell over, you just kept chipping away. Did you have a race plan or strategy?
No, just follow the rabbit.
Well, it was a pretty fast rabbit to follow, and you still got there for P2. Anyone you like to thank for this weekend?
Of course, the team, my wife Agatha, yeah. Top job.
Great work. Thanks, mate.
Thank you.
Matt Sims, really great racing out there. You've got a BMW that's not so much all a one bespoke car. Still got original BMW in there, but you're out there showing them that you knew how to drive.
Yeah, we've got a bit of Chev power now, which is, I think, helping us a lot. Seem to have lost a bit of traction in the last couple of races, which is unfortunate. I've really struggled that race. It was really hard work trying to keep the car straight, and lots of hard driving that time, that's for sure. So
now you were mixing the positions up as well. You had other cars throwing it on the inside of you, coming around the outside. We couldn't see it. Was there contact coming around Corporate Hill?
No, there wasn't. It was extremely close because the Mustang here went under and I crossed back over and he jammed across, but
You wouldn't have been able to put your finger between us. It was that close.
Jeez, it was like rabbit chasing the hare. One was playing chess, the other was playing checkers, but I think it was changing at every corner. You think you got him at the end?
Yeah, I definitely think I did. I held Steve out to the end as well. I could see him coming. Like I said, I had a lot of struggle in that one, just trying to keep the car straight, which I don't know what's going on there, but we need to have a look at that because we've lost a few seconds, but we'll work on it and come back. So,
great work, mate. Great race.
Thank you.
Shields, we thought you had this weekend wrapped up, and we were so heartbroken when we seen that feed of yours just slowing down. What was going on?
From about the first or second lap, I got like a bit of a harmonic vibration coming through the car, and I thought this isn't good, and sort of backed it off, tried to be nice to it, and then it just kept getting worse and worse, and then turned into a really bad crunching sound. I think something's gone wrong in the gearbox, so I just limped it home to try and get some points. So yeah, unfortunate end to a good weekend. So anyway, at least got some points.
It's a real shame. You still had those 2 race wins. You've got to hold your head high about that. But we were really cheering on for you. We thought you were coming into pit lane, but you said, you know what? I want those points. How was that?
That's it. Yeah, no, it was good. Yeah, it was an awesome weekend up until then. And yeah, the last race in this championship, with the way the points work, is so valuable. Like, it's like double points. So I knew I just had to finish and just get some points. Otherwise, it really would have hurt if I had a DNF. So we got some points, and anyway, hopefully we've still got the lead and see how we go next time.
It was a real shame. We were feeling for you, but we're great. The car's here. We're great. You can get it fixed, and we can't wait to see you at the next round.
Sounds good. Thanks for that.
Thank you so much to Cody Mackay down there chatting to the winners and the losers of the Sports Sedans round here at round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Race Championships at floodlit Sydney Motorsport Park. And we roll on from Sports Sedans to the New South Wales HQ Holdens, brought to us by Osborne Transport. I'm jumping in to deputise for Cody Mackay. He's been running around doing a bit of everything, and it's a pleasure to be joined in the commentary box by Dave Amor for this last 20-minute outing. Dave, great to have you in the box.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that, because the Osborne Transport's been doing it for over 13 years. We've got 18 HQs at the start of 19 at the start of the weekend. We've still got 18. Adam Leach is not there. He's got an oil pressure issue with his car, the number 42 car. So, but Luke Harrison, he's put it on pole. He's won race 1. He's won race 2. Can he do the hat trick? We'll have to wait and see. But I'm sure Glenn Deering, Jared Harbour, and especially Dave Allen, those top 4 guys really want that number 1 position. So Luke failed to get a ripper of a start. I've already had to talk to him about that. So he'll have to make sure he needs to man up, because I tell you what, there's a final race. Everyone wants a trophy, and let's go racing and see what these HQ Holdens can do for this final race.
Let's certainly do so. They're going to be putting on a cracking battle here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We go through the rest of the grid sheet to see those the rest of the machines you mentioned: Wayne Healy, Jake Deering, Joe Elias, Peter Simonson, Amanda Saunders in the number 33 car, next to Gordon McClay and Brett Simpson, rounding out the 17 cars on the grid as we run the HQs under lights for the first time tonight. These are going to be sensational, and there's something special about seeing HQs under lights. It sort of brings back memories of the Calder Park Thunderdome, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it certainly does, mate, and I've had 10 years of that. I was very, very lucky to be involved and have a team and cars and race there for many, many years, and absolutely brilliant, mate. But Blendline TV, mate, the way these cars sparkle, like they're in very, very good condition anyway when you have a look at them, but the way that it just brings the lights, it brings everything into focus, and once again we've got a camera hanging on inside a HQ.
That is the machine of, I believe that's Wayne Healy there in the 111 car, so really looking forward to see how Wayne Healy gets on in Brendan Healy, my apologies. Really looking forward to seeing how he gets on in this car here. So I was getting a bit confused because there's 222 on the helmet, 111 on the windscreen. But Brendan Healy will be taking us around this Sydney Motorsport Park on board and in the thick of it.
Yep, that's for sure. The HQ Holdens, affordable excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, are a 6-cylinder Holden. 3-speed, 355, doing around about 170, 180 Ks through turn 1. We don't brake, we don't back off. That's the front runners. The back guys give a bit of a left foot brake as you go through there. It's scary, it's fast, and it's quick. We've got Kenda tyres, we've got Pettis suspension. It's a complete package. Everyone's got the same. All the engines get measured and checked to make sure we're inside the rules. Absolutely fantastic about that. And under lights tonight, don't be surprised if we hit the 158 mark.
Really looking forward to seeing what sort of lap times we can get. And just these, even before we get rolling, like these cars are so beautifully presented, and the drivers, to their credit as well, have done a really good job of keeping their noses clean, keeping them nice and fresh looking throughout this day's action. And they're going to bring it home with a rip-snorting battle here.
Yep, we will say touch wood. Everything's been perfect, and we can continue with that. We definitely don't want commentators cursed, because we've had a fantastic weekend. Nearly every weekend, the HQ Holdens, door handle to door handle, bumper to bumper. We've got the green light, just waiting for it.
We're underway here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's a pretty even start off the front row for Harrison and Deering as the field streaks down to turn number 1. Everyone gets away pretty cleanly as they all fight for real estate on the rundown. It's the number 17 who's got the inside line and is going to get the whole shot is Harrison. So really, really good start for Luke there as they make the rundown. Is he going to be under threat from any of the competition behind him? He's going to park the car right pretty close to the inside of turn 2. Great start there for Harrison, keeps the field behind.
Certainly is. The Sainty car is absolutely beautiful. We've got the iGutter car. We've got the 202 car there as well. Well, a little bit of dust happening, but these HQs under lights have already spoken about. These are teammates there, the 88 car there at Bucko. We've got Johnson, we've got Healy, McLean, James Flett, beautiful looking car, and Jake Deering, father and son. So we've got the old man at the front and Jake's around about midfield. So absolutely fantastic. And here we go. Hang on.
Brendan Healy here, currently sitting in 9th position, right behind Wayne Healy, as a matter of fact, trying to find a way through there. Nothing doing at that stage, and we go back to the battle for second. So this is the number 4 car of Glenn Deering, just holding off the 202 of Jared Harbour. Really, really great action all the way up and down this field as they go through turn 7, get the cars stable on the brakes into turn 8. Little bit of a tyre scream there, bit of a lock-up as well. Get the thing gathered up, gets it back underway. Really good recovery.
Yep, certainly is. That's Wayne Healy there with the pictures here. Johnson in front of him. In front of Johnson, we've got Bucko, so the 88 car. Then we've got Dave Allen. Fantastic week he's had. We've got the old veteran Pedro Missouri there on the 30 car. Harbour doing fantastic.
Such a good angle, this onboard. You can see just how much work goes into muscling one of these cars around these fast-flowing corners here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's kind of a delicate dance here with the way that these cars are set up. It's nowhere near as easy as it might look. These things take a lot of talent to be able to muscle around, to be able to build them to run fast as well, but to be able to get the most out of them as a driver, it really takes a lot.
Yep, James Flett, the 57 car going down the inside of the 222 car, down through turn 1. It's a really good track. It's been a fantastic weekend for everyone. From Blendline TV is what you can see here, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a fantastic Friday. Was good. A little bit of showers very late in the afternoon, and we've had a bit of wind here all weekend, but we've had a picture perfect race day Saturday.
We certainly have. The sun's been shining for the most part of it. A little bit of cloud cover coming in as the sun went down, so we've got a nice sunset as the floodlights came on, and the weather, as you mentioned, has been gorgeous. Yeah, a bit of wind as well, mostly blowing up the main straight here, but conditions have been nothing short of sensational, especially for smack bang in the middle of winter here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
That's for sure. Righto, top 5, Harrison, Deering, Harbour, Allen and Pedro in the 30 car. Then we go, did you see that? He took him out wide. It's bumper to bumper. This will be quite interesting. Good TV angle there. Harbour's gone up the inside of Glenn Deering.
Really good move there from Harbour to go up into second position. Got a lot of work to do if he wants to catch back up to Harrison, though, because he's being able to eke out a really nice gap in the lead for the time being. He's still got 12 and a bit minutes to hold on to that lead, so anything can happen, but let's see what Harbour can do now that he's shot himself up at second.
Yeah, well, they certainly have. They've changed a bit of a setup on that car, the Equity Views car there, so we have to keep an eye on that and see what the gap is between Harrison and him and what the gap is between Harbour and Deering. Deering is falling away. Deering has got problems, ladies and gentlemen.
He certainly does. I don't think we can put that down to the slipstream. That car is not as quick as it should be, so he's pulling right to the outside, letting the number 12 car of Allen go through there and just handing that one to, unfortunately, not able to provide much of a contest through turn one. That's not what we want to see from the number 4 car.
No, that's for sure. He was so confident, Glenn, thinking about how he was going to handle this weekend, what he could do to Harrison to try and make him make a mistake, because he's been picture perfect all weekend, Harrison. He really has. Now, Glenn Deering has gone from second to fourth, almost back to fifth now. Yes, he's gone back to fifth. So have to wait and see whether he can hang on and stay there or whether there is something terminal with that car.
Yeah, we'll keep an ear out as well to see if we can hear anything unhealthy about it as it rolls past, see if we can spot what's happening, see if he decides to stay out or decides to pack it in and pull it into the lane. We've got a bit of time to go before we get there as we see Allen and Marusic streaming through turns 5 and 6. Really tricky part here for the HQs, just trying to keep as much momentum as you can as you go through 6, over the top of corporate here in the run into 7. It's a really asks for the best of you as a driver, trying to muscle these cars around with the front left wheel almost coming off the deck there.
Yep, it certainly is. We've got the Kenda tyre. You can hear them screaming for mercy on most corners. We've got the padded suspension, keeping that, tyre to the ground. It's a really, really good package, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't matter whether you're male or female, big, tall, skiddy, fat. We can all fit in these race seats. And for HQ Holden, well, I've been doing it for 38 years, ladies and gentlemen. I know everything about it, and we're still learning. We're still making these things go faster and faster every year, just by fine-tuning, trying a little bit of this, trying a little bit of that. It is unbelievable how fast these HQ Holdens are. 107 kilowatt or 150 horsepower, they came out with 75. So it's absolutely unbelievable. Turn 1, around about 5.6, 5.7, maybe 5.8 on the Chaco. 3.55, 3-speed, absolutely ringing its head going through turn 1.
And one of the things I really love about the Holden HQs is, and we saw it a bit earlier when Cody McKay was chatting to a lot of the drivers down in the paddock. Well, that thing looks like it's copped a little bit of a whack at some point, either tonight or a couple of whacks here and there over the course of the weekend at the very least. So that one's been through the wars. But one thing that, I took from when Cody was having a wander around at the barbecue earlier on is just it's a very community-oriented category. Like, we talk about, family with the Deerings and like the father and son combinations that we see, but it's also, have a look at the amount of work he's putting in here, soaring at that wheel, just trying to get it managed over the bumps, over the curbs, carrying as much momentum as possible through 5 and 6. But in terms of, like, as he touched on, just getting these cars, getting every last bit of performance out of them, it really is a team effort, and everyone works together to, make sure that we can get awesome fields of HQ racing that's competitive, and that if there's an issue, these drivers are more than happy to chip in and help each other out to get back up and running. And that's what you want to see. That's what grassroots motorsport should be all about.
Well, that's definitely what it's all about. And Blendline TV went through the HQ pits at the tea break. There is a lot of camaraderie. There's a lot of talking to 6, 7, 8 different drivers. If you got time, ladies and gentlemen, have a look at how these guys love their motorsport, love the affordable excitement, love the HQ Holdens. 38 years they've been going for, and it's absolutely beautiful. But what we do is we work and help with each other. We want to beat you on the track, not in the pits. So we're always there buying parts off me, doing whatever needs to be done. Glenn Deering is definitely coming in. He's definitely got issues with that car, whether it's a gearbox, shifter issue. We'll have to wait and see and talk to him later. The gap between Harrison and Harbour, 4.3. Then it's 4.1 between Harbour and Allen. Allen and Pedro are going for it, hammer and tong. So just have to wait and see. We've got around about 4.5 laps to go.
Yeah, the gap between these two is pretty much academic at this point. Timing screen says 0.3, but as you can see, it doesn't really matter. It really just depends on where they are on the track, what kind of momentum that Marusic is able to get with the number 30 machine. A little bit of a gap opened up there, actually, through 3 and 4. So Allen there, David Allen in number 12, was able to pull out a bit of a gap, but it's good seeing the different, philosophies in the driving line, how they wrestle these things around the Sydney Motorsport Park, because it's not like it's a well-rounded circuit. There's fast bits, there's technical bits, and to be able to strike the balance and get the perfect lap takes a lot of practice, a lot of dedication, and making sure you can just nail everything and get it all done. So it's a really good driver's track, this Sydney Motorsport Park.
Yep, it certainly is. The number 10 car, that's Johnson. All right, then behind him is McLean. That's a CNR International car. And we've got Bucko just in front of them. So keep an eye on this. We've got 10 and we've got 13. And also got James Flatt, MIA Buildings, that does a lot of engines that builds for HQ Holden. So keep an eye on him. That is a beautiful looking car, 57.
Oh, it's a gorgeous looking machine there, just on the back of this little battle pack here for 6th position. So Johnston's doing a really good job holding off McLean right now as they go through turns 9, 10 and 11. They've been bumper to bumper through the back half of this lap here at Sydney Motorsport Park as they go into the main straight. We go back for another battle. Speaking of really nice looking cars, that 47 really glistening in the under the floodlights is the McLean machine, with the 33 of Amanda Saunders right on the tail.
Yeah, so that's dad and daughter. Dad's 47, daughter Amanda's the 33 car. And she's been doing it for many, many years, mate. 6 years ago, she couldn't even drive a manual, right? Could not drive it. And she's, persisted and come on forward, doing extremely well, loving it, being out there with the boys. So, girls, if you want to go HQ Racing, we've already had 3, 4, 5 girls throughout the many, many years come to HQ Racing. It's absolutely fantastic. And like I said, it's all a family affair when you have a look at all the HQ guys. We had a barbecue, a sausage sizzle there a bit earlier on Glenn Deering's bus. Absolutely fantastic. We all get together. We all help each other. We want everyone to go faster. Clean, close racing. No yellows, no red flags. That's what we want all the time. And it's absolutely fantastic.
And the end product is this sort of battling, isn't it? You get this sort of action, battles all the way up and down the field, no matter where you look in the HQs, and you can expect that week in, week out with these cars as well, no matter where they're racing in Australia.
Yep, how true that is. We've got 7 HQs racing up in Northern Territory this weekend, helping out the V8 supercars. We had 22 cars at Tail and Bend 2 weeks ago. Tasmania, South Australia, Queensland. There's almost HQ racing about every 3 weeks on average somewhere in Australia. Plenty of tracks, plenty of racing. You can race throughout the whole of Australia and leaps and bounds. We've had a fair few people do that, gone racing HQs and gone on a holiday around Australia. So it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Glenn Deering touched on a little bit with that bus as well, serves a multifunctional thing there. It's really, really good for, getting around the country, but it's also makes a pretty handy race transporter in a pinch as well.
Yep, it certainly is. Like everything's electric, like the barbecue's electric and everything else like that, so we don't have any issues or dramas with the naked flame or things like that. So we've got Bucko, Johnson, we've got McLean in the 13 car, and right behind McLean is Fleet.
Really, really close battle forming here. This is the train for 5th position that Buckley's heading off. A little bit of a lunge there from Johnston, trying to have a look up the inside. Nowhere near close enough to get anything done there, so might have compromised his speed through turn 2 there, but it's a pretty good exit, and he's going to try and stay closely glued to the rear bumper of Buckley's car as much as he can. Try to string something together through turns 4 and 5. A little bit of dust kicked up there. A couple of wheels off in the dirt. Never hurt anyone though, did they, Dave?
No, that's for sure. Now, HQ 30 and HQ 88, they're 2 teammates. All right, Pedro owns both cars. Outside of pools. If you need a swimming pool, and it's outside, go see outside of swimming pools. Equity Views if you need your house done. Eye gutters if you need your gutters done. Please, people, use the sponsors that help these HQs and all the classes for going for motorsport. you'll see a name on a car, try and use them first.
100%. We cannot go racing without all the sponsors who are able to help us do so. And Osborne's Transport with the HQs being our naming rights sponsor, we can't thank them enough. And every single other sponsor who's able to put their name on the side of these cars and get themselves on the screen. And that's why it's so good that we have Blendline TV here to get these brands the recognition they deserve. So if you see these companies here who are keen for your business, definitely reach out, and they'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, well, the number 10 guys, JLC Excavation, you need your block level and everything else of that. Like, we've nearly got the hamburger with a lot just in the HQs, but then you've got all the other categories, ladies and gentlemen. So we've probably got 2 laps to go. Looking at the gap-wise, it looks like Harrison has got it in the bag. We've got 2 more laps to go. Harbour, Allen, Pedro, Bucky, Johnson, McLean, Fleet, and both Healy. The old man, Wayne, and also his son there in the 111 and 222 car, rounding out the top 10. Then we've got Ellis, Deering, Simon, Saunders, McClay, Simpson. Glenn Deering is in the pits.
We saw a little bit of a moment there in turn 11 for Fleet as well. Just getting a little bit loose there on the exit and just getting out into the runoff. And has actually dropped down the timing a little bit, whether that's an issue with the transponder or whether he's come a cropper somewhere. I'm not sure. We'll keep an eye on the timing to see what happens with that. In the meantime, we've got a really good battle here between the 555 and the 5. So this is Joe Elias holding off the last remaining Deering car of Jake Deering. And there is, that was a 57 of Flett that we just saw. So that car is not looking to be in a good way. Timing is a little bit all over the shop at the moment. So we'll keep an eye peeled on that. I think there's some transponder issues with a couple of cars. But there is Fleet. That is not what we want to be seeing, that car. Definitely would say there's an issue with that one.
Yep, certainly is. He's brought that in, but it's still running. So, that car there, the 222 car, starting to lock up a brake. Glenn Deering all over the back of the 555 car. That's a brand new paint job. 3 weeks ago it was a totally different colour, and he's painted it up in the old HDT Holdens livery. Absolutely beautiful. Ellis there, fantastic. Pedro, Buckley, Johnson, McLean, CR, International, fantastic to see here on Blendline, brought to you by Osborne Transport.
Clock has ticked under 0 seconds, and we are checkered flag with the number 17 of Luke Harrison taking home the win in race 3 of the HQ Holdens here, brought to you by Osborne's Transport. Second place there goes to Jared Harbour as well. Gap of 4.5 seconds in the end there, so a pretty comfortable victory in the end for Harrison. And rounding out the podium there after what was a pretty good battle between himself and Marusic, David Allen in the number 12 car, really, really good job to bring it home in third. As the rest of the field filters across the line now, this is a really close battle here, being led off by the Healy cars there. So that was, the 222 ahead of Elias and then Deering. Close battle, and then we're not done here yet. It's actually Saunders has been able to get up in front of her dad here and is looking to bring it home in this formation. Let's see if there's going to be a late challenge here.
Yep, that's for sure. Father and daughter, absolutely fantastic. Racing within a race. Here we go, Amanda Saunders. It looks like, hopefully she'll hang on. That's 2 wins in a row. 2 wins in a row for Amanda Saunders over Dad, so a big wave out there. Fantastic. Well done, Amanda. And thank you all so much, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for being here this weekend. HQ Holdens, New South Wales, always puts on a fantastic event. And once again, to Blendline and you, mate, you've done a fantastic job. Absolutely brilliant. Watch us when we next come out. Thank you very much.
You do not want to miss the HQ Holdens next time they're at a racetrack near you. Dave Amor, thank you so much for your company in the comments box. It is always a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to seeing you at the next one. Here's your provisional results brought to you by Osborne's Transport. So Luke Harrison got the job done over Jared Harbour, and David Allen, Pedro Marusic, and Chris Buckley, followed by Jason Johnston, Ian McLean, Brendan Healy, and Wayne Healy, with Joe Elias in 10th position. We then go down to the remainder of the runners with Deering, rounding out a few more of the competitors there. A couple of non-finishers, unfortunately, but that is Holden HQ's all wrapped up for the weekend here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But we're not done yet, folks. That is a packed field of production touring cars about to be unleashed on Sydney Motorsport Park. We'll be back in just a moment to bring you all the action.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
Welcome back to Blendline TV's coverage of Round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Race Championship here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Holden HQs are wrapped up for the weekend, but we're not done yet, folks. Production touring cars are coming out for Race 3. Let's have a look at the ARDC starting grid. Simon Hodges will be starting alongside a very, very fast Michael Caine in second position. Matthew Holt in that Commodore with Brett Osborne in the BMW next to him. Then we go to Michael Auld, Jason Williamson, Brent Howard, Anthony Barbara, David Saraglio and Gus Barbara rounding out the top 10 through to Robert Bryden and David Worrell. Then we get into the D-Class cars. Richard Buttrose next to Aston Davis, Maximus Bolton with Matt Schuyler next to him. Then Andrew McMaster and Jason Kavanagh. Christopher Tonner is in 19th, and we are hoping to see Lee Burgess out on track finally. I've got Madison down here in the comms box with me once again. Great to have you. We were having a bit of a chat to the team who are running that number 33 car. They deliberately took race 2 aside so they could make some major setup changes before they can come back out here on the track for race 3.
Yeah, a big call to actually have a DNS in race 2. So we're expecting to see Lee Burgess coming from that back position on the grid and really kind of roar his way back to the front of the field. So it'll be interesting to see if they solved or improved what they wanted to improve.
Yeah, because we saw that car was qualified on the front row of the grid in the lead up to the racing, and didn't have the pace to be able to keep it up there in race 1 that he would have liked. So keep an eye on the number 33 X-Class car of the Burgess machine, Lee Burgess there at the back of the field, or at least starting at the back of the field, but I can't imagine he'll be there for very, very long. It's going to be really exciting to see just where he can find gaps, where he can get around drivers here in all parts of this Sydney Motorsport Park circuit. There he is, the last of the runners, just coming around the final corner, getting as much heat into those tyres, a little bit of temperature into the brakes as well as he grids up rear of grid, gearing up for the last 20-minute outing of production touring cars after what's been a pretty stellar weekend for them already. They've been putting on some awesome action, and race 3 is going to be no different.
Yeah, of course, this is the first one under lights for a production touring car. We saw a golden hour sunset race earlier on, but talking to a lot of the drivers in between races, they were unsure how the cars were going to be performing under lights. So, yeah, interesting to see. A lot cooler conditions, a lot less sunlight around. We'll see how it eventuates.
Been seeing quite a few drivers across the categories just getting caught out by the conditions being a bit colder than they were used to, but I think the production touring car drivers have the benefit of it was already pretty fresh when they were out here for race 2, so not a drastic difference in the ambient temperature, but it has dropped a little bit since then. How will that translate to what the tyres are doing on the track remains to be seen. The revs are starting to build, the field has formed. Red lights are on. We're underway here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Really good start there from Hodges in pole position. Gets a great getaway from Michael Caine there on the run down to turn 1. The whole field gets away. Takes the whole shot very cleanly. Does Hodges in first. But Michael Caine is carrying a lot of pace through in the A-Class Mustang there. But look at Hodges straight to the inside. He knows how fast Michael Caine is and is defending like his life depends on it. Up in first position right now.
We saw this last race from Michael Caine. Extremely good on cold tyres and really harassing the back of Hodges on lap 1. But positions stay as they are. You can see Burgess has already made a bunch of spots. He's up to position number 12 already. It's 8 spots in 2 corners.
I think he's made it even further now. He's going to shoot right up to 10th position there. Saraglio's dropped back a little bit as well. On the charge is Burgess. Insane drive there in the number 33 BMW. I imagine we'll be seeing quite a bit of that car throughout this race. But here's a pretty big battle pack that he's coming up on now. First car he has to pick off is the 79 Barbara machine, which he does pretty comfortably on the run into turn 6. So I may have said that prematurely. Nah, easy as you like. There you go.
Got it done. Drives off the corner and drives away up towards Corporate Hill. And he's got another Barbara in front of him. This time it's a VF Commodore. and it's the son of the previous driver he passed. So another Barbara car here to try and round up. He'll be looking to square off this exit off the hairpin here, get the power to the road and get the drive, which he's done. I'd say he'll be clear of Barbara heading into the last complex, so that's position 8 for Burgess. That's 12 spots in 1 lap.
Insane start to this race for Burgess. Comprehensively gets that move done. When he comes across the line to start lap 2, he's going to be part of a gaggle of BMWs all the way from Michael Auld, or even from Osborne in 4th position down through Michael Auld, Williamson in the 56, Howard, and then Burgess. So that battle is for 4th all the way through to 8th. And we've seen those BMWs going hammer and tongs all day long across these races. This is a bit further up from the point of view of the cars in 4th and 5th. That's Osborne leading off from Michael Auld here as they make the run into turn number 2. Just on the brakes there, really keeping it like nice and managed here. Got to make sure you're preserving the brakes and not going too hard on them, because while you've got these couple of car lengths in front and behind you want to make sure you're keeping things nice and smooth and not taking any unnecessary punts. It's still about 13.5 minutes to go, so plenty of time to get some moves done.
Yeah, absolutely. These BMWs have been all together all day. It's actually been a great day basically for Brett Osborne, having P4 leading Class B2. Been a real standout for me personally. That car to be Class B and 4th outright most of the day is a pretty incredible drive.
Yeah, it's been really suiting the Sydney Motorsport Park circuit. Has that number 16 machine. And it's been getting right in the thick of it, battling with elbows out with all of these other competitors around him, as has the number 33 of Burgess we're seeing on screen right now, who has almost gotten past Howard. Not just yet. Howard's really defensive on the inside of 8. Great heads-up defensive driving there. That's going to put Burgess just on the back foot a little bit, but he's going to try and get a really good run on the exit there. Can he get the move done into turn 9? They'll be side by side. Just has to tuck back in behind. Not as easy as the move on Barbara was last time round, but this won't be the last time that he strikes. But look at the defensiveness there from Howard, pulling it right to the inside, while Burgess in the 33 can afford to take that wider line around the outside, get some more momentum down the main straight and see if he can get a move done, which he's already making to do before he gets to the control line.
It's much tougher for him to make these moves. Of course, Howard also in a Class X BMW, so very similar straight line speed, but does get the job done into turn 1. Does Lee Burgess. He sets chase now after Jason Williamson in his Class A1 M135i. So with that one, he should have the straight line speed. Look at the brakes glowing there into turn 2. That was impressive.
Really was. Really putting everything through those front rotors here, and they are shining under the floodlights here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's really a spectacle to see these cars coming to life under the lights here. Really well-presented machines all the way through the field as well. We're looking at the number 1 machine of McMaster, who is in the middle of a pretty ding-dong battle for the D-Class, currently being led by this car, number 13 of Buttress here. That 86 has been on song all weekend long, as has Aston Davis, who's been having a really good resurgent run in races 2 and now here as well in the 3rd race.
Absolutely, Buttress has really been the class of Class D this weekend. He's really had that extra little bit of pace to burn, and you can see again leading Class D fairly comfortably, but Davis is nipping at the heels there a little bit and keeping the mirrors in check, and that's what he needs to do. He just needs to keep the headlights visible.
We go up to the battle for 2nd position now, so Hodges has actually pulled a pretty decent gap of just over 6 seconds over Michael Caine, who now finds himself in the throes of Matt Holt, who has been on song all weekend long in that Commodore as well. What a beautifully presented machine, flying around. It's got the pace, it's got the looks, it's got the driving talent behind it as well.
Yeah, we have a look at Shylin here, well and truly behind Andrew McMaster in the BMW. Shylin's been having a solid day as well. Probably not quite the results he's wanted, just finishing slightly down off the podium, but aiming to get up close to McMaster here and apply that pressure. Having a chat to Matt in between races, he was pretty happy with how things were going, having a lot of fun out there, and his car looks fantastic on track. I know he was really looking forward to seeing how the Racer Industries 86 looked under the lights.
It's come up really, really nice under the lights. Isn't able to get the move done down the main straight. Has had to tuck back in behind McMaster, but they tip it into turn 1 again here. And let's see if there's a bit of a difference in pace through that fast corner. And you can see he is catching quite a bit. Is he going to be able to make a good run up the inside? He's having a look, thinks better of it, tucks back in. And McMaster also puts in a pretty good defensive line there to keep that 3rd position in class his for the time being.
Yeah, it's interesting even in these Class D cars. They're not decelerating so much from the higher speed we saw in the Class A and Class X cars up the front, but still got really hot brake temperatures coming into these big stops. So it really shows, I mean, we're only about five or 6 minutes into this race, and you can really see the temperature. You don't notice that in the daytime, and we talk about these cars being production-based cars. Oh, Shilen's got a bit of a run here into turn 6. He's got a little bit of overlap. Is he going to get down the inside? He's having a look. McMaster gives him space, stays high, and keeps the position so far. I think Shilen's going to have to wait for another corner.
Really good outside running there for McMaster. Opened the corner up quite nicely to be able to carry that momentum. Paid off handsomely as well. So that keeps him in third position in class, and he's going to park the bus on the inside of turn 8 to keep that defensive drive going. Really, really good stuff from McMaster in the BMW there.
These guys are having a great battle, and we've talked about it all day, that the battles don't have to be for the outright lead. They can be up and down the field in this multi-class style of racing. Head back to the BMW pack, and Lee Burgess is now up to 5th position. He's gained a few spots since we've been away in those last few laps, and in a set chase now after Brett Osborne in position number 4. As we see Michael Auld, in front of Jason Williamson there.
Jason Williamson has been all over the back of these BMWs in that hatchback, and it's been really punching above its weight from what it looks like from a visual perspective. But that thing has a monster of an engine under the hood that's got a lot of pace behind it with a pretty decent turbo on it as well. So it's always a factor, especially here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And it looks like it's basically glued to the rear bumper of Michael Auld's car. Almost trying to have a look into turn 5, but Michael Auld shut the door pretty decisively there. Is he going to be able to have a run down into 6? I don't think so, because Auld's got a really good run out of that turn 5.
Yeah, not quite the pace. The challenge here for Williamson will be to try and get a run using the acceleration advantage that he's kind of got with a little bit lighter car. Obviously, up against a Class X car, he's not going to have the top-end speed, so he's going to have a look around the back of the track somewhere. So I don't think he's going to get him this time by. But, again, deep under brakes. We've seen that a little bit today from Jason Williamson down at turn 2, where he's probably hit the ABS and just run that little bit wide. He's got to be a bit careful of Howard behind him too, because that is another Class X BMW that will have great top speed. So we'll be really focusing on getting off this final corner really strongly.
Yeah, that run through turn 8.
That's a big run.
Yeah, that's a really big run around the outside for Aston Davis. Isn't going to get the move done as the number 13 of Richard Buttrose still holds the lead just for the time being, but they're getting caught up behind the number 25 of, that is David Worrell in the Kia Stinger there. So this is going to throw a spanner into the works for this D-Class battle, and Aston Davis is going to try and pick him off around the inside using the number 25 as a pick. They're going to be side by side. That's a really great move there from Aston Davis, but is he going to be able to hold on? It'll be a drag race down the main straight now between the two Toyota 86s. How is this one going to shake out by the time they get to turn 1? They're going to go straight back into line of stern, so good run of pace there for Buttrose. He's been able to get back into the lead of the D-Class battle and hold it through turn 1. What a great scrap this is.
Yeah, interesting to see, obviously slightly different 86 models, so the way to model there, having the slight pace advantage down the straight and getting that position back right on the limit of braking down there with the hazards flashing possibly on the ABS there. Dave Worrell is going to be trying to put these guys out of his mirror, look out the front windscreen and build a bit of a margin. We know how fast these two 86s are around the back of the circuit. So Dave Worrell last time by was under big pressure around 4, 5, 6, 7. He'll be looking to avoid that again.
He certainly will, but it's not going to be an easy job for him because these 86s are very, very nimble machines. Going through 5, they look really nice and hooked up there. Look at Aston Davis using all of the runoff that he can through 5 and a little bit more. Under brakes, he's right out to the marbles there on the run-in. Gets a little bit loose, but doesn't lose a whole lot of time there. He's really driving this thing on the ragged edge.
Yeah, they're just nipping at the heels of this Kia Stinger yet again. It'll be interesting to see coming into the hairpin, do the 86s. Oh, massive moment for Worrell coming off Corporate Hill. Really pushing hard to try and build this gap. As Buttrose looks to the outside, he's going to be looking to square the exit off here to get a decent run onto the straight. He's side by side with Worrell, but I think he's going to run out of horsepower.
Jeez, I tell you what, that's how you make a defensive move to prevent someone from passing at turn 8. Just throw the thing sideways. That's how you literally make the car as wide as possible. He's able to park in the middle of the road and no one dared to get past. Now he's got his line back. He's gone touching all the apexes and the markers right where he needs to, carrying that momentum through, and he's going to be able to stretch the legs of the Kia Stinger down the main straight.
Just having a look there, and you got Bolton as well, just on the back of this battle pack as well in his Class C Megane. and just waiting for a little bit of a mistake to come, I think, from these 86 guys. Bolton doing a great job. I think it's only his third race meeting, like we mentioned earlier today, so doing a really stellar job.
Yeah, he's been looking rock solid so far, putting in some really mature and smart driving. Having a look up at the inside there of Davis. Let's see how that one shakes out when we get back to it. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Matt Shilan still trying to hold off McMaster there, so he has been able to get through on the number 1 car, but isn't able to shake him just yet. A little bit wide in the middle of turn 2, pulls it back into the exit there to get a good run out of there, and look at the momentum he's been able to carry as a result of that.
Yeah, Shilan's pace today has been very similar to McMaster. These guys have been fighting it out for all 3 races, which has been really cool to see. As we head back towards the front of the field here, and Lee Burgess is now up to 4th. Oh, there's a tyre delamination for Michael Caine in the Mustang.
Oh no! Michael Caine, who was running up as good as he started in 2nd position, had dropped back to 3rd, and now he's going to be absolutely nowhere because the rubber on that thing has let fly. Not sure which tyre that is. It looks very much like the front right there. We'll be able to get a good look as it comes around, and yeah, that thing is flat as a pancake, unfortunately.
Yeah, these cars are quite heavy, and you really do need to manage them. I know it's a cool climate out there under the lights, but you really do need to look after these tyres, and obviously the front right tyre cops a lot of punishment around this track.
Let's take a look and see how this happened here. So he's already slow on the run into turn 8, so I'd almost wonder if that's happened as a result of the load that's been placed on it through turn 7, that right-hander, and it just let go there. And yeah, at this point, there's not really much still happening in that tyre. Torn a bit of the front guard to bits as well, so might be a couple of pieces of debris on the track there, but we press on regardless, but not the case for Michael Caine, unfortunately, whose race is done and has come into the pit lane.
Yeah, it's a shame, and hopefully there's not too much damage to that car underneath the guard there as well, because sometimes when those tyres let go, they can take a little bit of bodywork and a bit of brake lining and things like that with them. So hopefully for those guys, the car is okay. As we have a look at Anthony Barbara here in his VF SS Commodore, beautifully presented car. We spoke about these 2 cars earlier. They look great, and under lights, they just look even better.
Yeah, they're really glistening under the lights here, are they? And then we go a little bit further back to another battle with Burgess, who's been on a barnstorm up from the back of the field in this race. He's got Michael Ord in front of him. There's a few of the bits of Michael Caine's car we touched on earlier. Most of them have been swept out of the way by the force of the cars barreling through in the laps subsequently. But you still want to be pretty careful around that, because we've seen what's happened to a tyre when it's not hitting debris. If you're going to be running over bits like that, it's going to, and especially with the amount of load we're putting on these tyres around Sydney Motorsport Park, you just want to take that extra precaution to make sure you don't needlessly cut a tyre.
Yeah, and Michael Ald's done a good job here to not let Burgess go. So Burgess has made that move a few laps ago, but Ald has managed to actually keep on the bumper, and Burgess is dragging him along with him. Oh, that's a bit out of shape for Bolton. It looks like under brakes there. That's a big moment at a really high-speed section of track at Corporate Hill.
A couple of big puffs of smoke there. He's lit up he's locked him up big time, and it's actually split into 2 separate battles here. So something's happened with Aston Davis not being able to stick with the lead battle here for the D-Class, unfortunately. Fallen back into the clutches of Bolton, who's having a really good run here in that 84 Renault Megane, as we touched on. But out in front of this battle, Buttress has been able to clear a bit of a gap of about 2.5 seconds to Davis there, with Dave Worrell still holding off that 86 there. The Kia Stinger is really putting up a very fierce competition for the 86 right now.
Yeah, good to see it. Again, I'm going to mention with Dave Worrell, just awesome to actually see that car back out on track. It was fixed the back end of the week after having some damage in a car park, it looked like. I saw on social media. And even more impressively, when I mentioned it earlier, I didn't realise that it had actually been re-stickered by Shane Sainz as well at the track today. So really good job to actually get the presentation of the car back as well. So shout out to that whole team.
Yeah, it just really speaks to the commitment that so many of these competitors have here in New South Wales State Series, and just this sort of grassroots level of motorsport overall. Just the lengths that these drivers and the teams will go to get these cars back out on track and back up and running, so that we can have good racing happening all the way up and down the field. It's great to see.
Just having a look up at the front of the field in the timing there, and Hodges has built nearly a 20-second margin over Matthew Holt, which is astonishing.
Absolutely massive, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a huge margin, and the clock has run to 0, so we'll be expecting to see a final lap board very shortly, if not already.
So we are currently looking at the timing. So the top 8 cars have crossed the stripe so far. So Hodges is on his last lap, as we can see him going into turn number, I believe that's turn number 6 there, as he goes up the top of corporate here. So, yeah, really streets ahead of Matt Holt in the Commodore and Osborne, the fellow BMW driver. But what a great outing it's been for Osborne. We'll get back to him later when we can see him filtering across the line, but we cannot detract from the run that the number 31 of Simon Hodges has had. It's been such a good weekend for that car, and well-deserved victories all the way throughout today.
He's probably been too good. We've barely seen him on the broadcast. He's been leading with a massive margin, and massive credit to the Secure Wealth Advisors M4 for showing the pace he has. It's been a really faultless drive.
It certainly has. That exhaust is red hot. He's been giving it everything here. The checkered flag will greet Simon Hodges, who takes race 3 in the New South Wales production cars with a massive gap behind of absolutely nothing on screen for quite some time. Let's go a bit further back and see the battling that's happening further back. So, Burgess has not been able to shake Michael Auld so far, so Burgess still sitting in that 4th position, which is roughly where we saw him sort of towards the end of race 1. So, whether that setup change has been able to do a bit for them, or whether it's still roughly the same as it was, it's hard to say, but very much a learning experience for what is quite a new car for this team, and they're still going to be pretty happy with the recovery drive there. Meanwhile, so Holt has crossed the line in 2nd, with Osborne bringing it home in 3rd, Burgess in 4th, just as Michael Auld tried to have another look there around the outside. That's the... we have a look to further back here, lights flashing there from Barbara crossing the stripe, as we see Howard and Saraglio crossing the line as well. What a great race it's been. Great running from all these competitors all the way up and down the field.
You can see Barbara here and Saraglio coming across now. Very, very close, actually, across the finish, but Barbara is going to get the job done in the Monaro. And we head back to David Worrell in the Kia Stinger. Richard Buttrose coming off the final corner. It's going to be a big ask for an 86 to outdo a Kia Stinger to the line. I think Worrell is going to have P11. But Richard Buttrose winning in Class D. Really dominant performance. Happy as well with that. Flashing the lights, as is Maximus Bolton as well in Class C.
Great to see all these drivers bringing it home. There is Matt Shiland in the 27 coming home 2nd in class ahead of the number 1 of McMaster. And then there is Aston Davis bringing it home there in the number 28 car. Not the race that he was hoping for there, unfortunately, but has brought the car home. And that has brought an end to our fixture of production touring cars here. Let's get confirmation of those final results by ARDC. So Simon Hodges caps off a stellar weekend with a win. Matthew Holt and Brett Osborne round out the podium. And then it's Lee Burgess recovering to 4th position from the back of the grid. Michael Auld made it very tricky for him at the end to finish 5th behind. And then Jason Williamson and Anthony Barbara. Brent Howard, Gus Barbara and David Saraglio round out the top 10. And then we go to David Worrell, Richard Buttrose, the winner of the D-Class battle there, with Maximus Bolton behind in the Renault Megane. Matt Shiland, Andrew McMaster, and Aston Davis behind there. Christopher Tonner in the number 29 car. Michael Caine did end up getting back out there and finishing, albeit a couple of laps down after he slapped some fresh rubber on that car. And that brings an end to the production touring cars, but we are not done here by any stretch of the imagination, because that is a field of Aussie tin tops about to come out on track. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app, where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
We've got plenty of racing still to come here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The night is young, and we are here for round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Race Championships. And we have Aussie Tin Tops out on track for their final of 3 races. And just wait till you see these things glistening under the floodlights here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Let's take a look from a bird's eye view, thanks to ARDC, of this great facility that we get to race here in the western suburbs of Sydney. Lots of great variants in the corners here, characteristics that you don't see in a lot of other facilities in Australia or nearby as well. Really, really unique challenge that this circuit presents, and it's a spectacle, to say the least, when it comes to watching. I'm Matt Dunlop, and I've got Madison down alongside me. Madison, you've unfortunately, last time you were here, it was not a great result for your car, but it's still a really enjoyable track as a driver.
Yeah, absolutely. This track is so technical, so much elevation change here as well. Very high speed with a few low-speed corners in amongst here. Turn 6, one of the best passing opportunities on the circuit. Heading down the inside there, you can see how good the racing is at that particular corner. And then as you come up over Corporate Hill, heading down into the hairpin, and another great action zone that we've got. Another one of the big passing opportunities you can see. And always a hot spot at this fantastic track. And we're very lucky to have this one in New South Wales for the Motor Racing Championships. It's always great to drive.
It is a shame that you're not out there on the track with the production touring team, but it has been an absolute pleasure having you in the commentary box for so many of the events so far today. This is the Aussie TT as we see them come through. Let's have a quick look through the starting grid. We've got the number 44 of Ben Arnold in pole position there ahead of Craig Gillett in the number 27 you've just seen flash across the screen. There is the 98 of Peter Ryder as well in third, with Gleeson in the number 21 RX-7 behind. And then we go to Anthonitz in the 23rd, and then Findaris in the 245 Falcon. We go to Ricketts in the number 41 Nissan Pulsar behind them, and then Maris, Gamble, and then Simon Cox in the number 45 car, the Nissan Skyline 350 GT that he's piloting. Then we go through to Geiler, Horworth in the Commodore as well, and then towards the back of the grid, we're looking at some really big names. Brent Edwards, who had his car not doing what it needed to be doing, and having an unfortunately early end to proceedings there. A little bit of a gap here between the top 2 cars and the rest of them as they're all filtering around here. So these two are just racing each other on the warm-up lap at the very least as well. But let's see. So this is confirmation of the grid brought to you by ARDC. So Ben Arnold and Corey Gillett are the 2 cars you can see already lining up on grid, waiting for everyone else saying, come on, folks, what's going on here? Where's the rest of you? Peter Ryder and Troy Gleeson, as mentioned, and then Simon Anthonitz and Nathan Findanis. Michael Ricketts in the Pulsar next to Helena Maras. Stuart Gamble and Simon Cox round out your top 10, and then we go further back to Geiler in 11th position next to the Commodore of Horworth, and then it is, not sure if Edwards has made it out there. He has. He's rear of grid. I can see the lights blaze on that Ford Falcon at rear of grid, and we're now getting ready to go for the final race of the Aussie Tin Tops here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's been a absolute spectacle watching them so far throughout the weekend. Seen a few of these cars cross-entered in sports sedans and other categories too. The revs are building, the exhausts are crackling. We're going to be seeing flames thrown out of the sides of these things in very short order. We're underway here. Lots of wheel spin for the number 44 car of Ben Arnold. Not a start he wanted at all, and that is going to give Craig Gillett Corey Gillett, I should say, a great run into turn 1, getting the whole shot. And in second position, it's Troy Gleeson in the RX-7. What a great start for him. And then behind them, we do see the number 44 has recovered Ben Arnold into third, and he has the Falcon right behind him of Nathan Findanis. So it's all to play for already. Not a great start, though, for the number 98 of Peter Ryder, dropping right back.
Yeah, the other one I noticed out of the corner of my eye was Edwards. Brent Edwards off the back made a really slow start, so hopefully that car can get going and he doesn't have any problems. We've seen some problems for that car in race 1 and 2, but hopefully for him he gets that sorted as we look at Arnold there in the 44, making a move on Gleeson down the inside into turn 6. Well and truly alongside. Can he get the job done? Not quite. Does horsepower come into play on the exit? No, the RX-7 gets away up the hill.
The RX-7 just seems that little bit more stable with the cold temperatures here, because I think that number 44 car has just been a bit skittish on this first lap. We saw off the line, of course, with so much wheel spin, but he's able to capitalise, get up the inside at turn number 8, get that move done decisively. So really good pass there. And now he's got to hunt down Corey Gillett in the number 27 Sylvia in front of him. So the hammer will go down in the number 44 Skyline.
Absolutely. You can see Michael Ricketts here having a look down the inside of the BMW in front there of Stuart Campbell. And Ricketts is probably really punching above his weight a little bit in this car there. We know it's got a Holdens 6-speed in it, but a Pulsar at the end of the day running against the BMW M2. It's not the partnership you would expect to see on a racetrack.
And you certainly wouldn't expect to see them going side by side like they are right now. Drag races all the way up and down this main straight. That's the number 23 of Anthony. It's going right past Findanis there down the main straight. Everyone's ducking and weaving, and we go back to the lead. Look how fast Arnold has caught up to the lead. He's going to probably get this move done. Is he through turn 2? No, because Corey Gillett is going to hold on around the outside and keep that position through turn 3. In a pretty good spot for 4 as well. But geez, look how much pace that the number 44 car of Ben Arnold is carrying. Side by side. Where did that come from? Just shot up the inside, got that move done. Snuck up on all of us, did Ben Arnold there. What an excellent move as he pulls to the outside and uses as much of that line as possible. Now the job is how far ahead can he get? How much of a gap can he open up? How much can he dominate this race? Or can Corey Gillett stay on his rear bumper and make this a battle for the ages?
I did notice again that Arnold at the start of the race off pole position looked to be possibly rolling. I'm just having a look at the live timing, and it does say a start line penalty for car number 44. So not sure what the penalty will be at this stage. However, he will definitely need to get his eyes forward and build as big of a gap as he possibly can, because I think last race it was a 5-second penalty. So needs at least 5 seconds here to get the race win.
At this rate, he's looking pretty good for that, but that depends on what Corey Gillett can do in second position behind. If he can stay on there, get a little bit of a toe down the main straight and just stay in the clutches, then he's got a really good shot of holding on. But geez, Gillett's car is not wanting to behave out of that final corner there. Pretty sketchy with the rubber underneath there as they cross the stripe once more. So we look further back here. Fastest lap of the race currently belongs to Arnold, as a matter of fact, that 140.37. We look further back, the battle for third. This is Gleeson almost getting passed by Ryder. Ryder just isn't close enough in that number 98 machine. So Gleeson's RX-7 still looking fantastic in that black livery, out in third position right now, but he's got those lights ablaze filling both of his side mirrors.
All of these cars look fantastic under the lights, don't they? All of them are so well presented, and Peter Ryder here definitely trying to have a look at the back of Gleeson in the RX-7. Gleeson's done a great job today. He's been running in the top 5 most of the day and getting some great results, and it's probably a car that doesn't have the big wings and the massive flared out guards that some of these other cars have got. It's a little bit unsuspecting, almost a little bit like a sleeper that you talk about on a public road, but it's doing the job and he's driving it really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Not as close to the apex as he would have liked there, though, so that's cost him a little bit of time as they run into turn 6, but he's really good under brakes and is able to hold on there just purely by out-braking the Ryder machine.
He nailed that one. He was listening to you, and Matt, watch this, and then just nails turn 6, gets it done, and heads back down into the hairpin, exiting Corporate Hill there with a bit more margin to play with, which I do think he's going to need before he gets back to the main straight.
He certainly will. We look a bit further back here. This is the battle for 5th position. We've got Findanis a little bit ahead of Antonitz right now, trying to open up a bit of a gap in that EA Falcon, that green machine, who saw had a bit of a tyre issue earlier in the day. Didn't have as much of any grief in race 2, so this thing's looking a little bit more solid. Touch wood for the number 245, because it's a really, really quick car. We love seeing it racing around the Sydney Motorsport Park.
Ben Arnold with fastest lap of the race there, 1 minute 39.9 on the last lap, with Peter Ryder there making a move on Troy Gleeson, heading down into turn number 1, getting the job done and getting onto that last step of the podium. As we head down into turn 2, we look back down through the field and have a look at Findanis there in the Falcon EA, shooting flame out of the side pipes there with a little bit of rotor glow heading into turn 2 there. Again, a really well presented car running the underlight LEDs there. looking really, really sharp under lights.
And that underglow just looks so much more fearsome when it's green as well, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Green race cars are not the most common thing. However, that one looks fantastic.
Certainly does. We go a little bit further back. This is Geiler getting the move done on Simon Cox there, up into 10th position on the road. So really nice move there from the number 810 BMW. Still a little bit of a gap in front of him to the 861 car of Stuart Gamble to the tune of 17 seconds. So it's going to take a little bit of effort to chip that one away with 9 minutes 38 left in the race. But the main thing at this stage, I think, for a lot of these drivers is just get the thing home, put in a good race under the lights, have a bit of fun out there. But you want to cap off the weekend on a high and don't want to bring the car back in multiple pieces.
No, anytime you can put your race car back on the trailer the way you brought it to the track is a good day at the track. So when you can leave with a smile on your face, it's awesome fun. And thankfully for these guys, they've got to race 3 and they're getting it done here. And I'm just looking at the fastest lap again. Purple for Arnold out front, 139.1.
Only driver so far to dip into the 140s. Even the only driver to dip below, because the next fastest lap that I can see is a 141.3, which belongs to Gillett. So really quick, almost 1.8 seconds faster than the next quickest car on track. There's a huge gulf in pace between the number 44 car, which is just streets ahead of everyone else here. And you can see the live gap on the totem on the left-hand side is a testament to that as well. What a weekend it's been so far. He hasn't had the success he'd been looking for in other categories. He's been running that one cross-entered in sports sedans as well, has the number 44 there of Ben Arnold. But in the Aussie Tin Tops, he's having a rip-snorting weekend.
And importantly, he has opened that gap up to more than 5 seconds. So if it is in fact a 5-second penalty for a start line issue, he's got that covered. So can start to probably ease off a little bit, keep it consistent, make sure he keeps the tyres underneath him, but it doesn't look like he's doing that at the moment. It looks like he's gone fastest to Sector 1 again. As we watch Stuart Gamble on screen there in the BMW M2, beautiful looking car, kind of running a bit of a lonely race at the moment. He's got no one for 20 seconds behind him, and he can see the car in front that he's setting chase after, but it's not an immediate attack that he'll be mounting.
Yeah, 2.3 seconds up the road to the Mazda MX-5 of Helena. No, not Helena Moras, my apologies. That is the car of, I believe it's Sam Silvestre. Oh, no, it is Moras in the number 16 Commodore, as a matter of fact. So, no, I've got a bit of everything all over the place. Either that or my brain is melting in how long this day's been. But anyway, we'll just commentate what we see on the screen for the time being.
Yes,
there's an MX-5 up the street. We can see that with our own two eyes. And that is what Gamble is going to be hunting down. The gap hasn't really been coming down very much. It's actually been increasing. So almost a 3-second gap between these two cars now.
Yeah, the MX-5's had a really strong day as well. It's impressed me how quick this car is around the circuit. Obviously, we know MX-5s for their handling, but this particular one for Maris has been very tidy and straight line as well.
It certainly has. And we see that number 41 Pulsar of Michael Ricketts up ahead as well. Also running a fairly lonely race of his own. The fields seem to have petered out just a little bit here as everyone's found their own sort of bits of real estate here and there. But yeah, it's a good chance for us to just admire some of these machines and just see how well presented they are. This thing looks sensational. This NC MX-5 going around this Sydney Motorsport Park circuit here. Look, it's really right in the bumps there on through turn 3, and you can just see how much it's affecting that car. And we've had a little bit of a look at this Commodore earlier on. This is the car number 467 of Simon Horworth. Really, really nicely presented. But look at what they've done with Yokohama, the old Channel 7 Sport logos on the front, the old Shell placard with a number there. They've tried to get this thing really close to what you would expect to see with those Gibson Motorsport Commodores from the Australian Touring Car Championship. It's really bringing back some memories, that one.
Yeah, always love a retro livery, and that one is done particularly well. And of course, this track pretty synonymous in that era with a very large event they had here called the Super Challenge as well back in that era.
We go back now to car number 245. This is the EA Falcon of Finn Darnas, who's only just under a second last split behind the RX-7 of Troy Gleason, but I think that gap's going to come down a little bit more as they come to the line. We'll keep an eye on that because this battle has been going on for quite some time as well. No, it's actually expanded out to 2 seconds. So a lot of pace being lost there by Finn Darnas. We'll keep an eye on that because Gleeson is looking rock solid meanwhile in that RX-7 there. But yeah, where's that pace gone for Finn Darnas? It's just sort of dropping 10th after 10th after 10th.
Yeah, Gleason's car got no shortage of straight line speed there in the main straight. Definitely pulled out a bit of margin there to give himself some breathing space for another lap. So we head back through the field looking at a BMW and a Nissan starting to come together on track. And it is Mark Geiler in the E36 with the pressure being applied. Both provisional drivers, so early in the racing career for them, looking to get some signatures at the end of the day.
This being the battle for 10th position on track right now. You can see there's a few different classes that we have here in the Aussie Tin Tops, but it's a good opportunity for us just to look at this as a clean-cut outright battle because you can just see from the colours on the left-hand side of the totem, really good even mix of all these classes, so it means we get a good contest all the way up and down. And that's a really wide line through turn 2. Actually, that's not what he was looking for. Ran it very, very wide, and that has let Simon Cox straight back through into 10th position in the number 45 Nissan.
Yeah, a little bit of a gift there for Simon Cox in the Nissan with the door held nice and widely open there by Geiler down at turn 2. So Cox going to be looking to build a little bit of margin here and try and avoid. I can see that car, the BMW's only got one headlight, but it'll be looking to pull away. I'd say the other one's being used for some power with the turbo. But yeah, be looking to drive away from that headlight in the mirror.
A bit of a gap has opened up already with Cox. Obviously, he's benefited from that mistake that Geiler made through turn 2, but that gap isn't coming back down again, so I think Cox is feeling pretty tidy out there. And we do go back up here to Ricketts, number 41, who's been able to claw up a bit of a gap to the back of the number 23 car of Simon Anthony. So this is shaping up to be a really nice battle to round things out as well. There's just over 3 minutes left to go in this race, and that number 41 Pulsar is looking really, really racy. Bit of a narrow inside line there, so that's scrubbed off a bit of pace there. A little bit of smoke coming off the back of it there, whether there's a bit of oil down or just a bit of dust on the track there, it's hard to say, because this thing is looking really, really good. And it's been so much fun to watch this car in action all day across a number of categories it's been racing in.
Yeah, this Ricketts Pulsar looks awesome. It looks like it handles really well. It's really flat. Picks up that inside tyre and stops the wheel in the air there, which is awesome. He's got a very good run leaving turn 5 here. It's going to give Antonis something to think about on the way into 6, but got the job done so far. Keeps Ricketts behind. It runs a bit wide on the exit, though. That's going to compromise his exit speed heading up towards Corporate Hill, but so far so good for the E36.
How are they going to set up the move here into turn 8? This is crucial as they go through 7. Antonitz goes right the way outside to shut that door before it can even be opened. Nice defensive driving there from the number 23 Jägermeister machine. That's a really well presented car as well. They go through the exit of 8. How much of a drive can Ricketts get off the line? It's not going to be enough to really do much about this lead that's opening up, because both these cars have pretty similar power by the look of it on the run out of 8 and then through 9, 10 and 11 as we see different lines being taken with the rear-wheel drive and the front-wheel drive cars, trying to find the momentum in different spots through this last sequence of corners.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, with a front-wheel drive car, you're really worried about corner exit understeer in particular, so you really need to plan for that exit in a different way to rear-wheel drive. Rear-wheel drive, you're always looking at oversteer through the exit of the corner, of course, so the way that you exit these corners will be dramatically different depending on the drive of the car you've got.
A little bit more of a gap has opened up here now to Ricketts, who's dropped back a smidge through turns 1 and 2. There's a little bit more of that. Looks to be a tyre rub in all honesty there. I think they've made some tweaks to the setup, because I also noticed it's not lifting the back wheel off the deck anywhere near as much as it was in the previous races. So something's been tweaked there. I don't know whether it's cost them a bit of pace or anything like that. It's certainly that tyre is not enjoying its life as it goes through turn 2, I can tell you that much.
I was just looking, speaking of tyres not enjoying life, Anthony's there had a lot of understeer through turn 4. It looks like it was working that front really hard. So head back up to look at the front of the field here and look at Gillett in position number 2. Unfortunately, nearly a 20-second margin now to Arnold up front, but Gillett's still doing a solid job there. It looks great on track as well as another car running some underbody LED lighting, or neon lighting, depending on what it is, but it looks fantastic.
And the day glow just always looks good in any condition, but especially under lights, it just really pops out. It's throwing me back to the Braun GP Formula 1 car as well, that same sort of vibe. But out in front, With 16 seconds left on the clock, we are looking at our race leader, Ben Arnold, in the number 44 R33 Skyline. This thing has been dynamite all weekend long in the Aussie Tin Tops, and this is the last lap for this car around Sydney Motorsport Park here for round 3. Just goes through turn 7 there, gets on the anchors, really lighting up those front rotors into turn number 8. So he's definitely not taking it easy on this last lap, still giving it absolutely everything. Is Arnold exiting turn 9 through 10 and 11 as well for the final time. What a rocket ship this car has been. Fantastically driven as well. We've seen just how much on the ragged edge he's been putting it as he's been sliding around. Not a really good start that he had here. Actually bogged it down, but recovered handsomely and then some. And he's going to come across the line to greet the checkered flag and take the race win in race number 3 here in the Aussie Tin Tops. What a performance from Ben Arnold, bringing that one home. And just look at the gap back here to second place. This is Craig Gillett in that number 27 Sylvia. Such a sensational looking machine, but a long, long way back. He is coming across the final corner now to make his way down to greet the checkered flag. Lap traffic behind there with another further gap to Ryder as we see the rest of the field slowly start to filter through. There is our current third place runner, the number 98 car of Peter Ryder, who is looking rock solid. We weren't sure about him whether he was going to get a penalty for safety car breach or anything like that. Didn't seem to get anything like stung in any regard there. Kept his spot, and he's been able to hold on really solidly to third position. Great job there from Ryder.
Yeah, good to see. What an awesome sounding car that is too, as we hear it go past our commentary booth. Heading back into position number 4 with Finn Darnas in the Falcon EA. We spoke about the green look of this car. It's got kind of green tough Dick Johnson vibes, doesn't it? Just with a little bit more of a modern Falcon look to it. But great drive in this one to finish in position number 4.
Awesome job there from Finn Darnas. And then we see Anthonitz coming across the line, still ahead of Ricketts in the number 23 BMW. Ricketts bringing it home in P6 in that Nissan Pulsar. So a nice little scrap there to finish things off. And then we go back to, I think we're looking at Gleeson there, who's not had the finish that we were hoping for. So he's dropped back quite a bit after having run all the way up in third position and second position at some points too. So not sure what's happened with the car there, unfortunately, but not the race finish that he was hoping for. And the rest of the lap traffic filtering through as well. So that's all she wrote for the Aussie Tin Tops here at Sydney Motorsport Park for round 3 as we wait for these cars to come back in and get a well-earned rest in the dying hours of the evening here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Big shout out as well to all the flag marshals, all the officials who help us out, who are waving the cars home. And let's have a look at those final results by ARDC. So Ben Arnold gets the win ahead of Corey Gillett, and then Peter Ryder rounding out the podium. Nathan Finn Darnas in that Falcon ahead of Simon Anthonitz, who you see on the bottom of your shot now. Michael Ricketts in P6 ahead of Troy Gleeson, Helena Maris, Stuart Gamble, and Simon Cox rounding out the top 10. We go further back to the Geiler Machine and the Horworth Commodore as well in 11th and 12th. There they are, Mark Geiler and Simon Horworth. Brent Edwards did not finish, unfortunately, and a few other DNSs throughout the weekend. So what a great weekend it's been for the Aussie Tin Top Championship. It's been great having your company, Madison, down as well in the commentary box. I'll be looking forward to chatting to you a little bit later on to round things out with one last improved production hit out around about 9:35 p.m. Going to take a little bit of a break now while some other on-track activity continues. We'll be back just after 9 p.m. with the RX8 Cup and then the improved production to round things out for round 3 here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Don't go anywhere.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
The HQ race has been won and done. And Luke, you have got an absolute clean sheet here of wins. How's that feel?
Yeah, no, it's good to do that for a weekend. Don't get it very often, and we'll take it while we can.
I tell you what, the pace on this HQ was just unbelievable. You must have some secrets in there. Is it down to the car, the good driver, or something in between?
Yeah, no, we've got a pretty good setup at the moment. Massive thanks to James at My Engines. It helps me heaps behind the scenes, just getting it tuned up and on song for each round. So, no, happy as.
Perfect work. And what's the next race meeting you're going to?
It'll be Muscle Car Masters here at Sydney Motorsport Park in August, 28th of August. That'll be next. And then we're off to Perth after that for the HQ Nationals, which will be a big event.
Well, it's no doubt you're going to do great there. Great work this weekend.
Thank you.
Dave Allen, P3 for the weekend. You're jumping out of the car, slapping the roof. How's it feel?
Yeah, bloody good, mate. Yeah, just a couple of fourths this weekend, and the guys in front of me just couldn't hang with them race 1 and 2. But yeah, to just stick it in there and keep it in third, mate. Awesome, yeah.
The cars seem to really switch on. Does it like that cold weather?
It does, man. And the tyres actually felt like they really come on in that last race. It was awesome. So yeah, no. Yeah, super happy with the result, and yeah, keeps me second in the championship nicely. So yeah, and Pedro was keeping me honest there. They went fourth though, but yeah, I was pretty nervous on that last lap. Just keep it all together and bring it home. Yeah, pretty happy.
So one thing, the racing out there has been some of the most competitive racing we have seen. What's your next race meeting you're going to?
We're out here for Muscle Car Masters. So yeah, looking forward to that. Should be a good weekend, and good crowd, and yeah, so yeah, looking forward to it.
Sounds like there's some guys bringing their A game. I hope you're the best for it.
Yeah, I'm ready for it, mate. I'm ready. I'll go and do some car prep and bring it back out and do it all again.
No worries. Great result, mate.
Thank you, mate. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app, where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline. Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
Folks, it's party time here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We've got one more race of the RX8 Cup to come, followed by the finale of the improved production here. And these two events are going to be a very, very tantalising way to finish this evening's proceedings here. It is round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Racing Championships. My name is Matt Dunlop. I've got Lindsay Muddle alongside. Still haven't finished catching our breath from race 3 of the RX8 Cup, and we've got one more event to go.
Yeah, we absolutely do. So let's take a look at our starting grid. So it's much like race 2. It's Robert Scott alongside Jack Childs after his phenomenal performance in race 3. This is going to be so close up the top, so keep your eye on it. Then in the second row, you have Grant Bray and Jackson Noakes. They battled throughout the last one. Let's see how they go in this one. Michael Starr, the silent assassin, throughout this day here at Sydney Motorsport Park. He's been creeping up there. He's now in 5th. Mark Wilkes in 6th. Hunter Kay in 7th. Jeffrey Linders in 8th. Then you have Glenn Gamble and Jake Lauer rounding out your top 10.
We go through to 11th, starting with Jake Hextall and Paul Spiteri. Then it's Stephen Dury and Maisie Place in 13th and 14th. We go to Gary Lauer and Manath Prasad in 15th and 16th. Ross Forbes rounding out the grid in 17th, with Luke Grice rear of grid if he's able to make the start. 18 cars on our ARDC grid sheet here to get us underway for the last of the 4 New South Wales RX8 Cup meetings. 20 minutes is the equation. We got a little bit of bonus time in race 3, but that is not the case here. We are starting with a 20-minute countdown, so a little bit of a shorter race for these competitors coming up, but don't let that discount what the product is going to be, because the last race was a bona fide rip snorter, and this one is going to be no different. I am so excited. I've been itching for this one ever since we got off the track. An hour and 10 minutes ago? It's been such a quick turnaround with the rapid back-to-back categories we've had here. So these drivers have been putting in a mammoth effort through all these categories to get these cars back out on track in between races. So huge kudos to them for, still rocking up and getting out on the track in the dying hours of the night here, just after 9 p.m. here at Sydney Motorsport Park. And we're going to be handsomely rewarded with a great race to round it out.
Yeah, but you can definitely tell that you're enjoying the dying hours of the night here at Sydney Motorsport Park, up since about 3 o'clock this morning, arriving at the racetrack. But I'll tell you what, you've got a little bit left in the tank here for the not the MX-5. Oh, God, I'm going to get slaughtered by the RX-8 people now.
We are both in
RX-8
fine
Cup.
form this evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have been up for a long time, and I am ready to party. This is going to be a great way to finish it off, and I cannot thank you enough, everyone who's been watching along at any point in the day, whether you've been here for the long haul or whether you're just tuning in. It's so good having you watching the broadcast. We can't thank you enough for it. It means so much to us, and we really do want to keep seeing you around the Blendline TV traps for all the subsequent broadcasts. So definitely keep your eyes peeled on the YouTube channel, Facebook, Instagram, all the social media. You won't want to miss a moment because we're covering a lot of racing around Australia here. And this weekend has been some of the best stuff I've seen in quite some time here up in Sydney Motorsport Park. It's been a great event, and these two events, RX-8 Cup and Improved Production, are going to be a really nice way to cap it off as we see the cars gridding up for one last time.
Yeah, so it's going to be eyes on the front too, of course, with Jack Childs making his return to the front row of the grid. He started off the day with a pole position, then he dropped down. Oh, he got second in race 1, dropped down further then after a spin, a very scary spin, off at turn 1 earlier in the day during race 2. But then in race 3, he climbed all the way back to second on the grid, and now he has an opportunity to try and take victory here over Rob Scott. So, as the cars are all gridded up, it's eyes to the lights here in the RX-8 Cup as the 5 red lights are illuminated here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and we're underway for racing action. Rob Scott did get off to a better initial start than Jack Childs, who's actually dropped back, and now it looks like he's going to be under pressure here potentially as they head through turn 1. No, but it was 3 wide between Bray, Noakes and Starr, and now it's Starr on the inside. Jackson Noakes taking it the long way round here for P3 as they head up the hill in towards turn 2. Michael losing out for now. Noakes, just about hanging on around the outside. Michael Starr holding on well at the moment as they head up the top. A big snap there from the 12 car as well as they head up over the crest. That was Jeffrey Linders just having a big snap off the outside as they come through turn 3. What a fantastic opening sector to this race, and it's far from over.
Absolutely frenetic start here in race 4 of the RX-8 Cup as we go through turn 5 for the first time. It is still Scott who leads the way with Childs in second, but behind it's a full shuffle of the deck. Noakes sitting in third. Michael Starr, as you mentioned, a really, really strong start in 4th position, and not to the same can be said for Grant Bray, unfortunately, who's dropped back a couple of spots, as has Wilkes, but those two will be in the thick of it as this race progresses. Look at Wilkes there, just trying to get a look up the inside of Bray. Can't get it done in turn 6. Lots more opportunities to get it done. We've still got just under 15 minutes to go in this race. Bit of time to just settle it down, make sure you know what the car's doing in these cold conditions, get comfortable with where it's at. You don't want to be throwing it away and finishing a weekend on a low point here. Bring it home with a really nice, strong finish, but also have a bit of fun, get your elbows out, and a lot of these drivers are doing that and putting on a great battle for us as we see the field filtering through here. Great scraps all the way up and down. That's the number 29 car of Kay ahead of Gamble here. These ones have been in the mix all weekend long with various battles in positions up and down the field, and it's such really great racing here in the RX-8 Cup. I cannot stress that enough. So let's see how we go for the rest of the race as we come down to the stripe for the first time in anger. It is Scott who leads. The gap is 0.6 to Childs, so open up just a couple of car lengths. Let's see what Childs can do. Does he have it in him to chase that down and chase down Liam Scott, or will Scott be able to make it 4 from 4? We've got the teammates here, the cars number 3 and 53 of Dory and Hextall having traded places on the way to turn 1. So a little bit of inter-teammate battling there. As long as there's no friendly fire, that's all good. So we go through turn 2 for the second time, and we see Gamble there in the number 25 car. That's Glenn Gamble doing a really good defensive job as the teammates behind go side by side. It's all happening everywhere you look, Lindsay.
Yeah, it absolutely is. So as we look at the two teammates, Dury and Hextall, I think they've swapped places again. Yes, they have, as they head down in towards turn 4. The LED lights coming off the bottom of the 53. I really like that touch on that RX-8. It looks absolutely spectacular, but these two have been going at it hammer and tong. Scott seemingly controlling the pace well for now as Childs tries to settle back into a rhythm up the front of the field, as that was Linders right there trying to look up the inside of Hunter Kay, who's looking up the inside of Gamble. So that little three-way fight looking very tasty at the moment as they head through that sort of mid-pack area. Speaking of this little fight, it looks like Hunter Kay gained out, and now he is into that 7th position. So fantastic driving from the debutant to hold off 2 drivers and overtake one as well. Fantastic driving from him, showing his level head.
He really is putting in a great effort here, is Hunter Kay. There is a bit of a gap in front of him, though, to Wilkes in the number 88 car. Mark Wilkes, that is, in 6th position. So we've had a couple of pretty distinct battle groups already sort of starting to appear here, as Hunter Kay is now, the attention is focused on just a defensive effort, because Greg Gamble is really piling on the pressure from behind in that number 25 machine, and it's being transferred through from Linders in the number 12 car, which has been in the mix all day long as well. We've got a little bit of a glimpse of the cars filtering through up ahead into turn 1. And look at how tight this battle is now. Hunter going all over the place, having lost that spot there to Greg Gamble, trying to make it back through turn 1. Not able to do so, but he's basically latched onto the toe ball of the 25 car on the run into turn 2. Can he get a move done? No, because Greg Gamble, very heads-up defensive driving, parking the car right on the inside of turn 2. Nicely done.
I think we're going to see a lot more out of this fight, though, Matt, because they are absolutely not done. And you can see as well Jeffrey Linders just looming in the background, waiting for an opportunity to get involved in this fight. I think they're right underneath the rear bar of Hunter Kay at the moment as well. So Jeffrey will be looking to make a move, or at least start making his presence known in the mirrors. All the while, Hunter Kay's definitely doing that behind Glenn Gamble at the moment as they make their way out of turn 5 using all the track. Oh, he's forced to the grass there very briefly. He was just slightly alongside Gamble and he wasn't given the room, but now he's going to use all the track through turn 6. He has the run around Corporate Hill, down the hill into turn 7. No, he backs out of it. So unlike what we saw with Jackson Noakes throughout last race, he's going to play the smarter game, the longer game, and I think that comes from his long endurance karting history.
Geez, a lot of interesting stuff happening there with those lines. Did the right thing there, trying to get that switchback with a late apex and power out of there, but just didn't have the opportunity to really capitalise through turn 7. As you mentioned, it's a tricky place to do it, and it's not somewhere you want to be making risks this early in the race. So still a lot of time to just settle it down and make sure you've got the car in the right place and recalculate, give it another go later on, or just, do a Jack Childs and just send it around the outside of 10 or 11 with no one expecting that whatsoever, and see how that goes.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see that overtake quite again here, Matt, because that was something magical from Jack Childs. But all the while, now here we go. Jeffrey Linders does see his opportunity. He's going to be forced all the way to the left-hand side yellow line. Now as they head into turn 2, Jeffrey will have the inside line as they head through turn 1, and that is defenceless there for Hunter Kay. But never mind, it's not defenceless. He's sweeping it the long way round around the outside. Absolutely fantastic stuff here as they head up into the braking zone. Hunter Kay cutting across, slamming the door shut, but he runs out wide. He cut in too early, but he'll now have the inside as they head into turn 3. Linders on the outside, Kay on the inside. Who's going to end up in front in this battle? That is the question. It's far from over. Towards turn 4 and 5 they go. It looks like Hunter Kay has just held on. Fantastic defense from around the outside at turn 1 to down the inside of turn 3. That was absolutely heads-up driving from start to finish of that battle. Take a bow, Hunter Kay.
What an incredible move and a sequence that followed up there. Such a mature drive there. Really great battle, and that is some of the best racing I've seen in the last 30 minutes, I'll tell you that much. This RX-8 series never fails to impress. It's always giving me a new surprise here and there. It's going to be pretty tricky to top that Child's pass from last race, but geez, tell you what, Hunter Kay is giving it a red-hot crack around the outside at turn 1. Doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, it absolutely doesn't. And I mean, that was just absolutely incredible. And from a debutant as well, I think that's what makes it all the more impressive. I know I've been talking about the fact that he's on debut a lot, but that's so important, especially when the RX-8 Cup has already raced this year. So he's not just coming in on the back foot and experience inside this season as well. So it makes it even that much harder, and he's still doing so well. So he'll continue to prosper. I'm sure in this series there's going to be a lot of learning for him.
You definitely want to keep an eye on Hunter Kay as he progresses through what will surely be a really successful racing career. Lots of talent just oozing through that driver's hands as he wrestles any car that he has around this Sydney Motorsport Park. And yeah, it's really coming to the fore in these RX-8s, which, with us being a spec series, it's such a great platform for young talent to strut its stuff. With equal machinery for all the drivers, it just really highlights the talent that the driver individually brings to the table here, and that's why it's such a good platform, and we get to see some really good racing as a result of it. We do look forward now. This is the battle for 5th position. We were used to seeing these cars a bit further up in previous races, but they have dropped that back a bit. So number 18 of Grant Bray currently leading Mark Wilkes there for 5th and 6th position in the 2 silver machines. with Michael Starr just up ahead in fourth.
Yep, so they'll continue to have a little go at this because they were fighting for the final podium place and P2 as well throughout race 3, but now they're, as you said, further down, but they're still close together nonetheless, similar pace, and I think that it's been good to sort of see that grouping over the 3 races that we've already had, and it's staying consistent. The same people are sort of moving up in pace with each other, and it's been really cool to see. As now we look up the top here, it looks like Rob Scott is staying pretty comfortable at the moment, just about under 0.7 of a second between himself and Jack Childs. But as we saw in race 1, Childs has a really late go at it, as there was a little bit of a slide there from Rob Scott, the rear starting to complain, and I think that's when Jack Childs sees his opportunity to strike.
Yeah, this is not the gap that Rob Scott was hoping to have behind him in the lead of the race. He is still ahead, but it's not easy for him right now with Jack Childs just filling all 3 mirrors of that RX-8 in front of him and posting the fastest lap with a 148.232 that time by a whole 2.23 of a second faster. So really ranging up on the back of Rob Scott is the number 99 machine, all over the back of him and just menacing in that rearview mirror right now.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I think it's really going to start to heat up between Scott and Childs as we head into the last 6 minutes of this RX8 Cup. Not just race, but also weekend. What a day it's been for the RX8 Cup. Plenty of more racing action, though, in the next 6 minutes. I don't think it's going to disappoint here, Matt.
And you can see one of the other things I love about racing under the floodlight is it just gives you such a good indication of how hard these drivers are pushing, how much those brake rotors are lighting up. All 4 corners of Jack Childs' car glowing red under brakes through these braking zones here, these prime overtaking opportunities, and he is not letting Rob Scott go. You can throw a blanket over these 2 right now, and you'll probably be able to do so all the way to the finish of this race.
Yeah, and I think that is going to be absolutely the case, Matt, as they come around Corporate Hill. That gap under 2.5 of a second. You can see Jack Childs basically pushing Rob Scott at the moment as they head through turn 8 and now out the other side. So this could be an opportunity for a lead change if Jack Childs can get a good exit. So let's take a look as they head through the final couple of corners. It's all going to be about the exit here for Jack Childs. Rob Scott leading the way at the moment, but that could change very shortly because Childs is pushing Rob Scott through turn 11 at the moment. Now they slingshot out onto the start finish straight. Who got the better run? It looks like Rob Scott got a marginally better exit, but the slipstream's still going to be in effect. No, Jack Childs deciding not to sit in it. There we go. Now he goes into the slipstream. He's going to be on the prowl. Is he sizing up a move for turn 2? I wonder as they head through the high-speed left-hander here at turn 1. Different lines between Scott and Childs, and now they head towards the critical braking zone. Look at the momentum. Childs is carrying towards the hairpin they go. Who's going to be last on the brakes? Scott goes defensive. So for now, I think that Rob Scott's deemed himself safe, but it's so close up the top.
2 very different attitudes between these 2 drivers right now. Scott is keeping it cool, calm and collected, just playing a nice, sensible defensive drive up there, but also just ripping out great lap times left, right and centre, but putting the car exactly where it needs to be to defend against the red-hot Jack Childs, who is swerving all over the back of this car, filling all these mirrors and just trying to make make this race as much of a nuisance as possible for Scott. But Scott is not folding under the pressure right now. This is such a great spectacle to watch as we see these 2 going at it for the lead of this race. Little bit of a tail slide, just backing it into turn 6 just a little bit. But I think Scott's, utilising the oversteer just a little bit to hook the car up on the exit there. Let's have a look as they go through turn 7. So what we've been seeing a lot is Scott just puts it right on the right-hand side of the track or towards the middle, shuts the door, puts the brakes on, and just doesn't give Childs the chance to put the car anywhere useful there. So Childs has to go all the way out on the exit of turn 8, get as much momentum as he can, and see if he can rely on getting a good run through 9, 10, and 11. But these 2 have been almost impossible to separate on the times. We look back a little bit further. It's a pretty lonely 3rd and 4th for Noakes and Starr respectively, but this battle for 5th is still raging on. Wilkes now ahead of Bray for 5th position with the number 88 car with those racing stripes, apparently making him go a little bit faster.
Yeah, it gives you about an extra 10 horsepower running racing stripes on the car. It's even faster if they're red. Unfortunately, it's not red for Wilkes. But now, back to the leaders here as they head towards turn 1. It's going to be round 2 now between Scott and Childs. So close as they head through turn 1. Shades of earlier on in this day here at Sydney Motorsport Park. But what about into the hairpin? Childs getting ever so more aggressive with it after every lap. This time he's trying it the long way round, but he can't get alongside. Rob Scott's just driving in really deep, holding the middle of the track, and it's not really giving Jack Childs much of an option. I think that Childs is going to have to get creative here.
I tell you what, I'm guessing that turn one is coated with marbles on the outside right now, and if it is, then Rob Scott is getting within a millimetre of those on the run into turn one, taking as wide of an entry line as he possibly can just to cover off the threat and carry that momentum through, and it's working really, really well for him. He is nailing his lines all the way around this circuit, and Childs at the moment just doesn't seem to have an answer for him. Or is it a case that Childs does know where he wants to strike, but he's just keeping his cards close to his chest for the time being, and he's going to sneak another surprise on us to finish this race out, pull some other absolutely crazy move somewhere around the Sydney Motorsport Park circuit?
Yeah, maybe. And maybe he just wants the slipstream heading on to the last lap of the race. That could be another critical factor, I believe, based off the timing. Next lap should be the last lap of the race. In fact, it will be. So, Scott versus Childs, they've got one more lap to go here, Matt. This is going to be really close to decide the final win of the night.
This is such a good race. Childs has been giving it everything here in second position, but Rob Scott has been flawless so far. Just identical copy, lap after lap after lap. Just so consistent out front, just not letting the pressure get to him whatsoever. Really great racing to watch. They come down to greet the last lap board. A little bit of a gap between them, so Childs is going to see if he can get a bit of a tow. I don't know how much of a tow he'll be able to get. Bit too far back this time around, but they'll tip it into turn one. One final time. You can just see how wide they're getting out there, touching the inside apex to just really straighten that corner out, keep it as fast as possible. Scott moves to the inside, covers off Childs immediately, who goes around the outside. Is he going to be able to pull this off? Not this time. He's actually put himself a little bit wide, lost a little bit of time. He'll late apex it, see if he can pick up some pace on the exit there, but that is advantage Rob Scott on the last lap of the race.
Yep, that's a huge moment there. Childs has just lost so much ground. In fact, that could be the nail in the coffin here for Jack Childs and his hopes of trying to take a win here this weekend at Sydney Motorsport Park. But you never know. Motorsport's unpredictable. It's not over until the checkered flag has been flown and someone crosses the line in first position. But Rob Scott in the prime position to do so, heading into the last three critical overtaking zones of the lap, and he's got 7.5 tenths over Jack Childs. So what might have just been a little bit overly ambitious here from Jack Childs might have just cost him the opportunity later on in the lap. But how level? Oh, whoa, no, that's a huge moment there, and I think that might be Hunter K with the P plate on the back of the RX-8.
We'll come back to Hunter K. I hope he's all good. We'll come back because the race is still raging out in front. We're still green. Rob Scott has still got that gap. It's almost out to a second. It is out to a second now in the lead of this race. So whether Childs has anything left in the tank to be able to get this one done, I don't know. Meanwhile, there's also a pretty good battle raging for third position, but we'll come to that when they come across the line. Rob Scott rounds the final two corners here with Childs just over a second beyond. There's not much that Childs is going to be able to do here. Take a bow, Rob Scott. What an incredible drive to take out a clean sweep of the RX-8 Cup here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Fantastic racing from Scott and from Jack Childs, who brings it home in second position. We go back to Michael Starr, who gets himself on the podium, capping off a really consistent weekend of race results, slowly chipping away, getting himself onto the rostrum. Awesome result there, who gets the podium ahead of the car of Jackson Noakes there in fourth position. We then go back to Bray in the 18, who gets across the line in fifth ahead of Greg Gamble. Then we see the number 12 car of Jeffrey Linders, that yellow machine, crossing the stripe in seventh. The two teammates, Dory and Hextall, who we chatted about earlier, in 8th and 9th. And then rounding at the top 10 with the lights ablaze is the number 80 car of Maisie Place, just ahead of the number 6 of Gary Lauer. So what an intense finish there we had to the end of that RX-8 race. We'll keep an eye on what happened there with the car that went off into the fence, and really hope that everyone's okay and in the whatever's going on there. But for the time being, it's really it's so tricky, and it's such a great race that's resulted, and it is a shame that it's been capped off by an incident at the end there, but we can't take anything away from Rob Scott, from Jack Childs, from all the other competitors up in the pointy end and all through the field who've been putting on an awesome show of racing here in the RX-8 Cup. Well done to all the drivers here. It's been sensational viewing. for everyone. And, we're really, really looking forward to seeing the next time the RX-8 Cup will be out on track.
Yeah, I mean, it was absolutely incredible from lights to flag in all 4 races. As let's take a look at the final order of race 4. So it's Rob Scott taking the clean sweep, as you said, Matt, going 4 for 4 here this weekend. Jack Childs gets 2nd position. Michael Starr gets 3rd. Jackson Noakes rounds out 4th position. Then Grant Bray in 5th. Then Glenn Gamble gets 6th position. Jeffrey Linders 7th. Stephen Dury gets 8th. Then you have Hextall, Maisie Place rounding out your top 10. Then further down, Gary Lauer gets 11th. Menath Prasad gets 12th. Paul Spiteri gets 13th. Ross Forbes gets 14th. Mark Wilkes 15th. Hunter Kay, we'll wait to see the status of him, but 16th on the finish. And then 2 do not starts from Luke Grice and Jake Lauer.
So that brings an end to what has been an absolutely hectic weekend of RX-8 Cup racing. We do still have one more event to come here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and that will be the last race of improved production. Lindsay Muddle, it's been such a pleasure having you in the commentary box, mate. Always a joy to call races alongside you, and looking forward to the next one with you. In the meantime, folks, we will be back very soon with some more racing to round out a great night of action here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Don't go anywhere.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Glenline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app, where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Glenline.
We've got one last hurrah here at Sydney Motorsport Park to round out round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Race Championships. And that last hurrah is New South Wales Improved Production. Race 3 coming up with 20 more minutes of action with this huge field of all this varied machinery that you can see filtering out from the dummy grid right now. We've had some awesome racing from these cars all weekend long. This session is going to be no different, and it's going to be a cracking way to wrap things up here. My name is Matt Dunlop, and I've got Madison down next to me to call the last race. And let's have a look at the ARDC grid sheet for New South Wales Improved Production. Lachlan McBride and Joseph Lenthal will be off the front row of the grid. Lachlan McBride benefiting from a penalty that got levied to Lenthal in the last race. So he'll be starting on pole position with that race win. Justin Keys will be starting on third, and then Danny Castro Jr., the first of the under 2 litre runners, denoted with the blue number there. Ben Alge in the number 77 is fifth next to Nicholas Aglin, and then we have Brad Vareca, Dan Ridley, Jack Winter in the 777, and Charlie Viola in the number 7 out of 10th position. We then go through to David Vincent and George Mitchell, and then Josh Perkins and Brett Porter. Andrew Butcher, Greg Young, Stephen Engel, Robert Jowett, Matthew Wildridge and Craig Wildridge round out the top 20. We then go through to the cars from 21st onwards. It does not end, folks. I tell you what, this is such an incredible field we have here in Improved Production. Everywhere you look at this racetrack right now is such a wide variety of just unique racing machinery, with David Haynes, Ben Hanrahan, Shad Hassan and Michael Buckley out of the next 2 rows there, with Paul Dravots and Robert Burson behind. Luke Petru and Lachlan Barber in 27th and 28th, with Greg Wright and Peter McCallum into 30th. And then we go to the back of the grid with Alan Reid and Bruce Cook, Kane Vareca and Michael Ricketts in 33rd and 34th. And then rounding out our 37-car grid, fingers crossed all these cars are out on track, is Jeff Hansen, Matthew Lamore and Mark Lamore. Matt Dunlop is my name, and Madison Down joins me once more. It's been an awesome day, and I'm really looking forward to see how these drivers in Improved Production can cap it off for us.
Absolutely. A massive day. All these drivers have been here since probably around 7 a.m. this morning from the drivers' briefing time until this 9:45 p.m. race to round out the day of round 3 of the New South Wales Motor Racing Championship. And what a day it's been. We've seen so many great races over the course of the day, and Improved Production has been fantastic in their first 2. So we look towards the final race of the evening, final race of the event, 20 minutes. And we've been talking all day about the variety of the cars in this field, and no doubt that's going to be a big topic of discussion again.
It certainly is, and Improved Production is one of those categories that really lets it shine so well. And it's so fitting that we've got this massive field here of 37 cars. It actually gives us a great opportunity to give a big shout out to all the competitors who have joined us this weekend here at Sydney Motorsport Park to make this event what it has been. So many cars here out on track, giving us great racing, great spectating, and we can't thank you enough for having such a big turnout. So for all the competitors who have made this what it is, thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you all at the next one here at Sydney Motorsport Park or elsewhere, wherever you find yourselves racing around Australia. The field are just starting to grid up now. I did just notice Sans one car, I think that was the number 61 machine of George Mitchell, which was peeling to the pit lane, unfortunately. So that is a late scratching out of this race. We've still got 36 or so cars getting ready to take the final race start here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Just waiting for the last few to grid up at the back there, and at the front, pole position, the number 62 car, number 52 car, I should say, of Lachlan McBride on the inside. On the outside is number 18 of Joseph Lenthal, who's been the man to beat all day today so far in Improved Production. Can he get the car back on the top step for one last outing here at Sydney Motorsport Park? We're underway here for one last time, and it's a really even start from the front row from both of those competitors as the rest of the field gets away pretty cleanly as well. One staller at the back, but everyone filters around quite nicely. Actually a bit of a bog down there from the number 11. A lot of smoke coming out, whether it's a tyre rub or something from the back. The number 52 car as well is really streaking ahead. Keys is trying to sneak up in a second position here, but that number 18 is not looking great as it rounds through turn number 2, where that's a really big tyre rub potentially. I'm not sure what's happening there, but smoke is pluming out of the back of that BMW.
Doesn't seem to be affecting the pace at the moment. He did get a little bit sideways leaving turn 2. Hard to say if that was any oil or whether it was just cold tyres, but at the moment, no issue with performance. Lenthal side by side at the moment with Keys, but certainly a bit of a concern with that much white smoke out the back.
Yeah, really biting on the right into that left-hander of turn 5 as well. We'll see how it behaves into turn 6, whether it's a brake bias thing that's going on or like the brakes are just snagging a lot more than he's expecting potentially. Not sure if it's going to also be a pouring on the low thing, but you can see the rubbing even on the run into Corporate Hill there. So let's keep an eye on that one and just see how it's able to track as it's chucking smoke everywhere out of the back of that thing. But in the lead of the race at the moment, we do still have the number 52 car of Lachlan McBrien putting in a great showing, but it is Justin Keys in the 101 Commodore right on his tail, trying to make a really, really strong race of this to round out the action. But look at the number 18, not wanting to go anywhere yet.
Oh, very
no.
sideways. It does feel like it might be dropping oil onto that right rear tyre because it has got sideways a lot in the left-handers throughout the lap. You see it again sliding onto the main straight there. So hopefully this isn't going to get any worse as Keys heads down the inside. Massive amount of pace down the straight there to pass McBrien.
If you get a chance, keep an eye on the muffler of that number 18 as it rolls past
got a problem here for
There's
sure.
definitely a problem, and it did not look very healthy coming out of the exhaust of this BMW as we round through turn 1. It's a little bit tricky to see from this angle. I've got a really good view of it out of the exit of 12, but it looks like the number 18 is going to be wanting to just get
down on the inside.
Oh, really, really close there, Vareca and Castro Jr. for the under 2 litres here. Castro Jr. still leading the way in that class for the time being. But we've got 4 cars out in front, so Castro's actually dropped a spot there, made it back up as a matter of fact, because Lenthal's still dropping back. So Keys is now up into the lead of the race as a matter of fact, with McBrien behind. And Algie in the 77 has snuck past us completely, flown under the radar, made himself up onto the podium. So great start for him, and another issue for Buckley in the number 56 RX-7. That thing is chucking a decent amount of smoke, definitely out of the exhaust. A few cars taking a bit of varied lines here. It's all happening here, isn't it?
Yeah, the last race of the day, and a few of these cars are falling to pieces here. So I think that might have been Jowett in the Honda Civic there, travelling a little bit slower than what would be ideal. So a bit of a shame to see a few cars falling by the wayside as we look at Castro on the way out. So see here in a replay.
Let's take a look and see if we can get a bit more context as to what was going on possibly. We may have actually cut out of the replay, and we are back to live vision here. So this is the race for 4th position on the road, but 1st position in the under 2 litre class with the car of Castro Jr. still leading the way in that Silvia and pulling a really nice gap over Vareca behind him there.
141.2 for the race leader, fastest lap, 2 seconds clear of any other driver so far. So massive amount of pace on board the Commodore for Keys. Going through the final corner, heading a bit further down the field here. Beginning to space out a little bit, but coming onto the straight, of course, always plenty of action watching the different power of the cars play out.
Absolutely, you get to see them fanning out in all different directions, trying to find bits of real estate here, and even on the run into turn 2 here, really it's been a hot spot all day long. A couple of BMWs with a bit of a Honda sandwich in between them there. So that's Andrew Butcher just floating on the back of this pack. The number 55 car there of David Vincent is currently just up ahead of Viola. So this is the battle for 7th position. So Vincent, one of the overcars, and Viola there in the Honda Integra, really punching in the under 2 litre class there. That thing has been rapid all weekend long.
Yeah, we've seen Viola actually featuring in a bit of our broadcast today, generally on the attack, doing a great job moving forward in every race so far. So again, Viola on the attack here, trying to find a way around the BMW. So far, no way around yet. The 55 doing a great job to defend throughout this whole mid-sector of the lap.
A bit further up now, we just see the number 74 of Ridley, who's got a race of his own in 6th position. So we go back to the battle now for 7th, and a bit of a door shut there. So I think Viola was trying to have a look past Vincent, but could not get that move done. And this has brought a few more cars back into this race. So Andrew Butcher in the Epilepsy Foundation car there, looking rock solid in 9th, and then Brett Porter right behind him there in the number 2 Honda Civic. These two have been seasoned veterans in the Victorian IPRA scene as well. Great to see them mixing up in New South Wales too, getting involved.
Yeah, Brett Porter's also had a lot of pace all day and tries to get a run there, but I do think that BMW is going to walk away a little bit down the straight here. Brett Porter actually might be in the mirror a little bit with the RX-7 closing that margin as they look down the inside there. You don't want to run side by side through turn 1 if you don't have to, and they think better of it.
And Greca getting really up into the move there, and he's actually having another lunge there, really feeling confident about the pace of that green machine RX-7. Gets the job done into turn 2. Really nice move that he's done. A good job to set up successfully through turn 1 as well.
Actual that car sliding, picking up an inside tyre out of turn 2 there for Verica. Keen to get away. You can see there though that Porter has got a good run through 3. Is going to have a look towards 4, not quite close enough.
Just looking at the total, I've just caught Lenthal all the way down in 22nd position, so that car is in struggle town. Haven't seen any more of it because it's been really out of the picture with the battles that have been raging up at the head of this pack, but that is not the race that he had in mind when he started this race on the outside of the front row of the grid. But we've got plenty more improved production action all the way up and down this field. This is such a tight battle that we were seeing there. And we go forward now. This is the battle for now 2nd position. The car of Justin Keys has actually been able to carve out a pretty decent gap there. We'll see him in the front of shot just there, flashing past 2 and a bit seconds ahead. But these two battling for 2nd and 3rd. McBrien and Algie looking rock solid here. Let's see what sort of a run Algie can get down the main straight. How much of a tow can he get off that number 52 car? Looks to be a pretty substantial one. Drag racing.
Looks like they're going to get it done there for Algie into turn 1. Completely clear. Awesome pace so far for Algie. Moving his way forward up into position 2. Interesting to see if he's got enough. Oh, it's a bit of an awkward overtake there going into turn 2 past some lap traffic. But interesting to see if Ben Algie can get up towards Justin Keys out front in the Commodore. Justin Keys showing some pretty good pace at the moment, but so is Ben Algie. He's moving his way up.
Yeah, the gap is fairly consistent at the moment. Keys is slowly edging away and adding a little bit more to it here and there, but also Algie has been able to carve out a couple more tenths back in the other direction at the same time. So the really best deciding factor is how it's looking lap on lap pace and just seeing what that gap can do. We go further back to the battle. This is for 8th position with Viola. I'm not sure if Vincent is still at the head of this pack. He certainly is. So it is the battle, a 4-car battle, a 5-car battle, if you will, for 7th position with a good mix of unders and overs in this one. Really good to see them all mixing it up, and this is the part of the track where the under 2-litre cars are really excelling. So Viola in the Honda Integra there, trying to look around the outside, but very well defended there by Vincent. And also the Honda Civic in the background of that shot as well. We look back at the number 90 car. That's one of the many Ford Escorts that we've seen out on track here. Just bouncing off the limiter. I think that one's coming into the lane. It doesn't sound too good.
Sounded a little bit sick there, so I'd say that one's going to head in. This is an awesome battle. You can see the hairpin here. And you've got Brett Porter at the back there, just nipping at the heels in that Honda Civic. I did see a meatball flag as well on that flag marshal point. Not sure who that one is for, so the car out there a bit sick. There's a few cars out there a bit sick at the moment, to be honest. As we head into the final corner, Porter looking for a run. I don't think he's going to get the run, though, coming out of there.
Very, very close scrap on the exit of the final corner there as they come across the stripe one more time. We're keen to see what the times are looking like. The fastest car on track right now is Keys out in the lead with a 141.2. So that's very, very hot pace from that number 101 Commodore. But the gap has come down a little bit over the last couple of laps. Algie is still well and truly in touch. And this number 97 car of Wright down in 24th is causing a lot of fun with lap traffic already in this with 6 minutes to go in this race. So that's adding a bit of spice to the mix. We go a little bit further back, see another Nissan hatchback in the mix here with the Nissan Pulsar battling with Paul Javotz's Honda Civic here on the exit of turn 1. Javotz on the outside. Is he going to try and have a look? There's probably not much he can do there. Very well defended, so Javotz will tuck it right back in.
Yeah, we've just seen it all day. These Honda Civics have great pace through the mid-sector. Of course, here we've got a Nissan Pulsar in front. I'm expecting that the pace will be quite similar between those two. And Algie is closing that gap to Keys out in the lead 1.1 seconds is the margin currently. And just watching the timing, Algie is pretty consistently around a second a lap quicker. Big slide, definitely trying hard to bridge that gap. And I'd say, Matt, that Algie's pretty much there. He's going to be looking for an overtake pretty soon.
Yeah, that gap is academic at this point. It's under a second now. So, Algie is looking red hot. Last lap, Keys put in a 144.4 compared to Algie with a 142.89. So just taking chunks out of that margin there, looking really, really racy, and we can see why he was leading the point standings on the way into this weekend. Didn't have the results he was looking for in the first few races, but he's looking to finish things off with a bang here in race 3.
Yeah, the gap there still sitting just under a second. I think for Justin Keys out in the lead at the moment, the mirror will be absolutely full of that Nissan Silvia at the moment. You can see Algie still sliding the car around turn 4. See if he can get it off 5, nice and square. Looks to be very clean and tidy there. Heading down into 6, looking to bridge that gap again. I do think that Algie does have a little bit better straight line last time by as well. So I think if he's, within this half a second coming into the final corner, he's half a chance of actually getting the lead down the main straight.
Yeah, 100%, and this is going to be a good test as well, how they handle themselves through 7 and 8. Keys doesn't seem to mind too much that he's got Algie behind, just sticking straight to his normal racing lines, swinging it right out wide for turn 8 and just getting as much pace as he can, seeing how much of a drive he can get, and look at the drive, he's really gapping him through there, so that's paid dividends this time around for Justin Keys in the 101. But yeah, this sequence of corners onto the main straight is going to be pretty pivotal, as it's really ranged up really quickly there. A lot more pace lost for Keys than he was expecting. Either that or Algie just able to hook the Silvia up massively through that sequence.
Yeah, very evenly matched down the straight. Keys actually put a little bit of margin down the straight there. Really good exit that time by onto the straight, and got the gap back out to a second. Algie, a little bit of work to do to bridge that gap. In the meantime, they have dropped McBrien in third. He was there or thereabouts waiting for any battles that might occur, but the pace has just fallen off a little bit for McBrien in the BMW.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's out of touching distance now, but very
trying
slippery,
hard.
very trying hard. That's getting quite cold now here at Sydney Motorsport Park. These tyres are doing their absolute darndest, but they've got their work cut out for them.
That's a big move.
Huge lunge there. I guess the dirt on the inside gets a little bit loose there, side by side on the exit of 4 and on the run into 5. It's going to be Keys who has the line, but it's going to be Algie going around the outside to lock that move in. What an awesome move there from Algie, just able to find so much more grip on the exit of 5. Bit of a puff of smoke with a lock-up on the way through 6, but no harm done.
Yeah, little error there, but managed to keep it on the road. But what a move. That was a big, big committed dive down into turn 4, and then to hold tough around the outside at turn 5 and execute that pass was outstanding for Algie. And, we've seen Algie creeping towards the front of the field all day, and in this race to get there, he'll be stoked for that. There is still 2 minutes to go, though, so got to get the eyes forward here and execute this deal.
The element of surprise coming in very, very useful for Algie there. Springing a move on Keys when he was least expecting it. Now let's see what he can do as the carrot in this race here, leading the way for Keys. Can Keys chase this one back down and get back in front, or is this going to be Algie romping home to a win, or can anything else happen here? You never ever know. We look a little bit further back, and guess who it is once again leading another train here? It's the number 5 car of Greg Young, who is currently leading off this battle for... I'm actually not sure where this is on the track because my timing screen on my laptop has just had a moment. But this is a little bit further down than... it's within this sort of top section. So this is a battle for 14th that we're seeing here. So on for young and old, it really, really is. And it's always good seeing that number 5 car putting in a great defensive effort and just getting the maximum he possibly can out of it.
I reckon that Engel's going to be pretty tired of looking at the back of this HSV R8, given I think most of race 2 he also had that same view. So it's a well-presented car, Young's car, but it's probably getting quite tiresome to look at for Engel sitting behind. He'll want to do something about that as quickly as he can.
Yeah, a bit of deja vu here for Engels in the number 36 Mitsubishi, but he doesn't really have many opportunities to do much about it because the defense is just so strong from Young.
Really, like we talked about it before, he's really good at getting off the corner and maximising that V8 horsepower that HSV's got and really making sure he's fast in the right places. We look at Justin Keys here. He's fallen off to a 1.8 second margin to Algie out in the lead. There's about 25 seconds to go in this race. It is probably going to be fairly touch and go whether we get another lap here or not. I think Ben Alge may just get there, but outstanding drive in this race to work his way to the lead.
Absolutely. 13 seconds to go as he rounds the final corner. Very bated breath. Will we get a last lap board or will we get a checkered flag? It's going to be a last lap board, I would reckon. Checkered flag, as a matter of fact. Right on the cusp there. And that is a great race win there for the number 77 car of Ben Alge. Great way to round off the weekend of improved production action here with Justin Keys bringing it home just under a second behind in second position with McBride, the number 52 car there. Lachlan McBride coming home in third. Great drive once again from Danny Castro Jr., locking down a comprehensive domination of the under 2 litre class here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's been a really, really good showing from him. And we're still seeing a few more battles making their way to the stripe here now. And here is the one that we were looking at earlier, Greg Young holding off all of these cars behind him through turn 8 one final time. Is there anything that any of these drivers can do to do anything about this red HSV? Or will he still stay in front and bring it home where it is in 14th position?
It's got to be now, right? Engel's got to go now because he's not going to get him on the straight. We know how fast that HSV is in the straight line. I don't think he's going to get him. It's too little too late. Great drive for Young all day. Like to be able to maximise the result is fantastic.
Take a bow. Greg Young, awesome defensive driving for the entire day here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Really putting on a great show and giving a lot of drivers a lot of headaches with not being able to get past him there. And there's confirmation of the final results here for round 3 of the 2026 New South Wales Motor Race Championship. ARDC results, Ben Alge takes the win ahead of Justin Keys and Lachlan McBride. Danny Castro Jr. Sweeps the under 2 litre class as well ahead of Brad Vareca. And then we have Dan Ridley, Andrew Butcher, Charlie Viola, Brett Porter and David Vincent in 10th position. We can then go down to Robert Jowett in the number 4 Civic, Josh Perkins and Matthew Wildridge. Then we see Greg Young, Stephen Engel, Paul Dravotz, Benjamin Hanrahan, Shad Hassan, Craig Wildridge and Lachlan Barber down to 20th position. We go further along to Luke Petru and Greg Wright, and everyone beyond there is either a non-starter or a non-finisher. Bit of an attritional race there towards the end of it, but that is a wrap for the action here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Thank you so much for joining me in the box, Madison Down. Throughout the day, it's been so good having your help here in the commentary box, as well as all of our other commentators who have been jumping in. Lindsay Muddle, Dave Amor, Cody McKay as well. I'm sure I'm missing quite a few people here, but without your efforts, it would have been a much different event. So a lot of fun was had in the comms box. Thank you as well to all the competitors who jumped along, all the officials who have done everything that they need to do to help us go racing, because we just can't do it without you. And also a massive shout out to the Blendline TV crew who have put this brilliant broadcast together, as they always do. Feel free to follow the New South Wales Motor Racing Championship on Facebook. Follow Blendline TV as well while you're there. Keep up to date on the next stuff that we're keeping tabs on. Lastly, thank you so much for watching or being trackside, whether you've been here at Sydney Motorsport Park or watching anywhere around Australia or around the world. It's been so good having your company. We're looking forward to seeing you at the next one. In the meantime, take care of yourself, be excellent to one another, and we'll see you at the next one.
Support grassroots motorsports by joining Club Blendline. Just $11 a month will get you full access to our new website and app, where you can catch more live car and motorcycle racing, more shows and exclusive member opportunities. Find it all by joining Club Blendline.